on the face. Beautiful.
One right here into the lip.
Welcome to day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships here in Surf City, El Salvador. Surf was really good yesterday. It's looking really good again this morning on arrival, as we can see there from the drone footage that La Bocana is going off. There's plenty of waves for our free surfers early this morning and for our competitors getting ready to paddle out for the first heats of the day. We will be continuing on to finish out the final 2 heats of our girls under 18's main round 1. And those will be getting ready to paddle out shortly. And then we'll be heading into the main rounds for the under 16 boys, under 16 girls first and the under 16 boys here at La Bocana. It's going to be a big day of surfing ahead of us as we see surfers getting ready. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside the 2024 ISA silver medalist from the Longboard World Championships, Rachel Tilley. Welcome to the booth. It's been fun to have you on sidelines this week. Now we get to call some action with some great surfing out in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be sitting in the booth next to you. The waves are looking so exciting, and I mean, look at this. This is incredible conditions for our surfers.
Dreamy for these young kids to be able to show up to having some big size available as well. I mean, yesterday, looking at some of the photos that came out, some of that footage as well, waves were well overhead for the Groms.
Yeah, absolutely. The waves both at La Bocana and El Sunzal are just firing. There's conditions, obviously, on the webcast. We're focusing on La Bocana. There is that podium 2 webcast for El Sunzal, but the waves at El Sunzal are firing as well. And, you know, as a competitor, when you wake up and you see conditions like this, it is the best thing ever.
Well, talking conditions, here's the current for what we're looking at today. 4 to 6 feet, which was a bit of spike yesterday after our opening day, which was about kind of 3 to 5 feet. Light winds at the moment. Hopefully that stays light. We do tend to have some wind issues in the afternoons here. And then that high tide will be peaking around 1 p.m.
Yeah, like you said, the wind definitely does add a challenge for those afternoon heats, but the surfers have been handling it really well.
Well, taking a look at the draw for our opening heat of the morning at La Bocana specifically, heat number 23 for round 1 of the under 18 girls. We got 24 heats in this round, so we'll be finishing that out first. In the lineup, France, New Zealand, Chinese Taipei, and Panama with Lila Albert, Sophia Brock, Chen Wan Yu, and Isabella Goodwin. Hitting the lineup, doesn't look like there's any waves written yet, and the timer has not quite started. They should be on the countdown any moment.
Yeah, and look at these waves coming through. These surfers are just getting themselves into position. I always love, one of my favorite things is watching heat strategy and priority placement. Obviously, when you start a heat, there is no priority. And so all these surfers are trying to position each other and at a peak like this at La Bocana. You know, at El Sunzal, it's the person who will have priority in a non-priority situation is the person sitting deepest. But at a peak with a right and a left, you could find yourself in position pretty much sitting anywhere. So I love watching these early heat dynamics.
As we can see, our surfer in blue putting herself in position for Sophia out of New Zealand. A little deep on that one. The timer has started, and this heat is underway. Now, talking about El Sunzal, there is the opportunity to click over to that second podium webcam. You'll be able to take a look at all the waves. You'll be able to listen to the beach announcing as well for exactly what the surfers are going through and what they're listening to out in the water for their heats. We're going to be kicking off the morning there with our boys under 16 main round 1. They've got a few heats to finish there, 9 in total. And then from there, we're going back into to continue on with the main event for the under 18 boys, and then finishing out the day with under 18 girls. So we'll be getting through all of main round 2 on the under 18 boys side, and then getting a couple heats of the under 18 girls underway on that second podium, which has been looking really good. The surfers have been really frothing with the conditions there this week, and we've had that sand just change a little bit. It's looking even pretty different from where you were competing, or you know, what the waves were looking like when you were competing there just last week.
Yeah, and will we potentially see our first ride? We will not. But yeah, to finish what you were saying, El Sunzal was where we had our ISA Longboard World Championships just 5 days ago. And it's amazing even in that time how much the sand has changed and how much it has filled in. It looks like a completely different wave almost from what I was competing at. So it's offering a lot of good opportunity for these surfers, and I'm always impressed. It's a very different wave between each other, El Sunzal and La Bocana. So I'm impressed by these surfers just jumping back and forth and making it look really effortless.
It is one thing about ISA events where with so many surfers in the draw, like Isabella Goodwin now up and riding into that first turn for Panama. Arcs through it, sets herself up on the second, drives through the rail back into the pocket. And this is looking like a great way to kick off her campaign for the opening heat of the morning.
Yeah, that was a beautiful start to her campaign. You know, the very first wave is real. The very first wave of the entire day is really important because not just for the surfer, she's just opened up her campaign, but the judges are going to use that to set the scale, and she's just given them a good opportunity to say, hey, this is what good surfing is going to look like today.
Little look for Chen Wanyu out of Chinese Taipei, sitting a little bit farther over on the shoulder. And that first wave of the morning, it does kind of give that first taste to the judges, right? It gives them that opportunity to set the scale. And a 4.33 has come through quickly for Isabella Goodwin, so that sets her up with a solid position to build from. As we take a look at a paddle from Sophia Brock out of New Zealand, up and riding, has to really dig into this one and goes for that first turn, but the wave just really flattens out.
Yeah, you could see it kind of looked like it had, see that side lump going through the bottom right of the screen? It looks like that basically went across her wave and just took out all the energy right at the power source, as she might have another paddle here into a right, in
Just
and out.
Quick on the inside, wanting to get that campaign started. Get a few waves underneath her feet. It is challenging with a lot of those waves having those lumps in them. We've seen that through the first day of competition where that outside section can sometimes be really critical, and then it hits that next section that just gets really soft, or kind of that backwash or that side lump sort of comes through and flattens the entire wave out. What's it like when you're out in the water, Rachel, competing and you've got waves like that you're trying to manage?
Well, I guess in any heat, wave selection is key, but especially at a wave like this. And when you have something like that, I think prior to a heat, you're very aware of that, and you're trying to be really decisive in your wave selection and look for those lumps and bumps and try and avoid those waves. But sometimes it's unavoidable. You stand up and it comes out of nowhere. You didn't see it, and you get stuck out, like that happened for Sophia. So she will make her way back out, but unfortunately it looks like now she's in that bottom right corner of the screen. She has a bit of a paddle ahead of her, which is kind of a frustrating way to start a heat when you have so much paddle to do and, you know, nothing to really show for it from a score perspective. But taking a look at this 4.33 from Isabella, a beautiful start. I like that she wrapped her turns all the way around, really putting that stamp at the very end. She jams her fins in and cuts out nice and clean. From this front angle here, you can see her really pull it all the way around. You can see that side lump just in front of her wave, but it didn't affect her wave. That was a beautiful turn and the most critical of them. And a 3-turn combo cuts out. That's a great way to open up a heat.
Nice wave selection as well. As that wave continued to have some shape, we can see the girls looking for some positioning. Isabella from Panama has been living in Florida now for the last little while and has really enjoyed the opportunity to represent her country in the last 3 years for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's great to see some of these, surfers, especially in the under-18s division now, who have had that opportunity to surf multiple years and to really get a feeling for the format, for, surfing against so many other competitors from around the world. Lila Ambert now from France up and riding for her opening wave. She's quite selective, taking off on this one. Hits that closeout down the line, which will be unfortunate to not get a big turn connected together. She's going to set that first score on the board. We've got that 0.6 and a 0.3 on the board for Sophia. And surfers for the next heat getting ready to paddle out. Team Israel with Aviv Shuval will be heading out in that next heat. That'll be the final heat for our under-18 girls. But a lot of the surfers in this division are actually still under that 16-year-old bracket, and they're surfing between both podiums in both divisions throughout this week.
I find that so impressive. I don't know how, I mean, in my event last week, I found managing the heat and competing here in El Salvador, the wave is one of my favorites to compete at, but the conditions otherwise, the heat, the middle of those day heats, sometimes that afternoon wind, it's extremely difficult, and it's hard to manage those energy levels. And I was trying so hard to surf as little heats as possible, basically by making through, not having to go down to that repecharge round. So for surfers who are surfing double divisions, I am so impressed at their ability to manage their energy and keep showing up.
Amazing what the energy of a 14 to 16-year-old can look like, wanting to come into a contest, just frothing to be spending more time in the ocean, especially after putting all the work into qualifying behind the scenes, which looks different for each nation, but for most of them, it would likely be some kind of regional qualification for their state, their local area, which would then graduate them to competing at nationals, and then they have to take out a nation worth of surfers in order to get themselves in the conversation for Worlds.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, obviously we're here at the World Championship, so we're having the best of each nation here, but that means we have pretty much every national champion representing here. So everyone, if you look at their competition history, everyone's like, I have this many national championships, I have this many national titles, and that just makes it that much more competitive.
You can see Lila there on the inside, 17 years old from ISAsurfing. She has spent some time living in Mexico, but is back in France now as we take a look at Sophia Brock. Picking up on this wave for her. And this is going to be a better opportunity for her than those first two. So kind of got those jitters out on those first two takeoffs. Really charging, now able to link together a few turns. Goes hard on that finishing section as well.
As we see Red up and riding.
Lila into that first hook. Keeps herself in the top third of the wave. Now dropping down and flying up into that lip line for a more critical maneuver.
Yeah, that was a great turn. That was the best turn we've seen so far. Very critical. And that was what she was looking for on that first wave, that she just didn't really quite get that opportunity. So that would feel good now. And then with 10 minutes remaining at a wave, you get back out into the lineup at La Bocan in these types of conditions at the moment pretty quick. So she still has plenty of time to back that up.
So scores to come through for 3 of the 4 surfers. We'll have a first score on the board as well for Chinese Taipei's Chen Wanyu out in the lineup in the green jersey. And we've kind of been noticing, Barton and I, through calling the action yesterday and on the opening day, that, the 2-turn combo being well rewarded. Some of the waves where you're getting maybe, 4 to 5 to 6 turns together can still give you a big score, but judges looking for those critical sections. As we take a look at some replays here for first of green.
Yeah, taking that whitewater take off and just trying to maximize that. She knows she needs to open up her campaign at this point of the heat, as we see Sophia's third ride here. And this one she was able to stick with a little bit. It's a little bit frothy and foamy on the face, which can make it kind of difficult, but she definitely made the best of this wave, stamping it off at the end and jumping off. But it was Reds who I think will be the best scorer of the entire exchange. A nice opening maneuver, and then she's just looking for this end section, gets all the way to the top of the lip, comes down, and you can see she really wanted to show the judges, hey, I finished that, I rode out of that, and then jumps off.
Super important, especially in a wave like this where a lot of surfers are kind of missing that end section finish. It's really easy to just get bumped right off again because there's so much power to it. So a great finish for Lila, and biggest score of the heat comes through so far. That 2-turn combination being well rewarded, a 5.33, sets her in the leading position above Isabella. And she has a look at that wave, can't quite get into it. Still waiting for the score for first of Amber, or Chen Wanyu, out of Chinese Taipei. She's so young, she's just 12 years old, and I remember at the World Junior Championships in Brazil that we had about 6 months ago, she was the only member for Team Chinese Taipei, and they'd kind of decided at that stage to invest in just the single one up-and-coming surfer, and she was competing across both divisions there as well, and it was a great opportunity for her to learn and be on the road for the first time and get to surf in some heats. Now returning this year, they've been able to fill out a full team. They've got a lot of surfers behind them from Chinese Taipei and a great coaching staff as well. And so it's nice to see that, for someone like Amber out in the lineup right now, coming into her first event solo with a great group of team, coaches and managers behind her. But now to be able to come in with that team dynamic with those surfers alongside Rachel would be really special for her.
Yeah, well, you see that team dynamic be so instrumental to surfers out here.
Lila taking off pretty deep on that wave. She'll just kick out.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei has as you said, they have a great coaching staff. One of their main coaches, head coaches, Keenan, was the head judge for our longboard world tour on the WSL for so long, and now has retired from that, does maybe some judging still, but is really just focusing on that coaching of Chinese Taipei. And that is so, I think, smart for a team to bring in a former judge as a coach, because he knows exactly from the judge's perspective what they're looking for from surfers. And he's able to, mold these surfers and coach them towards that.
A score and a 2.17 for first of green. We got that 2.5 now on the board for that last wave of blue as well. So down to 7 minutes remaining on the clock. First heat of the day. Low tide this morning was around 6 a.m. So we're just about an hour off of that. The tide will be pushing through until around 1 p.m. this afternoon. It's a large coefficient. We've been seeing huge tide swings here. So the conditions really change. And you kind of have to probably be on it, watching those conditions for, the hour to 30 minutes before your heat to really know even what to expect, because anyone surfing midday, it's going to look like a wildly different playing field to what these girls have opened up with this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just looking at the score lines yesterday, at the beginning of the day, lots of waves were being surfed, lots of high scores were being dropped, and then we kind of got to this 2-hour window where surfers were really even struggling to find a scoreable ride. A lot of 0 point nothings that surfers were getting in out, trying to find that corner. So the higher tide does prove to be a little bit difficult.
Lila setting herself away from the pack. She's sitting on that single highest score at the moment. She gets up to her feet and gets even, that single turn. She's going to be improving on that 1.43 to be solidifying herself with that leading position. At the moment, Isabella only needing a 2.44 to take away that leading spot. So still quite close, and small requirements on the board for our bottom two surfers to be able to catch up to that 4.33 heat total of Isabella. Nice little wave coming through here. We'll see if anyone's able to get into it. Surfer with white has first priority. So she'll have pick of the lineup, and she's into it for Isabella. Out of Panama, now residing in Florida, a location where she'd be able to spend so much time in a Jersey. There's so many events running there on the coast in Florida.
Yeah, I was going to add to that actually on the amateur surf series that they have over on the west coast and east coast of the U.S. is really robust. Lots of opportunity to surf in heats through those NSSA, those USA Surfing Primes, and that would be so instrumental to a young surfer's career, is just getting that heat time and being comfortable in a Jersey, being comfortable in these situations when you have 4 minutes remaining. Third place only needs a 2.54. She knows she needs to improve upon that 0.7.
Wanting to get herself a good backup score, putting plenty of time in the Jersey. Living on the east coast of the U.S. now. You can see all of the girls just stuck on the inside as this bigger set is starting to wash through. Similar to what we were seeing yesterday, a challenging decision, it seems, to either sit deep and wait for those sets, but no, okay, you're going to be patient and maybe you're only going to take off on 2 waves in the entire heat, but they could be really substantial, versus sitting on the inside, picking off some of those smaller ones to look to build that score line, but risking a bit of time wasted by taking these bigger sets on the head.
Yeah, they are kind of always 2 entirely different strategies that make your heat just run in a very different way. And that's like kind of the luck of the draw. And those are the strategies you try and sit and make prior to paddling out, seeing how often are the sets coming in. Are they coming in a lot? Well, then the strategy of being patient and waiting for the right set is maybe the better one. But if there's only one set coming every maybe 25 minutes, then you want to stay busy on that inside.
Up and riding now, heat leader Lila taking off behind the section. She'll make it right around and hook into a first turn. Successful as she now looks for the second. This is going to be a great way to back up her 5.33. Goes in for a big end section as well. Just gets bounced off. But she'll be solidifying her leading position with that last wave.
Yeah, she's only throwing away a 1.43, and that will absolutely do it. That was a nice backup ride. I don't think it'll be as high as her 5.33, but I loved that she stuck with it. That opening section kind of closed out on her. It would have been nice if that was able to stay open and she could get a nice opening turn out there, but she did stay with it and she was able to get around that whitewash and made the most of that. And at 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, that's what you want to do in improving your scoreline and solidifying that first place position.
Putting the rest of the pressure on the field that you're surfing against rather than holding it onto yourself, looking for that improvement.
Exactly.
So 2 minutes remaining. Big day of surfing ahead of us as we're finishing out the final 2 heats of the under 18 girls main round 1. After that, we'll be heading into under 16 girls main round 2 as we take another look at this one.
Yeah, so you could see that opening section that just closed out a little too quick, but she was able to make the most of that one. Got around it again. I loved that slash there. And this is where she goes for that final maneuver. Would have been a really nice score, I think, close to her 5.33 had she been able to complete that one. But we're still waiting for that score to drop.
Score to drop for last of France. The moment, still those 2-point requirements on the board for third and fourth to move themselves into that second place position to try and avoid the repecharge round so early. Also, both of them have higher priority than the surfer sitting in second. So first priority sitting with blue, second priority sitting with green, and Amber from Chinese Taipei takes off on a solid size set but goes down.
That was great commitment. She only needs a 2.87. There is a minute to go. And she's thinking, I mean, if you look at that, if you remember back to that 2.17, she kind of had that whitewash takeoff and then was able to maximize the wave. And I think she was probably hoping for something similar. I can imagine her coach when she comes in going, that was great commitment. She knew that she needed a wave. At least she's paddling. She's not just sitting out there and not staying busy.
We have seen that in some of the heats yesterday where the surfer gets a little bit stuck. Maybe holding on to that priority means that they're just being too selective or being slightly timid within their heats on just taking off on a wave. Isabella now up and riding. Important to be able to finish off that turn to really, you know, give her that gaining second place position. Try and improve on that 0.7. But great to see surfer in green taking off on that last wave. She's also repositioning herself now. It may be in the favor for this wave of Isabella. So first wave, just can't quite get into it. Challenging from this drone angle to really see if that wave's going to stand up enough for them to get into things.
Yeah, I was thinking that Sophia was about to have that final opportunity potentially, but the timer ran out and she was a little too, from, like you said, that drone angle, you can't really see how close it is to standing up to when she's sitting out the back. So unfortunately did not get that second opportunity.
Well, those opening waves for our surfers in red and white really counting in helping them to advance through in those top 2 positions. That 5.33 of Lila Amber out of France, securing herself with a win, and a 3.73 just dropped through for her last wave. So that puts her with a significant first place position. Isabella Goodwin out of Panama. She'll be feeling stoked as she comes in to the shoreline, realizing that she's advanced here in second, wasn't able to really improve on that backup score that she needed. So that'll be something to look to improve in her next heat, but she'll be through in second for Team Panama. And then New Zealand's Sophia Brock and Chinese Taipei's Amber Chen Wan Yu will be heading into the repecharge rounds, but with decent efforts behind them, really looking busy up until the moment that that clock ran out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was a great opening heat for our day 3 of competition.
Big day ahead of us. And we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the final heat for our under 18 girls main round 1 right after this.
There's a right time for everything, A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here for day 3 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We have just seen Team France take out a win early this morning for Lila Ambert, charging, looking for those 2-turn combinations and those big end sections, finding herself successful in that leading position. We're now heading into our final heat for the girls under 18s round number 1, with Japan, England, Venezuela, and Israel sending surfers out in the lineup. Teams and coaches will be down on the beach with their flags, with their jerseys on, ready to support as the women are taking on some solid size sets still remaining from what we saw yesterday, Rachel.
Yeah, the conditions have been beautiful today so far, and we're only just getting started. I'm looking forward to seeing what these surfers are able to put together. That set kind of taking everyone by surprise, and no one was quite in position. Trying to just find your feet out there, find your positioning, and as we talked about in that last heat, this opening moment of everyone being spread out, trying to find their own place away from surfers when there's no priority established.
It's an important part for the start of the heat. Some surfers opting to want to get that campaign started as quickly as possible, just get a score on the board. Others that are happy to wait out, a little bit more patient, maybe, the first 5 minutes in order to make sure that they're on a wave that has really solid quality instead. And it's always fun to kind of see what that looks like for everybody. Out in the lineup, we have Arnie Matsuono out of Japan. We have Lauren Sandland from England, Fernanda Romeo of Venezuela, and Aviv Shuval from Israel, making up some of the surfers from the 54 national teams represented here. 441 athletes in the draw this week, Rachel. It's a lot of Groms fighting for waves in the free surfs, but also just speaks to the participation levels, to the growth and the development of surfing around the world.
Yeah, I love that. 4 new countries here too. It's amazing that each ISA World Junior Surfing Championships surpasses the record it set the year before. It's just amazing. And the gender equality here, 43% of the competitors are female. That just says so much for our up-and-coming span of what is happening in surfing.
Yeah, it's so exciting. 194 girls within the draw this week, more than we've ever had. And that is just incredible, work from those national federations as well to make sure that these young women are getting opportunities. As we take a look at the first wave here for Aviv Shuval out of Israel, nice smooth style on her backhand for that opening turn. Wave goes a bit slopey, so she'll kick out early. She'll put that first score on the board. We got a 0.2 on the board for first of Japan, and Panama walking through with that second place finish for Isabella Goodwin, giving a team chant down on the shoreline.
Yeah, I've been loving to see that team camaraderie here, and win or lose for the athletes too. The teams are going down, meeting their athlete at the rocks, and they're celebrating each other and working. It's a team process here.
Aurora Ribeiro for Team Brazil will be paddling out next. That'll be the first heat for our under 16 girls main round 2. They've already surfed through their main round 1, which was on the opening day of competition at El Sunzal. This will be their first opportunity to be in the pack here at La Bocana. As we can see, Amber for Chinese Taipei, one of the youngest surfers in the draw this week, just 12 years old, was charging on that final wave that she went for.
Yeah, and you were saying before, this isn't her first event, so she's coming in as a veteran for Chinese Taipei team at 12 years old. That is incredible to what we can plan to see as she continues to get older and more experienced. This type of world stage experience at 12 years old is so instrumental.
Incredible. Rachel, how old were you when you started competing at this level?
Actually, ISA was my first world stage event. I was 15.
15 years old.
So way older than Amber here.
You also were very successful at that event, walked away with your first silver medal. Just backed it up again last week with a second one. But it's funny to think that at 15 years old, the amount of experience you would have compared to her as a 12-year-old, and to think in 3 years' time where she could be at.
Yeah, well, I think once you start surfing on the world stage, actually, you kind of get this, there is a jump going from your national surfing federations and your home amateur series to a world stage. You get to see so many other styles of surfing, and there is that jump, so this experience is crucial.
Arnie, unfortunately, just bogs the rail for a second on that opening section. She has so much speed, selecting one of the bigger sets to come through this morning, setting herself up into that first rail redirect. Now into the second, swooping it around. Looks like she's riding a board with a little bit more length this morning as well, due to that size of swell. We've heard some of the surfers kind of talking about the consideration. Should they be riding a step up, given how big the surf conditions are yesterday and today? Should they be sticking to, you know, their standard quiver that they may be riding on a small day at home on a beach break?
Yeah, talking to a lot of surfers about that yesterday when I was doing sidelines and down there, a lot of them had changed their equipment right before their heat.
Lauren Sandlin now up and riding for Team England. Pumps her way back into the face of that wave after her opening hook. Sets it up for the second one. And that wave's just got so much froth on the face of it. Interesting to hear that you know, a lot of the surfers are making that decision kind of on the fly, having paid attention to what's really happening, you know, in that first kind of, or maybe the end half of the heat before theirs.
Yeah, as we see on the screen there, Ben Skinner, along with Team England. Ben was competing as well in the ISA Longboard World Championships, and he did very well. I think Team England is very lucky to have his sort of experience and knowledge on how to surf heats and how to play these types of situations out with them.
Yeah, really incredible to have Ben behind the scenes. His son Lucas yesterday in the under 16 boys was the final heat of the day. He dropped in the highest heat total of the round and really kind of put his foot into, you know, the mix as far as a surfer that came in with the silver medal last year in that age division for the under 16 boys. And Lucas will be one of those surfers we'll pay close attention to this week to see if he can get himself back into that gold medal conversation this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucas was here all during the longboard event too, practicing at El Sunzal, practicing at La Bocana. So he's been here for about 3 weeks at least now, and that type of experience, getting used to surfing in board shorts, surfing in this type of heat, and acclimatizing yourself is really crucial.
18-year-old Lauren Sandlin from Crantock in England. Probably pretty stoked to have a coach like Ben behind the scenes, as well as Emily Curry, who was a competitor for Team England at the longboard event, a good friend of ours. And it's awesome to see Emily as well filling into that coaching role for the teams. As we can now cross down to sidelines, we got Mitchell Salazar ready to go with the winner for our first heat of the morning.
That's right, Lily Amber. Felicitación, congratulations. A big heat win, obviously, for Team France, still in the opening round. But the conditions have really improved, but it's gotten way bigger. What kind of equipment did you ride out there this morning?
I ride my rookie as a 5.6. It was quite hard. The waves were not as good as yesterday. The waves were moving a lot, so quite hard to catch the good ones, but I got some good, so all good.
And you reside in Hossegor, so a beach break that moves around quite a bit like this wave. What kind of preparation do you say would you have for an event like this, especially on the world stage?
I'd say we surf a lot, of course. We have to know the spot, how it works, where the waves go. So I've had a lot of good free surf here. I think that's how was able to find the good waves. And of course at home we have the same type of beach break, so it was easier, I think, to know this kind of waves for me.
And no stranger to Latin America. You used to live in Los Cabos in Mexico, I believe.
Yeah, I used to live in Mexico. I miss over there, of course. The waves are really different in Mexico, so I'm kind of used to different waves, of course. But yeah, it's really good here. I like the hot water and everything.
Anything you would like to say back home?
Oui, bah, merci la famille de regarder. Le premier hit un peu stressé, mais bon, ça va aller de mieux en mieux dans chaque hit. Donc voilà, merci beaucoup, gros bisous.
Felicitations.
Thank you and well done to Lila. Figuring out a challenging lineup this morning and looking really sharp on those lefts.
Yeah, making the most of those for sure, as we are still kind of waiting for a lot of action to be happening in this heat. The only surfer with 2 waves ridden is Red, and her second wave, the .2, would have just been that quick in and out. So it's proving to be pretty tricky out there, although it looks clean from our point of view. I think the scores and the heat dynamics says it all for actually how difficult it is.
Yeah, that's so true. It absolutely backs what Lila was just saying within that interview. 4.5 on the board for Henri out of Japan. Sets her up in that leading position. We've got a 2.17 on the board for Lauren Sandlin out of England, and a 1.6 on the board for the first of Israel's Aviv Shuval. Waiting for Fernanda Romeo from Venezuela to get her opening ride. You can see her there sort of on the right-hand side of the screen, putting herself in position to look for the lefts. And that's where we saw a lot of the scoring potential yesterday. Even later in the day, as that wind came up, it was kind of blowing from that more south direction up the face of the rights, and so those lefts were staying a little bit cleaner. As we can see, one of the coaches for Team England, Emily, there on the beach. She'll be coaching and supporting the surfers in that pack. And I think it's really awesome when we have different, teams that are able to bring multiple coaches into the conversation. And especially when there's so many boys and there's so many girls on the team, to be able to have a male coach, to be able to have a female coach, and have some of those different perspectives coming into that, especially from surfers like Emily, who have so many national titles across shortboarding, across longboarding, and is really one of the best competitive surfers to come out of that pack in a long time.
Yeah, and to talk about quantity, there's so many surfers, as you say, they're trying to split each other up between podiums. And England, I think, actually has 4 coaches with them. They have a team manager. They also have some parents with them too. I mean, quite a span of support that team has.
Big support behind Team England. And for this event, for the juniors, that whole pack of Great Britain is able to function as individual teams. So, Scotland, Wales, Channel Islands, etc., that fill out Great Britain, they're able to operate separately, where when it comes to the World Surfing Games, because there's Olympic qualification on the line, they have to band together and surf just as Great Britain. And it makes it that much harder to even get the surfers into the events here at the ISAs for the World Championships, or for the World Surfing Games specifically, because in order to compete at those events, you have to have a National Olympic Committee, and Great Britain as a whole only has one National Olympic Committee, rather than England having their own, and Scotland and everything. So it's nice from the juniors level. We saw the same thing at longboarding, where longboarding is not yet into the Olympics, but we're all very hopeful that it will be included for LA 28. That will likely see that shift on the longboarding side into just a team for Great Britain. Aviv charging. That was such a solid wave, Rachel.
Yeah.
Lauren now up and riding on her backhand and hooks into that first big turn, sets it up for the second. This is a great way for her to continue her campaign. She's building on that 2.17 with every turn that she gets together. That was such a nice finish as well. Lots of extension out of that back leg.
That is what she was looking for. With 5 minutes to go, as a surfer, you are stressing a bit, going, I need to get something on the board. With only a 2.17, that is something she would hope to not have in her scoreline by the end. But that is in her scoreline at the moment. She's still looking for her second score, and that, I think, will rival at least the 4.5 that we are seeing as the current highest single wave score of this heat.
I agree. It'll be good as well to kind of keep in context the 5.33 that we had from the winner in that last heat from Lila out of France, with a 2-turn combination. How is a wave like this with multiple turns, though critical on the end section as well, how is that going to kind of compare and start to send that message to the surfers for today and what they're going to be looking for?
Yeah, as we will take a look at this replay. Now this wave just stayed nice and open the whole time. That was a beautiful opening ride, a frothy section, so not easy for her to decipher or keep in control, and she's making it look really effortless. I love how drawn out her turns are, and she finished that one nice and clean. As we see this replay of our surfer in white going for it, and you think back to that first one that she had, that 1.6, it was a right, that was also one that she charged on. I love how she uses her upper body to help her manage that speed, engage that rail, and really draw out her turns.
She comes from a family of surfers, Aviv, and has been in the lineup since she was age 5. So you can see all of that technique coming in from a surfer that's still just 16 years old, but has a lifetime of experience. She spent, you know, more than 2/3 of her life as a surfer now.
Yeah, true.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, that's so true.
Lauren drops in a 6.5 on the board. Great message from the panel. That comparison to the 5.33 from the last heat, and kind of getting to know what they're looking for.
And comparing it to Red's 4.5, if you remember back, she kind of didn't have that opportunity of that opening section, or bogged her rail on that first turn, and then was able to really get into the rhythm towards the very end, getting about a similar combination of turns and maneuvers, but that opening turn, and maneuver is really crucial on the outside to bumping that score up. It's all about putting the entire platter together of maneuvers to give the judges a good reason to give you that higher score.
Team England feeling stoked as they've just received the news that there's a 6.5 on the board for Lauren. Big week of surfing. Be sure to join us online at ISAsurfing. Basically, wherever you're looking for your content, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, check out at ISAsurfing and isasurf.org, which may be where you're watching this event. Maybe you're watching it on YouTube as well. You can find some great bios for surfers from all over the contest, and make sure that when you're down here, you're tagging things on Instagram.
Yeah, it is I love, and that's the Surf City Instagram. There we have our under 18 girls surfers Instagram. There's so much to see on our platforms, and checking out, getting to know these surfers is just been one of the funnest things of this job, I think.
Yeah, it's really one of the highlights, especially knowing that this is the future of surfing globally. Surfers like Kohai, surfers like Zoe out in the lineup dropping big scores this week. They're the surfers that we're going to be seeing as, you know, those that are battling for World Surfing Games gold medals in the future. They're going to be the ones battling for Olympic gold medals in the future. And so to get to know them at this young age is a really exciting thing. Henry up and riding now. Looking to build on her score line, finds a great looking section to finish off with, and she'll just jump off of that board. Down to 50 seconds on the clock. This heat has flown past.
It has, as we see Blue maybe having an attempt. No, she will not. But that was a nice backup for Red. She was looking to drop that point too.
Looks and she does improve. She puts a 3.6 on the board, and she's now really solidified herself in that second place position. For Aviv, a 1.6 comes through as her highest score, that 0.57 for that big takeoff that she had a moment ago. And for Fernanda, she's just been sitting kind of outside of that real takeoff zone throughout this heat. But Aviv, with an opportunity, she's going in for a huge hook under the lip. That was so committed.
I love that commitment. She had really nice lines drawn there. Maybe if she was just a little bit bigger and had a little bit more speed to actually smack that lip, she would have been able to come down and complete that. But I love the lines that she draws, and I love her use of her upper body.
Heat leader Lauren getting one more opportunity to just close the door to improve on that 2.17. The timer has run out. We'll see if that score will be counting. Regardless, she'll be taking away that leading position as the last score of Aviv comes through shy of her requirement. And for Fernanda Romeo out of Venezuela, great competitor in the draw this week, just 16 years old from Isla de Margarita. We'll be seeing more of her as we move forward. And it looks like Aviv broke her board on that last takeoff.
Oh no.
That was such a good section that she charged into, put everything on the line, including her equipment, for the finish of that heat. Couldn't really ask for more, but an unfortunate scenario to find herself in now.
Well, you can't say she didn't put it on the line. She put everything on the line for that. Let's take this slow-mo replay. She gets right, it's her being right in that lip, and her body and board just all came down in that section. It would be that impact of the lip and the board hitting the water that just would have exploded everything into pieces.
Such a clean snap. You can see that the nose of the board went into the face of the wave while the tail was out and the lip hit that, and it just would have tweaked it completely. So an unfortunate moment for Aviv, but also, you know, as surfers, this is what happens. Great opportunity to test out her backup equipment that she has with her and reset as she will paddle out into her next round for the rapid charge. So a big finish here for our last heat for the under 18 girls. Coming up next, we will have the under 16 girls hitting the lineup, which will be exciting to see today.
Looking forward to it. That was a great round.
More action when we return for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Surfers putting it all on the line, including their boards, their equipment. More action when we return.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are now into the under 16 girls main round 2. This will be the first time that we're really getting to put our eyes on this pack of surfers. Some of them we have seen competing up into the under 18s as well, but their opening heats were at El Sunzal, now getting to compete as the under 16s here at La Bocana. Out in the lineup, Brazil, Canada, France, and Spain, with Aurora Ribeiro, Bailey Brown, Tia Zabrowski, and Carla Moreira. And we've already got some scores on the board. A couple of 1-point rides for Aurora and for Bailey. We've got a 0.5 and a 3.5 on the board for Carla, but Tia Zabrowski has already opened up with a 7-point ride on the board, has her sitting in a significant lead, and she's already paddling now to get into her second wave. As we see Aurora Ribeiro from Brazil up and riding now with that 1.23 on the board already. Now linking together a couple of turns, smaller size wave, but it's really allowing her to stay in control and to put a bit of spray out in the water as she jumps out in out of that last turn.
Yeah, that was a nice start for her. She'll obviously improve upon that 1.23, building that house, as you might say, a smaller wave, but she made the most of it.
15 minutes on the clock. First priority sitting with green for Tia Zabrowski. She's had a great showing for her heat so far. In her round 1, she's surfing the under 16s and the under 18s division, and she's dropped 9s in both of her heats so far across the 2 divisions. So to start out with that 7-point ride is going to be great for her campaign. And let's take a look at it now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this opening ride. Beautiful opening turn. Nice power in these turns. Great wave selection that just allowed her to continue to provide and have that power in her turns.
Carla from Team Spain for her first wave comes through as a 3.5.
On her forehand, you can see she has nice control, but not an easy wave to manage. A lot of froth on the face of the wave.
Tia now up and riding for her second. Looking for these lefts. Yesterday she was kind of eyeing off the rights more. Just noting the scoring potential out of the wave off the left today. So first two turns, finds herself a nice third one, drifts that tail around a little bit, maintains so much control.
That was a beautiful wave. She's just looking so confident out there. Even with that last drift of the fins on that finishing maneuver, not an easy maneuver at the very end when all that whitewash is converging together and she's just sliding over it with grace.
Scores to drop now for the second wave of Tia. We've got a second wave for Aurora to drop in as well. And now Carla up and riding on her forehand, looking to improve on that 0.5. And she's got some dynamic surfing behind her as well. Great way to finish things off. This is going to be a really nice heat to see unfold.
I was just going to say that. We have a heat on our hands here with so much surfing already happening, and we're only 6-7 minutes into the heat, and surfers staying nice and busy. And it's always difficult being that second heat of the morning when you are you've watched some free surf, but you just have to get out there and figure it out. And they figure it out now for these competitors who have been sitting and watching already 2 heats surfed out there. They can see maybe mistakes that were happening or waves or peaks that were left unridden or not given enough attention to, and they can then go and put that into their heat strategy and do that differently out there.
Yeah, it's a real luck of the draw. You know, surfers don't get to pick which heats they're going to be placed in through the day, right? They're not going to be able to make that decision themselves, but to be able to see and observe a couple heats before having to paddle out really works in their favor, and that's exactly what we're seeing play out within this heat so far. We got a 3.07 on the board for Aurora out of Brazil to put herself up into that second place position, but we are waiting for last of Carla. As we can see, Coach Ben Skinner down on the beach having a little debrief with Lauren with that ice straight onto her face, noting how hot the temperatures are in and out of the water.
And it is only 7:49 in the morning, so it is we're not even at its hottest yet, and it is hot for those surfers because it's not just the air temperature out here, it's the water temperature that you really can't escape it. And when you're working hard, you're paddling hard, you have adrenaline and you're stressed, you need a score like she did at 5 minutes to go. That's where it all amounts, and you feel exhausted afterwards.
You certainly do. So great opportunity for her now to just take a breather. The 18-year-old with the heat win. We'll hear from her shortly. Tia has just dropped in an 8-point ride to better the 7 for her opening exchange, and just proving that consistency within her surfing. We've seen great consistent performances from her throughout the years here at the ISAs. As we take a look now at Aurora, big takeoff into that first turn, just gets that body off balance as she heads into the second.
Yeah, a bit of bump to navigate through the face of that wave, and I really liked her use of her upper body through that, and she just unfortunately got unstuck with the fins, wasn't able to maintain that control through that speed, but it was a nice opening turn.
Lauren Sandlin, the 18-year-old college student from England, took out a heat win in that last one, put together some solid surfing, and is feeling happy to have some ice to be able to cool down on the shoreline. She's with Mitch Salazar.
That's right, the last year surfer in the U18s, Lauren. Congratulations, a 6.5 to go along with the heat win, but the heat out here, it seems like it's very tough. How are you adapting to the conditions?
Yes, because coming from England, it's so cold and just so hot over here. It's like drinking loads of water, brought like ice bags down here every day to cool down, and the ice baths too are really cool.
And fighting for a gold medal at the ISA World Juniors while also being a full-time college student, how do you manage to balance everything outside of your professional surfing life?
Yeah, it's pretty tricky, like lots of surf trips and then catching up on college work. I've got exams like the week after I get back, so pretty hectic, just like trying to cram in some revision every now and then, and yeah, hopefully all goes good.
Team behind the scenes, just an incredible crew. I mean, I've only been here a couple days now, but seeing the passion that Team English has brought this week so far has just been incredible. What have you made of it?
Oh, it's so good to have the team here. They definitely feel like the loudest and most supportive team down here. Like, there's such a good crew to be around and really supportive.
All right, guys, let's make some noise for Lauren Sandler, Team England!
Well done.
Also, hi.
Well done to Lauren. A great performance out in the lineup and a solid team backing her. So they're going to be a team to really see how far they can go in the draw this week. I think they're going to be one of those standouts. As we take a look at the Canadian, Bailey Brown up and riding. Big looking wave in front of her. She does well to just kind of hold on to the reins throughout that ride as another big set is pulsing out the back.
Yeah, there is lots of action going on here. These waves are so beautiful looking, and there is plenty of size out there, looking even bigger on these girls who are still, we're in under 16s. So that means these surfers are 15, 14, 13 years old, and they're tiny. And so these these waves, which we might call their overhead, they're like triple overhead on these surfers.
It's so true. In the lineup right now, Aurora for Brazil is 15 years old. She'll likely be competing in her last year for the under 16s, graduating to under 18s next year. But the rest of the three, Tia and Carla for France and Spain, are 13. And the Canadian, Bailey Brown, is just 12 years old. So you've got a lot of that, you know, those surfers that are really young that are coming in with the opportunity to grow into their positions on the team as well. Looking for big explosive results like we're already seeing from Tia, but we've been seeing that from her since she was about 11 years old competing in this event. Just a real kind of phenom of the sport. For the rest of the pack, they're looking for those opportunities to learn, to be able to build some good score lines, and to test themselves when the conditions are pretty solid, especially in heat surfing.
Yeah, and you know, this type of experience at this competition at this level is so key for who these surfers will continue to be once they grow up from a competitive standpoint. I mean, 40 out of the 48 qualified Paris Olympians surfed in the ISA World Surfing Junior Championships.
That's right. Our current reigning world champions from the WSL, Caroline Marks and Felipe Toledo, they are former gold medalists here at the World Junior Surfing Championships, as well as the vast majority of the Olympians qualified for Paris. An incredible pathway for these surfers, knowing that they're going to be the ones we're talking about in the context of world titles, in the context of Olympic gold medals in the very, very near future.
Well, and talking about Tia again, that 8 and a 7, I know her family at home is satisfied watching that, but I know Tia's not, because in her post-heat interview yesterday, yes, I said, wow, okay, you've surfed 2 heats and you have a 9. You've gotten a 9 in both of them. How do you feel with that? She had a 9 and a 7 something yesterday, and she said, yeah, but I'm a little disappointed in myself. My backup was only a 7. And I was like, wow, okay, she expects so much of herself because she knows she can do it. And that is incredible confidence to have at 15 years old. Just knowing you can paddle out and get the score is actually half of the battle. And it's that mental game and then allowing yourself to go out and do it. So someone as talented as that, having such a strong mental game too, she is going to be tough to beat out here.
She's got those goals set as well on 2 gold medals this week. The under 16s gold and the under 18s gold, which she shared after her first heat win for this division for the under 16s on the opening day at El Sunzal. And it looks like we've got a potential ride out the back. And our surfer in red having a look at this one, deciding not to go. Red's last wave just came through as a 0.5, but she does have that 267 on the board to back up her 307. She's sitting in second though, as a 483 has dropped in for Carla out of Team Spain. The 13-year-old has her sitting in that second place position. She is in a combination situation to take away the win, but with the strength of the 483 to improve on the 3.5, she has the rest of the field under her chasing big scores, a 5.26 and a 6.4 as a triple overhead while a whitewater is rolling towards them.
Yeah, and all of them are out of position for that, as a wave like that, kind of the bigger mega sets that come through are not really the scoring potential waves they're looking for either. They're just kind of those big waves that tend to take everyone off guard, because you can see where it broke in comparison to where in the reference to the lineup these surfers are sitting. That one just took everyone out as another one comes.
Everyone looking to just kind of scratch through. Surfer in white has first priority with, green has first priority with white in second priority. They'll have to duck dive this wave. Our surfer in white, Carla, representing Spain, born and raised in Bilbao, now lives for the last few years in La Santa in Lanzarote, which is a great island off of the coast with some really kind of waves of consequence for her to be surfing in day after day. A perfect location to be growing up as a surfer, a lot of good coastline, a little bit more to kind of do behind the scenes, but the majority of, people living there, they're going to be surfers. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for her to just be in the water, to be surfing in waves that have, those reef breaks that are a little bit slabby, that have a little more consequence when it comes to not just having sand underneath, but having some of that volcanic rock as well. So for her at a young age to be moved to a location like that is great for her surfing future. As we take a look at Aurora, hooks into this wave, big down carve underneath the lip, and she's looking for that 5.26, but hopefully we'll be building on maybe that 2.67 at the moment. That was a big takeoff and just kind of got herself out of that situation of those closeouts as well.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice to see her have the ability to draw up a little bit and then back down, but I think the wave more so just closed out quicker than she was expecting, and that was just her response to the closeout of the wave. As we see more sets on the horizon.
The sets are certainly pulsing in. We've also got that tide pushing now. It's going to be peaking around 1 p.m. this afternoon. It's only it's now 8 a.m., an hour into competition as we're about to round out our third heat of the day. And with this, I feel like this is kind of our warning sign that it's going to continue pulsing through to that high tide. Tia now up and riding, having dropped an 8 as her high score in the heat so far. Well composed as she throws a lot of spray off the top of that one. Big frothy section. She's just going to duck out quickly. That sort of safety position as well. Arms in quick. And a surfer that's had the opportunity to spend a lot of time growing up in different countries around the world, surfing some of those heavy waves, like that in Tahiti, our Olympic venue at Tehupo. She's been putting in a lot of time at waves like that, knowing that that is the future of surfing. As we take a look at Carla, she's going to duck out of that wave, looking to try and improve her position in second. And we're waiting for that last score of green. It's a 2.73 for that single turn. So Rachel, like you said, had she been able to kind of draw off the bottom and hook herself into it a little bit better, then maybe she could have been looking at the score that she needed for that last wave of the Brazilian. And a small score on the board for last of Carla out of Spain. That's not going to factor into her situation.
Yeah, a 2.73 does go into Aurora's top two, but it doesn't lessen that requirement, because her highest score being that 3.07, she needs to improve upon that in order to decrease that requirement of the 5.26. And Tia getting her third score dropped, and it's a great score for everyone else in their score line, but not going to go into her score line.
Just a 6.67. Not going to build on the 7 or the 8 that she has so far. Down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Big sets kind of rolling through. Water looking a little bit wild out there. Kind of almost gives you the feeling that it should be really cold and these surfers are charging in kind of, waves that they should have like a full wetsuit on with maybe a hood and kind of coming out bundled up, but it's the exact opposite out in the lineup.
Yeah, surfers are putting bags of ice on their face to try and jumping straight into ice baths just to cool themselves off.
45 seconds remaining. We'll see if anyone's able to get into one more wave to finish out our opening heat for main round 2. So for each of these surfers, they've already competed in one heat. They advanced through in those top 2 positions. So they've been successful so far. Now we'll be seeing 2 of them relegated into that repecharge round, which is a great opportunity for them to have more heats to surf through to try and get back into that grand final with the medal round on the line later this week. On the 12th, we've got a big week of surfing ahead of us. Still 6 more days after today, day 3 of competition. 9 days in total to run through enough heats to give 441 surfers 2 opportunities in a double elimination format. As we take a look at Carla on the buzzer, she is up and riding. This wave is going to count, and she goes for a big re-entry. Can't hold on to the finish, but based off the strength of her biggest 2 scores, she's going to be sitting in that 2nd place position.
Yeah, I like her staying busy just until the end and doing everything that it takes. Tia taking this one on her belly in. That was a great heat for her. And one of the only surfers so far that has been able to actually have a heat both at Bocana and Sunzal, because she's surfing those double divisions. So she will go in, review that, and she should be proud with the scores that she was able to drop.
Yeah, another impressive heat total. 15 points on the board for Tia Zebrowski out of France. And a great result for Carla Morena from Spain out of Lanzarote, and putting together a couple great scores as well. She'll be advancing through in the top 2. When we return, we'll have New Zealand, Chinese Taipei, South Africa, and Nicaragua hitting the lineup, and we will have Paul Evans with Barton Lynch in the booth to call the action. More right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. Right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find a wave. There's a right place to enjoy your passion. Like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacer sentir especial. Partimos olas, volcanes, pues históricos y te aseguramos experiencias 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra de más anfitriones por kilómetro grado que cualquier otro país del mundo. Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to Surf City. ISA World Juniors in town. And a massive 10 days of competition. Day 3 has roared to life with swell on tap. Big performances from the likes of Tia Zebrowski right there out of France. Absolutely ripping massive numbers again, as we've come to appreciate already in this event. And enjoying the action we've seen this morning. Here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, BL, Barton Lynch. Morning, mate.
Morning, mate. South Africa up and riding.
Swinging here, Louise Lepront, the South African. The goofy, nice measured pace to this off the bottom, and then a hook in the pocket, throws up some spray. The control is nice, and it's smooth as well. Little whip down to finish, and she's not done yet. She'll just carve this shoulder. Good way to kick things off, just 20 minutes, and that proverbial strong start worth its weight in gold, mate. Look at these conditions.
So is worth its weight in gold. We've seen that all through the day yesterday. You know, people who got the early start got a couple of scores that they could keep early, held on to their leads. We saw Tia Zebrowski do exactly that in that last heat.
You look at the surf, you make a quick snap assessment. What are your goals? What are you aiming at? You're surfing a heat out here, you're going for a free surf. What are you trying to do? Well, essentially, let's make it simple, right? What are we trying to do out here?
You know, the immediate focus is on the start. That's really, you know, as a coach, that's really all you can concentrate on. No one knows what's going to happen at the 10 or the 15-minute mark in a heat, as we see the replay here. Great opening ride, good wave selection, stayed open. That wave went at a nice pace that allowed her to get up and down in it. And, you know, you'd be looking for just that, wouldn't you, really, as a starting point? It's not going to be a great, a really big score, an excellent score, but it's definitely going to be something that'll put some pressure on your opponents.
It looks like the speed carves could be a good point scoring maneuver already. There are lips out there to hit. It can be tricky to do that, but don't necessarily need to go fully take on that lip. We've seen Tia go excellent. Just a beautiful carving with speed and power.
Yeah, she's got a performance level that sort of sits above a lot of people her age.
quite an incredible talent, and we were having a chat off air about the power of European surfing, and we both see that, growing immensely in the last couple of years, and we can see in the next 2 to 5 years, watch out, it could be their decade.
Really interesting to see those national stories unfold here. Let's set this heat up. We're looking at the Kiwi Indy Lee Riddell. She's from New Zealand. Huai Pen Chen from Chinese Taipei. Louise Laplante, who we saw in action on that left from South Africa. Maxima Rezano from Nicaragua. That's our 4 surfers in the water. Girls under 16, the second heat of that particular part of the draw, and the first time we've seen them live in action this morning. So we have some surfers doing double duty, but obviously this is the younger of the surfers. And speaking of one of the young, outstanding global talents from this division, Tia Zabrowski is standing by for a chat.
That's right, Paul. Another great performance. 15-point heat throw, Tia. Felicitación. Congratulations. Waves are pumping out there. It's no surprise that La Bocana always offers big sections. How were you able to manage to find an 8 and a 7 out there, though?
My 7 was in my first wave. I just surf and try my best, and yeah.
When you got the copper medal here a few years ago, it wasn't as big as today. This wave moves a lot, and constant motion is something that is almost necessary out there. How are you able to manage to find the right peak out there that suits your surfing?
I don't know. I'm just surfing a lot. I love this spot, so yeah, I don't know. I just surf and try to take some good waves.
Well, it's worked out. Talk to me about your equipment now. It's a 5'6" Johnny Cabianca. How does this board feel in comparison to your regular shortboard?
I use this board when the waves are big and pumping like that. I just surfed this board like 5 times, and I really like it, so I just surf this one.
What kind of fin setup do you have for this wave too? It's a little larger. I see that you have some Merrick Tech Flex in there.
Yeah, it's an Almeric Futures large because I really like big fins. It makes me like doing big spray and big carves, so yeah.
Anything you would like to say back home?
Yeah. Coucou tout le monde, merci de regarder cette série. Je vous aime très fort et puis j'essaierai de faire encore mieux demain et puis voilà.
Felicitación, Paulie. Not every day you get to see some 13-year-old ride large fins out there.
Yeah, and riding them to great effect. Amazing in the interview again. She said she wants to do better tomorrow. She just dropped an 8 and a 7 BL. She sets really high standards for herself, and she's got the surfing to do that. She's incredible.
Oh, she's a superstar of the future. It's a performance level that's so beyond what we've seen for a 13-year-old before. But then you see her in the interview, and you go, "Oh, she is 13." You know, when these little kids, young kids, are out in the ocean, they just appear so much bigger and so much stronger and confident. And then when they're on land and you see them in the interviews, you see the age come through, and it's fresh. She's got a lot of potential.
Really enjoying watching her surf and what she's been able to do competing here. She'll be growing in confidence as well. I've been watching her surf quite a bit this winter, actually. She lives in the same town as me. We've had quite big swell. You might have seen people doing their step-offs and big waves up in Hossegor, but in Capitan, it's every day. It's been super consistent between the jetties. It's quite crowded, and she is just paddling through that pack, straight back, top of the peak, bang, every set just ripping. And there's, people just basically watching her go about her business, and she is absolutely, like, the training that she does, the preparation, her sort of zest for getting waves every day. It's cold in winter, right? I mean, she spent a lot of her early years in Tahiti, so she's used to the tropics.
Yeah.
It's hood, it's gloves, it's all of that stuff, hooded 5 mils. It doesn't bother her at all. She's
Makes
on fire.
surfing easier when you go somewhere else, eh? You take off the rubber. You would feel that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you feel like you've just been let out of jail, right?
Yeah.
Take the wetsuit off, get the chunks on.
Out of neoprene jail.
So surfers getting instructions from Manny, the beach marshal.
Great man, Manny. Great to have him involved every time we come here to El Salvador.
Numbers
Local
in for
legends.
Numbers in for the South African Louise Laplante. Decent stuff, 5.37 and 4.83 for her. Just carving those lefts. Saw that one wave during the interview. The pace from her looks really measured, and she doesn't seem to be forcing it too much, and it feels like you don't have to, Button.
Yeah, I mean, the 4.83, I think, was an indication to her that she needed to push a little harder. And then on the 5.37, we saw her push those inside turns a little bit harder. The score went up, so there's some good information there for her, and she knows that, you know, as the event goes on, you need to start putting more and more in. Indy Lee Riddell, we saw her wave as well in the interview, and it was a lovely combination of turns on the inside that collected her the highest score of the heat so far, a 5.5.
Quick wave for Hui Pen there. A little insider. It kind of backed off when she took it, and then it went double up on the inside. She couldn't connect to that. She'll do some duck dive work. We'll watch a set cap out the back. And again, this swell so consistent, just pulsing. And right now with those clean conditions, it looks absolutely dreamy. That drone view showing that peak, it just looks like, makes you want to surf.
It does make you want to surf. And when we first started looking at it, it felt like it was a little bit smaller than yesterday today, but and meant to come up a little later in the day and overnight again. So you're constantly getting these little pulses of swell. But then when you see those bigger sets like that one, and then you see the ladies on the wave face, you go, wow, actually it's still got plenty of size.
Plenty of energy out there here at Surf City, an aptly named spot with a ton of breaks up and down. We've got a couple of them that we're using here. This is our podium number 1, La Volcana, our principal venue. Most of the scores, the majority of the scores have been coming on the left. There's been some good rights ridden too. And it is picking up all of this swell and looking very orderly this morning in terms of the way this face is tapering down, offering a chance for surfers to go through their repertoire and really express themselves. And if you've been waiting a couple of days to surf, maybe feeling a little nervy, the more junior the competitors, the young ones, it'd be great just to surf and get some waves.
Absolutely. And then, you know, with regard to the direction you choose to go in the morning with the light winds, the beautiful offshore, the lefts have been the choice. And depending on the direction of that wind, in the afternoons, those right-handers come into effect at La Volcana because you know, the wind's coming out of that southeast. You kind of get that good, clean face.
Just on the subject of those, you know, we talked a little about Europe and the push from them. Just thinking of South Africa, it's consistently been a powerhouse nation, surfing going all the way back.
To the 70s. Yeah.
Incredible level of talent from that country. If you go over there and visit, you're kind of blown away by how good the standard is. And yet, relative to some other countries, maybe things like travel a little bit more difficult. Then there's a few logistical things making it a little bit tougher for the South Africans.
And particularly the exchange rate. You know, you end up at a point where it's like 15 to 1. You know, it was 7 or 8 to 1, you know, so your loaf of bread that's $5 is 35 or whatever when you go to America. So I really feel like, you know, strong domestic tours are important. I know people are working on that over there to try and create those opportunities. Shout out to Colin Fitch. He's you know, someone's tireless worker for surfing in that part of the world, in Africa. And then, you know, when you've got those exchange rates that are so against you, it's a lot of money to travel overseas, not only the flights, but then you get there and the food's 7 times to your dollar or more. It really stings. So I think that has a lot to do with their ability to travel internationally as well, and impacts.
Great to see Louise doing well so far in this one. Just under 8 minutes to go in this heat. The 5.37 is the second high score, actually. Indy Lee, surfer from New Zealand, with that 5.5 locked in. That's decent.
Yeah, and that's a, you know, the 10.20 total is a great total to have, you know, in the first half of your heat. Sets you up to be in a position where you can focus on your wave selection and get better waves and make it easier to push those scores up. The quality of the wave that you ride, it's like an artist with a canvas. The better the canvas, you know, the better the paint, the better your equipment, the better chances you are of putting on a nice display. Smaller left here, but good shape on this one, Paul.
Really nice shape for Maxima. What she got, patient down the bottom of the wave and then just waited maybe too long to go up and take on the lip.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for a second turn there, and that would have, you know, given, that's not going to be a score that's going to match anything of the surfers in first and second. So down to the bottom of the priority roster, a little paddle back out, but it can, you know, fortunately that paddle's not too long.
Yeah, there were points on offer there. Maybe just feeling the nerves, just a little bit tentative. Everything gets a little stiff, does it? The shoulders stiffen up and the mind itself. Let's check out a late entry. Louise Lepront of South Africa, the heat leader, swoops back on this takeoff peak and sets up again. Looking for this wall now. And she's got a good read on that lip and jams one.
Interesting turn, wasn't it?
The way she timed that into it, yeah.
turned under the lip, really.
How's that going to go with the panel, you think?
I mean, there was an opportunity to be a little more committed, wasn't there? And at a point where you've got a 4.83 and a 5.37, you may as well have hit that lip and really gone for something. I don't know that wave's going to improve on what she's already had, and the opportunity to improve on what she's already had was with that inside section.
Almost as if she was in that sort of carving mindset, rather than doing a lip turn, and then by the time she got there, realised and tried to kind of change it. Maybe a late decision. Let's see where this goes with the panel. She was in the lead prior to that anyway. She might improve and put a little more distance. Meanwhile, Indy Lee's got priority. Looks like she's got a bomb here. Great position from her on the backhands. And she drives down the line. Really nice, clean style. And then just whips one, carves down, stays in that pocket. Steepest part of the action, keeping the board alive.
Wow.
Whips one around, but gets a little too much of it and unweights the rail. So she went pretty fast. She went quite far. Didn't do loads of damage, though, but it will count for her as a score.
Yeah, it'll solidify that second place. Looking for the 4.7. Most probably without the completion. It's going to come in a little bit under that, you would imagine. Judges still considering the last of the South African as well.
Great looking style from her, really clean, quite upright.
Yeah.
Generally, though, you know, that style looks really pleasing to the eye, but felt like she was quite upright even on the bottom turn, and it kind of makes it hard to open up the body from that position.
Yeah, you become unstable, don't you, from that position? You know, if you're compressing in and you're down low and you've got a good bend in your knees, those knees are able to shock absorb the bump on the wave face and help you control the speed. It's a powerful ocean here. I remember that I came last year for the first time to El Salvador, and the conversation was around the Hawaii-like power. And I kept hearing that, and I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm sort of thinking, yeah, sure, you know. I paddled out one afternoon with Mitchell Salazar, and we're paddling out, and first duck dive, this thing lurches up on the inside right on top of me. And as I duck dive, it lands on me and rips my board out of my hands. And I went, oh, okay, I get it. There is a lot of power in these waves, you know. Yeah. Facing pretty much directly into the south here, so we get a lot of swell and all of the energy that's in that swell.
Pack in a real punch. These youngsters got to try and figure that out. All right,
best score of the heat so far.
Louise Lapront, the 6.03. We were just wondering how they would particularly score that last turn.
They liked it. It was critical. It was in the pocket. It'd be great to see a replay of that one and see where those points came from. Still considering the second score of Indy Lee.
Yeah, almost. If you think about degree of difficulty on the scale, almost like she made it a little bit hard for herself, but then recovered, maybe something along those lines. But a good number for her, and she's consolidated her position. She's been surfing well, she's been carving, and she's in the lead. Meanwhile, Rezano with a bomb, a little mid-face here. She's nice and patient. There's a quick redirect snap, then a little wiggle. Off the bottom she goes, a fluffy section to try and tag with the fins and the tail, and comes a cropper.
Board looked great underneath her feet, didn't it? Really sensitive. Every time she moved, the board was right there with her. Unfortunately, not getting up on that whitewater. That end section, sometimes it's kind of a part of your wave, and at other times it comes at you, and it kind of came at her then, and that when that whitewater converges from both sides, really difficult to complete.
2.5 on the clock in this. The South African Louise Lapront has built on a pretty decent position, the 6.03. She just locked that in. She's in second priority as well at the moment. Think about surfers needing to make a move. One of them, Maxima Rezano, she needs a number. It's quite hefty, 6.7. Hwai Pen Shen is looking for 8.3. That's because the numbers come in for Indy Lee. Surfer out of New Zealand, her last wave of 4.03. And without doing major damage, just the fact that the wave was a bomb and she had nice control, a couple of maneuvers, and 4, a solid number just to make that legit, 9.5, and she'll be feeling a lot better with just a couple on the clock now.
Absolutely. Yeah, the couple minutes part just surprised me. I looked up and went, wow, that went fast. It would have went faster for the girls in the water. And again, this heat has spoken to the advantages of that early start that you mentioned.
Just try and get a wave in the first set, if at all possible, and then look to build from there. And so many times we've seen that pay dividends as a tactic for our surfers. I guess everyone's planning on going out there and get a wave. You've got to try and find one. Last couple of minutes, 90 seconds, you need a score. He might not be in a favourable priority position, and things can get pretty tough. The good news for Hwai Pen, she does her first priority, but she needs to go excellent. It's going to be tough to do. She has a look here.
Oh, did she lose the priority there? She had a look at it, not necessarily a paddle, but a look. Yeah, she did lose the priority, so that puts her in a very difficult position. Good size set coming. Might catch our surfers inside. South African trying to get to the shoulder of it. Not quite there. Could have maybe chipped in, but she doesn't need to take a risk. She's got the first priority now, and in second place with the second priority. She's got to make sure that their opponents don't get anything of value and they'll walk through.
Yeah, just to pick that up, you wondered about the priority. So the difference between kind of looking at a wave and having a legit paddle, our priority judge is going to decide, did she paddle in earnest for the wave?
Yeah, and you know, it's always a fine line. And in the early stages of that coming into play, that the hand on the nose became the way of managing it. You put one hand on the nose, you paddle with one arm while you're looking, and then if you want to revert to the two-arm paddle, you do, but it's the way you buy yourself time to assess the situation. And you can see first and second just making their way over. 10 seconds to go. Great heat from Louise and Indy Lee.
Yeah, very well surfed indeed. And not trying to do too much, not trying to overcook it, oversurf it, finding good scores and actually improving as well. That 6 from Louise in particular. Just building up her number throughout this one. Good job by LaPrance and also Indy Lee Russell. That'll wrap things up. As we watch this carve in action, we'll go to a quick commercial break. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador, right after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to live coverage of the ISA World Juniors. We're looking at the pumping swell. And we're looking at a great takeoff from Sky Suet here out of Hawaii, just ripping this thing. Small in stature, big on power and style and aggression. Love it, Barton.
Yeah, what a great start. What, that was nearly triple overhead on the drop into a nice snap in the pocket. The foam just exploded all around her. She came out with ease, made it look like controlled in a situation that was quite dramatic.
Well, there's that classic strong start from Sky already. She finds herself in a heat with the American, Olivia Stora, also Miliani Simon from Tahiti, Chiara Bagoni as well from Chile, and a left bombing through. Here goes Simon, surfer out of Tahiti. A nice control from her. She just carves her way down the face and then gets a chop, just grabs the fins, and unfortunately she was looking at a big finish there. She was backing herself to go into the lip, but the wave had other ideas, but already showing this heat, showing us we've got some surfers in the water with a little bit of swag about them, a bit of attitude. I love it.
Yeah, straight off the bat, it felt like that as well. Confident, a start to the heat.
So just 20 minutes to go out and get a couple of scores, curry the favour of our judging panel who watch on and assign numbers for surfing. Obviously scoring out of 10 two ways gives you a total out of 20. 2 surfers advance and stay in this side of the draw. 2 heads of repechage, so we're not eliminating anyone today. An absolute bomb feathering and unloading out the back, and there'll be some some
duck
diving to deal with.
That's a big set, isn't it? And the third one out there looks even bigger. great conditions here, the consistency of this place. I've been, as I said, this is only my second trip here, but I've never seen it under 3 feet, 3 to 4 feet. So that's a gift for running events, and then we've noticed in these opening 2 days, the consistency of the sets provides everyone with opportunity. I haven't seen a commentated or seen a heat where the surfers all haven't had an ample opportunity to get scores, and that's all you can ask for in a competitive location,
I mean, it's so hard. You pick an event and you pick a location. You think, okay, this is the season. We're going to do these dates, and it's just an arbitrary. It's way in advance.
You're a year in advance.
You could be the best spot in the world in the best season, but it doesn't mean there's going to be good waves. And you travel across the world. You come for your heat, and how many times have we seen it looking a little underwhelming? This place just absolutely delivering. It seems every day. It just seems like we don't even need to really think about what the waves are going to be like the next day. We kind of know there's going to be energy. We know there's going to be opportunities. So cool to see it. There's the South African squad. They're stoked. Their surfer put in a really good performance in that last heat. Louise Lepront ripping out there. And we're looking at Sofia Artieda right now from Peru, getting some instructions.
How classic was that? He knew he didn't want to be in the shot and who they wanted to get in the shot. That young lady psyching up. Peru got such a professional approach within their team, as do most of the teams, but it's been fantastic to watch nations like Peru embrace surfing, see the opportunity to build careers for the kids and create a national sport out of surfing, and it's had an impact in Peru. It's having an impact here in El Salvador as well.
Down towards 15 minutes now, just that first right-hander from Sky Suet, 3.5 for her. Miliani Simon got a 1.67. Here's a bomb for Olivia Storer, the American. There she goes, flying down the face. And then a big carve all the way back, a little too far back. The wave went soft, the board got away from her, and she goes down.
You would consider, under 16s, you would consider going to a step-up style of surfboard. It sounded like Tia Zabrowski did that in her interview. It's a board I ride when the waves are bigger, and the waves are bigger. Sky Suet.
An absolute bomb again from her. Goes straight down it and then just gets consumed by a big rumble of white water. The pin drop from her. Doesn't want to get blasted too far in. She wants to get underneath that white water and try and put herself in a position where she can just pop back through and get in the lineup straight away and try and improve on her total. Let's have another look at this. This was right early on.
She kind of got tangled up a little bit on the takeoff, but as you can see, a big open face, and then all of that white water sort of came from behind her, and she just handled, looked so confident and comfortable. Growing up in Hawaii, waves of this size. Well, look, that is triple overhead, really, isn't it? So big faces out there today. Sky looking comfortable, using that experience from the powerful oceans of the North Shore of Oahu.
I love that under the lip snap. She realised the wave was backing off. It's just going to be one quick turn. It was a really good one. Here's a look at Olivia Storer driving down the line now. She's got a ton of speed. What's she going to do with it? She's still trucking through to this beefy inside section. And a clip down puts her high. She does pretty well to ride out that, actually. And then back in off the white water. If she'll hang on here, so close. But again, going down on the finish.
There's always that conversation about completed or not, and whether the complete... Oh, here we go. I'll get to that in a minute.
Pagoni here, wow, all the way around the house. Very nice and compact, gathers it well. And then tags one. And a similar kind of thing. That white water's got a lot of power to it, and it's proving tricky for these surfers to hang on.
Yeah, it's coming at them from both sides, and at that moment of all of that energy coming together, you need to be really low. You either need to hit that lip early and get away and in front and stay in front, because once you're tangled up in it, it's a really difficult thing to get out of, and it does impact the scores dramatically, which is where I was going to go before. For me, if something's happened on a wave, it can't be ignored. It's a part of the overall presentation, completed or not. It's a part of your performance, a part of that wave. And so for me, I don't necessarily live and die on the completions to that degree that they do at the World Surf League level these days. And if something's happened like that little foam climb into the whitewater at the end of that ride for Bogoni, it's got to be considered because it's a part of the performance.
Some of the foul completions in the last heat. Louise Lepront is standing by for a chat with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, Lulu with another great heat. Congratulations into the main round once again. Let's talk about the home of the right surf, though. You come to a place where there's only right-hand point breaks, and as a goofy footer, you get to surf a left. How cool was it?
It's so cool. I love surfing a left. As a goofy footer, everyone wins lefts out there. Yeah, I'm super stoked to make it through to the main round still, and I'm just going to push and try to stay in it.
Proud South African, but I want to talk about your equipment. Graham Smith, one of the greatest shapers in the world, and he's really working with a lot of the juniors within South Africa. What kind of equipment are you riding today?
Well, I am riding, not my step up, but one of my main boards. It was actually my backup board, but in the free surf, I was riding it and it just felt too good, so just put it into the work.
All right, anything you want to say back home before you let you go?
Thanks, guys, for staying up and watching my heat. See you in the next one.
Thanks, Lulu. Congratulations.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mitchell. Yeah, she's absolutely stoked. Goofies love a left. I mean, everyone likes to go forward, but I feel like Goofies like left. Just that little bit extra.
But as a goofy, the backhand has always been the primary asset of most goofy footers throughout history, and for some reason, the backhand of the goofy footers always looks pretty special, and there's some big points in that type of performance. So we like the forehand for the tube rides and the open face cars, but on the backhand, I feel like it's sometimes easier to get points that way.
Greatest goofy backhand of all time. Who's your faves?
Well, obviously Wayne Lynch from the early days. You know, Wayne Lynch was a big influence on me, and his approach to the vertical nature of surfing was revolutionary at that point in time.
To really go vert backhand.
Yeah, well, that's Ralph Arnez as well. You know, won at Bells Beach way back when. And so there's been, but for me, I have to go with Mark Occhilupo. It's, you know, as a kid, he's a couple of years younger than me, Ock, and we came through together, and at 16, he was maybe the best 16-year-old there's ever been, I would say. He was incredible. You see footage of him then. It was World Tour standard when he was 16, and the J-Bay surfing that he has done is still the benchmark, still referred to and regarded so highly. And then even when he is kind of the person that they're always referring to when they're talking about backhand.
Still referenced. It's just incredible.
Yeah, still referenced. And Damien Hardman as well. Damien Hardman's the most underrated world champion and professional surfer maybe of all time. An incredible surfer, and his backhand was amazing as well.
Two world titles.
2 world titles, yeah, 87, 91. And, you know, an incredible competitor and an amazing backhand surfer. Ziggy McKenzie there. Grew up in Bali. Dad's, parents Australian, representing Australia here, but a lot of experience in the beautiful lefts of the Bukit Peninsula.
Ziggy getting ready to go out and do battle for surfers in the water to advance and stay in the draw here. Surfers in 3rd and 4th head to repechage, which means a little bit more work to do, a few more heats to surf. The ideal is to stay in this part of the draw.
Yes, 100%. I mean, it's if something happens and you find yourself in the repechage round, that's where you are, and you've got to stay positive about that. But the longer you're in the main round, the less heats you're going to have to surf in the end.
Just still on that goofy kind of backhand. The other thing with Occhi as well, it makes him it's quite hard to imitate. You see a lot of surfers and their style, and everyone's kind of trying to do it. It's quite hard to surf like Occhi. I mean, how do you imitate his backhand? Can't really do it, can you?
Well, it's his genetic makeup, his stature, his size, the way his body is, those legs. Tommy Carroll, very similar, two of the most powerful surfers ever. In a similar generation. And then the question that fascinates me becomes, is there a natural footer whose backhand is referred to or thought of in the same context as a goofy? And maybe there's not, which is an odd thing. And nowadays, as we see paddling on the inside, Bogoni not quite getting that one, and put herself in a precarious situation as we see a big set on the outside, but there's another opportunity on the inside for her.
Here goes Begoni, trying to make amends for missing that wave, and she'll carve one down. And maybe the whitewater will get this, help this thing to stand up. It doesn't. That one kind of bends and goes out to sea. Meanwhile, outside, a bomb. Priority is with Miliani Simon, surfer out of Tahiti. An absolute bomb for her. Carved down. Look at the speed she holds through a tricky section.
Wow.
Nice spray as well. Good aggression. Snapped again in that steepest part of the wave. Once more, and she's keeping that board alive. This is a bomb way, way over her head, and she's swinging again in a really nice finish. Brilliant surfing from the Tahitian.
Wow. Fantastic wave selection, great positioning, and right there with her opponents, so no one else was going to get that while she had that first priority. So she managed the line up really well, positioned for the takeoff really well, and things just got better from there. Multiple turns. Critical fluid flow, don't you think? Like the way she went, one turn into the next. We'll see it here on the replay. Drops down, and it's a big open face. And at the first you think, oh, looking a little bumpy underfoot. But here she really starts to just find her groove on this wave, going for essing from rail to rail, turns out of the top. I thought that was the last turn, but there was a section in front, and then miraculously here gets in front of the whitewater and makes it where we've seen many others get, wipe out when that whitewater converges. So a fantastic ride. I can't wait to see the score of it. Potentially feels like the best wave of the heat by quite some distance. But the turns were a little out on the wave face. It wasn't quite tight to the pocket, and so that may impact the score a little bit.
I mean, if you're just scoring the wave, a beautiful wave, just ran all the way through, nice and steep. It looked great to watch.
As the way, and in my coaching, when you're doing drills with kids, I always judge the wave itself and look at the wave and go, well, that was an 8. Was how I feel about that wave. That was an 8 as a wave, and then you kind of got the opportunity to go, well, you surfed it up, you surfed it down, did you maximise the opportunities in it? We are in the under 16 ladies here, and she did everything she needed to do to get a good score.
She's definitely going to improve her standing in this heat. Before that score coming in, sitting in 4th, 1.91 the requirement to move up to an advancing position. Under 5 minutes now. Pretty low score in this one overall. Let's see. We get a little more quality from the likes of Sky Suet in position here, having a hard paddle and won't quite get on, and priority will go as well. Look at this wave button.
Well, that was a disappointing loss of priority, and down to 3rd from 1st. And when you do that without catching a wave, and you've got 4 minutes, she's got, here it is, a 5, 6, 7. And that score is reflective of where those manoeuvres were and how they were distanced from the tight breaking part of the wave. So some points left on that one, but still best wave of the heat, takes her into the lead, and a lot of work to do with 4 minutes for all of the other ladies.
Couple of points left in terms of the potential of what the wave had, but the flip side of that, she was in last place. She had a 1.
Yeah.
And if you go attack and try and do that, the greatest turn you've ever done, and fall, you're still going to be in last place. So actually kind of smart with hindsight.
Competitively smart, a 100%, because you don't want to, there's no use being on the 8 and falling and turn it into a 2 or a 1. And, she was on a great wave, basically turned it into a high 5. And it's the best wave of the heat. All you got to do now with the 3.5 is find something to improve on the 167. Your job's done. For everybody else, they're looking for something. Everybody else needs 2 waves. Sky Suet, with that second best wave of the heat so far, has spent, and that happened in the opening minutes. So she has spent the next 15 minutes looking for something. Now from 4th priority, it's going to be a difficult ask to get another wave. And 158, 168 for your opponents underneath you in 3rd and 4th place. Scary times.
She's made that job just a little bit harder for herself with that cough up of priority. Meanwhile, here goes Stora, the American. What she got, great looking wave, drops straight down it, and then onto the shoulder. Redirects back to the white waters. It goes a little slopey. She's patient here. Nice little whip down, and now it will get steep. What she got, she cracked the whip here. That was nice. Throws a bit of spray and goes into the lip really late. And again, that board, you never like to see that. It looked.
She looks okay. That board looked like it came back and was going to, might have made contact with her head. So, 168, job done. into second place, you've got to consider. And then, Sky Suet's going to go down from an advancing position for the whole heat with 2 minutes to go. She just needs something else. There it is, a 4-1-0.
Really important number for Olivia, and pressure now on Sky Suet. Third priority, she just needs a 3-0-1. Looks like Chiara Bagoni, what she got here, right-hander, leans into her first turn and then widens up the stance and cracks it. Ooh. And then gets the little airdrop flow out of the lip. So asked a question of the panel. The Chilean throwing up arms, love that. The claim going in, she's feeling it. 4-0-1 the requirement, BL.
Let the teammates know how stoked she is.
Bang, here goes Stora. She's not resting on her laurels at the 4. She's going again. Some foam on the face. She wants rid of the backup. That's the 2-4, so things are fired up a bit here.
And we just saw the result of the paddle and loss of priority for Sky Suet. And both of her opponents, who are in a lower priority rotation, 3rd and 4th place, both getting rides of consequence. With the priority, Sky could have ridden either of those waves and put herself into a solid 2nd place.
Final minute here. Final minute. We're waiting for a number to come in for Bagoni. 4-5-3 the requirements. That's because Olivia Stora just got a marginal improvement there, 2-9-3. So smart from her, straight away working on a backup, just putting a little more distance, making it a little bit more numerically more challenging for surfers, chasing her down. 40 seconds for Sky Suet. She's got 2nd priority now, a little glimmer of hope. She needs a wave 3-5-4 is the requirement for her. So really similar to the first wave she took the start of the heat. When she got that wave at the beginning, we're thinking, game on here, she looks great. She's got that wave in the opening minute. Nothing since then.
That's exactly how it felt at that point in time, and I'm sure she felt like that too. Well, there's a 3-5. It's not something I want to keep, and I've got plenty of time to get rid of it, but at least, it gets me on the board. Here she goes. What's going to happen here, Paul?
Opportunity. Look at this stuff. She's given herself a shot. 3-5-4 the requirement into a steep section. Nice jam off the top, and she covers some grounds, and she's feeling it too. So it's exactly what she needed to do, is get a wave and ask a question of the panel, and it'll be with them now. We'll compare that to the 3-5 that she got. It's a similar order.
Much bigger wave, but that last turn, lucky she got that last turn in, because without that, it was definitely not going to be the score she needed. But a 3-8-5, so the call to 4. A few judges have to go to a 4 on this. First turn, there wasn't a lot in that turn. Second turn, there was something in that of consequence. She liked it, jumps off the board. We're looking at a few replays here. This one went a little flat on the face early, but it was in here where the work was done. Is any of this, here we go, this inside section. Oh, that's the 4-1. Lucky to escape without injury. Look at the score for this one, mate. 2 backhand turns for a 5-8-7.
Wow.
That's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say.
It really has a banger for Bagoni.
Wow.
5-8-7, highest score of the heat. That's why we saw the double claim and hold the phone. Late drama in this one. We love it. 4-2-3 drops in for Sky Suet. And right at the end of that heat, the drama coming through. We had that priority from Sky. She lost that. Then we had waves from the chasing pack, and we thought, we know where this is heading, but hang on. That's the cool thing about surfing. A couple of waves come through, a little bit of energy, and surfers good enough to stay calm, to execute, and the judges rewarding them. How cool is that?
Didn't see Bagoni coming from 4th to 1st on that right hander, but 2 big backhand turns. The judges love that, we know that, and there's the results right there.
Drama down in the last minute, last 30 seconds really of that. Well done, Chiara Bagoni of Chile gets 1st place. We'll get an interview from her with Mitch. And Sky Suet, the young Hawaiian, very well done indeed. Entertaining stuff here at Surf City, El Salvador. World Juniors continues right after the break.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion. like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Team debrief on the rocks for the Americans. And that heat just completely flip-flop drama at the end. And somehow surfers chasing numbers just maintained their coolness and their calm and found scores. And sometimes that's the way it goes down. And you just got to debrief on that if you're a surfer on the wrong end of the way that happened and figure out what you could have done a little differently, come back and fight another day. Been very entertaining to watch it go down, as we'll bring in a brand new quartet, having a look at Sofia Artieda of Peru, Francesca Arevalo from Colombia, Ziggy McKenzie from Australia, Maya Mateja from Mexico. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Barton Lynch, and this is entertaining, mate. We're loving watching this.
That was a wild heat, wasn't it? Who could have picked that? It was the full flip-flop, and in the end, third and fourth went to first and second, and those who had been sort of in the advancing positions and holding them down to third and fourth. It was a tough heat all around. And even in third and fourth, there's a lot of positives they could take.
I was going to ask you about that, actually. Takeaways, yeah. First of all, surfers that made it through, takeaways from them is don't count yourself out. You're still in it.
Yeah, exactly. Right to the very final horn.
And the surfers that didn't make it through, what will we say to them?
I would say get tighter to the pocket. There were points left on a couple of rides there from being out on the shoulder a little much, where if they were a little tighter to the pocket, they could have squeezed those little bits of extra points out of the waves they were on, and that could have made the difference.
Sometimes you don't get opportunities, not much you can do about that, but when you do get opportunities, you've really got to try and maximise them.
And you know, whether you agree with the judging or not, whether the coaches agree with the judging or not, that's irrelevant. What you need to do is understand the reasons why and find areas for your charges to improve. And I would think that, you know, just getting a little tighter to the pocket for both of those ladies in third and fourth would have made a little difference and put it, you know, we mentioned in the live call, would have added the 0.5 here, the 0.5 there, that in the end could be influential.
Still trying to think of natural footers on the backhand. We'll revisit that topic. That's a good question you pose there. You stumped me. In the meantime, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar, standing by with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, Chiara from Chile, another great heat. Low scoring, but really impactful right there at the end. You got the score, high five. What was going through your mind when you were paddling into that wave?
Well, I was really nervous because I didn't think I was going to make it. But once I was on the wave, I said, okay, this is it. It's all or nothing. So, yeah, I'm really glad it all worked out.
Only 14 years of age. You still have a couple extra years if you would like to in the U16s, but competing with these types of waves, does your motivation even add a little bit more knowing that you're competing in some really incredible surf?
Yeah, actually, I was really nervous because I was competing against like Hawaiians, Tahitians, and USA that are like really big countries on surfing. So I was confident. I was confident, but not so much. But it really motivates me that I passed this heat with really good surfers.
If you weren't confident before, you should be now. Muchas felicidades. Anything you'd like to say back home to Chile?
Nada, muchas gracias a toda mi familia y amigos que me están apoyando desde allá de Serena y Coquimbo. Y nada, esto es por ustedes y muchas gracias.
Viva Chile.
Viva Chile.
Thanks, Mitchell. We'll pick up live action here. An absolute bomb for Mateja out of Mexico. And she's super patient, just kind of outrides the avalanche there. And then eventually finds herself on the face just for a kick out though. But a bomb of a wave. Swell is not an issue this morning here, BL.
Shane Dorian there, the Hawaiian coach, has worked with the USA team in the World Surfing Games as well. So experienced. And his steely eye there, steely eye on things there. And you know what? The smile on Chiara's face just made me happy.
Before
she even spoke, the couldn't get the smile off. She was just beaming, and it was a good point. She was, again, powerhouse nations in surfing, and for Chile, that was an amazing last-minute buzzer-beater style victory for her.
Gosh, she did so well. And yeah, reputation, all that stuff doesn't matter, but put yourself on the best two ways, getting the scores, exactly what she did. She'll be delighted. Very well done to her. I'm not going to get many prizes for originality. I'm just going to throw out Andy Irons' backhand.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not saying it's stronger than his forehand, but
no, it's incredible.
You'd probably just go Andy Kelly, would you?
Yeah, it's just one of those things that if people ask you about backhand surfing, a natural footer doesn't come to top of mind for some reason, and that's maybe just a historic kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
it's so true.
The surfing of rights in a lot of events, so you see a lot of backhand surfing, or I'm not sure what it is, but somewhere in it.
On top of that, there's some all-time iconic natural footers, incredible, that you would say going left, I don't say a weakness, but not, well, yeah, a weakness relative to forehand. You know, there's some really, some amazing surfers that, for them, you can see it's not their preferred thing. A weird quirk, that is.
It is a weird quirk.
There's just too many
Quirk's
rights.
exactly what it is, Ziggy McKenzie.
There's too many rights in the world. Here goes Ziggy McKenzie on her left, and she is ripping here. Very good backhand. Look how crisp and sharp that is. The board just got so much extra squirt and speed. And by just kind of swinging around on backhand snaps, the board looks so alive. The surfing's really clean. A great surfer. I saw her she was surfing in the under-18s in an earlier round and just absolutely tore the wave apart here at El Sunzal. I was on a break and I was like, who's that? She's the spray she was throwing with the speed. Such a great promising surfer.
Yeah, and the backhand's tuned from, Uluwatu, Bingen, and those lefts that she surfed there over many years of her childhood. Not sure where her parents would be in the world. They travel a lot. But they're very proud of this young lady, and as you said, there was a crispness and a professionalism to the surfing here that's sort of beyond her years, and that wasn't a great wave, but the surfing she did on it will turn that into a score of consequence. I imagine it to be the best scoring wave of the heat so far.
Covering loads of ground with that speed, as you mentioned, just a slopier one, but
yes,
she's just able to generate that speed. That means spray. That creates a great visual impact for anyone who's a surfer. You can't help but watching the spray as a kind of a visual indication of how much power there is going down. Judges rewarded with a 4.33. So on pretty much a nothing wave, talking about surfing up the potential of a wave. It's exactly what she's done, and that's what you do in a heat. First place already in this with a couple of numbers, plenty of time, 10 minutes and 40 seconds set. A little bit down the beach. Who's in the spot here? Looks like Sophia was sort of towards the peak there, but not quite on it. Meanwhile, out the back, though, they've got some energy coming through.
And we haven't seen many right-handers surfed in the heats that we've called this morning, and interesting to see that the highest score of that last heat, the heat-winning wave, came on a right-hander. So perhaps the coaching staff would be going, hey, we don't only have to go left. Some of them rights are really valuable. And what the right does, it doesn't tend to taper off as quickly as the left does. It stays tall and allows big maneuvers.
Artieda with a great drop straight down, nice and vertical, then swoops back with good control, the Peruvian. And then that slopey face, she'll get another carve done. Feels like a good tactic if you don't have great priority, head over to the right rather than kind of wait patiently on the left. Get over there, see what you can find.
I would think, especially if you're down that priority roster and first, second and third are sitting and waiting for lefts, get some distance, move away. Always a good move. Here we go. Colombia.
Arevalo again, a bomb, and then she'll have to be patient as it sits down a bit this wave. She's just trying to stay in that steep part, staying close to the white water, don't get too far out in the face as it goes soft. Not much of an inside to get overly excited about for Francesca.
But the first wave get going, it's already been halfway through the heat, so you're nervous about that as well. You just want to surf.
Yeah, she's feeling a lot better about just getting her campaign going. Getting in that rotation, get moving as well. You sit there on your board, it feels like maybe the heat's going on around you a little bit. You just kind of got to get involved.
It's, I was always focused on the start. That was, the most important element. I wasn't thinking too far ahead, and I was just thinking about that positioning, managing my opponents. And, surfer on the inside has the right of way at the start. There is no priority at the start, so that positioning for the opening exchange is all important.
We know surfing's changed a lot in the last few decades. I mean, massively, almost unrecognizable in some departments. Has competing changed that much? Are surfers better at competing now relative to how good they surf? Or there was, you feel like there are a few wily characters around in the olden days?
There were wily characters around, and because of the desperate nature of things, there wasn't a lot of money, there wasn't a lot of opportunity. You had to make the most of those opportunities. And growing up in Australia in the late 70s, Australian club surfing and regional titles and that sort of thing was fierce, mate. You learned to, yes, what they say, swim or sink, and you had to really, you had to really want it, but you had to really be willing. And nowadays things are a little easier. So sometimes with priority as well, you don't have to be quite so forceful with things.
Here goes Artieda. She found herself a great wave here. Down the line energy from her. Snaps one with that great style. Look at the focus on this. Oh, really nice attack on the lip. And incomplete on that last turn. I love the intent.
Yeah, the under-16 team for Peru in the girls is powerful. Catalina Zaraquay and Brianna Barthelmess are both amazing young surfers, along with Sophia. They've got a really strong team in this division. Just
still on those competitive instincts, is that something that you can instill in someone, or how much of that is just kind of personality and the nature of the surf? Is it something you can pick up and work on?
100%. I feel like, I think I was known for my competitive prowess and my ability strategically. As we see a replay, we'll come back to that. Dropping down, the drone angles are great. They're one of the great additions to our broadcasts around the world. Beautiful inside turn attempt. That section was powerful. Was going to be a hard turn to make. I just love the fact that she went at it so aggressively into this last, see, quite wide from the section there, waits for it to catch up to her, and then goes for that last turn. Unfortunate that she didn't make that. 3-4-3 comes in as the score. It's still her best, so good signs into second place. So yeah, I think you can teach it. I think it can only, nobody wants to be the bad guy. It takes a courageous character and individual to be the bad guy.
Cartoon villain.
Yeah, in the show, and if you look at the WSL, Gabriel Medina is the Dark Knight. He's the villain of the show, of that particular show. And it can sting you. And if people really, I've always said, to win, you've got to be wanted to win. If you're, if there's not a storyline around you, some positivity, here we go, talk about positivity, quick in and out there for Maya, it becomes more difficult. So there's all these elements that come into play in a subjective sport. Ziggy McKenzie.
Absolute bomb for Ziggy here. Wow, that was a solid crack from her into the lip.
Yeah, wasn't it what?
She came in with speed, she hit it hard, tons of spray. She won't get a completion on that. And she's got just a little quiet in this, and realizing there, time's ticking away towards that 5-minute mark. She's in the lead, but without really significant numbers, and wanting to get something on the board. That was a bomb, though, one of the biggest sets we've seen come through. And we're seeing that in this heat. We saw it from Artieda. I love the audacity and the risk-taking. Not conservative surfing, no nursing turns. That's what we want to see. It's a really interesting point make by Gabriel there. It does seem a little bit like he's been a touch different lately. It's something different from what he used to be. Is he maybe relinquishing that? Because he seems much happier sort of character that we see on land, if we're reading into that and using that as an indication. He seems kind of stoked with where he is. So far this year anyway, not had the results. I mean, he's having kind of a shock of years. It'll be interesting to see how much that is due to his general overall vibes with life. Someone who's vibing on a right-hander here. Maya Mateja of Mexico. And working this thing over with a really smooth style. And not forcing the issue. That was a nice turn. Little redirect. Got the tail going out backwards. A bit of attitude. We don't mind that at all.
No, we do not. And rightly so. That was a well-selected wave. It had great pace, and that final turn really completed it.
Here goes the Colombian, Arevalo. As she waits patiently here, this one will run. And it will cup out, almost looking for a tube stance. Goes up into the float. She gets the ride over the roof. Turns into a kick out for her. So another long wave with some great speed involved in it. Doesn't get to really attack. 4-5-3 is the requirement. The number comes in pretty quick for her. Bombs out the back. Ziggy will go underneath this one. She's got priority. She's got 3 minutes or so. Meanwhile, Artieda, good looking wave here. What's she going to do? 371 is all she needs to go to first. Really nice read on the first section. And a nice backhand turn, just jamming back to the pocket. Deep bottom turn and a really good hit. And she doesn't hang on. And that would have been a huge number.
It was going to be a huge number. It was that first section was so beautiful. She did a wonderful turn in it. With a completion there, it would have been the best wave of the heat so far, I would call. Unfortunate, though, still in the second spot, so that's the good news. Whether that improves on the 2.83, I feel like there's a chance it actually does anyway. With the incompletion, here's the right-hander for Mexico. Nice little drift of the tail there. Continues to work her way down. It starts to grow in size down in here as the energy doubles up and she gets the turn, claims it on the shallow reef inside there. And look at how beautiful this wave is. Look at how beautiful that bottom turn was. Into the first turn. There was two things there. She may have left the bottom turn a little late, and then when the rail slipped in the bottom turn, it slowed her down even more, and consequently she got tangled up and didn't complete it. But her best score so far, 3.43.
2 minutes to go in this. Ziggy having a look at the right, doesn't go it. Realised that one had a little wobble on it and was going to go soft. She will continue to be patient here. She's still in the lead. But 7.13 the total. She'll want to work on that if at all possible. She doesn't need to currently, though. First place is what she holds down. She's been there for a while. Having another look, just admiring this technique.
Beautiful bottom turn. Great throw of the arms. Snaps right back to the pocket. Turn now. And then there's that little wobble in the rail that slowed things down. There was, and I suppose as well, when you see as the whitewater's converging, she was in front of it enough to be pushed out by it, not get tangled up, but her weight was so far over her front knee and her head and everything was sort of forward on the board, and she fell over the front, over the handlebars, so to speak. So could have stayed a little centered and would have made that.
Oh, Mackenzie has waited for a wave, and that's not what she wanted. So it just went a little wrong there from the takeoff. She'll go down a minute on the clock. She's still in the leads. Numbers are in for everybody. Well, it was just that last wave, which will be a throwaway. Meanwhile, here goes Artieda. And again, she looks so polished. Looking to emulate her namesake, world champion 2003, Sofia Milanovic from Peru. And great backhand surfing again from her. 3.44 is that requirement. She's knocking on the door.
Totally, and just had a great backhand end of the heat.
All right,
Mexico.
Final 30 seconds. The late drop recovered well. There's a nice snap. All right, she only needs a 2.43 currently. And she is swinging through here with great style and just nice kind of mojo to this surfing. Really enjoyed the style there. Covered a bit of ground, did some maneuvers. 2.43 is not a big number. Let's see how this goes down. A wave for Ziggy. What's she got? Nice backhand turn. Look how much spray she throws without much backswing. Just displacing loads of water, particularly on that first turn. And she's rallied and got away, but she kind of needed to do that and get involved. So she did well to get in the conversation for scores, because there are going to be two significant numbers coming for red and for white. And Ziggy does really well also to pose a crucial question to the panel.
Because she had got confused in that lineup for quite a period of time. And at the start, it felt like she was going to walk through this one. It was an easy heat for her. It was not that way, and it hasn't turned out that way because all of the other three ladies just went to work and did great surfing, great wave selection. Big score.
Massive score for Sofia. 6.17 goes to first. Ziggy drops to second. That requirement for white, we're waiting for that number to come through as well. She did not need a big number. And she needs a 2.43. She's going to get that for sure. And then there will be a requirement, you reckon, for Ziggy to come through.
It's amazing. I feel like Ziggy was disappointed in herself. And that disappointment in yourself when you're lost in the lineup makes things so much harder.
All right, number in for Maya. She gets the score. She gets a 3-3-3, jumps to second. Now Ziggy looking for 3-7-1. She did so well to get that wave. I'm just thinking that first turn she did, just the power she got, she's kind of given the judges the opportunity to give her the score.
I feel like that too. It was a powerful turn. It was one of the better turns.
Authority.
Exactly.
She kind of stamping her authority on the wave.
At a point in time where you really needed it. Climbing up onto the rock here. Look how shallow it is. Double up of the whitewater. Give her some depth in it to get in over those rocks. Judges still considering the score for Ziggy McKenzie. There it is, it comes in.
Yeah, 4-2-7 for Ziggy McKenzie. There's the payoff. So it does really, really well to get herself out of a tight spot. And it'll be disappointment for this girl on screen, Matea. She surfed really well out there. And she's shown us what she can do. And we'd like to see more of it because she is a good surfer, good competitor. But in a tight, tight heat with a really nervy finish. And a clutch performance for Mackenzie to get through in second. Well done to Tieda. We're going to go to quick commercial break. More live action from Surf City, El Salvador. When we come back, Shannon and Rachel on the call. Stay tuned.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real? Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Straight into the action with Camila Sande out of Peru on her opening ride. Races around the closeout into the open face, finds that first turn, wraps it around for the second as that wave goes really soft and slopey. Does well to just pump along, gain some momentum coming into that next snap, and putting it straight up into a smaller lip line to finish off with, but a critical section on the end will do well for her score line. Sinai Soto from Puerto Rico now with a paddle up and riding. And just a quick in and out for Sinai. Also in the lineup, Charlie Hatley out of Australia and Lydia Kato from Indonesia, with Shannon Hughes and Rachel Tilley here to call the action. Big day of surfing so far, and Rach, we've continued to see the increase of that swell this morning, so positioning and wave selection's been really crucial.
Yeah, especially finding the waves that allow that opportunity for surfers to get multiple turns, waves like we just saw for our surfer in green. It's a wave that just kept on giving and was a really nice way to open.
Shannon and Rachel here in the booth to call the action. We've got a big day of surfing. We finished out the under 18 girls in the first couple heats this morning. We're now into under 16 girls, and we'll be finishing off the day with the under 16 boys here at La Bocana. Big heats running at Sunzal today as well.
Yeah, the waves are pumping for both surfers, or for both locations. So as a surfer, wherever your heat is today, you're stoked on a lot of opportunity to put everything out into your heat.
Tons of surfers in the draw this week, 441 in total from 54 different nations. So we're slowly getting to know each of the competitors this week, as there's a lot of them to become more familiar with. Lydia Kato now up and riding for Indonesia, stylish as she drives off the bottom, has a look at that wave, decides to just duck out the back of it rather than take on the closeout lip line. And she'll put a 1.93 on the board. We've got a 4.83 on the board for Camila for her opener in the green jersey representing Peru. And now priority sits with Charlie out of Australia from the Gold Coast, waiting for her opening ride. as we can see Camilla just putting herself back into position.
Yeah, plenty of time remaining, still about 16 minutes. So the fact that our surfer in red doesn't have a scoring ride yet is no big deal. Yeah, obviously the surfers, and the only person with a real actual keepable score is our surfer in green with that 4.83. So I think it's a good position for Charlie to be in with that first priority now, just being patient, knowing exactly what she's looking for.
Luna Mercado there for Venezuela, just checking in for her heat. Great opportunity to check in with the beach marshals as well. We've seen the beach marshals making sure that every surfer has that ISA competitor sticker as well attached to the board, which there's been a few that have to kind of get a new sticker heat after heat, because with that, that salt water, a little bit of wax on the board beforehand, as well as extreme temperatures, stickers seem to be hard to stick.
Yeah, sometimes they, especially on the bottom of the board, they come right off, and you redo it before your next heat.
Charlie now up and riding on the left. Nice opening turn, sets herself up for the second, drives back into the pocket. Frothy section in front of her, just timing out this end as she'll kick out the back of that third turn. Starting to get some laps in here at La Bocana. Each of these surfers so far would have taken out an advancing top 2 positions in their opening round heat at Sunzal. And the bottom 2 surfers will be heading into the repecharge round with plenty of opportunity to make it through some big heats throughout the rest of the week. For Charlie, huge for her to make it onto the Irukandji's team for Team Australia, and to be able to, put her name amongst some of the greats that have represented that green and gold in the past.
Absolutely. What an honor to be able to represent your nation, and for coming from a country like Australia where there's just so many amazing people who have represented that team before.
Camilla,
it would be an honor.
Up and riding as we take a look at that great backhand attack. Big section for those first couple of turns, and snap to finish on the end, but the wave has even more to offer her. She's going to continue through to the inside section, and a 5.10 on the board now for the Australian in first, with a backup score for the Peruvian. That last heat had fireworks all the way down to the finishing moments. As we've seen many heats here at the World Junior Championship so far, Mitchell Salazar is catching up with the winner.
That's right, Sofía Artieda from El Perú. I'm going to do the interview in Spanish and then I'll translate back to English. Muchas felicidades, big congratulations. Un heat muy competitivo, a very competitive heat. Several people leading the heat at a certain point. Ciertas personas estaban de líder en cierto punto del heat, pero al final obtuviste lo suficiente para ganar. You got the win at the end. What was it like competing out there? ¿Cómo te sentiste al competir allá?
Bueno, me sentí bien, las olas estaban difíciles. Al comienzo me cogí varias que no pude completar la última maniobra, y mi última ola del hit fue la que me ayudó para pasar primera, que fue un 6, que fue una ola que completé 2 maniobras.
She felt great. Waves were really good, but it was a difficult heat out there, just finding waves and getting positioning right. Otra pregunta muy importante, ¿de dónde vienes? 14 años de Lima, Perú. 14 from Lima, Perú, especially from Punta Hermosa. A great surfing community, una gran comunidad surfística. ¿Cómo te has preparado para el evento siendo de Punta Hermosa? How have you prepared being from Punta Hermosa?
Bueno, he venido entrenando 2 meses atrás, creo. Todos los días me metí al agua a entrenar en una ola que se llama Punta Rocas, también señoritas que se parecen a esta ola, y así entrené para llegar acá.
I've been training for almost 2 months at Punta Rocas, señoritas, a couple waves that are really similar to both locations here at La Bocana and El Sunsal. It's obviously been paying off too. ¿Algo que le quieras decir a la gente del Perú?
Nada, que estoy muy feliz y orgullosa de poder representar a mi país. Es mi primera vez en El Salvador, y quiero agradecer a mi familia, a mi papá que me acompañó, a la FENTA, a todo el equipo peruano, a mis oficiadores y a los coaches, y con todo Perú.
Arriba Perú.
Thanks so much. An incredible result for that last heat, as we're just appreciating some beautiful style coming through from Lydia Kato out of Indonesia. Falls on the in section, but got so much good work with that style and flow in her surfing on the way through.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing. I'm really looking forward to seeing where the judges take that and getting the opportunity to watch that back on a replay, because the lines that she drew on that were just, I mean, from first glance, they were really mature, really methodical, drawn out. That'll be a nice score. Obviously, she's just looking to replace a 193 and even just get her back up. So now she's put her campaign in, and she's going to utilize these next 10 minutes to get a second score. So taking a look at this replay, I love her use of her upper body and winding that all the way around. She's looking nice and loose. This turn was really beautiful, carving into it, staying on that high line and then coming down. Really great reading of the wave there. And unfortunately, she gets unstuck on this last maneuver here, but the hard work was already done. A nice sized wave, well read. Taking a look from this other angle, you know, as a surfer, what you're doing is you're drawing, you and your board are the paintbrush on the canvas. And from this angle, we can really see her drawing those lines out, drawing on that canvas of the wave. And I think the judges will like that.
Well, the scores have just come in. It's a 6.23, so kind of looking at those 5-point rides that we have on the board for both Camila and for Charlie, and we're thinking that it was going to be, you know, that comparison. It's gone just above. Beautiful wave selection as well. It just offered such a nice face for her with a long wall in front that didn't close out. So great surfing from Lydia out of Indonesia. That jumps her up into second place, puts a 4.43 requirement on her to take away the lead. Camila in a great position for the Peruvian, a 5.83 and a 4.83 on the board. For her, as we can see, Kahili Simone out of Tahiti getting ready to paddle out next. And in the current heat with Charlie Hatley of Australia sitting on that 5.10, it's going to be a really tough battle for that second place position because our top three surfers have really solid big scores on the board.
Yeah, and with only 10 minutes remaining, or sorry, 8:50. At this point in the strategy of a heat, you would want to have at least one score in your score line that you're looking to keep, and then you're just trying to improve upon that second scoring ride to improve your situation. So for our surfer in white, who has still yet to really open that campaign with one solid score, she has to start getting busy shortly. Charlie already having that 5.1, that is a nice score. So she's just looking for 3.07 to go into that second position. That's a really small requirement. So it's going to be this battle on who can up their second highest wave.
8 minutes remaining on the clock. We saw Chesney Gwinnett getting ready to paddle out next for Team Hawaii. She has represented them at this level before and charges some of the biggest waves on the North Shore of Oahu. So it's going to be exciting to see her take to the lineup with that big smile on her face as well.
Yeah, she's a beautiful surfer and a name we have seen in competition before, on the world stage before. So she'd be feeling confident walking out there.
A big requirement on the board now for Sanai Soto out of Puerto Rico. She's had those 2 attempts, but they've not amounted to anything on her score. Chasing now a 7.66 to get herself into a top 2 position to avoid the repecharge rounds. A younger surfer, just 14 years old, out of Aguadilla in Puerto Rico. She's an accomplished competitor in jiu-jitsu and gymnastics, as well as surfing. We've got a lot of Groms that are in the water this week who have that kind of opportunity to participate in multiple sports behind the scenes, allowing them to be, you know, kind of exploring what their true interests are, allowing them to be in the ocean as much as possible, but also sort of tagging together a couple of other things like that of jiu-jitsu, which we see with so many surfers nowadays as well. As we take a look at Camila up and riding for Peru, throws that board up into the lip line, but she'll disappear in the foam. And Lydia now on her forehand. Beautiful turn to start things off with, sets it up for the second. She drives back into the pocket, and she'll just hit eject on the end section, but a great 2-turn combination. She's looking for a 4.43 rate to take the lead.
Yeah, I think that'll be on the, it might be close. We'll see where the judges take that, but I think what's showing, regardless of where that score comes in, she looks so loose and confident on her equipment. Her equipment looks really amazing under her feet. And you know when you can just see someone who has found the board that is supposed to be under them, and they have that great relationship with it. I just think that's really standing out to me with her surfing.
Sanai now up and riding. We've been waiting for her to really be able to get into that first solid wave. Unfortunately, wave selection lets her down on that one.
Gosh, sometimes in a situation like this, it starts becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. You start getting stressed that you need to catch a wave. And so, you know, you become less and less selective and you just need to stand up on anything. And then that actually doesn't turn out well because you don't get what you need. As we saw, red, her second score, but it is blue looking to replace this, her second score to go into the lead here. Nice opening turn. Navigating this frothy section is not easy. Ejects there, so I don't know if it'll go into that requirement because it was, if she had finished that second maneuver, it probably, I would have said guarantee, but it will be close.
Scores to drop in now for our surfer in the red jersey for Charlie Hatley of Australia. We've got a 4.43 on the board now for Lydia, which does take her up into that leading position.
Perfect. She did what she needed to do. She navigated that frothy section, and I think had she gone and been able to complete that in section there with a bit of speed and vigor, it would have matched that, would have gone even higher into those sixes.
Down to 4.5 minutes. We've got a 3.3 on the board now for last of Charlie. Has her still sitting in that third place position. She does have priority next to her name already, and she's sitting right there at the top of the pack, chasing down a 5.57 to avoid the elimination round. This heat is really kind of just turned on straight from the beginning of it. Everyone had those early opportunities. We saw those 4s and 5s put onto the board. Lydia then building into that 6-point range as the highest score of the heat so far. For Sanai, like you said, it just seems like it's sort of working against her. Now at this stage, a challenging position to sort of dig yourself out of, chasing nearly a perfect score to be able to take away in a top 2 position. But even just at this stage, wanting to put together one score. Just get that single score on the board, find some confidence, head into the next round.
Yeah, well, as you say, we are in round 2, so that means all these surfers have advanced through their round 1 heat. So that means we are in the non-elimination round. The main round continues to be non-elimination all the way until that grand final. So the surfers that will get 3rd and 4th here will go into the repecharge round. That does turn into elimination round, but they have the chance to surf heats all the way back into the grand final at the end.
Little positioning here. Green has first priority, and you can see her starting to make use of it. She's sitting in second, and she has higher priority than the surfer in red, who's chasing a score to get herself into that second place and steal it away from green.
Yeah, that is tactics of someone who has surfed a lot of heats and knows heat strategy and how to utilize that priority. So instead of sitting on the person who has second priority, she's obviously sitting and trying to hold red off, which I'm surprised that she's gone on this one, but let's see what it turns into.
Well, first big swoop for Camilla, sets it up, draws hard off that bottom turn. Unfortunately bites the rail on the second. Wave was looking like it would stand up pretty nice on the inside too.
So we saw green really trying to hold red off of any opportunity to catch a wave. I'm surprised she went on that with that strategy because red had already turned around, decided she wasn't going to take that. So had green pulled back, she would have been able to maintain priority in these final 2 minutes. And she'll be making her way back out. Obviously, white has first priority. You can see red no longer, she was out of position, no longer looked into it. But let's have a look at that opening turn. So beautiful. This was lining up to be a nice ride. And unfortunately, just getting that nose stuck as she was going to re-enter. Sometimes that happens. You get ahead of yourself. You're looking down the line going, okay, second turn completed. You're already thinking about your next turn when you actually just still have a little bit of work left to do in where you are presently, and can take you off guard, and unfortunately that can happen. So that will not go into her top 2. And now it's up to a bit of fate to see if white or red get the opportunity.
We may see a turn here. Green decides to duck dive this wave, and I feel like this next wave is going to be The opportunity that Charlie is looking for, but surfer in white has higher priority. She's not going to be in position to get into it on the peak though, and it's going to be Charlie Hatley out of the Gold Coast. Up and riding now, chasing down a 5.57. Drives through the first turn, really frothy in front of her. She's going to need something really dynamic to finish with, and unfortunately she also digs the rail, and she'll go down with a missed opportunity for that 5.57.
Dang, that was the opportunity. That's what you dream of, you know. A minute to go, you are standing up on a wave and you need a score. It was a really frothy wave. I think she had to go. She had no other option. But was it going to allow the 5.57 scoring opportunity? I'm not so sure anyways, because there was such a frothy face of the wave. She did well to try and navigate it, but it is so tricky. And she's now far off to the right, so maybe another opportunity will come. She's kind of out in the lineup, but looks like there might be running out of time.
Down to 5 seconds on the clock. And the ocean has gone quiet. That last set would have been the final opportunity. Well surfed to the Peruvian, Camila Sande, 15 years old, out of Lima. The team feeling so stoked for her to be advancing through. They've been such a consistent threat across the years of the ISA, whether it's the Longboard World Championships, the World Surfing Games, or the Juniors. So no surprise to see Camila having that, that support behind her, all of that knowledge from the work that the team's been putting in behind the scenes to be able to hold off that position in second by the finish of this heat. And for Lydia Cotto, beautiful surfing. Really impressed with the young Indonesian. She walked away with that 6.23 and a 4.43 as her high scores. And we'll be hearing from her shortly after a solid heat. Charlie Hatley of Australia and Sinai Sato of Puerto Rico heading to the rapid charge round with more opportunities ahead of them. When we return, more great surfing, style, and grace coming through from the under 16 girls.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. Kahili Simon straight into the lip for Team Tahiti in the white jersey. Waves a little slopey here. She's just going to stay in that power section as she now drives through the next turn, pumps down the line, sets it up for a solid looking finish as well. And that's going to be her first score on the board for the Tahitian. Out in the lineup, we also have a Hawaiian, surfer from Venezuela, and a surfer from Japan with a big set coming. And we may see Chesney Gwinnett putting herself in position here. No surprises for the surfer out of the north shore of Oahu, looking for a big open face to kick off her campaign with. Into that first carve, second one a little bit more fluid as she pumps and races down the line, drives hard off the bottom, and finishes off an extremely critical end section. That was wild, Rachel.
That was incredible. I loved the way she read that wave, and she I thought she was going to actually maybe even do a double bottom turn, but she didn't. She got over that ledge, went straight up into it, and went in with so much confidence, came out of it. I can't wait to see what the judges throw for that one.
That was flawless finish, considering that the outside section really didn't amount to much. It was a bit soft. It had a little bit of bump on it. You know, it was kind of not offering her maybe what it looked like it might on the takeoff. But that double up on the inside was a great section for her to be able to manage control with. As we take a look now at Luna Marcado out of Venezuela, setting herself up for this next section. She had a bit of a challenging takeoff as well, managed to get herself all the way up to her feet in that standing position and wrap into a couple maneuvers, but we'll see how that fares in the context of what we've already seen from Kahili in that 4.5, and now no doubt with a solid score to drop for the opener of Chesney Gwinnett. Also in the lineup, Maika Mori out of Japan, and Japan has been such an incredible threat out of last year's World Junior Championships, which was just about 6 months ago. We saw Anan Matsuoka take away the win for Team Japan, and now one of her teammates in Makai Mori now up and riding into that first hook, sets herself up now. Doesn't really draw too deep off the bottom turn, but she's eyeing off that section to finish and does well to capitalize.
Yeah, she did very well to capitalize that into something that wasn't really offering much at the beginning. And I like how she drew it all the way into the lip and milked that wave. Let's look at this replay of our surfer in white. A nice opening ride, going all the way into the lip, wrapping it around 2 completely different turns. So offering that variety for the judges, wrapping it back one more time, and then she looks for this end maneuver. A beautiful surfed wave, a nice opening ride, and she got that within basically the first minute. But let's look at, you can see that bump right in front of the wave there, and that's the one that she's going to end up catching up to and having to get over. And here she goes. That was beautiful reading, and this straight into the bottom turn, up and around. That is such mature surfing reading of the wave. She looks so much older in her surfing than 14 years old. A difficult takeoff for Blue here, but she made the most of it. And unfortunately, just kind of because that takeoff got off-timed for the rest of the wave. And Green, I love her use of her upper body, really allowing her to draw out through this speed. And I loved that. She extended herself towards that right coming at her and hit the lip and came down with it. She could have just done a big carve in the middle of it, but I think the judges will reward that accordingly, going that a little bit extra.
Kahili now up and riding. A lot of action off the start of this heat, making it really fun to be able to watch and call as we see Kahili linking into another turn. Oh, really soft kind of section in front of her with a lot of white water on the face. Starts to stand up down the way though. Ooh. She did very well to negotiate that on the end section. So some surfers with a lot of competitive experience behind them, and that of Chesney and that of Kahili currently sitting in the leading positions. We did see a 6.83 drop in for that first wave of the Hawaiian. Chesney sets her up in the lead. And for Maika out of Japan, a 3.93 on the board, with the second score now for Kahili to drop in.
Now Chesney getting that 6.83 for really just a single maneuver, being that turn like you were saying before. It was kind of, she didn't get to do much on the outside. It was a nice setup for that inside, but I'd say 6 points out of that 6.83 came from that finishing maneuver. As a competitor, I think you paddle out after something like that and you know the wave that you just surfed and the score that they gave it. And it was, she can sit there now and go, well, imagine if I do that with 3 turns before that, and that can turn into an excellent score from there. So she'd be really feeling really confident for getting the 6.83 for what that wave was.
Great commitment to that end section. 13 minutes on the clock, and we'll see if anyone's able to get into position here. Surfer in red has first priority with the paddle. Chesney now on a decent size set, in a great position off the takeoff here as she heads into that first turn. Times it, patient, just waiting to set it up here off the bottom again. Absolutely smashes the second, and seamless into the third turn as she slips off the wax, lands on the deck of the board. That's unfortunate. And that last heat was an exciting one. It was the Indonesian in Lydia Kato that we saw take away a winning position. She's down on the beach with Mitch Salazar.
Thank you, Lydia. Congratulations, a big heat win. First of all, let's talk about the conditions. Very similar to a couple of breaks that you have home in Bali, I believe.
It's not similar like Bali, but I love this wave because I love backside also. And I'm really happy to get 6 points on that wave. And it was actually good heat to serve with the girls out there. And it's only 4 people out there. And yeah, I'm really stoked.
What about the board? It seems like that Almeric, that Channel Islands design is working really good.
This is my Remix 556. It's like it's actually my normal board, and yeah, with the squash tail, I love it. This is my favorite board.
Well, it worked great. Would you like to say anything back home to Indo?
Terima kasih banyak kepada Kemenpora atas dukungan Anda buat tim Indonesia, dan terima kasih kepada teman-teman dan keluarga saya yang ada di Bali yang sudah menonton saya di hit ini, dan terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih.
Well done to Lydia. A great performance. Feeling like, she's getting to know this wave really well. Enjoying those left-handers on her backhand.
Yeah, and we were talking how good her equipment was looking under her feet, and so I'm really glad we got to hear a little bit about what she was riding. She was familiar with what she said. That's her normal board. It's the board she always goes to, and I think you could tell that through her surfing. It's not, a lot of surfers are kind of having equipment panic at the moment because the conditions they're bigger, they are changing really quickly. They're going from La Bocana to El Sunzal, which is a completely different wave. And so to have a board that you feel is your normal board and to be out there, you can tell she was familiar and comfortable, and that resulted in her surfing so strong.
It's so true. Just feeling like she can be, really relying on that equipment. She'll know all of the little kind of ins and outs and the nuances of what it may be doing under her feet rather than guessing on something. Little look there for Luna. She's sitting in 4th position at the moment with a big requirement ahead of her because we've had big scores drop across the board. A 7.13 comes in for that last wave of Chesney Gwinnett, improves on her 6.83, so 2 waves ridden, improvement from the first into the second, and already sitting in that good range. So she's in a solid lead, and now Luna with the opportunity to put herself a good score on the board. She's got that 2.5. She's already building on it now into that second turn, a lot of power as she navigates the end section.
Another wave that was a little bit, she couldn't get that timing for that very end section, but that will definitely be much higher than her 2.5. Those were some really nice, powerful turns. And I love thinking about putting myself in Chesney's position right now and looking at her scoreline, the 7.13. Remember, she fell on that wave too. She slipped. So that score is just coming from those 2 really solid opening turns that she had, and her excellent wave selection. So if I'm her, looking not just at this heat, has this heat win pretty secure at the moment. Still 9 minutes remaining, but she's looking really good. So if I'm sitting here as her coach or on her team, looking at the event that she has ahead of her, the judges are rewarding her surfing. They like what they're seeing from her, and so all she has to do is just pick the waves that allow her to do her surfing so freely and rack up those number of maneuvers, and the numbers are coming accordingly.
That's right. She's right there on her way to an excellent score. It's just finding that good starting section, a solid opening turn, and the solid finish as well, where we've seen 2 different waves. We've seen the opening sections being really good for her 7. We saw the end section really good for her 6.83. Now she pairs those together, looking at a 14-point wave based on the score she already has.
Exactly.
Well, 8 minutes remaining on the clock. And scores are in. It's a 3.73 for last of Luna. So well done. She's increased that scoreline. She's also chipped away at the requirement, now looking at a 6.44. And based off of the surfing that we saw, that second turn was dynamic. It had a lot of power. She looked confident on it as well. If she's able to get herself into the right wave, she's easily going to be chasing down the score she requires.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing from the really high scoring wave potential is those waves that offer the opportunity to really go down the line and rack up those number of turns, offer a variety of turns for the judges to score. And those last few waves from our surfer from Venezuela have been short. And so she does that surfing on a longer, more drawn out wave. That's where she'll really start either getting that 644 or chipping away even more at that requirement.
Big set approaching the lineup now. Surfer in green has first priority, which means that if surfer in red wants to take off on this wave, she's going to have to keep her eyes down the line to see if green wants a piece of it. And she does. Makai Mori out of Team Japan with a big paddle. Can't get into it. Does look a little bit challenging for some of those bigger sets to be kind of in the right zone on takeoff, especially riding such small boards in comparison to the Longboard World Championships last week.
Yes, absolutely. And it is interesting, this positioning out here, because sometimes the sets you see where they're sitting and she just scratched into that one. From our angle, it's kind of hard to see, or well, it is hard to see exactly how much that wave was standing up. But sometimes sitting where they are, they get taken by surprise by a closeout set. So maybe now her being on the inside will offer another opportunity.
Makai now on the inside section. Big set ahead of her, a bit soft and slopey on the outside, not offering her a ton of scoring potential. She looks like she's out there big wave surfing as she makes the connection with that second snap. A little stumble, but she does very well to hold steady on her feet and tries to get that in section tag together. That wave is kind of split apart now with a split peak on the inside. And that was a bit of a wild ride.
That was the foam on the face of the wave was really unruly. It looked like she was storm surfing. Like you said, it looked like she was big wave surfing there. So much speed, so much bump to navigate. Didn't really offer her that clean, open face to put it on rail and lay into a nice, clean turn. So that will reflect in the score accordingly. But she's still looking for that 6.24.
Still looking for the 6.24. She was able to change her position in the heat up into that third place spot now with a 2.97 for that last wave. Just 15 years old. She's the reigning junior champion for her age category. And Team Japan has been, we've seen the success of the Japanese contingency in 2 Olympic medals. The silver medal to Kanoe Igarashi, the bronze medal to Amuro Suzuki at Tokyo 2020. And, long before they were even in that mindset of being able to try and qualify themselves for the Olympics, before surfing was even in that conversation, the junior development program through Japanese Surfing and JPSA was really solid. We've seen those contingencies continuing to grow. We've now got them on the list as those world junior champions as well. As we take a look at Luna, just gets a little stuck up on that opening turn.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. You can see the exasperation in her body language as she goes out the top of that one. And she's going to race back out to try and get that requirement. Will she be able to turn straight back around on this one?
Having a look here. She's a yellow belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She also loves kickboxing and staying active on the gym floor, which helps prepare her for big heats like this at the World Championships. You can already see that strength coming through with her. She looks like, she hasn't quite had the right waves within this heat, but everything else in her preparation, I feel like, has come together really well into this event.
Yeah, for her, I think she's just going to come in with her team and just review the wave selection, review what else was out there, review the timing and how she could have maybe played the entire heat differently from a wave selection standpoint. But you're right, you can see that power and that strength in her surfing, and that she's just teaming with the right opportunity to show it off.
Staying busy. That was a lovely looking turn. Drawing it all the way back into the whitewater. A nice sharp snap for the second. Throws it up into the lip, and she's going to try hard to hold on to it. That was going to be a challenging end section. Starting to find a little bit more rhythm on the inside. So 3 minutes remaining on the clock. A 6.44 is the requirement for Luna, which is a big score in the context of this heat. We do have scores of that being a little bit higher for Chesney Gwinnett as the 7.13 and the 6.83. So that'll be the benchmarks that those judges are looking at. Comparison as well as with that backup score, that second score for Kahili being the 5.67 on the board. And Kahili's been sitting with priority now for a while. She'll be out there at backline somewhere with a better position than Chesney when we take a look at their priority position. We've got a big set here, a lot of waves to duck dive, a lot of energy in the ocean and energy being sucked out of these competitors. Rach, you were talking about, you know, how impressive it is for those that are surfing across multiple divisions. A lot of surfers in the draw this week are doing U16s and U18s. And that's a lot of energy being lost, especially when sets like this are coming through.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't even imagine. I could not imagine. Let's take a replay look at this nice drawn out turn. This would feel good for her and her confidence coming out of this heat. Really beautiful second turn, and wasn't able to finish that wave out. I love how drawn and swooping her arms out nice and wide like a pelican, just kind of swooping around the face of this wave. And I love how tight that second turn was, showing her variety, showing her power. Now, that won't be the score that she's looking for, but will offer that opportunity to for her to review on. Let's take a look at this replay of Chesney's beautiful turn. That's where that 713 came from, and that's where she slipped off. But her timing is just impeccable. It's so mature. I keep saying that. This navigating, she has so much speed. There's so much bump there, and she was able to just hold that rail in the entire time. And this straight in the bottom turn, straight up. Look at all that spray. Just represents that power that she has. Back foot coming unstuck off her tail pad there. She's such a beautiful surfer, and I keep saying it, just how mature she looks, but I love the lines that she's drawing. And a lot of times surfers at this age can be a lot more, I guess, wiggly with their bottom, like, you know, 3 little setup bottom turns to get ready. And I love her going straight from one bottom turn to her top turn. The judges see that too.
The sort of flawless surfing that we see from those world champions, from a Carissa Moore, from a Steph Gilmore, the sort of stuff that we're looking at, you know, when we're analyzing waves from John Florence, those same technicalities is incredible to be able to see young surfers already bringing that into their repertoire.
Exactly.
Down to the final second on the clock. And Chesney Gwinnett will hold on to that leading position. Only caught the 2 waves in the heat, opened with a 6.83, built to a 7.13. She'll walk away very successful for the Hawaiians. Kahili Simon for Tahiti. She's going to hold on to second. Also just 2 waves on the clock. So those two really just getting the work done, not forcing the issue too much as well when it came to the back half of that heat. Having a little chat as they're going to be, you know, longtime friends competing against each other for many years to come. And it's so fun to be able to see a lot of these surfers coming back together in competition this week. They're competing against each other. They're rooting for their own nation rather than other nations. But at the end of the day, so many of these young friendships have already begun, and they're going to be the surfers they're on tour with for many years to come.
Honestly, it's the most special thing about being able to compete on a world stage and with people from all around the world.
Well, a big heat for Chesney, a big heat for Kahili, taking through the top 2 positions. More action when we return. South Africa, Costa Rica, Canada, and Italy in the lineup.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Young Chesney Gwinnett just smashed her heat with a 13.96 heat total for Team Hawaii, and they've been finding themselves in a pretty good run so far at this year's event. We've seen them in the past do very well at the World Junior Championships, and it's exciting to see them putting together some strong results here, especially in El Salvador, as they were the 2022 team gold medalists for the juniors event at this location.
Yeah, and speaking of Hawaii, they just won team gold at the ISA World Longboard Championships. That was also here in El Salvador, just at El Sunzal. And I don't know how much the teams would be talking to each other, but you could just see that their dominance from Hawaii translates over into this wave here.
It certainly is. Now out in the lineup, heat number 7 for the under 16 girls main round 2. Emily Jenkinson from South Africa up against Lucia Christie from Costa Rica, Osha Green of Canada, and Chiara Copone out of Italy. As we take a look at the first wave to be ridden, no scores to be dropped so far, as Chiara is now up and riding, representing that Italian flag. She's even got the Italian colors sprayed on the rails of her board. I love that coming into a big world championship, and looking at her eyeing up this end section, throwing it up, adding a lot of spray, gets the redirect as well onto her forehand, puts a little snap of the tail in, and this wave offered so much for her on that inside position. 16 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Now waiting for the opening rides of Emily, Lucia, and Osha out the back line. As we take a look at Osha putting herself in position here. Nice little wedgie wave. It could have a good runner off the left, and we'll stick with her now. Osha had a great result in her heat during the under 18s yesterday, put together some really beautiful surfing, now competing at La Bocana for her second time this week.
Yeah, a great way to open up the heat. A 3.67 for our surfer in white. And within the first 4 minutes to just get a wave, even if it's something that you want to, improve upon, she'll be looking to not have that in her scoreline later on. She's going to improve upon that. But that's a nice way to just get your feet in the wax, get busy, especially if you're feeling a little bit nervous before your heat. That's the way to shake off those nerves. Just jump on a wave right away and then build upon there.
Even if it's just that quick kick in and out to get that first one ridden, always a nice feeling. Big set as we take a look at Emily putting herself in position on the right. We'll track with Lucia on the left. Pretty gnarly takeoff. She would have had so much speed coming out of that whitewater. Challenging to get up to her feet, does very well now as she's in position to put a couple turns together. Bumpy through the face. We'll see if she's able to line it up and finds that end section. Nearly held on to it, just got a little off balance for the finish.
Wow. At first I thought she was going off, and then it looked like she was going to stick it and then got unstuck at the end there. But again, a nice little opening ride for our surfer in blue.
Well, an impressive performance in that previous heat from Chesney Gwinnett out of Hawaii, North Shore of Oahu local, making it look easy here at La Bocana. Can't wait to hear what she has to say. She's with Midge Salazar.
Well, it's just another day at Rockies for Chesney Gwinnett. Congratulations. Big performance, but it seemed obvious from the get-go. The plan was to get 2 waves immediately. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
Definitely an accurate statement. I had a plan going out there to kind of get my 2 good waves off the bat, and that happened. So I'm pretty stoked that I executed my plan, and yeah.
And look at the aforementioned predestination. You got the gold chains, you got the gold nails, the gold rails. Everything else is working. Gold is in your future. Is that what you're looking for at the end of the week?
I mean, I think I'm definitely trying to manifest the gold, but got to match a little bit. So for sure, definitely the goal is to win the gold. So hopefully when I'm up there, I match.
Well, it's a likelihood that it's going to happen. Now, let's settle some personal beef. A couple years ago, you were trying to take away our jobs. Chesney, what's going on? You're trying to pull a double duty, broadcast and surf in the same event. What's up with that?
I mean, like, broadcasting is definitely a plan B for me. I really enjoy just being in front of the camera. So yeah, maybe one day I'll be taking your job.
You will. 10 years from now, Chesney Gwinnett's going to be broadcasting with us. Congratulations. Anything you'd like to say back home?
I just want to thank everyone for watching, everyone at home. I know some of my heats are pretty early, so anyone who decided not to sleep in and watch my heat, thank you so much. And yeah, stoked.
Hawaii no Kauai, congratulations.
So good. Chesney Gwinnett, for those of you that are maybe a little unaware of the reference, for Halloween a few years back, her and a couple of her friends dressed up as some commentators, as Rosie Hodge, as Joe Turpel, and I can't remember, maybe Strider Wasilewski was the third one.
It was Strider.
The photos went viral within the surfing community. It was incredible. They even had microphones with them, and they had like a little box that was kind of
like a desk.
Like a little desk they were carrying
It's
around.
still the first thing I think of, actually, when I see her name all the time.
We'll never forget that moment from Chesney. As we take a look at Emily Jenkinson's, this was the split peak from earlier, just before we threw to that interview, so getting our first eyes on her opening ride.
Well, unfortunately, she wasn't able to finish that last maneuver where she got nice and high on the lip. Mid-face, little turn, kind of speed check, wrapping that one all the way around. And here she tries to go, oh, this was a different wave.
A little bit of a different one on that second one. So we got a couple scores to drop through for her. As we take a look at the opening ride, this was that 3.67, I believe, for Chiara.
Yeah, well surfed, well read. She connected that last bit, and I love the way, when I say well read, she saw another opportunity. She could have just kept looking at that left, but she made it over that little lump, had that connecting maneuver, and then bottom turned the right and took it for everything that it would offer.
Poised on takeoff, Osha Green drives through that first turn, sets it up for the second. Seamless two-turn combination.
Yeah, she looked so relaxed on that. I think she even kind of like fixed her hair mid, and it was like she was just, she looked so comfortable.
15 years old, out of Tofino. Her good friend, Sanoa Olin, the Olin sisters. Sanoa qualifying herself for Paris 2024 Olympic Games, and a great representative for the Canadian country and for their surfing community. Osha Green is well on her way to sort of following in the footsteps of where Sanoa's surfing has already taken the nation. So beautiful wave for that second of Osha. We're now waiting for that score to drop in. At the moment, she's sitting in fourth because she only has a 1-point ride from an early takeoff. And we got a 3.07 that's dropped in for the second of Emily Jenkinson. A 2.6 was her opening ride. So she is sitting up in the leading position for the start of this heat. Priority sitting with the Italian, who is sitting on the single highest score of the heat, though we would expect that to change off the strength of those two turns from Osha. Big set approaching now. And we've got a paddle from White. Uses her priority on this one. Taking off a little bit on the shoulder and has to do a little bit of work, kind of those 2-3 step turns to get herself back into the pocket. This wave's flattening out. It's not going to give her very much to work with.
You can see that the texture on the water starting to pick up a little bit. Us in the booth, obviously, we aren't feeling these conditions changing, but you can look at these little indicators to see what is happening out there, and you can see the wind starting to pick up and add some difficulty, especially on those sets. Adds more bump to the face, and on these sets, these surfers have a lot of speed off the takeoff, so they really will have to manage engaging that rail to not get bucked off by the little bumps on the wave.
That's right, like that takeoff we saw from Lucia in the blue jersey. That was just wild. She had so much speed being shot out of the foam. Landed her 1.83, and she's down into fourth now as the big score has dropped in for Osha Green, taking her straight from fourth up into that leading position on the strength of a 6-point ride for Team Canada. She's now sitting in third priority, and we'll see if anyone has a look at this set. We've got a paddle from Lucia, so in a better position on takeoff for this wave. Great big section as she sets that rail for the first turn, into the second, back into the foam, and now just holding it together as she's got a lot of white water to manage here to the inside section. I love the look of intensity on her face too as she's pushing through each of those turns.
Yeah, well, she had so much speed on that, and she did really well to manage and complete that wave. That would have been a really easy one to get knocked off of, and with 9 minutes remaining, she knows she wants that more solid score in her score line.
Osha locking into another wave here. Great opening check. Looks down the line. Wave closes out. She'll kick out. She'll be replacing that 1-point ride.
Yeah, she has a beautiful stance. I love her style. She has a very relaxed upper body, nice knock knee to her lower body, and a lot of that energy is coming from her bending those knees and extending through the turns, and it looks really beautiful even just on a single turn like that.
Big day of surfing ahead of us. We're pushing towards that high tide. So low tide this morning was at 6 a.m. High tide's going to be around 1 p.m. And it seems like that consistency is just going to stay. We're going to continue to have those big sets rolling through, and positioning will be really important. For some of the teams, they've been down on the beach really early. Rachel, we heard yesterday that Ben Skinner from Team England has been getting down to the beach at 4 a.m.
Yes.
to secure a spot in the shade for his team at La Bocana. Let's take another look at that 6-point ride.
Beautiful two-turn combination. You can see that spray just releasing off the top, indicating the power she's putting into it. I love how relaxed she is, hitting the lip, and she's just, the work is done. Let's take a look again at this score of blue. You could look at how the way her board is chattering. There's so much texture on the face of the wave and so much speed. So I'm so impressed how she was able to manage that and hold that. And this frothy section that she had to surf through is no easy feat. So she made the most of that, scoring a 307. And then this is that next wave of green, just a single turn that came at the 473. But a beautiful, a nice score for a simple wave, but it was surfed really beautifully, and that's why that score reflects that way.
Really clean line drawn, and also that wave had a lot of size. It was really like a beautiful face to it for just that single maneuver. 4.73, making a statement to the rest of, those that are kind of watching, that are on the shoreline, and has OSHA sitting with that 10-point heat total now on the board. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Emily Jenkinson out of South Africa is sitting with that first priority next to her name. She's from Komiki, which is predominantly a left point, full of lots of kelp and seaweed that you're kind of dodging out in the lineup, as she's now standing up and riding. Took to surfing at 11 years old during COVID when there was no school sports for her to participate in.
Amazing.
Decided to get into the ocean just a few years ago, and that left at home in Komiki, setting her up really well to have great style and power as she snaps through that last turn. I love that rail grab off the bottom turn as well. And that's the wave she's really been looking for to try and open up her score line.
I am in awe after just watching that wave that you just said she started surfing during COVID at 11 years old. She's only 14, so that means she's been surfing for about 3 years. And the way she just surfed that so beautifully, so effortlessly, and that was a nice wave. Great wave selection, offered so much opportunity.
It's a wild place to learn how to surf too. The water is freezing cold in Cape Town. There is, a lot to kind of deal with a lot of moving water, a lot of big swells that kind of get picked up. It's the not quite the furthest south or the southernmost tip of Africa, but it's close to that. And so there's just a lot kind of happening within the ocean there. It takes a lot to kind of learn how to read things. But the benefit to learning how to surf in that region is that the surfing community is so long-standing. It is so developed. And for her, she would have entered into that surfing community with so many surfers around her age range, so many peers, likely a lot of the kids she was going to school with that she was able to learn how to get out in the lineup with as well. Luciana, huge wave, goes in for a massive lip line finish. Nearly held on to the end of it. That wave was triple overhead.
That was incredible commitment. Incredible.
Solid surfing from the young Costa Rican. A place that has some great left-hand points as well. Solid beach breaks, a lot of power in the ocean there. So for both Lucia and for Emily, I feel like the locations that they have grown up surfing are really going to favor them competing here. Of course, for Costa Rica, their temperature and their climates are a lot more similar to what we're dealing with here in El Salvador, which is the complete opposite of what South Africa has.
I was just going to add that, yeah.
But from a wave perspective, they both have kind of, a lot of similarities to finding those big lefts back at home. As we take a look now at OSHA, solid size takeoff, times it really well to drive into that and has a super heavy wipeout rate.
Her head, because she purled and her body went forward, her head kind of went exactly down with the lip. That wouldn't have felt nice.
Looks like she came out okay. I could see her reaching straight for the board there. So She'll just reset. She's already sitting in that leading position, but that was a really, really heavy takeoff. She'll likely have that saltwater nasal drip happening for the rest of the day.
For sure. Absolutely. Taking a look at this replay, really drawing out that bottom turn, a nice open face. Great commitment, beautiful turn. Just gets that inside rail stuck, and her body legitimately just went down with the lip.
Oh, thankfully,
Squish.
Team Canada is going to have some great assistance down on the beach. Just to be able to check out to make sure she's really feeling okay. Groms tend to bounce back and be a little bit more rubbery than those of us that have, 10 or 20 years on them. But for OSHA, that was a really solid commitment to a solid section. And I think that's one of the things that I've been really loving about this under 16 girls division. Surfers out in the lineup within this division, we're going to look at, 10 years old up to 16 years old. They are absolutely charging in huge surf and putting everything on the line, risking it all to try and make it through these heats. Talking about risk, Emily Jenkinson on her last wave, that big left, dropped her in a 4.10. It bumps her up into second, takes away that second place position from Chiara Capone out of Italy, and now really puts the pressure on for the final 2 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, Chiara has first priority, and she only needs a 3.51, so there is plenty of opportunity with 2 minutes remaining. It looks like there might be some lines coming, but that would feel good Emily no longer has the requirement on her. She did her work. I think she's just gotten back out into lineup, so she already has second priority. So potentially both of them will have another opportunity to replace that lower score.
2 minutes remaining. Definitely going to see at least this next wave with some potential, but you can see just out of the corner there, more the indicator that there might be more lines on the way. See if anyone's able to get into position. This wave looks like it's going to break a little bit farther on the inside, and they've been used to taking a few big sets within this heat, so everyone's kind of preparing for something big, not wanting to get caught on the inside, especially after, nearly 20 minutes finished. Everyone's had the opportunity to lock themselves into a couple big waves, taken some wipeouts as well, had to kind of have that moment to reset, catch their breath after getting tumbled underwater.
But the requirements aren't big for both white and blue. A 3.51, a 4.1 respectively. Those are scores, especially the 3.51, you could maybe get on a medium one on the inside. So with white having first priority, she could break away from the pack, or at least make sure she's within that catching wave ability by moving in a bit. But looks like I'm going to eat my words as a set comes, and she might be in perfect position for this.
Well, I would say great call on being able to score a smaller score like that on the inside. She paddles over this, and she wouldn't have been quite in position. She would have really needed to be paddling to the inside. But even if she had locked into one turn, she could have had that 3.5 on that last wave. The surfer out of Rome, Italy, has spent some time living between Belgium and Virginia Beach in the USA. So she's a surfer that's had that opportunity to travel, also experienced some cultures that aren't necessarily super connected to the ocean, but then getting more time surfing in the States on the East Coast has turned her into the surfer that she is today. Unfortunately, with just 5 seconds remaining on the clock, priority to her name, and the ocean is just going to be a little bit quiet. She's going to have a look at this wave, which for sure would have the scoring potential, but from what our clock is saying, she's going to be out of time. And there we can see OSHA Green with a solid bit of bodyboarding to finish off her heat.
Bumpy in, but she'd be feeling really good. Those two really nice scores, and she'll take away that win for Team Canada.
Big win for the 15-year-old out of Tofino, taking away a solid victory. Emily Jenkinson of South Africa finding herself in second. And Italy and Costa Rica heading into the rapid charge round, both charging on some absolutely massive sets throughout this heat. We've got more action to come when we return. Paul Evans and Barton Lynch on the call.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature. the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equaliser. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
The ISA World Juniors welcomes you back to Surf City, El Salvador, as we'll roll through the girls under 16, bringing it into Heat 8 of this second round. Having a look at Cristiana Dayano from Spain, Mel Canhoto from Portugal, Laura Mendelli from Brazil, Victoria Munoz from Argentina. I'm Paul Evans. Very happy to say I'm once again joined by Barton Lynch for the insights.
Great to be here, mate. Great to see the swell just continuing to pump and a little bit of wind coming up.
Bit of wind, that'll make things trickier. Plenty of size, power, heft, all of that stuff. And surfers trying to make sense of this lineup in a very compressed time frame. Just 20 minutes to find themselves a couple of numbers. Bombs out the back. Looks like Munoz having a paddle here. Great looking entry into this wave for Victoria. And that's really nice. The speed off the top with loads of spray. And too much speed into a bottom turn and loses the, just can't hold the power basically.
And guess who's been working on their rotation of the upper body and the hands? Very deliberate use of the upper body, but very effective.
Here goes the Spaniard into the lip. That gets a bit wrong and a bit weird. So a couple of missteps early on in this. Here goes Mendelli. What's she got for us? She has a prod from a low line position and looking towards a section that she'd like to have a go at. Eventually, she'll catch up. And a slightly sort of muted redirect in the pocket. That one's a lot more legit as she swings the ship around. Very nice for a finish, and she'll nail that.
Yeah, it was worth the effort to stay with it, wasn't it? You know, it's early stages in the heat. Could have easily have thought, there was nothing outside. I've been stuck behind the white water for a while. Maybe I'll just cut out and get another one. But I feel like the commitment to that wave and the last three turns made the effort at the start there, or the slow start, worth it. Oh, this looks like a nice inside left, clean on the face, but unfortunately not getting into that one.
Canhoto having a paddle. She had first priority prior to that. Let's see if that situation changes or whether our other surfers will have been deemed in the line. It won't matter actually because she'll go again here. Here we go. And does well to deal with that really steep drop and keeps super active on the board. Ooh. That's a great turn. And she'll go over the falls as a consequence. But how about that for a bit of attitude?
Yeah, exactly. Well put. There was authority, there was aggression, and just the energy in her body showed the desire and the determination that's inside of her head. And that great signs early. Unfortunately incomplete, but there was a lot to like about it.
Canhoto having a swing. We love to see it. We're looking at the Argentinian Katia Wersch. She's getting her final instructions, possibly feeling a little bit of pressure, trying to deal with that. Got the tunes going, maybe something to amp her up, maybe something to calm her down.
Yes, the old calming down is a good one when the pressure's on and you're...
Were you into the music? Get preheat prep? Was that your thing for you?
At certain points in time, you know.
What was BL running? What stuff?
Well, I varied from punk with just some energetic, crazy energy through to James Taylor. Winter, spring, summer, or fall. And those songs that... And then he had that one, I'm a steamroller, baby, I'm going to roll all over you. And so there were contests where that was just coincidentally became the last song that played as I took the headphones off and I walked down there and I'd go out and win that heat. So I felt the influence of the music, but like you said, sometimes you needed it to amp yourself up. Other times, or more often than not, it was better that you calm things down and save the aggression for the minute you hit the water.
We'll see a paddle here from Dayano. the Spanish. You won't get that. It always, to me, seems like a little bit of a mismatch. Sometimes you see surfers with really fast music and they're psyched up and you charge and you go down and then you just go sit on your board.
Yeah.
Just sit. And it seems such a weird thing. It almost feels like maybe that slightly sort of lower tempo music just to kind of like waken you. I don't know, try and find a similar rhythm to what's coming in from the ocean rather than just coming in, banging, and then just...
And the banging, the need to feel amped and in that state when you're on land is really a lack of confidence in a lot of ways, because you're trying to find something that feels right for you and put yourself in a place where you feel confident, where really if it's calm and relaxed, but deep down you've got that confidence, you know when you hit the water you'll be how you need to be. I kind of subscribe to that school of thought as well.
Just over 13.5 minutes remaining in this one. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, and we're having a ton of fun down here with Osha Green. Congratulations, Osha. Coming from British Columbia. See, I'm getting confused. You were nervous, I'm nervous now. BC, a great place to come from, especially Vancouver Island. A lot of waves that can replicate this kind of momentum out there you see in the water, a lot of moving parts. Tell me, how was it out there in the 20 minutes that you had?
It was really tricky, actually. When I was watching, it looked really fun and there was lots of waves, but when I got out there, it was sort of all over. But I found a few.
And smart and strategic. I mean, really meat and potatoes, a 6 and a 4.83 as your backup. Calm, cool, but most importantly, finishing your waves off. Was that kind of the plan going into the heat?
Yeah, I was just trying to stay busy because my last heat I only caught 2 waves. So I was trying to stay busy and surf safe and land turns.
And how do you simplify things moving into the later rounds, knowing that staying in the main rounds is probably the most important part, especially as a team event?
Yeah, I'm hoping to stay in all the main rounds, so all my heats are going to be really tough in all of the rounds because they just keep getting harder and harder, so hopefully I can keep catching waves.
A message for Vancouver Island back home?
Thanks to all my friends who are watching back home.
Thanks, Osha. Congratulations.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks, Mitch. As we'll pick up the Spaniard, Diano, covering some ground here and making space at the top of the wave. And an absolute ton of speed with an inside. What she got for a finish, she'll throw it away. And she did. She covered a lot of ground, went through the gears with a ton of speed, and ultimately to not much end. That inside section is really tough to hit, Barton.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, as you said, because it was a nice tall wall. And when she got to the top of the wave there, the board stayed horizontal. There wasn't enough pressure on the back foot to get that nose around, have it pointing towards the shore to get a conversion there, completion. 4.5, the first score for Munoz. Still the best wave of the heat.
Shout out, by the way, to Canada. We talked about how good their surf team is. That's a good story. Shout out to them for putting a leaf on their flag. There's not loads of leaves on flags around the world, are there? Trees not really getting enough love. There's lots of crosses and designs with patterns. Really cool to see the maple leaf.
Environmentally concerned. Before it was,
the source of sort of all life. That's what we owe all of our existence to, right? Photosynthesis.
Yes,
that's
right.
We wouldn't be breathing.
Well, that's right.
Who else has got
fresh oxygen out of them leaves?
I think in Lebanon they've got the cypress tree on their flag. The cedar of Lebanon, haven't they, on their flag?
Oh, no idea, mate. But
there's not a lot of trees on flags, so well done, Canada.
A lot of stars.
Lots of
They're all looking up to the stars.
Stars.
But again, it's a very unique sign, and who doesn't love maple syrup? Here we go.
Here goes Laura Mendelli of Brazil. And Laura just sort of swinging off the bottom and the wave going fat. Meanwhile, here goes Canhoto from Portuguese, small in stature, big on maneuvers. As she'll go down into inside the coiled spring, bang, into the lip, and the lip absolutely smashes her, knocks her off the board.
I love the approach. I love the energy, the aggression. And, she's just got to stick one of those and a big score will follow. Got the 3.27, so, not a bad score for her for a single wave with a fall at the end of it. So there's some really good signs for the Portuguese surfer. And there's another good sign, the 3.10 and up into the lead at this point in time. Obviously, the Argentinian only one ride, 4.5. And big sets approaching on the outside.
George Stanley was designer of the Canadian maple leaf flag. And I definitely didn't just Google that. That's just something.
It's just something you knew, yeah.
1964 it was, actually, incidentally. Let's check the replay here, BL.
64. So 60th anniversary, just like the ISA. There you go. Here we go.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, thank you. Mel on the inside coming through. Some good turns before this inside. Goes at it with absolute abandon. Throws herself at the lip. Some good work before that. A 310, 327, both with falls at the end. You can imagine with completions, those rides are going 5 or 6 points. So the signs are good for that young lady. And she'll be able to recognise that and go, okay, if I can get a completion, that's my pathway to a bigger score.
More sets bombing. Look at this left, just winding through. Outside corner, just reeling down here. This thing's break way outside. We've got more. Look at those lines just unloading. It's solid out there.
Bigger than this morning. Fair to say, right?
Yeah,
we were expecting the swell to increase. Look at this big wide set. White water on the right-hand side of our screen. One of the biggest sets of the day. We were expecting the swell to pick up, but maybe a little later in the day. It's already here. It's already marching in.
Absolutely macking for the under 16 girls. This is heat 8 of their second round of competition. And we're enjoying so far the efforts, particularly of Mel Canyoto. A couple of threes for her, but we like the way she's going at it. She's got threes within completions. When she connects and gets one, as you said, and nails it, she's going to really unlock the scoreboard. Munoz as well. With that 4-5, it's kind of the moment of quality from so far in this. She's still looking to get a backup score, but with these big conditions and that long paddle out as well, just a further trial and tribulation for these girls to try and figure out this lineup, get themselves a wave, and then surf that to their ability. And I guess ultimately, name of the game would be try and get your work done before rather than leaving everything on that last turn, because it feels now we're getting into a bit of a rhythm. See a lot of people kind of miss sections and then overdo it slightly on the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. And even, the idea is to just concentrate on what you're doing and be present in that moment that you're doing it. Then your energy is there. The judges appreciate surfing that has a feeling to it. And if your mind's thinking about what's coming up, the energy and that feeling's not in the moment, in the present, in the surfing that you're doing. And that's one of those things for a young kid, not getting ahead of yourself. It's a very difficult thing to do because the ambition, the desire comes into play. Look at these sets. That's the biggest set of the day so far, it would seem, breaking way on the outside. If you're in first or second at this point in time, those big sets almost play to your advantage because we're down to 6.5 minutes now, and it feels like the heat just got started.
It looked like Victoria Munoz from Argentina was close to being in position for that. Ultimately, she decided that wasn't the wave she wanted to try and get a backup score on. Look at that massive triangle of white water. And it's absolutely pumping here. This swell filling in as predicted, and it's going to require, aside from the mental side, a bit of physicality as well. It's tough to paddle out.
I went for my first surf of this trip yesterday afternoon, me and about 200 grommets out at Elsenthal. It was the most crowded surf I've ever had, but the froth was very high, as you can imagine. Paddling around in the heat of this lineup, these guys will be puffing and panting. Your head's boiling, it's burning, and it's really hard with the stress of the heat to stay calm, to stay controlled, to stay focused. And I felt it even, in a free surf. So I really feel for the young kids with this set in particular, because that was a giant set. All of that paddling, all the puffing and the panting and the heat is a really stressful situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, one thing it'd be really hard to prep for this physically with just the humidity, that heat, duck diving, absolute bombs, and doing that with that pressure as well of knowing this is the World Juniors. There's a lot of expectation. There's people watching, all of that stuff. It's just, it's incredible to see. Actually, I think some surfers, how they can hold it together and perform, because it seems like so many things kind of stacked against you. And yeah, it seems like a big thing to be able to overcome, particularly for the youngsters.
Totally, and heat is just so stressful. It's like when you're in the sauna and it just starts getting, you're agitated. It just makes you stressed beyond. And that's what I felt in the water, and it made me appreciate the difficulties, because just watching it, you don't, it's not like we can feel the heat. We can feel how muggy it is in the water, hotter in the water than on the land, essentially. And you dive in, the first dive in, you get a moment of relief. You go, oh, this is nice. Doesn't take too long and too many strokes till you're puffing and panting. Oh my gosh, this is stressful. And to manage this heat in the heat environment is a challenging thing. So, you know, got a feel for the young ladies, but they're doing a great job. And 4 minutes 15 on the clock. Laura and Christina need to get going.
Yeah, this looks like Munoz all on her own out the back, actually. Can't see her competitor. She's got a wave here if she can get herself on this. Look at this thing. And then she'll paddle that white wall, just help kind of push her in. And here she goes, swooping down into this initial section. And then just cuts one back. And stands right next to the white water. Steep section, great turn, really nice, good speed. And she'll go again here. Wow, big spray. And that's what speed will get you. Really nice flow to it. The combo of backhand turns. This is going to be big.
It's going to be big. Looking for the 187. We know she goes into the lead, and her technique. You can see the work that she has done on her technique. It's very deliberate, and everything's kind of doing what it's meant to do in a very traditional way. And so she's well coached. But then you've got to be able to let it go and be free of, if you're too concentrated in the technique, things get stiff and you disconnect from the flow. Those two top turns were beautiful. She was able to get that beautiful bottom turn and then whip it out of the top. She wasn't too focused on a technique. You can tell that she's done it so many times that it's second nature now, and she's able to use that beautiful technique to score some big points. Oh my goodness, did I just see an 817 on the board there?
Let's have a look. She goes excellent here. We're going to get another look from above this time.
Little cut back into the pocket, waiting for it to stand up, steepen up. Holds it at the bottom there. Nice snap out of the top. Look at this section on the inside. Goes early. Beautiful timing. Gets that second snap in. 817. Difficult conditions here today. Difficult to find yourself in the right place. So out there alone, she showed great experience, great knowledge to put herself in the perfect place for a good big set wave. And these two turns are where the money are. The two backhand re-entries for an 8. Maybe the most traditional kind of judging concept in surfing these days. And she knew it, and she performed it beautifully.
All alone out there, and in a situation in the heat with time ticking down. What a way to respond with strength. Crucially with speed, just to make sure she didn't have arrived too late. We've seen so many surfers do that, particularly this morning. She got in, she got out, and it went excellent.
Like she was jumping as the lip had finished breaking, so she got up there early, cleared the white water, got the completion. The thing that tells you how the quality of the turn was the quality of the spray. Beautiful, clean spray as she whipped her board out of the top. Fantastic surfing into the lead. And 9.40 for second place to catch our Argentinian leader.
Something of a cameo appearance in the lineup for Mandelli and Canyoto. Where have they been? They're suddenly appearing in the
paddling,
lineup.
Mate. Duck diving, paddling, and battling the ocean.
Over a minute to go. Canyoto
with priority.
Yeah, she wants to try and hold off Laura.
100%. I was thinking, why is she? And then I looked at the priority and went, because she's a smart young lady. She knows she's in first priority. She knows she's in second place. Doesn't actually need to ride another wave. Really needs to make sure that Laura, with the second priority and in third place, only looking for a 2.80. So an easy score to get. Look at this set wave. Will they have to duck dive? Yes, they will.
So they'll both dip under that. Canyoto with priority and a slim margin, really. 2.8 the requirement for the Brazilian. Laura Mandelli, not a big number. Stand up on a bomb here. You're well on your way to that number just by getting yourself completing the drop, doing a bottom turn, any kind of maneuver. You're going to be looking at 2s at least. Let's see if she can find a wave. I'm not sure. Time is on her side. We're getting down to 10 seconds here. They're any kind of opportunity. A little double up possibly in the white water here. Can she get away from Canyoto? She tries and doesn't get on, and I think that will wrap things up here. And you have to say, that excellent wave for Munoz. Well done to her, just for getting in position and reading this line. It's such a big playing field out there. Before we even get into the surfing part of it, just being right there in the slot, that's impressive.
Yeah, it's a massive playing field. Football field size area that you can catch them from when you consider the rights and the wide lefts and how distant that is. And great to see Mel Canhoto using that priority. She looked great on the wave face and looked smart with her strategy as well.
All wrapped up for heat number 8 of the second round of under 16 girls. ISA World Juniors in Surf City, El Salvador. Will return right after the break.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to El Salvador, where it's absolutely pumping, massive waves, breaking way out the back of Bocana. We watch some of the finest talents from across the globe go at it, looking to find waves and press the panel and go deep into what's going to be a huge, huge 10 days or so of competition here. Let's bring a brand new heat in, Heat 9. We're checking out 2 surfers from Switzerland, Sloan Yuka and Celia Magras, also Katia Versch from Argentina, Nina Smikelas from Germany. That's the quartet. In the booth, Paul Evans, joined by Barton Lynch. We're watching a paddle here from Versch, the Argentinian. And she's on, off the bottom. Great first turn. Gets some nice whip going, redirects that board, and then recovers it well. A little wobble, and had the strength to hang on there, Barton.
Yeah, it got messy for a second there, but the fact that she completed it means that, it feels like a 3, something in that range. It was a big wave, though, big face. And good to get going early within the first minute or so.
Yeah, just thinking of that scale from the judges, I just wonder that there's a bit of reflection from them that we've seen a lot of waves ridden when we're talking about head high, slightly overhead. Now that it's huge, you might think it might be fewer opportunities. I'm just wondering how they'll kind of maybe adjust with that. We'll find out soon. That first score might set the scene for this. But what we want is everyone really to get a couple of opportunities, ideally, and with just 20 minutes and with that massive paddle out, the chance of getting blown up, caught inside, having to do duck diving, it's a big, big ask for all sorts of reasons. But hey, if you come to a place with as consistent as this in prime season, it's having waves is a great thing, and they're going to have to deal with that if they're going to go all the way. Just as you thought, the mid-range 3 comes in.
Yeah, there you go, 3.5. Couple of them, you're heading towards 7. And even with more control on that particular one, you imagine that could have been a 4 without the little wobble in there as well. But 3 5s were good enough in the last heat for advancement, so you would consider that a good start. And you're back out the back, no one else has had one. Positive situation all round. And you've got your teammate out there, Sloan and Celia. Teammates, be interesting to see if you can, the potential there is, as teammates, is to sit in the middle of the other two, and one go right, one go left, and take your opponents out of the conversation through a little tag team action.
And will be a unique feature of ISA, that we'll have 4 surfer heats throughout, all the way to the final as well.
Look at this set.
As we get to the final stages, possibly that coming into play. Look at this thing just smoking through the lineup.
Well, it would be fair to say that when we first got here this morning, I thought today was smaller than yesterday. A couple of feet. I was like, oh, it's smaller today. That's odd. I thought it was going to be bigger. Well, it's certainly bigger now. It looks like it's doubled in size, really, since this morning.
That left's still going, just rolling through to the inside. Just mind surfing that. We're on a kind of 17th Rio right now.
And look at the whitewater line, just a perfect whitewater line. You mentioned it yesterday. A triangular line of whitewater is a great sign, better than a straight line of whitewater as the wave breaks and leaves that trail of what it's done behind.
Whoa, look at this thing. Okay, any takers here. It looks like Jukka out of Switzerland. An absolute bomb for her. Here she goes. Driving her first turn. Goes back to the juice and she finds it. And then the bottom turn to another snap on the face. The spray coming from the speed and the power of the wave.
Woo.
And then gets the tail released, possibly slightly unintentionally. A little bit of a wobble. Becomes a kick out.
Look at that left behind, just beautiful walls coming through. Lefts and rights at this particular venue. Elsenzaal, the other venue, down only a few hundred metres along the coastline, is a right-hand point primarily, although there are some lefts out off there as well. So great equal opportunities here for competition. We talked about the consistency of the sets. Always waves coming pretty much. So we haven't, third day now, we've barely seen a lull the whole time. There's always in-betweeners and then the set waves as well. So lots of opportunities, great place for competition.
Looks like Versh will go here. So looking to back up the 3-5. She goes flying down the face. Look at the speed she's got. And she deals with that speed to just swoop back and get at the pocket. Now it'll get real steep and hit real quick. What she got, bang. Very nice. As she goes up into the lip and then the bottom drops out of the wave. She almost pin dropped onto her own board.
Her feet just ended up really close together towards the tail of the board there. She's back on her board. This week you always look to see how they get back on their board, how they're paddling. She looks fine. But that was a second ride. Scores in quickly from the judges. 2.33 with a connection there. I feel like that could have been a great wave. Or with the completion at the end.
Just under 14 minutes to go in this heat 9. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, standing by with Mitchell.
Argentina's Vicky Muñoz Larreta, the victor, 8-1-7, 8-17, Vicky. Un hitsazo que surfeaste, a great heat that you surfed. It got huge during your heat, though. Se puso grande, pero con ganas ahí dentro del agua. How did you feel and how were you able to find that 8-1-7? ¿Cómo te sentiste y cómo encontraste el 8-17?
Bueno, la verdad muy contenta. Ahí justo entraron sets grandes y había que esperar bastante, filtrar varias olas, pero bueno, contenta de que logré enganchar dos, ahí una al principio. Y bueno, después el 8-17 que estaba difícil de encontrarla y justo me vino la olita, la fui a buscar y bueno, la enganché, me dio para unas maniobras buenas, así que súper contenta.
Waves are really good. It got huge during our heat, no doubt, but I had two waves at the beginning, so I was always advancing. But luckily for me, I got the 8-1-7, but I was searching for that wave. It didn't just simply appear. Un hit muy importante, obviamente, para el equipo argentino, pero es tu último año también la sub-16. It's a big heat for Team Argentina, but it's your last year in the U16s. Unas metas que tengas para ti misma en esta división. Do you have any accomplishments or any goals that you want to have in this division?
Bueno, la verdad que metas hay muchas, así que vamos paso a paso, hit a hit. Así que bueno, a darle con todo ahora todo lo que se viene y alentar el equipo que sigue con todo.
Goals I have, I got to take it step by step, heat by heat, though, and just keep supporting the team just like they've been supporting me. ¿Algo que le quieras decir a la gente de Argentina y especialmente a tus compañeros de equipo aquí?
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos, acá el equipo alentando siempre. Bueno, buenísimo, motiva un montón. Bueno, gracias a toda la gente de Argentina que nos está viendo y alentando también.
Felicidades, Vicky, hay que escucharlo, Argentina.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mitchell. Very well done indeed. Big smile, well deserved, well merited. Just on flag chat, there's no way we cannot mention the fact that that flag has got a sun on it and the sun's got a little face on it. How cool is that? I absolutely love that little smiley face on the sun.
Someone had a good sense of humor when they designed that.
Both Argentina and Uruguay have this. It's called the Sun of May.
son of May.
It's got 16 rays
Right.
representing heat and light, and they've both got little faces. Love
So
that
cute.
so much.
And shoot, that was a fantastic interview. Great to have Mitchell down there and able to translate the Spanish for us. He does a great job. And the energy of that young lady, the smile on the face of the winners, just makes you feel good. And it's fantastic to see these young people achieving their dreams. Look at this one. Big, big wave. A lot of water moving through. And you would definitely go up to a step up if you were surfing out there now. You know, this morning you could have got away with your smaller board. I feel like now you need a step up just to have the mobility and the ability to catch waves and create opportunity.
If you brought one with you, you're paddling out on it for your heat right now. It's absolutely bombing out there. There's so much power you mentioned earlier as well. Just having that ability to kind of hold in a little bit as well will be invaluable as we go under 11 minutes in this. Another Argentinian going well out there. Couple of less for her. Good enough for the lead right now. And then the two Swiss surfers chasing down, still waiting for numbers to come in for Magras and the German Smiklas. Here we go. This is Versch, who has a paddle, and that one will just dip underneath. And that'll be one of the challenges, Barton. When it's this big, the sets come through, you paddle out, you don't want to get caught outside though. You don't want to leave yourself kind of stranded marooned too far out.
Yeah, you're going to miss the in-betweeners. Definitely, you need to decide what you're going to do, which waves you're going to target. It's so much easier if you know what waves you want to ride, then you know where they break and you know where you've got to sit. If you're just open and go, well, I'm going to paddle around and see what I get, it is easy to be caught out of position, either too far out or too far in, either way, but you've got to commit to one or the other.
Yuka there having another look, a little bit of a tentative paddle. She wasn't really backing herself to get into that. Let's see if she can find herself in position here. Bit of a right heading towards her. And she'll go a little wide on it. This one will slip under as well, possibly a taker down in the form of Katia Versch. If she paddles hard here, close to getting onto that one. It looked like she was looking left, actually kind of sectioned left and possibly went right. It won't matter anyway. We'll still pick up this drone vision and another bomb out the back. But putting yourself in position for that steep takeoff bowl, it's hard to take off on the shoulder. You do need to be on the peak. That's exactly where Yuka is. A bomb for her to her feet and flying into the first section with a little S carved back towards the whitewater here, and then a little jam, a quick redirect. She has a look around, realizes, where do I want to be? Where's the juice? Where's the speed? And that one went to a bit of a hole. Not loads on offer for her there, but she was in second, and she'll consolidate her score if she improves.
Just the positioning was good enough, to be out there on your own and find yourself right where you need to be takes great ocean skills. She displayed that, and then as the wave went on, she just started to put a little more punch into each of those turns. Shame there wasn't a little more wall on it for her. She can get a little more wall and keep that level of intensity in the rail and drive it and put that punch in. The big scores will follow.
8 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this one. Not sure we can pick up Nina Smiklas in the lineup right now. We are watching your heat leader, left of your shot. She's in green. She's from Argentina, 583, her numbers. And Yuka's number comes in. She'll get that 2-8. We'll just consolidate. We're waiting for the first attempt from Celia Magras, also out of Switzerland. So priority, according to what we look at, not assigned to them. So does that mean our priority judges deem that they haven't quite made it to the lineup yet?
Or they haven't ridden a wave yet.
Of course.
So they can,
sure.
yeah.
That's the obvious answer. Good job, someone's paying attention. Eh?
It's difficult conditions. We're getting to that point where the catching and the positioning is near more important than what happens on the wave, because without, I always sort of put that in terms of pillar one. For me, when I'm coaching, I put it into two pillars. Pillar one is everything that happens before you jump to your feet, and then as you cut out of the wave and lay back down, you're back in pillar one. Pillar two is the gymnastic performance on the wave. Pillar two does not get an opportunity without a good pillar one game. Pillar one is good surfing. That's what real surfing is all about. And the focus a lot of the times is on that pillar 2, the gymnastic performance on the wave is what you want to do. But pillar 1 is what real surfing is, and the best surfers are the best at that, positioning in that lineup, creating the opportunities for pillar 2 to shine.
When you say it like that, it all makes so much sense. Why didn't I think of that? That sounds like, yeah, I mean, that's of course exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's so important, that read on the ocean, and obviously, particularly when it gets bigger, the significance of that just goes up an order of magnitude.
Up and up and up. And as courage, and look at this one, look how far outside that broke of the ladies in this heat. And you see now, this is a great angle to see what happens to you. You duck dive under it, and then that waterfall of ocean energy moving forward, that white water just starts dragging you backwards, as we saw there. And then you're on your little twig trying to claw your way around the ocean that is just so powerful, so ominous. That, you know, that speaks to the courage of these young ladies and of surfing and surfers in general. The fact that, one, we go off terra firma. You imagine back in time where they used to think the earth was flat, well, some still do, that, you know, you would sail off and fall off the edge of the earth. So going out off terra firma was a terrifying idea, because who knows when you're going to fall off the edge of the world. So there's inherent fear in all of us, but not in this young lady, Celia, up and riding.
Yeah, here goes McGrath from Switzerland, dealing with the speedy takeoff and then on a slopey face and maintaining a decent position in the pocket of the wave for a chance at an inside. And she'll have a little look around, see if anything tickles her fancy for a turn. And the kick out from her, so well done for finding herself a wave. First of all, getting on the scoreboard with 5 to go. She'll get a number and she'll give herself a shot at coming back for a possible chance to move up to second in the final 5 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, and on the idea would be on the way out to find something. Depending on where this score comes in, there it is, a 2-1-3. So a long ride, but you know, a lot of it was sort of on the shoulder, and it was feeling a little bit tentative, given the size and the amount of water moving around, the bounce underneath that young lady. So 2-1-3 means she's looking for 3.5. She could find that on the way back out. You really wouldn't want to... I would be hunting, you know, my goal would be to not get back out, but get one on the way and get that score halfway out, 3/4 of the way out. Because once you get out the back with 4 and 20, you could just be waiting a while. It might take that long, or a big set comes and you get caught inside and all of a sudden you run out of time. You see that inside left there?
Wow.
That, you know, something like that would be the goal
for
Celia now on the way back out.
Wow, it is absolutely pumping here at La Bocana. We're watching Heat 9 of the second round under 16 girls in the ISA World Junior Championships at the moment. Surfer from Argentina, they just enjoyed success in that very last heat with Munoz. And right now, Versh is going good in this. 3-5 and 2-3-3 aren't massive numbers. There's only 2 really significant numbers, and that's first and second to get yourself into those positions. And it means you advance and stay in this round. Of course, if you don't end up there, rapid charge available, but a bit more of a trickier path to go really, really deep in the event via that round. It's all about trying to stay in the main part of the draw. Sloane Yuka of Switzerland, she's in red right there. She sits in second right now, 3-0-1 for first. Here goes Katja. Thought about that one, maybe felt that energy was backing off. Probably a good call not to go.
And Nina Smiklas for Germany, maybe caught inside, or perhaps one of those bigger sets caught her inside, washed her all the way in, which is it can happen out here. Hasn't got a wave yet. We haven't seen her in the lineup yet.
3 on the clock here. Katja looks like she's heading slightly over to the next peak, so she's heading west. She goes to the right of your shot, a touch. And then she'll decide that's the position, probably maybe going off the white water. It's going to be pretty tough, really, other than just using the white water and kind of memory, sort of triangulating where the last sets were, just to figure out exactly where to sit, because they are way out the back. And that opportunity might come through here. Here's something shaping up. Let's see if Katja can find herself in the spot for this.
The Pelicans did. They were on that one. Here we go.
All right, here goes Katja. And again, really late takeoff from her, and just a little too late and unable to stick that one.
Great attempt. Love it. In the lead. Close lead, isn't it? 0.20, 583 to 563. So first and second, very close. Celia, 2 minutes to find a 3.5, very doable. Super tight heat, this one.
Just 2 on the clock in this one. Pretty modest numbers. We're stuck in the 3s for our high score. We've got immodest numbers in terms of the size, the height of the swell.
Yeah.
It's pumping out there, 8 to 10 foot.
Big. Oh, how big are the faces? Massive faces.
Really, really solid swell here. And our surfer's doing well to negotiate this lineup again. Katia goes, she likes the look of this. She's up on an inside wave. And maybe the legs just feeling the fatigue there. Just as she got to her feet, the wave went slopey. She'll go down over the heels. 90 on the clock now. And we haven't seen Celia Magras manage to get back into the lineup after that long, long wave that she rode all the way through to the inside. That leaves Sloane in the seat all on her own, way, way out the back. Second place position, pretty close to first as well in terms of the total. That we won't get an improvement for Katia for her last wave, that incompletion. No. The scores will remain as they are. I just wonder when surfers were preparing for this trip, thinking about coming, it would have been locked in for a while, that team selection and stuff. They probably weren't visualising, and they have a good idea of what the surf's like over here, but waves of this size. But
well, I've only been here twice, as I've said, but this isn't unusual. This is more normal than unusual, which is a fantastic thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, last trip we were here, it got 4 feet bigger than this, you know, significantly bigger than this, and it was, you know, there were days this size, never got under 4 feet, and so I feel like this is quite, you know, from my short experiences here, it's quite traditional for this part of the world, for these breaks to have this amount of swell on them. Here we go, having a paddle. You can see the taper off to the right, too small, not going to break where she is in the deep water. Outside, it's been a courageous performance. Her positioning, she never compromised that positioning at all. Oh, she's always been out the back, waiting for the big ones.
that'll wrap up heat number 9 of our second round. Well done to Katia Versch. And also Sloane Jurka from Switzerland. You're watching on screen right now. There's Katia. And they've done really well to negotiate a pumping lineup. Big waves. Wide open playing field, putting yourself in position, been able to get those scores. That's the tricky part of the equation that our surfers need to figure out right now. That's beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. Waves are the star of the show here. The view on land is pretty cool too. Nice and green and tropical. We're enjoying what we're watching. We've got loads more yet to come. More live action we'll bring you from the World Juniors in El Salvador right after the break.
Bienvenido a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en arte especial. Compartimos olas, volcanes, los picos y aseguramos una experiencia con maestría. Porque esta tierra de más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado, cualquier otro país del mundo es japonés.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
We're coming live from El Salvador, where the waves are absolutely on the cook. That'll be a pretty accurate description of the air temperature. Water temps too. It's warm, it's balmy, it's tropical, it's hot. The action has been really entertaining. Here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, Barton Lynch. And mate, the waves, the real star of the show, and some of the best junior surfers from around the world. They're figuring it out and they're putting in strong performances
all of the best junior surfers from around the world are here. 441 kids, 54 nations. And that's, you know, an amazing thing that we get to share. Record number of 194 girls in this event, 43% of the field. So young ladies taking surfing up all around the world. And here's the lineup, mate.
Put all of them out in the water right now. We're looking at Miriam Julião from Portugal, Remy Fourie from South Africa, Maria Eduarda of Brazil, Maya Radzunas from Argentina. The Argentinians going strong in these last few heats. They'll be looking to keep that going here with Maya out in the water right now. She's in the right. And we just see Miriam from Portugal just entering stage right as she paddles across and gets on this peak. And there's no way that these surfers haven't seen what's gone down in the last few heats, maybe just kind of adjusting a little bit in terms of the strategy. Their coaches have had a few things to say. And what would you say if the surf suddenly picked up, or it's picked up over the last hour or so, something like that? What would you be saying to your surfers before they paddle out? Mainly trying to maybe calm them down a bit if they're nervous?
I would primarily be suggesting that you don't need to be on the biggest waves, that there's in-between ones that are of value. You've got to look for the taper in the wall, so it can't be too short in that wall, but it can't be too long and tall in that wall as well. So you really want to focus in on the ocean. It's the only thing you need to think about. The only thing that's going to create success is your dance with the ocean and you putting yourself in the right place at the right time. We see a big set looming way on the outside here. So, you know, really in a lot of ways you'd be going, look, just you're duck diving the sets. You know, you got to wear a couple of them and then just wait for those in-betweeners. But my goal would be 2 waves in the first 10 minutes. You've got to achieve that. If you can do that, then you're kind of putting yourself on easy street to build, and the back half, the pressure's off, and you can just look for better waves than you've already had. And one of the primary focuses is that every wave you catch or ride, in theory, should be better than what you rode before. At any time you catch a wave that doesn't match what you've already had, got to be considered a mistake.
Already 4 minutes gone in this one. Our surfers patient in the lineup.
I wouldn't say that much, though.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But, you know, in there's certain elements of that depending on the individual character of the person you're coaching that need to, focus for them.
I guess that's one of the key as well to being a coach. It's about having that knowledge as well, but it's about getting that across to your surfer and maybe kind of distilling it, condensing it down.
Yeah, and what I learned as a coaching Australia for a couple of years there, we got the bronze the first year I coached, we got the silver the second year we coached. Then the third year was going to, the second year, when we got the silver was in Peru. And at that particular event, we had an altercation with the crowd that was aggressive and violent, mate. And I was right in the middle of it.
Was it Drew Courtney's heat, I think?
Drew Courtney was Drew Courtney, Mick Campbell.
That's right.
And if both those surfers got through, we won the gold.
Yep.
We didn't know the math. We were just focused on winning heats.
Yeah.
Dave Davidson was coaching Peru, an Australian. They'd done the math. He told them, hey, you got to take one of them out. You can't let 2 of them go through. They went out to get Mick Campbell because they knew he'd be aggressive and emotional and bite into a fight easy enough.
He's not shrinking violet.
And he got an early wave. And so they went to Drew Courtney and took him out, couldn't catch a wave, just paddled all around him, over him. It was a radical situation. And the commentators talked it up with the crowd that we were the bad guys. And so in the end, as Drew was coming to the water, the crowd surged down, and I felt the aggression. We were staying above the side. I took my hat and my sunnies off. I ran down the beach. I stood in front of the Peruvian crowd and I said, "Tranquilo, amigos, tranquilo," and tried to talk them into calming down. And I got attacked. I had a guy holding me by the collar about to punch me in the head. It got crazy. And so after that, I was really disappointed in the response for Surfing Australia. There was nothing happened, no complaints, no apologies, nothing from anyone anywhere. So I resigned as Australian coach. But the lesson I learned, I transgressed. But the lesson I learned as a coach out of those 2 years was that there's the sensitivities of individuals that you've got to consider. And, we were pretty old school, hardcore competitors. So you would talk in a way that was a little less sensitive or considerate for people. And I remember a young lady on our team having a heat, and she was paddling so slowly, and there was no energy in the presence that she brought to the heat. And I think at some point the throwaway line might have been, you're paddling like a slug or something like that. You need to pick it up. And it offended, my team rider, and she was sort of upset about the way I'd communicated it to her, and I became really aware of the differences between people and the need for you just not to be you and deliver it in your way, but to understand them and then consider that and deliver the information in a way that suits that individual. So you're right, it's a very important part.
All right, let's check out Maya Radzionas right now, the Argentinian. Nicely done, little snap down, opens up the body, put a bit of style into it. Throwing some shapes on the inside as she redirects that board and gets a nice snap as well in the lip line. Still going here, bang, again. Thank you very much indeed. Still swinging for a snap. Maya, turn number 6 on the inside, kicks out right on the rock. She's gone a long, long way. Well done.
Well done, what a great start. 0.5 for Brazil, that's a throwaway score. Look at this inside. These are those inside waves that I was referring to. These are the ones you want to get.
Looks great here for Juliao. Oh. And a really nice looking wave and a great entry point as well for her. She's in perfect position on that peak, but just maybe went a little straight from the takeoff possibly and tried to do that bottom turn. It was tough to do, goes down over her heels.
Yeah, maybe a little straight in the legs too, not enough compression. And it was good to see her just go and lean into that turn, but really need to consider the moment, the wave, the power, the speed. She'll learn from that one, be able to adjust the way she approaches the next wave. Good wave selection and good positioning in the lineup though. Good signs there.
11 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this heat. We're going to get a decent number in for Maya out of Argentina. A long right-hander, multiple maneuvers, exactly to Barton's point. You don't need to find the very biggest waves. If you find yourself something, then get some opportunities that will get favour from the panel. Someone who was able to do that in the last heat, get a couple of scores in big, big conditions. Winner of the last heat is standing by for a chat with Mitchell Salazar.
And it was Argentina's Katia Wirsch, so a big heat, un heat muy importante para el equipo argentino. Y qué coincidencia, what a coincidence. You have 3 surfers competing back to back to back, consecutivamente 3 surfistas. ¿Cómo te preparaste y qué te dices antes de un heat en concentrarte? How did you prepare and what do you tell yourself before a heat to concentrate?
Nada, estoy muy contenta de haber pasado. Antes del heat como que me digo que, yo puedo porque tengo la capacidad de poder correr estas olas. Capaz que mucho nervio, pero nada, oro a Dios para que me tranquilice y así poder entrar al hit tranquila y bien.
I tell myself that I can, and most importantly, I praise God and I give all glory to Him, because without Him, I probably wouldn't be able to do this. But you know that I'm able to surf these waves because I've practiced and I've trained in these kind of conditions before. Última pregunta para ti. Segunda vez en El Salvador, viniste en el 2022, eras alternante. You were an alternate in 2022 when you came here to the ISA World Juniors. Now you're a competitor, ahora eres competidora. ¿Cómo aprovechas este momento? How do you take advantage of the moment now competing here and being Team Argentina?
Nada, trato de aprovechar cada segundo en el hit, en el lugar y nada, es un lugar increíble que me encanta y que estoy muy feliz de haber podido volver.
I got to take advantage of every second, every minute that I have, especially within the water. But just being able to enjoy my time with the team is something that's really important to me. 14 años, ¿algo que le quieras decir a la gente de Argentina?
Nada, un saludo a toda mi familia que me está apoyando. Estoy muy contenta de estar acá, así que nada, les mando un saludo a todos.
Felicidades, Katia.
Muchos gracias, Mitchell. And well done to Katia. Absolutely delighted. She's earned that smile. There's different ways of winning a heat. You win a heat, you get through, you're stoked anyway, but doing it in big, big waves just adds a little extra.
It just feels more important. You know, the bigger the waves, the bigger the challenge, and to succeed in those situations is the hallmark of a champion. Here we go.
Juliao having another go here, much better. Wow, really nice off the bottom, off the top, swooping that combo, and then doesn't have the legs for that next section. Realises that one's running away. She didn't have the speed. But after that misstep with the blown takeoff, not wasting too much time, crucially, to get another wave and get a turn in, and she'll get score on the board. It comes in quick, very quick, 3 points for her.
Nice cut down, wasn't it? The way she drove across it, cut it down. Shame that she fell on that next part. Looked like it was hard to tell in the tight shot whether that wave closed out or ran off nicely. Here we go on the replay. Remy Forey from South Africa. Driving, nice turns. Good style and technique. Will she hold on? Nicely done. Important finish.
Very cool.
Already a 4.33 for Maya. And this is the replay of the Brazilian drives. A nice cut back there. Pulled it a little bit short. Was in the lip to make that successful, aggressive final move in a critical section.
Some good surfing going down there. Really enjoyed that exchange. Here we go. Live action. Here goes Remy Forey again. The South African, the grab rail, carving jam back to the pocket. She's already got a number in, a good one for her last wave. And without waiting to hear that score, she goes again. So good negotiation of a tricky outside section. She won't get a finishing maneuver, but the great news for her, she will get a score for that. She also got a 6.5 prior to that, so we're game on here.
Yeah, that's a great score. And what was even better than that first score was how quickly she backed it up with a second. She's had a little, few minute flurry of 2 rides that will see her in the lead, 3.5, so a total of 10 points, average of 5 now for the South African.
I like the look of Maria Eduarda as well on that wave. It just seemed to get better and better. It steepened up, didn't it? It was kind of sluggish. It's always nice when they finish with a bang, and she looked sharp. We're going to get a number in for the Brazilian any minute now.
Yeah, it was a great last turn, wasn't it? Critical section. The turn before it was kind of, there was most probably enough time to give it a little more arc and make it a little bigger, but she cut it short just because she wanted to get to that final section early. It's important, as we said, to get to that final section early and get away from the cascading whitewater as it converges all around you and does everything it can to knock you off. If you get there early, you can get out in front of it and get the completion.
So Remy Forey's score gives her a total of 10. We'll get a number in for Maria. 5.6 for her.
Score.
Solid, really, really good. So those 2 waves, that 6.5 that we just saw and that 5.6 in quick succession. Real quality coming alive in this heat. Here goes Maya Radzunas of Argentina, and a great looking wave in front of her. And again, a surfer going down on the backhand bottom turn. It's been problematic in this, and that's a function, BL, probably just the speed they're coming from that takeoff.
100%, that's what I was thinking. The speed down the wave face that you're having. If you're on too short a ball and the rail line of that board's short and you go to put it in, but it doesn't have enough length in the rail to drive, and it kind of starts quivering, it's going to be difficult from that point on. We're seeing a bit of that today. And I'm not sure that many of these young ladies would have too many bigger boards, you know what I mean? It's under 16s. You most probably wouldn't expect to be out in waves of this size. So some great performances. Seen Maria Eduarda quite a bit on Instagram. She's extremely excited young lady about surfing and about her career, very dedicated to her training and sees a future for herself in this sport. And obviously in Brazil, there's a lot of examples of what you can do and what you can make of your life through surfing. Thriving nation, and reminds me very much of Australia in the 80s when we were doing it. It was new, and Australia was top of the world, and we were the champions, and the sport was exploding at home, and you're all over the media, and you're getting mainstream sponsors and all of that stuff that grows the sport in a country, which is what we've seen happening in Brazil the last decade.
My next question is therefore going to be, when's that coming back to Australia? Or is it going to?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, it's we were looking at the results of these past championships of World Juniors, and it's been 9 years since Australia won the juniors. And then that's reflective, I suppose, on the world stage as well. So what happens here is reflective of what happens in a few years' time on that World Tour stage. So Australia has perhaps the most sophisticated training facility in the world. It has government funding. It has a lot of things going its way. And there's some amazing young surfers coming through. But you've got to have some mongrel in there, mate. You got to want it, and you got to be ready to mix it up with the best. It's got to be a deep down desire. It's got to be something that burns inside of you. And with success, we were talking about Gabriel Medina and off air, you and I, and how the Cole Hauschman mistake where he let Cole Hauschman, while he had priority, get the last wave and overtake him and win the heat, would never have happened with a hungrier, younger Gabriel Medina. So with success comes a softening of those edges, and for Australia I feel like that's what we've seen a little bit in recent times. Obviously Mick and Joel had their time that was amazing, and now we've got Ethan, and you know there's some great Australian surfers right now, but as a dominating a period of domination for Australia, I think you've got to see it here first to see it happening in the future.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of surfing, Ethan does feel a lot more like a sort of pedigree thoroughbred than a mongrel. How do you get mongrel? Where does it come from? Can you put that into your surfers? How do you instill it in them? You just not give them enough to eat? What do you do?
That's right, mate. Now, I suppose it's a very personal thing, isn't it? Some people it's really important to, and depending on the person's upbringing, depending on their circumstance, determines how much they want it or not. And it's something you can't half do it and succeed. Look at the size of this one.
Absolute bomb here for the young South African Remy Fourie, and she is flying down the line here with a ton of speed, some style too. Great wrapping turn. She covered so much ground with the rail there, and a really nice jam down again. Clean carving with power. Very nice indeed for Remy. She was the heat leader prior to that. 3.5 is the backup, 6.5 the high score, 2 on the clock. These lefts are just absolutely pumping through here. Surfers if they can get themselves in position, not only are they looking to get good scores and get into the next round, but they're just enjoying having a surf with almost no one out in just absolutely dreamy conditions.
And that's one of those, a lot of people talk about wanting to find that free surfing space when you compete. Competing's very, very different to free surfing, and competing needs some of that urgency. There needs to be urgency. From the moment that siren goes, you need to be taking control and urgent, and some people do that better than others.
Waiting for the number to come in for the South African Fourie. Let's see where it goes. She's already got good scores locked in. The high score of that 6.5.
Got to be better than 3.5. She was a long way out on the shoulder of that wave at a certain point in it. There was the opportunity to stay tighter and sort of off the bottom, off the top it. She took a more horizontal line, got out wide, which was a safe line. But at the same time, the wave itself was incredible. It was a big set.
Speed, power, flow is there.
Yeah, definitely. Good rhythm through the turns and the completion also. So I see it improving on the 3.5 for sure, and the wave itself had value given the size and the position of her takeoff. She had a great heat.
Counting down under 40 seconds to go in this. She was already leading. She does get an improvement, Remy. 3.67.
Ooh, subtle, but that would be to the width she had from that critical part of the wave where the most points are gained from.
So a little bit extra for Remy, the South African. She will win this heat unless Maria Eduarda, the Brazilian, will get a 4.58 in the next 12 seconds or so. You're watching Miriam Julião, who's just been so close to it and yet so far away. She's been really close to bombs, but you find yourself a couple of meters on the shoulder and you're nowhere near.
Yeah, and if you're on the top of it and you've got to you're not underneath it and you've got to come over the top and in, that's near impossible. So you've got to get underneath it. Positioning in the lineup needs to be worked on a little bit there for Miriam.
Got to say, well done to Maria Eduarda, the Brazilian. That right-hander with a really strong finish. So crucial for her. Just one score, really, for her, but good enough to get it done. And it will continue to pump here at La Bocana, Surf City, El Salvador. Another really enjoyable heat as ever. The swell, the star of the show. More live action coming at you from the World Juniors. We'll bring in Shannon and Rachel for the call right after the break.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. Another sunny day here with great waves coming through the lineup. Big sets out at La Bocana as we take a look at first wave for Kellyanne Flores out of Venezuela. Beautiful style from what we can see for the drone footage of that opening section, and now she's looking to get some more important work done. Build on that scoreline as she comes in with that last little jam in the section to finish. She's in the water up against Ione LaTurner from Hawaii, Catalina Zurique from Peru, and Maya Kuzmanovic for Puerto Rico. In the lineup, top two surfers will be advancing through in the main round. Bottom two with the opportunity to get even more heats out here in Surf City. Double podiums between La Bocana and El Sunzal running today, and we're tracking with the under 16 girls main round two. Shannon Hughes alongside of Rachel Tilley, the silver medalist from the ISA World Longboard Championships just last week. Rachel, you found the rhythm out in these waves.
I did. We were competing at El Sunzal, which is the podium 2 at the moment. We are watching the surfers surf at La Bocana, but it's an amazing wave to compete here in El Salvador at El Sunzal. I absolutely love it, so I'm happy to be back watching these surfers put it on the line.
Ione putting it on the line for that first turn. Nice snap off the top. Sets it up for the second. Wraps it back into the section. Looking down the line now, her focus on that end, and unfortunately just can't hold on to the finish.
Yeah, that was a really nice surfed wave, well read. Unfortunately getting unstuck. She really had jammed it all the way around, maybe just a little bit too much, that then turned into a bit of consequence for her in going over.
16 minutes on the clock. Catalina and Maya putting themselves in position for this wave. Neither of them having paddled into anything yet. Inside positioning will go to Maya, and she is now up and riding. Steep takeoff, setting herself up with that bottom turn, holding that rail through her top turn. A little bit bumpy on the face of the waves, and she pushed so hard on that finishing maneuver, she just flew right out the back.
Yeah, wasn't really able to push and then couldn't get it under her feet again, and right out of it, falling backwards on her heels. So 5 minutes down already. 3 surfers already having a wave under their belt, 1 to go. There's been so much amazing action all morning.
Yeah, it's been wild. We started out our day here at La Bocana with the under 18 girls. We had 2 heats to finish out in that round. It was the first time a lot of those surfers were hitting the water. And then to finish out our day, after we finish all 16 heats for the second main round on the under 16 girls, we're going to see the under 16 boys action with the first 9 heats of their main round 2 hitting the lineup this afternoon at La Bocana. So that'll be exciting. We haven't seen them on the main broadcast yet for either of the under 16, so we're just getting our eyes on those surfers today. Now 14 minutes remaining on the clock. That set will just kind of break through. Everyone will find their position again. And as we wait for that, let's go down to the beach to check in once again with Mitch Salazar and the winner of that last heat.
That's right, Remy from Team South Africa here. Last year in the U16s, Remy, but guess what? Still in the main round, and that's really the important thing, especially when you're coming into a team event. It's calmed down a little bit, it's really cleaned up, and it seems really glassy out there. How fun was it competing?
I'd say that was like such a fun heat. Like, it was super scary. The heat straight before it was like super big sets rolling through, and it sort of calmed down during my heat, which I'm super grateful for, which is sick.
And you travel with your mom in a caravan up and down the coast, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So one of your goals in life is to own your own van and eventually do that yourself.
Yeah, that's super true. And just, carry on with the adventure and keep on surfing.
What kind of attracted you to that originally? Why is that something that you have in your mind that you want to complete once you're in adulthood?
I'd say it's just, I don't know, I've got it in my heart, I think, that I really I love to travel, and there's this whole world out there, and just want to use it till its fullest.
It's a good mentality to have. Anything you want to say back home?
I just want to say thanks to all the people watching me from all over the world, and just sending lots of love.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Remy. Originally from Melkbos Strand in Cape Town, which is a little bit up the west coast from the city. Some great waves there, a lot of beach breaks, a few little kind of rocky points that pop up here and there, but mostly just beach breaks in that area, and also really cold. So I can understand now, knowing where she's from, why the family has hit the road. There's so many incredible waves throughout the coast of South Africa. It gets slightly warmer the farther you go to the east coast as opposed to the west coast, but the quality of surf is just unbelievable. So for her to be growing up with that opportunity in front of her, to be able to just hit the road and kind of grow up as a child of the whole country is really special.
Yeah, South Africa is so beautiful. You've spent, well, a lot of time there, having lived there for about 7 years, and that was one of my favorite trips coming out to visit. I got to stay with you. We surfed J-Bay, went to Cape Town. It's just an incredible place in terms of waves, in terms of culture, and it's great to see her flying that flag proud.
It's exciting, too, to see, that newer, younger generation stepping up, because there's been so many greats that have come out of South African surfing, and now to see that new crew like Remy scoring some big waves here at La Bocana. Catalina now up and riding for Peru. This will be her first wave. Hooks it up in for that first turn. Sets a long line down the bottom of this wave. Drives back up into the section. Has one more opportunity. Ooh. She put everything into that final turn. I don't know if anybody would have been able to make it out of something like that.
No, overextending herself in that section. It was a really beautiful body positioning, but the way all the whitewash converged around her, there was just no possibility. But looking extremely comfortable on those big, unruly lefts coming from Peru. I'm sure she's had plenty of experience surfing, lots of left-hand points to offer down there.
I did during this last break. Rach, you and I had to step outside, caught up with a few of the crew that are just down on the beach here at El Sunzal, and getting to watch some of these waves at the right point. Caught up with one of the team coaches for Peru. As we see a look at a takeoff here, Ione gets swallowed by the whitewater, and she'll have to just get herself back into repositioning. But talking about Team Peru and the fact that the junior squad that they have this year, he was saying they're in the perfect time to kind of pick the fruits of their labor. They've been putting in all the work for a long time, and year after year they've been building in that experience. Some of the younger surfers on their team have now been competing for their team at the juniors for a few seasons now, and he really feels like now's the time. The growth within their surfing is their opportunity to really step up and start to take away those final finishes.
Yeah, well, looking at Catalina's experience, she has 6 national championships. She is 4-time South American champion, and she's only 15 years old. So looking at that type of competitive, not just experience, but success, really having to learn how to surf a heat properly and to find that success out there. Let's review that wave of hers. I love how she stalls on the bottom there to wait for the timing, the wave to catch up with her. That second one she was really aggressive with under the lip, and this is where you can see her extending herself, wrapping it all the way around, and the whitewash just ate her up. Love that opening turn. It's not easy to manage this speed. Under the lip a little bit there, not an easy turn to do, but she's making it look effortless. And you can see that it's like she airdropped a little bit, and she didn't mean to extend her fins all the way out as much as she did, but the board came out from underneath her, and she couldn't maintain that drive to finish that last maneuver. But the judges are still going to like it.
A 717 for first of Catalina. As we now look at Maya, she opened with a 317. Nice smooth turn to start things off with. Wave's got a little taper in it, so she's just going to stick with that power section, working her way back to the pocket as she now lines up for this closing maneuver. Keeping that focus forward. She'll also take a fall in the end section, but she'll be putting that backup score on the board. And back to that score of Catalina, that 7.17 off the strength of those first 2 turns. If she had finished that end section, she would have been going excellent for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. On an incomplete maneuver, that doesn't go into your score. Now, judges don't take negative scores, away from falling, but it definitely takes away scoring potential. So that score is coming from just those 2 completed maneuvers.
Kellyani now up and riding. I love that rail grab on the carve back into the section. A little more power out of the second one. The quick adjustment of the feet now as she tees it up for the finish. Nearly had it a little closer for her on the end section than what we saw from the Peruvian and the Puerto Rican, but it looks like that's going to be maybe the challenging part of this heat. Who's going to be able to find that end section finish? As we got a big set coming in. Ione for Hawaii dropped in a 5.5. This heat is so well matched across the board. She has a look at that wave, doesn't like the look of, that kind of wall coming in, and she's going to reposition herself now for this next set, possibly with the opportunity to take off on her right if she gets herself into the right zone, but also with priority and already having a 5.5, there's not a lot of rush for her to have to get to work on a wave that's not going to account to anything.
Well, she's only looking for a 1.68, so knowing that she can get that on a tiny insider, you're going to utilize your priority and just be patient. With 7.5 almost minutes remaining, you want to wait and get a score that's going to make it a requirement for your competitors then once that score drops.
Huge scores were dropped yesterday for China's Xixi Yang. She'll be paddling out in the next heat, and that'll be an exciting one. She's also surfing across both divisions, the under 18s and the under 16s, looking to get more time in the jersey in preparation for her Olympic debut at Paris 2024.
Yeah, wow. Her competitive experience at such a young age and success is astounding. Seeing her get that Olympic qualification when we were in Puerto Rico just a couple months ago she's in the juniors here, but that was in the open division. She's going against some of her idols and world champions, and I'm looking forward to seeing her compete in just the under 16 division at the moment.
She'll have surfers from Thailand and Japan in the lineup, all surfers from that Asian surfing contingency, and the Asian surfing group has really been putting a lot of work in behind the scenes to develop their kind of regional surfing championships, the Asian surfing championships. So each of these competitors will be looking to jump on a plane, I think, to the Maldives at the end of this year after the Olympics take place in August to get even more time in the jersey and continue to grow the surfers out of that region, most of them having competed at that event in the past. So it's cool to see more of these events that are kind of targeted toward a similar format to what we have here at the ISAs popping up around the world, that surfers are able to get more reps in their regional locations. 6 minutes on the clock for our current heat, and the Venezuelan has jumped herself into the lead. A 4.33 drops in for her last score for Kellyani, and it takes her into first. That pushes Catalina down into second, and we know that that requirement on third and fourth, not too big. For Maya out of Puerto Rico, slightly heavier, that 3.35. As we take a look now at Catalina, and this will be her dropping a second score. So it's going to change the requirements on those surfers underneath. Great first turn, sets it up, driving really hard off that bottom turn. You can see all the spray coming off that outside rail at the bottom turns as well, just showing how much power is coming through. Setting herself up now for a dynamic finish if this wave opens up. Really solid surfing from the young Peruvian. Like you said, Rachel, just so many incredible results back at home for her. Now doing a very good job to translate that into performance here at the World Championships.
That was an incredible ride. Well surfed. So beautiful. And she got that under priority. So it is our surfer in blue that has first priority, looking to back up that 5.5. And sometimes that's a blessing, and to not have priority and just to have that stress off of you and be able to explore around what's coming in. And sometimes you get a gem like that. And she made the absolute most of that, only needing a 0.99 to go into the lead. Backing up that 7.17, that's going to be a healthy score.
Solid opening 2 sections as well to get those turns connected together. The end of that wave tapered off, but she did such a good job of just staying low, finding where it just had that little bit of a wall still for her to work with.
Yeah, milking that to the very end is really key for these surfers. And whether you cut out clean or finish clean, just having that nice stamp tying your wave up in a pretty little bow and presenting it to the judges to give a score is the way to get those extra little, even just those little bits, those extra 0.5s, those extra 0 point nothings that add onto your score that can actually make a big difference when it comes down to the end of a heat.
Especially when you know, sometimes have those heat totals different by, you know, less than 1 point.
Exactly.
Let's take another look here. We're waiting for the score to drop.
An amazing jam of the fins in that opening section. A great drop, by the way. And a second turn, nice and powerful, going out a little bit wider and drawing it back. Nice variety. This is where it starts shouldering off, and she's just going to make the most of this, not cutting out, trying to show how much she can provide for the judges.
Well, the scores are in, Rachel. It's a 9.30. Huge reward, and so well deserved. As we take a look at live action from another one of our surfers. Looks like our surfer in blue, Ione from Hawaii. She was holding on to priority for a long time. Now her requirement, it's still small. It's just a 2.66. She's already got that with the work that she's done on this wave. Oh, hits the chop on the inside section and she'll go down. But now she's really going to be battling for a strong second place position depending on how this score falls through.
Yeah, wow, a 9.30. That was an amazing wave, well surfed, one of the bigger, cleaner waves that we've seen of this heat, and surfed to the maximum.
Surfed straight to the criteria. Those opening two sections were massive. She was able to really drive hard off those bottom turns to put into a really solid kind of top turn in the section, threw a lot of spray, had that power. Everything the judges are looking for when it comes to speed, power, and flow in the shortboarding criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's how our judges find a score. There's a scale from essentially 0.01 to 10. And the judges review that criteria and give a number to how they think this surfer has surfed it. This one being a very well surfed wave. You can see her doing the critical maneuvers in the most critical part of the wave, especially on those opening two maneuvers, and that is what is most key in trying to get an excellent score, is putting it all on the line basically at the very beginning of the wave in the most critical section, which is that pocket there.
Very impressive surfing. Found that little end section connection as well, was able to put on that finishing touch right in the shoreline. Her team would have been down there, able to cheer her on even just after witnessing it, knowing that it was going to be something good, especially in reflection of the 717, where it was a solid score for those first two turns, but she fell in the end. We knew that it could have gone excellent on that one had she found the end section, and now rewarded on her second. Scores are in for last of Ione. It is a 3.67, and that does take her into second. So we had that feeling it was going to be at least the score she needed to take the top two spots. Now a 4.85 and a 5.35 are the requirements for third and fourth place positions. Both of those surfers only have a minute on the clock, Rachel. They've got a big set ahead of them. They're going to have some paddling to be in position, but they're both sitting in those top two priority positions. First priority going to Maya and second to Keliani.
Yeah, that's always the nail-biting situation when there's a minute left and the two surfers that need scores actually have the priority with the opportunity to. However, with these bigger sets, sometimes that actually, they might be too big and it might not provide. When you start seeing lines coming in and on the horizon, you're going, oh no, please don't get here in time before the heat finishes out. And if you're in third and fourth, you're going, get here in time, give me the opportunity. So we will see if either of these surfers, it looks like Red will.
Red up and riding for Keliani. She put together a couple of great maneuvers so far, needed maybe a little more size to those early waves to really capitalize. This wave is really frothy in front of her, and it's going to be a really complicated end section that she's not going to be able to really capitalize on. Chasing a 4.85. Seems like it'll be a bit tough to get out of that last wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a bit frothy to really have that clean opportunity to lay on rail and get the score she's looking for. Looks like it'll just come in shy at a 2.5.
Yeah, just the 2.5. Great effort. Love that she was able to swing around after taking that big set on the head, use her priority, get herself into a wave, and put together a really solid fight to the finish. Maya, out of Team Puerto Rico, will fall out in that third place finish with Keliani of Venezuela in third. And a big congratulations to Ione out of Hawaii and Catalina from Peru taking first and second within this heat. Massive scores, a 16.47 heat total on the board for our heat leader as we take one more look at the last of red.
Yeah, you can see on this next turn really how that foam gets her. It's so thick. She goes to lay it on rail and just doesn't have the opportunity to really unleash those fins and drive back through the rest of the turn. That's disappointing. You can see she's kind of defeated there, but fortunately these are non-elimination heats and she's going to the repecharge round with another chance.
That's right, with plenty to learn from this last heat, and she'll have lots of great surfing to watch along the way. So another great heat here from the under 16s. That was heat number 11. We're into heat number 12 when we return, a full Asian contingency hitting the lineup with Thailand, Japan, and China in the water. Rach and I here when we return.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action. Into heat number 12 for round 2 of the girls under 18s division. Thailand, Japan, and China in the water with Isabella Faye Higgs, Arisa Ishii, Kanan Takahashi, and Tsushi Young representing their countries and looking for the opportunity to kind of find some manageable waves to surf out in a little bit of a complicated lineup. But there's been huge scoring potential throughout the morning. Rachel, we've seen a lot of excellent waves being had.
Yeah, just happening in the last heat that we saw a 9.13 dropped. That was an amazing ride. So I'm excited to see what these surfers can make of it. And like you said, all coming from the Asian region, they'd have plenty of experience of already competing against each other in the Asian Surfing Championships that are happening every year in the Maldives. And having that experience against your competitors already in these types of heats, it can help you. We might see, can help you create strategy, know exactly how your other surfers might react or what you can expect from opponents. And sometimes it's a little bit more difficult when you don't know who's in your heat. You've never competed against them before. You don't really know what to expect. And it's harder to create strategy or harder to know. You might have a wild card that you're not expecting, you know, to all of a sudden drop a 9, and that can freak you out when you're out there, you know. So the experience here, I think we'll see how all these girls play out, and it's aggressive.
Well, our surfer in the red jersey actually has 4th priority on the board. She's already got a score, a 1.93 from what we can see on the situation on the board. Surfer in green had no priority established yet, which means that at the start of the heat, she actually has higher priority in that situation. So the surfer that took off on red in the green jersey, from what we can see here, would have had the higher priority in that situation.
Yeah, which means that would be an interference situation for red, and that would take away her 2nd riding score, but we'll wait for the judges to officially make that call.
As we see the first wave of Arisa out of Japan, Great opening turn. Oh, nearly made it into the open face, but that wave also just went so kind of slopey and lost its shape on the end section. It's okay that she fell where she did. We've got scores to drop in for first of green in Kanon for Team Japan, and we'll leave first priority with our surfer in white out of China looking for her opening wave. 14 minutes on the clock, so those first 5 minutes just flew past.
I can't believe it, actually. I can't believe that.
Well, the last heat was really exciting. It was the Peruvian Catalina who was able to find great consistency and grow her scores well into the excellent range with a 9.3 on the board. She's on the beach with Midge Salazar.
Yeah, a fantastic heat by Catalina Sarique. Muchas felicidades, Cata. Big congratulations. A 9.3, un 9.3, una ola que encontraste. You were very effective. You didn't catch many waves. Muy efectiva. Cogiste muy pocas olas. Pero ¿qué tal te sentiste compitiendo con la marea alta? How do you feel with the high tide competing out there?
Bueno, estoy súper feliz. El mar está increíble, está grande y está súper divertido. Tuve suerte de encontrar un par de olas buenas y con eso pude pasar mi hit. Y nada, súper contenta de poder hacer un 9. Y nada, súper contenta.
I'm just super happy. I find the 9.3, but the waves are incredible. It's really just beautiful out there. And surfing in the waves even motivates you more. Ahora, de Máncora, Luca Messinas ya clasificó al CT, es surfista olímpico ya por segunda ocasión. Sol Aguirre, Luca Messinas, an Olympian for second time. He's from the same city as you. Sol Aguirre from the same region. What is it about Piura and the northern part of Peru? ¿Qué es lo que tiene Piura y el norte del Perú that just makes so many good surfers? ¿Por qué atrae a tantos surfistas buenos?
Yo creo que las olas, la verdad que las olas en el norte de Perú son las mejores. Tenemos olas increíbles ahí y el clima también es increíble. La verdad que estoy súper agradecida de vivir ahí y poder surfear olas buenas todo el tiempo.
I think it's the waves. It's really the quality of the waves, the weather, and of course, we have some amazing surfers too, but that's really what keeps us coming back and competing in these kind of waves. It really replicates what you see at home. ¿Algo que le quieras decir a la familia y la gente del Perú?
Quiero saludar a mi hermano, a mi mamá, a mi hermana, a todos los que me están viendo. La verdad es que estoy súper feliz de estar pasando mis hits acá y nada, con todo.
Gracias, Catalina. Felicidades.
Well done. Very well surfed from Catalina, frothing on the conditions, excited for some big surf as well, and she certainly made the most of it in her next heat here for the under 16s.
Yeah, it's an amazing performance. I can't wait to see what more she has to offer for us.
12 minutes on the clock. We're still waiting for the opening wave of our surfer in the white jersey, the qualified Olympian for the Paris 2024 Olympics. She'll be competing in Tahiti. And one of the scariest waves on the planet, young Xixi Yang out of China, just 15 years old now. She was only 14 though, Rachel, when she found that qualification in Puerto Rico, which was very exciting, turned 15 a few days later. Let's take a look at some of the action here as we can see that opening scenario. So we do officially have an interference that has been called on the board, Rach.
Yeah, an interference given towards red because she did already have priority established. She had been up and out of a wave already, which means she had fourth priority. Now, although green did not have a score yet on the board, or any priority yet, she still had a higher priority than red, and unfortunately that gets awarded as an interference.
As we take a look at some replays from scores that have dropped for Kanon, a 3.5 for this last wave.
Yeah, navigating this well, putting a lot of power into a not so powerful section and finishing it off at the very inside. So having that situation at the very beginning, even if interference isn't put on you, just being sometimes in those situations.
Yeah, just involved in it.
Yeah, involved in it can throw your mind around a bit. So I'm sure just now having a score on the board and brushing all of that situation off would be nice for her.
Isabel now up and riding, hooks it up into the lip for a big turn, gets that weight centered forward though, and she'll just take a dive underwater. With the interference on her, because she already had priority established, it is a priority interference, meaning she'll only have one score to count in this heat. Now up and riding out of China into that first turn. See, she setting herself up on her opening wave. So she's been really patient with this one. She's going to want to capitalize. Gets those first 2 turns connected together. Powerful for the third one. And just kind of holds on to that rail as she makes it around for that finishing section.
Yeah, and cuts out nice and clean. That was an amazing opening ride. Will be the highest single wave score of our heat so far, being the highest currently a 3.5. That was a large wave, well surfed, critical maneuvers in the critical parts of the wave. Great job for our surfer in white.
Score to drop through for that first one. Took about halfway through that heat, but she's a surfer that in her performances up into this moment, because we saw her compete in the under 18s as well, she's relying on those 2 scores to get her through. She's going to be patient and wait out that wave selection rather than sort of rushing things if she doesn't need to early in the heat. Able to find a decent sized section for those first couple of turns. So we'll see where it fits in with the judges. Kanan currently sitting in that leading spot, and we do have a score to drop through just for our surfer in white as we take another look at it here.
And a critical drop. She gets that little wobble but recovers really quickly as if it didn't happen. This is where she starts launching it in this next turn, going in deep and sending it high. That was beautiful. Another little wobble, but again, recovered well. It's like it doesn't phase her at all. You can see her legs are so strong. She keeps that really low center balance. If she's standing taller, hitting a bump like that would probably buck you off, but keeping her knees nice and bent, very low center of gravity, very powerful, helps you navigate that bump and those lumps in the water at the moment effortlessly, as she has shown.
Scores are in an 8.57 into the excellent range for her opening ride. That little bump kind of at the beginning and at the end not factoring in because of the strength of those middle few turns. That third one specifically was just hooked so well into a critical section. She's so powerful, and the line that she draws on the wave was really, really nice. So that's a great way for her to start out. She'll be hearing that news and sort of now looking on the hunt for backup score. As Arisa is up and riding for Team Japan, driving through that first section. Wave's got a little bit more of a taper, that sort of TP look to it, but she's going to continue with it here, putting in a little bit of effort as she works her way through to the inside section and throws a lot of spray on the finish.
Looking for only a 1-2-4, that will definitely be it. As we see Sishi
up and riding on her second wave, so as soon as she locked in that first one, now she's happy to just get things moving, get that backup score on the board. Wave as well still has a lot of size, and it's got some good shape to it as she's coming through to the inside here. Just really squaring up off the bottom, straight from that top turn into the bottom turn. You've been describing that, Rachel, through the morning as a cleaner way to kind of go through those turns as opposed to those double or triple pumps off the bottom.
Yeah, and as a really mature way of surfing and reading a wave, it takes a lot of power in your legs in order to keep that same line and drive from rail to rail and be really clear in your mind with which maneuvers you're anticipating going towards. And she does that so well. That'll be another really nice score to drop for her.
Scores to drop. It's a 6.33. So she's into that 14-point heat total and will likely be holding on to that leading position, as Arisa has just jumped herself up into second. Arisa from Chiba, a great surfing prefecture out of Japan. So many high quality surfers coming out of that region, and just the surfing culture is so popular and has been in Japan for so long. It's such a fun location to be able to travel to as a surfer and kind of get to see all the different surf shops and clubs set up on the shoreline. And a lot of surfers will have the same club that they'll store their equipment and their boards at and be able to travel to rather than keeping their equipment back at home, maybe, especially if they're traveling into the beaches from the city somewhere. And there's a great kind of that community aspect where you'll surf out in front of the club where you keep your boards. Of course, for those surfers that are competing a lot more, they're spending more time on the road, traveling across the country to get as many good waves as they can, or hitting jumping onto an airplane to get some good waves, especially in that Asian region. There's such high quality waves around. As we take a look now at Kanan up and riding, that was a crazy takeoff for the young surfer residing in Coolangatta in Australia.
Yeah, and tough situation when you have you and your teammate from the same country in the heat together. Obviously, the plan talking beforehand would be, all right, how you have to play your own game. You can only do so much for yourself. You know, you can't be worried about making sure the other person gets waves. You have to surf for yourself out there, and strategy kind of comes into play at the very end if you have the opportunity to play priority in a way that works well for the team. But right now it is both Japanese surfers vying for that second position.
Isabel now with an opportunity to build on her score line. Beautiful line that she's drawing through this wave. Second 2 turns, able to find a little bit of power out of and just linking it together really well. Has a bit of backwash to deal with on the inside section. Now remember, her requirement will be the heat total of our surfer in second. So right now that heat total is a 6.3, which means that's the score that Isabel is going to need to put herself into that second place position, because she unfortunately has that priority interference to her name from the start of the heat. She'll only be holding a single score. A 4.5 drops in for that one, which in the context of the heat is great, but for her, unfortunately, she's going to need to improve with a better wave and try and find herself a 6.3. For the surfer that grew up in Thailand, but splits most of her time now in DY Beach in Sydney, Australia.
Yeah, so we have 2 surfers out there that are from these other countries, but both reside in Australia. And it is a great place to move to for surfing. I've done it myself as well, residing on the Gold Coast. So me coming from America and going to Australia, it's a very lucrative place to go and live and surf.
Same with me. I'm from the U.S. I now live in Sydney, so I'm in Izzy's sort of community. You're in Kanan's community.
Yeah, we
back
all
in
relate.
Australia. It's a good place, so many good waves, and just kind of an easy country to just slot right into things with. So it's nice to see both of those surfers finding themselves at home as we take a look now at the future Olympian up and riding. First hook, finds herself now looking down the line for the second 2-turn combination, and she'll just kick out easily with power for Young. And so far she's already got that 8.57 and a 6.33. Where do you think that 2-turn combination could sit in context to her second highest score?
Thinking back to her, I don't think it'll be as high as her 8.57. I think it'll be maybe in between or around that 6.33. A well-surfed wave, and I think it's amazing. It looks like she's just surfing her own heat out there. She's always just, she's kind of, doesn't look like she's ever sitting with the other surfers in this heat. She's kind of going off and sitting on her own peak, and these waves are coming to her, and she's just in this beautiful rhythm with the ocean right now.
Isabel had so much speed coming into that section. I almost thought she was going to look for an air. Just driving down the line, and that wave sort of flattened out as the surfer in white was just paddling over it. Let's take another look here at this last wave of white.
Kind of a difficult angle to really see the size from that far back, but you can see how small she looks compared to that. And that second maneuver, nice and strong from this angle. You can see her, here we go, nice and close, making it all the way down. That was so difficult for her to navigate that, and she had so much speed, so much power through that. And this second turn makes it all the way to the lip around. She doesn't do a mid-face carve or anything. That would have been the easier way out. She puts it on the line. So actually, I think the judges will go high. I'll put my neck out on the line and say I think they'll go higher than the 6.33. And it's a well-surfed wave, just really critical, and she just shows her power. I can't believe how much power she has at 15 years old.
It's incredible. So steady on her feet. Scores are in. It's a 7.67, which now means there's an even bigger combination situation in front of Arisa. Does so well with that big turn. Wave shuts down in front of her. Would have been nice if she'd been able to pull back out and tag it one more time, but an impressive section, and she's looking to build on that 3.43.
Yeah, I think that has the opportunity to, or even so, improve upon the 2.87 to up the requirement for her teammate in green. Only looking for a 2.8. There's 50 seconds remaining, and green is sitting out there with first priority. So blue has now kind of done everything she can with the time remaining. Now it's up to see if that will improve her situation and if green has one more opportunity.
30 seconds on the clock, a score to drop now for last of Arisa. She's only 13 years old, the youngest of the 15-year-old pack that she's currently surfing against. And she loves listening to music and getting in the groove before paddling out to her heats. So I'm sure she's got a few pre-heat favorites that she was listening to prepare herself, especially knowing that she was going up against one of her teammates who's had some big results in the Asian Surfing Championships. Kanan took out a 4th place at that event last year in the Maldives, and she'll be looking to go even better this year. And that she'd be paddling out up against an Olympian. Scores are in for last ever reset. It's a 4.43, so she does well to improve her score line, and it looks like the timer has finished. Unfortunately for Izzy, it won't be enough for her to have the opportunity. Plus, her requirement would have jumped into the high 7s. A surfer that's very capable of getting those scores, and we'll see her take a reset before paddling out for her next round in the repecharge side of things, alongside of Kanan Takahashi out of Japan. A very impressive performance yet again from the 15-year-old phenom in Sushi Young out of China, and Arisa Ishii out of Japan, walking their way through into the next round off of some incredible power surfing. More of this when we return.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the big dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster. You know, reach that gold medal. It's not over.
Welcome back to the action here. We've got 18 minutes, 53 seconds exactly on the clock for Zoe Zietz of Netherlands, Alani Morse of New Zealand, Suri Jabrik of Indonesia, and Osha Curtis for Australia to get their campaigns underway. As we can see, those 4 ladies hitting the lineup.
Yeah, this will be a great heat. Conditions are big, conditions are beautiful, and I can't wait to see what these girls have to show for us here.
We're getting closer to that high tide as well, Rachel. It's about an hour away now as we're just before 12 p.m. High tide will be peaking around 1 o'clock today. And the nice thing in comparison to what we've seen in the last 2 afternoons is that the shape has stayed today with the low tide, with the high tide in comparison to what we've seen the last few.
I was just going to say the same thing, and it doesn't look like the wind is as much of a factor today either. Yesterday, the wind had really picked up, the high tide. These heats in the middle of the day with that high tide were really difficult to find those scoring potential waves. And we saw a lot of heats going through where there were little to no waves surfed by some of our surfers, just because they were so walled. The waves were really hard to pick. And this is not the same conditions today. It's beautiful as we see right up.
Zoe throws it up for that opening turn. She had a lot of speed coming into it. Wasn't able to ride out of it, but that's all right. She still got plenty of time to reset. Just the 1-point ride on the board for the start of this one. But yeah, it was, it would have been, we could really feel for the surfers yesterday because there were a lot of heats with surfers, a couple heats, at least one with a surfer not catching any waves. We had a lot of surfers with those 0 to 1 point rides on the board because they were taking off, but every wave was closing out. And there was like such a select few waves that actually weren't closing out in the heat that the surfers, the 1 or 2 who were able to find an open face, were really able to get some work done. We're down to 16 minutes on the clock and waiting for those first waves of Alani, Suri, and Osha out in the water while we've got a 1 point ride on the board for Zoe. An impressive heat once again for the young Chinese competitor and Olympian, Xixi Yang, in that last one. Let's go down to hear from her and Mitch.
That's right, an 8.57 on her way to the win too. Yang, congratulations. Waves got really good during heat. You got 2 that really gave you an excellent heat total. Congratulations.
Oh, wave so powerful, it's tiger.
I'm get better good waves.
Fearless, no scary for you out there, right? Like big section and you really went up and hit the lip.
Yeah, I'm so happy. It's good waves. I have confidence. Yeah.
You've been practicing your English too. Congratulations. Not only surfing well, doing the interview well.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything you would like to say back home to China?
To China, yeah. 谢谢我的队友，还有我的教练以及家人。然后这里的浪很好，风景也很好，这里的人也很好。Yeah.
谢谢。
Thank you so much. As we take a look at live action straight into it with Osha Curtis. Setting herself up for that first turn. Little wrap around out into the face. More horizontal and flat for the second two, but doing what she can with the section in front of her. And she's going to tag the finish, kick out just on the rocks. And when the high tide is like this, when the tide is high and there's big swell, surfers get rolled right up on those boulders at the end.
Yeah, we saw surfers yesterday coming through with just cut up knees and cuts, bloody legs and stuff just because they either got washed up after a wave or duck diving. They got sent to the bottom on a powerful end section, and it is ruthless out there.
It is ruthless. These boulders go out pretty deep as well. You know, it's easy to kind of kick your foot on one without really recognizing it's going to be there. Suri goes in for a deep takeoff, and she'll just take a spill. Uses her priority on that wave, unfortunately, so she'll fall lower in the priority line now. Although she's actually going to be right out at backline where we are waiting for the score to drop in for last of Osha, who's going to be trying to avoid those boulders on the inside. A paddle now for Zoe, up and riding, and a great opportunity to really set her campaign on fire. Beautiful surfing for the surfer out of Kauai in Hawaii, representing the Netherlands, goes in for a big section, almost held on to it.
Wow, that was amazing. Her positioning, unfortunately, just getting unstuck there, but everything was right about that wave. That was a beautifully surfed wave. The judges are going to highly reward that one. So confident and cool. She had the open face wave, nice and clean to set that rail and really drive through her turns. Representing the Netherlands, but coming from Hawaii, she is very comfortable in powerful open face surf. So her experience lending to that wave there.
Yeah, coming from the North Shore of Kauai specifically. Her uncle is a surfer that we all know quite well, Sebastian Zietz, and it's been great to have him as an inspiration for Zoe and for her brother Ollie Oliver, who's also competed on the team for the ISAs, and it's been great to see the dynamic of those two as kind of that next generation of the Zietz family up and coming. As we take another look at this one, that first turn was so nice.
So nice, wrapping it all the way back around. Second turn too had a lot of power, and this is where she had A for effort and commitment, but unfortunately coming unstuck. I love how she draws it out, stalls on the bottom turn, and wraps it all the way around, getting a little airdrop on the end of that turn, and unfortunately getting unstuck there. But even with that final maneuver not being finished, the judges are still going to reward those first two turns.
Score still to drop, and we've got a big score on the board for the opener of Osha, a 5.5. As we see Suri with the takeoff, she'll go down, unfortunately, again. So she's really been charging, trying to put herself into position for a surfer out of Bali, used to these warm temperatures, used to some nice, big, heavy waves there as well. And so I feel like for her, taking off on those waves is not going to be the issue. It's just going to be that positioning and kind of almost, I feel like sometimes it happens to me in free surfs. I take a wipeout, one or two, and then you're kind of like, oh, right, I'm fine. Like, it's big out here, whatever. Even if you like take a couple on the head, you come out okay. It can then kind of get you in the mindset. It happens to me where I'm like, oh, I'll just keep taking off on these maybe not quite in the right position on waves or something, because you're like, oh, I'm not going to get hurt. Like, it's okay if I take another fall. I feel like you can get stuck in that mindset in the heat as well. And rather than focusing on, okay, where are the adjustments that need to come within positioning to make sure you're taking off successfully on a wave of substance.
Yeah, well, a well-surfed heat is so much about rhythm. And I had a heat last week here at El Sunzal where a big set came at the very beginning and wiped us all out right when the horn blew. And, it was one that broke wide and no one was in position for. And just kind of getting taken out like that at the beginning, and it took everyone out of position from where we had carefully, fought for who was going to be on the most inside and all of those types of things. It does mess up your mind a bit, and you're like, oh, okay, let me get back into position, and it can throw you off for getting back into rhythm. And so you're absolutely right. It's so much about rhythm. And so if you get out of rhythm within those first 5 minutes, it takes a strong mental game in order to keep your composure and force yourself back into rhythm.
A challenging thing to do when there's only 20 minutes on the clock as well.
Yeah, these heats go by so quick. They go by so quick. And at La Bocana, not as much of an issue as it is in El Sunzal, the timing of this, because we can see surfers get 4 or 5 wave opportunities. At El Sunzal, it's a really long paddle back out. If you don't have a wave in the first 5-6 minutes, you may finally get that first opportunity, but you actually might not make it back out for that second opportunity because the paddle is so long.
A 6.83 on the board now for Zoe for that opener, that first turn. I mean, it even had those kind of flares of Aaron Brooks, that young surfer that's just setting kind of the global surfing scene on fire right now. As we take a look at Alani on her backhand, setting herself up, a surfer out of Raglan. She loves surfing a left back at home, and you can see that she's just got that composure, nice and whippy here on the inside section, setting it up for one more to tag the end, and she might even get one last opportunity as she kicks out in the shallows. So a great opportunity for her to build. She's only needing a 4.11 to take away that second place position.
Yeah, that was she maximized the potential of that wave. Everything it offered to her, it kept going, and she took it all the way to the inside. That was a really smart move by her. When she has 9 minutes remaining, she's trying to build upon that 1.4. So even if it's not that 4.11 that she's looking for, it will lessen that requirement that she needs by doing everything she could on that wave.
She comes from a full surfing family and is only 13 years old, competed on the team at the Brazil event as well just about 6 months ago. I believe that was Alani's first time competing for the All Blacks, for the Kiwis, and now the opportunity for her to continue learning as she goes. She's surfing well above her years already in that New Zealand contingency, so great to see her. And she dropped a 4.00 for that opening ride. She's right there in the conversation for that, advancing or even that leading position, needing just the strength of one more ride to put her in that position.
Yeah, a 1.51 is really nothing in the context of a heat and a score requirement, but White, that is just off a requirement of White only having one score on the board. So once White gets even, let's say a 1.5, that'll continue to just up that requirement. So White being very patient, sitting with first priority, having that 5.5 on the board. That was a good opening ride. She got pretty much right at the beginning of this right at the beginning of this heat. And now she's being patient, knowing exactly what she's looking for, and I'd say being confident in what she'll be able to do once that wave comes in.
Surrey now up and riding. Just a quick in and out, as that wave doesn't offer her really even that first section.
That's the benefit of being in fourth or last priority. As Blue is still paddling back out, she was sitting with the least priority. You can kind of go in and out of those waves, stay busy. That's a really smart heat decision by her, because you never know, sometimes those medium ones that the surfers with first and second priority don't look at end up lining up and turning into a really high scoring potential wave. And it was a smart move by her to stay busy.
So true. We see it all the time where the surfer under priority is able to get one of their better scoring waves on the board without the rest of the pack maybe even noticing, because they're not paddling out as deep. They're sitting just on the inside. And that's exactly, what happens in so many substantial heats within professional surfing.
Yeah, that happened in my final last week in here at the ISA Longboard World Championships. And I had fourth priority. I was paddling back out, and the set went under everybody, and I was able to whip around, and it turned into an 8. So, you know, you don't imagine that when you're in fourth priority, those opportunities are there, but you got to stay busy and keep your mind open and looking, hunting for every opportunity when you need a score.
Important things to keep in mind, especially when you're wearing a jersey. Feels a little different than, you know, wanting to just paddle out for free surfs, but keeping that kind of positive thought on wherever you're sitting within that heat. A 4.98 is the requirement on Surrey, sitting with that fourth priority. She's now put herself right out there kind of in the pack, but she's also sitting a little bit farther to the inside or possibly looking at the right. For Alani, she'll be needing that 1.51. And for Osha, she's looking to just put a backup score on the board. A 2.34 will have her taking away the lead from Zoe, who also really only has that one score on the board if we just kind of don't factor in that 1 point ride behind. For Osha, she's from Lennox Head, loves a right-hand point break, the opposite to Alani growing up at Ragland. But Osha's had the opportunity to spend a lot of time traveling through Indonesia and Hawaii, which, you know, for a lot of surfers at this stage, if their families have the access to that, not every, you know, surfer will be coming out of a community or a family background or a sponsorship background potentially to be able to travel to these really kind of core surfing locations around the globe. But for a lot of kids in this context, we're seeing that starting to happen where they're putting that focus in, all right, during the winter season in Hawaii, wanting to try and travel there and spend at least a couple weeks, if not a month, and really start pushing their surfing at this age. Not that they're necessarily be in the draw for events or anything, but with the hope and the push that as they grow in their surfing, one day they hope to be a professional surfer competing on the WSL World Tour, or, you know, looking to really set themselves up for those Olympic opportunities as well. They want to be getting those runs in waves of consequence at a young age.
Yeah, well, exposure and experience at this age is really amazing what it forms for these surfers into who they end up being. And I think even just competing here at the World Junior Championships, it is an amazing opportunity to surf on the world stage where a World Junior Championship is on stake. So that's a lot of pressure to learn to deal with at this age. And, you know, the stats prove themselves. 40 out of the 48 surfers who are currently qualified for the Olympics have competed in the ISA World Junior Championship. So that speaks for itself. That type of exposure and experience here just at the ISA level is really incredible. And all these surfers have an amazing opportunity to put this jersey on here and represent their country.
It's so true. And even, you know, taking a look at last, you know, former winners, former gold medalists from the junior championships, as we can see this wave starting to form. Doesn't look like it's going to be anything rideable. And we do have another set out the back, 3.5 minutes on the clock. But some of the names who have been former gold medalists in the under 18s or the under 16 girls through the years, a Stephanie Gilmore, Pauline Adu, Sally Fitzgibbons. Of course, Sally has her World Surfing Games 4 gold medals as well. But even in the juniors, back in 2007, she started out that campaign. We've got names like Sierra Kerr, Aaron Brooks, Katie Simmers, who are at the height of current surfing for those Groms as well, walking away with those gold medals. As we take a look at Surrey, a big takeoff, but again, that wave just tapers off and she uses up that fourth priority.
Yeah, trying to just stay busy at this point. Again, we're talking about using that fourth priority and staying busy. Osha, that was her first priority.
That's a mistake.
That was a mistake. Looking to back up. She's, with 2 minutes remaining, she's right on the money in knowing that she does need to get a second score. Although she's in second position at the moment, she is now going to be under priority of Blue, who only needs a 2.01, and unfortunately that wave didn't get to amount to anything.
There's a big wave on the horizon, and Alani's just going to paddle over. She would have been right kind of in that challenging section for a takeoff. And Zoe as well just decides not to have a look at it. Clearly showing that that wave wasn't going to have that nice wall, that steepness to it that they were wanting for a big score. Down to the final 2 minutes of this heat, and it's pretty interesting. Everyone got those, you know, for Zoe and for Osha, that 6.83 and that 5.5 came relatively early in the heat. Alani found that 4-point ride about halfway through. For Surrey, she's had a few opportunities, but unfortunately just hasn't been able to do anything besides that takeoff. no one has been able to get themselves a backup score on the board, which really keeps it wide open. We could see Alani jumping into the lead if she gets a good-looking wave. And now she's got an opportunity in front of her. She's got second priority, which means that Zoe is able to take off on this wave. She bogs that rail on the start. She's able to continue through, and this is going to be an important moment for her. She's going to maybe put better than that 1 point ride on the board, at least to improve her second place position. But what a wild situation as we're down to 1 minute. Now OSHA's back in first priority.
That was the biggest gift to OSHA. So OSHA had just been awarded third priority, which means she's in that priority lineup. Blue, I was actually going to mention it earlier that, hey, she should be sitting on the inside of Red because Red will turn around, but she was sitting farther out than Red, who had higher priority than her. So if Blue chose to take off on a wave, Red was going to take off just in front of her. Normally, when you have a lower priority, you want to sit farther in than the person who has higher priority for that exact scenario. And that is now a kind of a wasted time of opportunity for Blue to get that 2 point ride. And she should have not gone on that, seeing Red on the inside of her.
Right, because, you know, there's not going to be any interference or
not
anything.
at all.
She's able to see that that surfer's dropping in, so she's going to straighten out and kick out. But that's a wasted few minutes at least of her having taken off on that wave and needing to get herself back into position. We've only got 10 seconds remaining, and from what we can see, OSHA's in position and Surrey's in position, but off of that last exchange, both Zoe and Alani are going to be washed through to the inside, at least enough to take them out of the opportunity to get another score on the board. And wow, I mean, it seemed like everything sort of started working in everyone's favor and then worked against them at the same time. And in the end, at least for OSHA, it's worked in her favor because she's been able to hold on to that second place finish behind Zoe in the lead.
A couple mistakes made by multiple surfers that ended up canceling out all the mistakes of each other.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Everything went back to the start for everybody.
Essentially, the situation remained exactly the same as it had been for about 6 minutes. And we just kind of weren't expecting that to be the way that things were finishing out.
Yeah, well, you know, Blue had that opportunity. Had she held off of that wave, not taking off, she would have been able to remain out in the lineup and then would have had about 1:30 to try and find that 2 point ride. You know, is still needing that requirement, so potentially it wouldn't have come through. You know, we never know, but that's something she'll go and review with her team for sure.
Well, in the end, it's the strength of this 683 that takes Red into the leading position.
Wow.
And a solid performance. We had a great time, Rachel, at the opening ceremonies for our, day 0, sort of before competition kicked off. Let's take a look at that. And when we return, it'll be Paul Evans and Barton Lynch on the call.
In a world full of violence and hate, we answer with love and peace and surf. You gotta have a dream, you gotta work hard, and then the dream becomes your reality. That's just the way it is. We are ambassadors and protectors of the ocean. Let's have fun this week. Muchas gracias, El Salvador. It's my highest honor and my deep pleasure to declare officially open the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to live coverage from Surf City, El Salvador. It's the ISA World Junior Championships. Here's a beautiful flyby of Surf City. Checking out our second podium. And a completely different style of wave, a completely different demand of competitors out there. And the diversity of surf, just one of the reasons why we love this place. And coming up on our second podium, there is a button you can click. We do have a broadcast from there. Surfers like Jackson Dorian out in the water. So don't have commentary from that. We've got the judges' cameras. You can follow along.
And he's in
He's in the same heat as Dane Henry from Australia, and that kid is one of the best aerialists in the world right now. Incredible young surfer. So Jackson Dorian, Dane Henry, that's going to be a great heat.
Round 2, heat 6. Follow along, hit the second podium button. This is vision from way above. That it all looks pretty calm and peaceful from here. There will be going at it hammer and tongs out there. We've been at the corner of our eye just seeing all sorts of water being displaced, BL.
And you just had a quick swim, nearly lost your gear.
Yeah, well, just nearly lost me.
Yeah, washed up over the wall. Big surging swells on the top of the tide here.
Plenty of power out there. There's a nice little invigorating though. Why wouldn't you jump in the drink on your break? A little freshener.
Indeed,
love it.
Mate. There is that heat. Rio Ono, Noah DeCole as well. That is a stacked round 2 heat here at the ISA with the world's best juniors. And look at the waves they've got. Beautiful right-handers. There are the odd left out the back there as well. Generally speaking, though, the rights have been where the competitors have focused.
It's the length of ride. You see them way out on the peak there. We've seen surfers finish off with fin throws right in the shore break, just above our ticker there at the bottom of your screen. That's a really long ride. And in 20 minutes, just getting 2 all the way, that's a bit of a job.
40 seconds to 1 minute rides, perhaps, on those right-handers. And I paddled out there yesterday afternoon with 200 young grommets frothing around me, and it was amazing how on the inside the water moves in a very strange way. It doesn't feel like you're going anywhere. It doesn't take you with any direction. It just swirls you around and makes the paddling so difficult. It's a long paddle, and as we said it before, steaming hot, and a really large playing field, most probably 100 metres as it stretches across out the back there, where you could sit, where you could take off. So very difficult to line up, but when you get them, they're beauties.
Bomb on the outside right now. We saw the vigorous paddling from the likes of Jackson Dorian, kicking the legs, getting the outboard going. This is why a set out the back, and we'll kick off. Well, Jackson had to give way because it looked like Noah was deep there. Noah elected not to go. That's a takeoff section out the back, so kind of this peak out the back. Yeah, that first big meaty section, maybe a second one, and then it kind of turns into a runner through the inside.
Yeah, but the bigger sets stretch way wide too, so there's a deep takeoff spot. I feel like sometimes those ones that are inside run on the reef, feel the reef better. The bigger sets move a bit wide, they're in deeper water, but sometimes they stand up as well. You can pretty much get good ones from anywhere out there.
2 podiums here at Surf City, El Salvador. Look at El Sonzal, and as you can see, info on the bottom of your screen there is a button for podium 2. Well, watch live action here. This is Rio Ono of Japan. Smooth carve-in approach, super light on his feet, and a nice little flick off the top from him. And then that low line gathers the speed, bang, into the lip, beautifully done. Nice rhythm to it. Then he'll say, okay, I better just chill here. This one's going to sit down a touch, but he'll keep the board alive by swinging, wetting the rail a couple of times, and then just kind of plonks it on that foamy section, fading it back and waiting because he knows through the inside a section should stand up for him. Pretty much getting towards the top of the tide now. You do get more runners towards the low, but this one's standing up right on the inside, and a good finishing maneuver way on the inside on the beach, and a decent way you commit to that length of ride, and it's nice to get completion. He's going to get a score.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of this particular podium and how the judges are scoring the rides there. A lot of cutbacks on that wave through the inside. There are definitely some taller, steeper insides than that one. Here we go, up and riding.
Jackson Dorian here, what's he got for us? He's patient from takeoff, a good section. Oh, a searing snap, very nice. And then I go out on the face and just whip it back. That quiet body being ever patient, and gives that one a bit of welly. Little jam in the pocket from him. Then the bottom turn again. He just slight variation as he banks one off a slopey section. And then this is nice through here with a big whip with a bit of shoulder in it too. And then this section will get steep for him. A maneuver into the lip. And nice speed from that turn, emerges with the speed. Very well done indeed. It's all action. Noah DeCole here, bang, backside. Hits it and then fades. Beautiful bottom turn, just winds back in. Slopey cut back, couple of them for him. Just keeping things alive. And going from that heel side to that toe side rail. And loads of spray coming off that board in Midday sunshine here at El Sunzal. Ain't done yet in terms of manoeuvres. He wants more. Just nice pace to this, nice and measured, and looking for a banger of a finish. He's got a run here, though, and he put himself a little behind. He went a long way, couldn't get the finish.
That was, it's a long way to go to not get the finish, isn't it? Going to be really interesting to watch how the judges score that exchange.
By contrast to the two surfers that went all the way through and tagged that. More recently, Jackson Doran in red just previous to that. You can't help but notice the difference by not being able to get that finish in turn, particularly after travelling all that way, just maybe overcommitted to one of those carves back on the backhands. Meanwhile, should we head back to La Bocana?
Isn't it great? We're just sort of buzzing around from break to break. Big set on the outside. A bail there as well. Sometimes the bail under it is a better option in terms of maintaining your position. Get under the water, get under the foam and swim your way forward and not let it drag you back as far as it can when you just duck diving and the whitewater gets you and rumbles you. So it can be strategic. Sometimes, it's you look at the size of the wave or the whitewater and you go, I can't duck dive this, I'm going to bail. But sometimes even if you could duck dive it, that bail can be a better option.
So heat 14 of the round of 2 under 16 girls features Lanea Mons from the USA, Matilda Bulto from Chile, Naya Mont from France, Kiara Gould of Tahiti. Good scores in for the American Mons, couple of 617s, healthy stuff indeed. Bad news for Chile. A little red triangle on the scoreboard. That's not good.
No, an interference penalty there. And we've seen a few of those in this event. Ordinarily, they have been just to a lack of concentration, a lack of attention to where your opponent is. So, unfortunate.
Just over 10 minutes to go in this one. Let's go down the beach and hear from the winner of the last heat. Standing by for an interview with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, the Netherlands Zoe's heat. Zoe, congratulations. A close heat. I mean, it was the battle of the backups, really, and you were fortunately able to get a high one towards the end. How aware were you of everything that was happening within the water?
Well, at first, I got that 6, and I ate it really hard on the last turn, and then I was just waiting out there for a while. Like, there weren't very many waves coming in right then, so I kind of just waited, and I knew that white caught a wave, so I was like, okay, she probably is going to go into first. So I knew that green, I would be knocked into second, and green would be needing a score to beat me. So I knew I had to take that wave from green, and then it was a bad wave, and I ate it. But, I mean, I won the heat, so.
That's the important thing. As long as you win the heat or as long as you advance, fortunately for you, still in the main round, it seems like you got a fresh board underneath your feet, a Sharp Eye. It's a 77 model. What about the board selection here for a wave that changes quite a bit, Zoe?
Well, I really like the 77. It's a round pin, and it works, it feels so nice under my feet. I have another model, the Storms, but this one's a little bit bigger, and I feel like it works really good backside and front side. It just works really nice on any wave, but it felt really good out here.
All right, anything you want to say back home?
Dankjewel for het kijken. Hi Hayden. Hi fam. Woo.
Of course, we can't forget about Oliver either. Congratulations, Zoe.
Everybody speaks the international language of you, as we're getting good vibes there from Zoe. Watching Kiara Gould from Tahiti. Great wave for her. Look at this, glassy as you like on the face. Some good whips as well. That board looking sharp and bladey. And she's not been at this, and she needs a wave, and she got one there.
She looked really confident, didn't she, on that wave? Powerful, like you said. Board looked crisp and sharp. 8 minutes on the clock, so a need. She'd only had that 0.63, so definitely needed that one. Was a little bit shorter. Not a lot, the big finishes are always a great way to extract all you can out of the judges. Now, I'm not sure what the priority situation was right there. There's Linnea looking powerful, confident.
So that was Matilda.
Oh, that's the replay of the interference. Okay, understood. Great stuff. Let's have a look at it again. Jump to the feet first, up to the feet first. Unfortunate for Matilda there. Yeah, and a 617. Here we go, big set. Coming from way deep. This is the other 617. 2 of those in the bag already. Looking powerful, looking strong and aggressive. Pulls through the back there as it closes out. Great surfing from Linnea Mons.
All right, here we go. Here's our surfer out of France, the Goofy. Nala Mont, what she got here. Swings off the bottom, bang, snaps it.
Wow!
Got the fins completely free. We were excited. BL was really excited. Unfortunately, can't hang on to it.
Yeah, unfortunately not here. Big wave 3 times overhead.
Oh, Matilda. What's she going to do on an inside section? She'll need to try and go big here. And in the end, just kind of run out of momentum before she got to that. The bad news for her, the triangle, she'll lose a score. The good news is, thinking of the place for second. I haven't seen loads of really big scores in second place, right? Sometimes we've seen a surfer dominating. Second place has been getting through with some relatively modest numbers, so a good chance for her to do it with one wave.
Yeah, amazing. And Nala Mont from France. Great young surfer as well. 3.5 total, but really both of those scores you'd be hoping to replace to hold on to your second place.
And when and if interferences do happen, I mean, they will happen, what sort of advice do you give? How do you kind of not get too rattled by that? How do you keep it cool? I guess you got to kind of put it behind you, just think about the situation.
Yeah, the reality is people have got through with them before, and I suppose I've done it. I remember having an interference and still getting through a heat, and so, you just keep pushing, keep trying. At a point, though, depending on how conniving you may be, you may need you may need to get someone else into some type of a situation similar and try and even the odds, Easier in the old days of 4-man heats with no priority. Much more difficult now with the 4-person priority. Fantastic innovation.
Big set, booming way out the back. 5 on the clock. The American Mons dominant in this. Couple of 6s, solid from her. La Française, Nala, behind her with not massive numbers on the board. 2-5, the best of it. In terms of her action, look at the size of this set as we watch Kiara Gould. She'll be used to power and size coming from Tahiti, but
look at this thing behind.
Get through this thing, absolutely macking way outside. And this thing will come steaming through. She's got a little bit of time as that one just sort of softens a bit. Might make the duck dive a little bit easier than kind of a full-blooded doubling up wave, and a relatively straightforward dip through that one.
Yeah, she was far enough in that the majority of that energy had passed by then.
And this
2-4-3, the last of Matilda. Her best ride so far, and then her second ride gets halved.
Right now, she doesn't need much more than that 2-4-3, does he? 2-6-9 as it is at the moment with 4 on the clock. That's the requirement for her. That's very, very doable. That's assuming there is no improvement from our French surfer in white right now. These rumbling sets, they'll eat up a bit of time off the clock. Under 4 minutes now. We're just watching bombs roll through. La Bocana here, girls. Under 16 heat, 14 of the second round. This drone shot will give you an idea of the sort of acreage of what we're dealing with, and just how far out the back these bombs are. Even on the high tide, it's pretty far outside, BL.
Yeah, it really is. It's big enough that it's feeling the reef way outside. Last couple of days on the top of the tide, it had slowed right down. It wasn't feeling that triangular shape of the reef and was coming in and squaring up and closing out on the inside. But today's big enough that it continues to feel that outside reef all the way through the incoming tide.
We're watching Kiara Gould with a purposeful paddle here. The reason for that, she just needs 1-5-8. She's got first priority. She's all on her own in the line up there. 3 on the clock. She needs a 1-5-8. Not a big number at all. That's what she's after. She needs a wave in order to get that. Let's see where she puts her surf. You can get a little bit of luck, be in position when something comes through. Electing not to paddle too far outside. How do you like this position?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, not heading too far out. I mean, it's a momentary thing, isn't it? There's no sort of standard sit here because it will always be good. It's a constantly changing situation. But with the time left on the clock, 2.5 minutes, there's no one else around you. There's no pressure to be anywhere other than where the waves are. So really your focus now is only on positioning yourself for the waves. You don't consider your opponents. You're in 4th place. You need that 1-5-8. 158. You know you can do it, and there's a peak coming her way right now.
She might have a chance.
Yeah, she might.
Not interested, I don't think. All right, I thought, yeah, she just let that one go and couldn't really get herself sort of far enough over to get somewhere she thought she could do a takeoff. It is quite a slopey wave as we watch it from here. She had to make that decision while she was paddling out. It seemed probably a pretty decent decision. She only needs a 1.5 though.
Yeah, 2 minutes. There was a 1.5 in it, 100%. You would think a few cutbacks, you know, on that fatter wall. As you said, though, it didn't have a lot of wall, but when you're looking for a 1.58 and you got 2 minutes, you don't want to get too fussy because you might not get another chance. Here she goes, paddling in, moving towards this wave here. It's really, like, in theory, it's an easy situation. There's lots of waves. You've got priority. There's no one around you, and you need a 1.58.
Yeah, that one's going to slip underneath, though.
It's easier said than done, isn't it?
Could prove costly decision not to go. Chiara been selective on that left. Let it go.
Yeah, that was... It's a tough decision. It was a bigger wave, and it looked like it was going to be it was one of those, she was where the critical part of the wave was breaking. There wasn't much over wider from her. This one doesn't break. We're down to just over 1 minute. There's more lines. There's always lines. She's deciding to move further in because those last two opportunities that she looked at, she was too far out for. Maybe had been dragged out by that set and, you know, seeing where that white water was and going, I need to be further out. Now she recognises, just focus on the task at hand. 45 seconds, there's a wave behind, and a 1.58 is easy for a surfer of her talent.
40 on the clock. Chiara Gould looking to try and get an opportunity. She's got to go this, really. She can get herself in position here, so spin around and look. Here she goes. Chiara Gould from Tahiti looking for a 1.58. That one won't let her on. And again, another missed opportunity. And two ways, really, with the score written all over it and unable. Well, the first one, I think she decided not to go. That one she tried. And just second-guessing herself on exactly where to be. She needed to head a little bit deeper, and she actually went a touch wider.
And you know, there's no wind today, muffling the sound from the beach commentators. You would imagine that she knows what she needs, and it's anything. It's odd, but there's the time's up. She's not going to get a chance, and with the benefit of hindsight, she should have went that left.
She'll be heading to the repechage round, along with Matilda Bulto, who got an interference. She'll look to try and clean that up. But you have to say well done to Lanea Mons, the American. Couple of sixes, very solid indeed. Also, Naya Mont from France did well enough to get herself in second spot. Disappointment for Chiara. It's all part of the learning process from her. Plenty more to come from that quality surfer. We'll take a quick break. It is absolutely pumping at Surf City, El Salvador. Stay tuned for more action.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the ISA World Juniors. El Salvador plays host. And what very fine hosts indeed they are in this part of the world. The waves, they are providing plenty of energy and excitement. Drama 2. The competition is fierce, hotly contested. Let's check out a brand new heat. Eden Waller from the USA, Tegan Sandvik of Canada, Clémence Schoch of France. Right now you're watching Izzy Bulto from Chile, and the Goofy on the tools. Early doors going to work. Good snap, whipping it back. Love this, nice and steep. Again, zah, just a searing one on the inside. It's a smaller wave, but I love the crispness.
Beautiful surfing. I love the crispness too. Sharp, powerful, early ride. Look at the paddle. Look at the determination in the paddle. 4.33. Got to be happy with that. Wasn't the walliest wave, but what she was able to do with the shoulder was particularly impressive.
Good way to kick things off for the Chilean, Bulto. She goes in the lead early on in this. And that strong start for 3-3 is decent in the context of scores that we've seen go down. Certainly in terms of just passing through, you've got to get first or second really is the order of the day. That's pretty decent stuff to kick things off. She won't mind. A bit of a lull right now as she makes her way back out. That'll allow her just to get the breathing back, kind of settle down and think about next wave.
And we've had a low wave count in general, you know, 2, 3 waves, 4 waves in your heat is kind of as many as we've seen people get. Because of the the size, the time of the paddle, the complication with the lineup and how far in or out to be, and the fact that you're definitely wearing a few sets on the head at some point in your heat has meant that the low wave count. So that heightens the importance of the early start.
Eden Waller looks interested here, the American. And then she realizes that's not the kind of wave I want. She'll let that one go. It's pretty straight. There's the story of why she didn't want that wave. You see that one, no real chance to attack and score points as that one hits the cobbles here pretty straight. She wants something with a bit more of an angle.
Did you see how quickly, when she paddled, when she realized she wasn't going to go or get it, she swung around so fast to hold her inside. She understood that, she had the inside position. She knew that Clémence may indeed take it if she kept paddling, and she swung so fast to keep it. So a little bit of cat and mouse as we see the girls in this heat going backwards and forwards, jockeying for position in the lineup. That's the value for Isadora, is that you've already had one. You're back out the back and sure you're fourth in line, but it's almost less pressure being in that situation, and you can hunt around and get a second wave, get 2 rides before your opponents have had them, would be amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Izzy's won the first quarter of this, hasn't she? She's the only person to score a wave as we see some action here. Love this intensity. Talking about the paddle battle, Clémence of France and Eden of America.
Look at this, look at this.
Going at it. Whose wave is it? Who's going to go? Looks like Eden. Good looking entry into this wave for her. And just adjust that line. And then the deep bottom turn and a little snap out towards the shoulder. This is steeper in here, and that is very, very nicely done. And she looked to have the hard part done there.
Well, and what was nicely done, and most probably even more difficult, was the positioning in the lineup in regard to Clémence, and the way she managed that and to get that wave was some very, very technical positioning and lineup management from this young American.
Team USA going well in the last heat. Another W for them. Let's go and get some insights with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, Linnea Mons from Jacksonville Beach, Florida, with another big win. Couple of 6s, Linnea. It's no secret. It's tough out there. It's really difficult to find your position in the lineup. How were you able to manage?
Yeah, it's super tough because the big wash lead sets will come through and then you're out of position. And I kind of have my markers that I've been using in all the free surfs, and I just stuck to those. I wish I could have gotten a little bit better of a wave, but I'm happy that I made it through.
And a finalist last year in the U16s too. You'll be graduating into the 18s. But I mean, managing expectations for yourself too can be quite difficult throughout a week-long event. How have you been able to do it so far?
Yeah, it'll definitely be a long week because it's important to keep staying cool and stay in the shade and have enough water because it's really hot here. But I'm just gonna keep my head down, keep grinding through all the heats, know that there's a lot of gnarly girls here, and just surf my best in every heat and make sure I'm setting myself up for success.
Second year on the team, but first time that you're traveling with both of your parents too. How cool is it to make a surf trip out of it?
It's so cool. It's definitely been like a surf trip so far because it's just a beautiful place, amazing waves, so I've been having a blast.
Who's been winning the heats, your dad or yourself?
Me.
Congratulations, Linnea. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Love it. No hesitancy with that answer. Me. Bang.
Straight away. Hey, Dad's got nothing. Yeah, great. We saw at the end of that in the highlight slow-mo at the end of the heat, that late takeoff under the lip. The whole lip threw over. She got barreled on the takeoff, came through. Was such a confident statement right there from this young lady. Great to see a couple of sixes. Is a big score, really, in the conditions. She wasn't happy with that. She was hoping to get better.
Yeah, really solid numbers for her. And she'll go with extra confidence and get ready for her next battle. Her compatriot, Walla, is up in action right now with loads of speed. And then she'll clip one off the top and gather it. It's very stylish and polished. Another one where she gets a touch caught, so she has to just kind of stomp down the nose to reinvigorate the board and get it going down the line again. She does that pretty well. She surfed down the beach here. A little finish. And well done, Eden Walla. She just wanted to back up. She got that 2-3-3 early on. She went incomplete and doesn't waste too much time finding another wave.
No, did not at all. It was a long ride, and as you said, kind of got stuck at the top. The first one came in as that 2-3-3. Wasn't much on that one. And unfortunately, the outside work on that wave from Eden wasn't the highlight. It was more about the ending where she started to get up and down in a little more. So it's going to be better than the 2-3-3. It'll be interesting to see where it comes in comparison to that 4-3-3 that is above her and has her below the advancement line.
Yeah, in the process of getting there 2-3-3, she had quite a gnarly paddle battle with our French surfer Clemence, and that left Clemence in the lineup. And what she did by being in the lineup was turn in a solid number 6-6-7 for her. So Clemence short.
Sure.
I don't know whether she just decided to relinquish that wave, maybe made a read on it and thought, this hasn't got the opportunity, I'll let Eden go. Whatever it was, whatever the outcome was, she then found herself an important opportunity out there and delivered some points. That's the high score of the heat. We get down towards the halfway mark. It's going to feel great to have that 6 locked in.
And we've seen some interferences, so perhaps she just didn't want to tangle, and Eden was so aggressive, and it was obvious that she wanted it so badly. There wasn't a lot of wall on it. As it turned out, it was obviously the correct strategy. She got out of the tangle, ended up getting a better wave for herself. Would have heard that 2-3-3 and gone perfect. Here's my 6-6-7.
All right, here she goes again, your heat leader. First priority, good looking wave here for her. She'll cut that one down as it just goes a little soft. Now it's steeper. Bang. Very nice. Into the lip. Loads of spray. Gets a little rocked on the heels. Does enough to recover it. And then the quick pin drop off as well. So the completion, crucially, she's already got a solid 6. Another good number coming away.
A little bit of a wobbly finish. Not the most sort of confident and authoritative finish. But it will be a second score and consolidate her leading position, and that 6 in general has sort of got 2.5 points on anything else in the heat. So you almost could add the 2.5 points to whatever you get here, and your average over 2 waves is most probably, it'll keep you in first place, but put pressure on your opponents. And then you've got time with the, halfway mark just passed. You've got time to improve on that for sure. Oh, this is the 6-6-7 on the replay. 2 big turns, beautiful. It was like a ride at a theme park there, and this is the last one, so obviously going to come in below. Nice cut back there. That first 6-6-7 had 2 big turns. Here's the sort of catch at the top. There's that little wobble that showed a loss of control in a moment. The judge is still considering that ride, and Eden Walla snaps out of the top, drives down the face. Beautiful bottom turn. Another nice snap. Gets stuck there for a moment. And this is where the wave never really offered a lip to hit. It was more a shoulder to carve off. Plenty of those turns. Went so far down the beach we couldn't see that last turn, but we know she made it. Isadora here. Cut back through to the inside. This is that earlier one. This is where we sort of went, ooh, nice little snap. She does this little lay-backy gaff here just to add a little more to it. Beautiful surfing from all 3 ladies. The Canadian, Tegan Sandvig, needs to get going. Needs to find something. I can't actually see her in the lineup there. So perhaps caught on the inside. Having trouble getting out, perhaps. But for Canada, time ticking by, 8:13 on the clock.
First priority for Chile, Izzy Bulto. She'll be a little wide for that particular wave and just let that go. Surfers leading things here, take their position in the lineup. Number in for Clemence, 4.73, solid.
Wow.
That's decent.
That's great.
Attacking.
Combo it up with the 6 and you're at 11.4 and you've got 2 good scores on the board. 2 of the 2 best waves of the heat.
Eden Waller's number, that 4.27, that was for the longer left. She basically surfed off camera. She went so far down the beach. And that's reasonable numbers for second, but just look at the numbers for Izzy, the 4.33, so she's right there. She's got first priority. She only needs a 2. She won't be surfing to that requirement right now for sure. With 7 odd minutes, you fancy her chances of getting another wave.
Absolutely.
And this could be a tight battle there between Eden and her.
And what you would really like to do is get your replacement score before Eden Waller improves on that 2.33. And put some pressure on Eden. Go, send her down to third. Get up into second. It would be important in my mind to do that now and to make sure that you get the ride before Eden does, so she doesn't extend it and put pressure on you. You actually overtake her and put pressure on her. Important moment, really, in the context of things.
Well, here's a wave coming through. Not sure she'll be, well, she's going to spin and go. Okay, she is going. She sort of quite late decides to turn around into that one. Never really sort of paddled like she really, really wanted that one and unable to get there.
Keep the priority, which is a good thing. But that had a really lovely taper, that left, didn't it? And perhaps with a more urgent, energetic paddle, she could have got into a position to catch that one.
I mean, these decisions are things that have to be made from the lineup, from up here. We're not gauging the energy, kind of the speed and exactly how that water's moving, but just from what you're looking at here, it does sort of feel as a general vibe. You don't want to be too picky out there. There's not loads of waves coming through. A couple of minutes will go really quick. We could have a 6-8 wave set that will just munch through 3 minutes.
And send you all down to the inside and you've got a 2-minute paddle back out. Absolutely.
6 on the clock right now. It is La Française Clémence Schorsch at the moment. Good numbers, 11.4. Really solid from her. Similar to the last heat Mons with those couple of 6s. And that's pretty quality stuff, actually, particularly in the context of how hard it is to score out here, how big it is. And then we are getting a couple of these extended lulls as well, a few straight ones. So fine 6s. That is mining for gold out here. Well done to Clémence. Eden Waller behind her, the American. Score not quite there. She's got second priority, though. That's decent. She'll look to try and improve, certainly try and get rid of that too, and just make it harder for Izzy Bulto. Here goes Eden with a paddle, won't get there.
And there's the conditions down there, 4 to 7 feet. Well, we're calling it bigger than that. And
wow.
6 mile per hour wind from the south-southeast. So we're lucky that those winds are staying light today. And 85 in the water. We're right near high tide, 10 to 1 now. So, 20 minutes off the high of the tide. Normally, spend half an hour up there high before it starts drawing out again. Great that wind stayed light. The last 2 days it's got quite strong, and you'd imagine this extra size of swell with some bump and lump and wind on it, it would be incredibly difficult.
Under 5 minutes to go in this one. It's as we were in terms of scores. Whoa, here's a wave swinging through. Will it double up on Izzy, who's got priority? She'll go a little chip off the whitewater, bit of bounce, deal with, doesn't deal with it, then goes down.
Cartwheel down the wave face right there. Critical moment in the heat. Eden Waller now, she out of one of these waves and out of her priority situation, gets a good score. You can look back at that as one of those really critical moments in the heat. She's too deep. Will she get around it? No, she will not. And she won't improve on the 2.33. So the door opened for Eden for a moment there, but it closed again. It's open for Isadora. She'll be out the back before Eden, so she'll have a priority over her. With 3.50, she's still got plenty of time to get that score that she needs. A 2.27, easy for a surfer of her capabilities.
Won't be much points in it for Eden, but I'm really impressed just with that takeoff. She almost had the head below the feet there. Super late, wasn't it? She did well to stick that, but just by virtue of the fact that she was a bit tangled making that drop, the wave ran away. The heat leader having a go, paddling, and not getting on that particular wave. Meanwhile, important wave for Izzy here, just looking for a 2.27. There's a first turn, snap high in the pocket, and then gathers down into the lip bang. Good spray, and she'll make that And the board just kind of trimming through that turbulent water. So a couple of turns, that's a 2 for sure.
That's a 2.5 for sure. Going to 3, 2 turns, above 3 perhaps. Some critical moments on that wave that I was nervous, where I thought, you know, when she got tangled up in that whitewater, if she'd fallen on that, we'll have a look at it at the replay. Drops down, first turn, beautiful bottom turn, lovely snap, gets the angle in the nose, but this was kind of a little bit too straight down, and then she got tangled up here, and if she fell there, perhaps she doesn't get the score. But the fact that she made that and got out of that section and then got to cut out, feels like she will get the score. There it is, she does get the score.
Oh, really, really crucial. The number comes in, 4-4-3, her best, slight improvement, so she gets it with a couple of points on top as well. Now, Eden Waller's job has got more difficult. Right now, she'll be ruining that blown takeoff, and she'll go. She won't waste time thinking about that. She's up into action here. 4-4-9, the number, driving off the heels, bang. Nice, loads of spray. Whoa, that was sick. Wow. A great combo. That was going to be a huge number if she could have stuck that second turn. She's just going to get scored on the first maneuver. Did we see a 4-4-9 on that?
I don't see a 4-4-9 on that. It was a smaller wave, much smaller wave. When you look at the size of the wave, it's half the size of some of the sets. Beautiful first turn. That on its own, well, I suppose that was a dangerous closeout floater re-entry, but she had to go for it. There was no option there. That's the sort of surfing she had to do. Time is ticking down. Time is the enemy as we speak. But again, the first turn was lovely. We're thinking, you know, a 4-4-3 for the last of Isadora, and it was a little complicated. The ride had some losses of control in it, while the first turn of Eden's was maybe more authoritative than that. So there is a chance, given the scale of the day and the situations we've watched, that this could be the score. 4-4-9, so it's got to go to a 4-5. You need all of those judges at a 4-5 or above to get it. And they're watching replays as we speak, waiting for the score to drop. The pressure was definitely on, but she had aggressive approach at the second one. I almost feel like the judges will appreciate the way she attacked that lip, even though it didn't have a completion on it. So I think she's a chance.
Showing great intent by attacking. Meanwhile, out the back, your heat leader has a little look, realizes that's not the wave. I can't see Izzy. Don't think she's made her way into the lineup. 30 on the clock. Still waiting for the number for the American Waller.
And fair to say that Tegan Sundberg didn't surf the heat. We haven't seen her, so something was up there. So we hope that she's okay. I'm looking at the 4-4-3 and comparing it to Eden's. And I feel like Eden's was better than the 4-4-3. Less on it, but more authoritative. Power in the rail, aggression. Oh, this was the last. Judges looked at that. That came in as a 3-1-7. So that right-hander doesn't influence anything. It wouldn't seem at this point in time. Judges still considering Eden Waller's wave. There's the heat winner, dominant from the start, patient with her positioning. Eden Waller was paddling her all around her, and it didn't really work as a strategy. And the French lady just took her time, was patient, surfed really well. She'll hold on for the lead, you would think.
The fact that this score's taken a while to come in will let us know that it's close. They are having a good think about this. It's a really different sort of wave. As soon as you see someone fall, you think, okay, that's a bummer. Oh, well. But like your point's a great point. It's a much better wave. It was steeper. And just the overall speed as well. If you're just going off speed and kind of how hard you're pushing your rail into the water.
What about the size, though? Anyone can go and find the smallest waves out there, right, on a day of this size. So in my mind as well, the size of the wave has to be a part that drags that score down a little bit, because it's easy to be aggressive on a small wave.
Yeah, that's a great point. Let's see how our panel scores that. That is our heat winner. Unless, of course, something huge comes through for Eden, but we don't think that's going to happen. That's the only number we're waiting for. It's just whether Eden gets through. Numbers in, and she gets the score.
Oh, right on the 4-5 by 0.01.
Wow, so she jumps up to second place. So well done, Eden Waller. And the judges rewarding that first turn. And how close, 100th of a point split in Waller and Bulto, the Chilean, in a tightly contested heat. But well done to our surfer out of France, Clémence, who did well to find quality waves. You get into the sixes, then you've got a really good chance of setting up a platform to at least make it through the heat. Quite likely to get a win as well in the context of the last few heats we've seen. She'll do the rock hop here and just make her way back up. There'll be a debrief from the French team as well with insights as to exactly what went down. They've got totally different eyes on it. Of course, she's been in the lineup. She knows exactly what happened from her perspective. They'll be able to tell her what else is going on. It's all part of that important learning process. Brilliant surfing from a surfer out of France. Another strong showing from that team. More live action from Surf City right after the break.
Welcome to day 2 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. These are our top single wave scores for day 2 of competition.
This coast finding an option here, the Australian Kelleher. Beautiful carving from him. How's this stuff? Smooth as you like with speed.
Team Spain's Hans Odriozola gets an 8.17.
Feels amazing. I'm super happy to get 2 good waves, and I'm happy to make my first heat, and let's see how it goes.
Team Hawaii's Tiger Abubo with a 9-point ride. Eden Walla with an 8.73 for Team USA.
Look at this thing, absolute bomb. Rosanna, how's that turn? Love that. Really aggressive, coiled in the bottom. Another vicious snap, loads of speed. Attacking it, that was sick.
Felt really good to be able to just piece it together. Before the heat, I felt really confident in my surfing, and I just wanted to go and surf. Honestly, the waves looked great.
Look at the size of that section too. But to be able to get, first of all, the highest score of the women's U18 event so far.
Tia Zabrowski with a 9.17 for Team France.
Beautiful looking hook to start, lines it up for the second one.
That wraps up day 2 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to El Salvador. Waves on the cook, lunchtime on a Monday. And we're just loving the show. Heat 16, round 2. We're checking out from New Zealand, Lola Group, taking on from Netherlands, Emma van der Hull, Sol Borelli of Spain, Nalua Ramirez from Mexico as well, out in the water. Paul Evans and Barton Lynch in for the call. And loads happening in that last one towards the end. It's kind of a lot of talking points. It's not always about the bombs and the best waves. It's like those intricacies, those technical aspects of the surfing, and that's all part of the judge's job.
Yeah, it's tiny things, mate. It's amazing from a positioning point of view. You're out in this massive ocean, and it comes down to feet and inches. Your positioning. Same on the wave. You know, we saw in that last heat, Isadora from Chile. She faded a second bottom turn that tangled her in the whitewater, and in the end cost her the heat, 0.01.
Wow, look at this wave for Sol here. Look at the size of this thing. There's a good full-blooded snap using that rail, just jamming down with the carve. And then the speed is good enough to outrun the section. That's really nice if she'll hang on, and the whole thing just converges. Felt like the whole of the Pacific just meeting right on top of Sol Borelli there. But already the attack from her, the speed down the line, all of that stuff, the drive she's getting, it looks promising for Sol.
It really did. I loved how patient she was at the bottom of that wave, waiting for that white water to ease up, give her a moment to come around the corner and snap. Unfortunately, she got tangled up at the end there.
All right, here's Lola. Another great looking wave here off the bottom, and then swings one. And just a searing turn on the face, and then just gets a little caught. The wave went into the white water, and there's some, so we talk about the power of the wave. There's still a bit of power just in that sort of whitewash at the flats at the bottom of the wave as well. And just grabbed that board and took all her speed, and that meant she couldn't carry any of that speed into the lip. Incomplete for Lola on that last maneuver. Bombs out the back. Looks like we've got Emma in position. Surfer out of Netherlands. She'll let that go. It's bombing.
It really is. And we're at high tide, you know, in a couple of minutes, essentially. So, you know, that swell certainly surged. It increased in size as that tide's moved in for the morning. I suppose from when we first arrived, it's twice as big as it was first thing today. So the swell arriving as expected.
Salvador's number in 367. A reasonable way to kick things off for her. There was a little bit more there. Well, there's a lot more if she could have stuck that last turn, but it was a super tricky section to hit. But good to get stuff on the board, get some work done. And just get a feel for the ocean as well. They've been watching this all day, waiting for their opportunity to surf, thinking, yeah, okay, it looks big, but what's it actually like to ride it? And you can get so much info from the beach, but there's nothing like actually feeling the energy of the wave through your feet, through your board.
Yeah, I think there's a instinctive, intuitive sense that we have of what the ocean does, and if you can quieten the thinking mind and connect with that animal instinct inside of us, that's your best way to guide yourself around a lineup.
Winner of the last heat from Team France was Clémence Schorch, and she's standing by for a chat with Mitchell Salazar.
Right, Clémence, félicitations. How were you able to manage priority at the end of the heat when you were leading?
I don't do anything because the other girl is...
In second. In second place? Is that what we're saying?
Je comprends rien.
All right, the second question, it's very simple. France always very strong. What can you contribute to the team?
Stronger.
Strength, force. Yeah. Anything you'd like to say back home to France?
Merci à tous ceux qui me regardent. Merci et voilà.
Merci beaucoup.
Bravo! All right, bravo Clémence. She's absolutely stoked. She's thanking everyone watching back home. Big smile on her face. Very well surfed. Big, powerful conditions a long way from home. She looks right at home.
She sure does. You speak a bit of French, my friend. You live there in France. And just fantastic waves. And we're really seeing the rise of French surfing over the years. I first went there in 1983 to Lacanau and loved France. Had some amazing experiences there over the years and won my first event ever on the tour there at the Lacanau Pro in '83. So fond memories of France. Always
a lot of people on the beach back then. It's like midsummer, right?
Tens of thousands of people back on the beach.
Like out waist deep in the water in the shorey while crew are doing turns.
Yeah, I was amazed by the extent the tide would draw out, and high tide you were surfing on where people are standing at low tide, and there was just so many things. The cultural differences between the convict Aussies and the French was just fascinating, and it was a place that I always loved. Always had such great vibes and energy given to me from the French people, and now we've watched them turn into a superpower in surfing as well.
That was going to be my next question. I guess at that stage there were solid French surfers back then on the European tour, but they weren't like kind of mega stars, like massive international names. Could you imagine back then what a dominant force France would have gone on to become, and winning CT events, the likes of Joanne de Fay, surfers like that's been incredible.
Yeah, absolutely, Jeremy Flores. No, it's incredible, and I suppose having Tahiti there as a part of your team when you go to the ISA World Surfing Games, and that's one of the great things about this event. We got a ride, short one, from Nalua Ramirez from Mexico. Just a quick up and down. The team felt that one too.
The Mexican energy is massive as ever. That's what you'd expect. And they're sending big support out to their surfer out in the water. Nalua Ramirez, a little misstep from her. They don't mind that. They're giving the encouragement, full voice. And how cool is that when you're out in the water to hear everybody cheering you on?
Yeah, it really is a special thing. And look how amped the crowd is. Great vibes on the beach. And that's the special thing, being a part of a team. Mexican pipe there on the shoulder. Love the waves in Mexico. Fantastic country. Puerto Escondido. It's kind of the only place I've been. Tijuana and Puerto Escondido, but just so grateful for that opportunity to travel the world off the back of surfing, and to watch the evolution of surfing in Europe, in France, it's incredible, mate. And there's, I think the best is yet to come too. I really do believe that for the European nations. And I was going to say that at the World Surfing Games, you must compete for the nation So Hawaii would surf for the United States of America, and you must surf for the nation that you would compete at the Olympics. So it follows those same guidelines as the Olympic Games. But here at the World Juniors, Hawaii with its own team, the USA with their own team, and so you know, Tahiti with its own team, France separate. So you get that opportunity to see the territories, I suppose, of those nations compete for themselves, and that's one of the parts I really love about this event.
Yeah, part of the reason why there's such strong support. Really, really cool to see those vibes go down. We're enjoying the action from the first few days. Not loads of action in this heat other than that. Pretty decent ride. 4.5 was solid for Lola. Surfer out of New Zealand other than that. And that 3.67 for Sol Borelli. Not loads to get excited about. Halfway point on this. We're still waiting for waves for, well, a proper wave for Nalua from Mexico. Also Emma van der Hals from Netherlands as yet to open her account, and time will tick down, and they're going to have to surf a condensed heat in terms of the remaining time on the board. 9 minutes and 40 seconds, enough time for a couple of waves. Let's see if we can get some waves towards them as we will in some sets here. A little line with some wobble through the lip and a concerted paddle effort. I think that was Emma van der Hals. She doesn't get near it.
4th priority, worth a try. When you're down the priority roster, it's your opportunity to paddle for waves and hunt around while the priority surfers sit and wait. And you know, it would seem that the sitting and waiting is a bit of a kiss of death today. You know, it's you want to be busy, and we've seen, you know, smaller rides provide bigger scores, and they are definitely easier to ride. So, you know, if you watch the heats, those few heats before yours, you get a sense of what the sets are doing. You know, if that heat before yours, at the end of it's been a long lull, you can anticipate sets at the beginning of yours. If it's been super consistent, you can anticipate, you know, perhaps some lulls at the start of yours. So you use that information that you gather watching the heats before yours to try and get a feel for what the start of your heat is going to do and how you're going to manage it. But always a good idea to be on the inside and have the dominant position for the start of the heat to maximise your chances of coming out of those blocks firing.
8.5 minutes now to go in this. Surfers being patient in the lineup. Little spread from them as they sit across the peak here. Surfer with priority is also the heat leader. Surfer from New Zealand. Remember that 4.5 on the board already. There she is. She'll be thinking, all right, what did I do on that wave? What did it look like before it got to me? And then how did that translate to how the wave broke? And she'll be hoping to try and improve on that. Good chance of doing it.
And really positive signs in the score. You know, you go, I did one turn and then I went for the second and fell and I got 4 or 5. If I do 2 or 3, I could be on a 9.
Here goes Borelli here, the Spaniard. Backhand this time. Nice whip on the first turn. And then gathers it all in again. Cracks it. And a third. And pushes a little harder there. And still going here. Little pump down the line, a big section, and very well done indeed. So she's absolutely delighted with that. Even a spring in her step for the kick out. That's going to be a good number. Here's Ramirez. The Mexican squad will be in full voice right now as she goes a little mid-face with a wiggle. And again, similar kind of thing from her. And a third turn. They're not massive maneuvers, but they're complete maneuvers. And she goes all the way to the inside.
Yeah, shallow rocks in there. You can see that she deliberately sort of fell shallow. She didn't bump into anything. Good to see, you know, especially after the first wipeout. Good to get on the board. Good to see the passion in the paddle, the determination to get back out there and get another ride. And Sol Borelli, that was a beautifully surfed backhand wave.
All right, here goes Lola. Look at this thing. Really nice energy to this. Good flow from her. First turn high in the pocket and then carves and whips that all the way back. A smaller section in here gets a little steep. And she's good enough to give it a little flick with the tail. That one will be an incomplete ride. It will certainly count for. We reckon there's going to be a good number coming for Sol Borelli. Multiple maneuvers linked together. Those backhand turns, the judges like them.
And they were beautiful. Her style is beautiful. Technique is just so solid, yet stylish. And we've seen some really stylish moments in this heat. Sol Borelli on the right just then was you know, style from start to finish. And for Lola Group, that first little, when she took off and kind of stood at the bottom there and it was kind of walling, apparently it was like, she looked so casual and calm. And I really just enjoyed that moment, you know. So there's those little nuances in your style and technique that you can put into surfing that just generate appeal.
Van der Hals needs to get skates on here. Nothing on the board thus far, just under 6 to go. The requirements will go up as her adversaries add numbers to the board. Judges are currently considering red and green for scores. Souls will certainly be the better of it. And there's a paddle from Emma. She's all alone. So if she surrenders priority, she'll get it straight back. It's just her in the lineup right now. And unable to get on there. And continued frustration from her point of view. She's going to have to surf a 5-minute heat here.
Yeah.
And surfers leading in 1 and 2 are both going to get numbers to come in. So they're going to have much more solid totals, which means those requirements will go right up. The number in 4, Nalua, is a 2.57. So certainly an improvement from her. All right, let's see if Emma van den Hulst can find herself in a position here. She's in the spot. And she'll get a little left behind. So there's just that little bit of wobble with the height. The wave stands up. It kind of backs off a touch. It's happened a couple of times to her. She's just struggling to get herself in position to take off. Number in for Lola Grube. And decent one, 5.17. So gets an improvement. Number in for Sol Borelli. We thought it would be good. It's close to excellent. 7.93. That's really good. Here goes Emma van der Hulst. Some foam on the face, and she gets a little caught, and that will take her all the way in. So she won't add massively. Clock will tick down towards 4.20. Sol Borelli, buoyed by the fact she's just gone close to the excellent range, is up again. And another meaty section. Great bottom turn. And a really, really good hit into the lip, and the whole board just gets buried underwater though, but love the intent.
Yeah, the technique, that bottom turn, how squared off the bottom, it came straight up into the lip. A lot to like about the style, the technique, and the attack in her performance. Young Spaniard with the Echebarra sisters. There's, again, we've talked to what Spain's got coming through in this event. Here we go, Mexico.
Ramirez in live action here. The backhand again from her. Just kind of probing down the line, looking for something.
And even if she doesn't advance, you know, first and second in this heat, third and fourth through to the repechage round, there's a lot of confidence, a lot of good things to take out of this performance. We've seen a lot of young ladies go out there and not find waves, have difficulty, you know, riding them. She's found rides and she has looked super confident on them. Oh, this is our 7.93. Drops down the face, bang, straight up into the lip, vertical turn, another flaring backside out of the top, pumping along, waiting for the last turn, knows that with the completion it's a big score, gets that, comes down through the whitewater, does that stand tall at the bottom, which is the no claim, and then cuts out with a pep in a step, as you said. Here's Emma van der Hulst.
Much better effort from her, nice and steep, bang, banks off the whitewater. That'll feel a lot better, and she'll hang on to that as well. Well done to her, under 3 minutes to go. Didn't have much going in the heat so far in terms of rides, in terms of points, and a lot more steepness to that section as we looked into it and watched her go to work. And she'll try and get out the back with 2.5. That'd be just about enough time, depending on what comes through in terms of sets, if she gets tangled up in anything. I'm just thinking again about that 7.93 as we got the replay there for Sol Borelli, and really, really quality surfing from her. Timing on point. So many good things about that ride.
Yes. And again, a right-hander, that was interesting. There's definitely some rights. Takes a bit of commitment to go the rights because you've got to paddle across deeper. Here's the replay. Good jump to the feet. Waits patiently. Board skips off the bottom but gets that first snap in. Nice weight, needs the completion, close out re-entry, back to the whitewater, but holds it and gets the completion. Here it is from another angle. See that wobble in the board off the bottom. Emma, Tiara van der Hulst, an amazing surfer, been a star and a standout here last year at the World Surfing Games. Here again representing the Netherlands.
Final 90 seconds right now. That score line from Sol Borelli, the Spaniard, 11.6. That's solid, that's decent. She's in second priority, she's in first place. Also advancing currently, maintain their status in this part of the draw, is Lola Grube of New Zealand. She's got a 5.17, a 4.5 as well. 9.67, not bad at all. Close to 10 for her two-wave total. Chasing them down in the final minute with a bit of a tall order, actually.
Yeah.
The Mexican Ramirez looking for a 7.1. And Van der Hulst from Holland, 7.47. Those feel like pretty solid scores to try and find.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's some positives to take out of this situation for both Emma and the Mexican Alua. It's, you know, it would have easily been, you know, to go out there, miss waves, come in and not have anything to kind of reflect on that positively gives you hope for your next heat. And both of those guys, they've done enough where they can take something out of this and the team can use it as a positive and go into that repechage round with some confidence.
What's an easy debrief to do? Someone that's just done well and performed well and succeeded, or someone that hasn't had the result they want? Which one would you rather do?
Oh, do it well easy. Doing well easy because, again, to the sensitivities, as we see Nalua up and riding here, stuck behind the whitewater, and there's a wave in front of it that's going to slow that whitewater down. Quick fall for heat leader Sol as well. Time's up. This heat's done.
We're all done and dusted here. The Spaniard Borelli, good stuff from her, 7.93. Biggest score we've seen go down for a few heats. And she'll be absolutely delighted with that performance. Surfed really, really well. Multiple maneuvers and a great read on things. And you can see from here that smile on Lola Grobe, the Kiwi. As she'll advance in second place. We'll just admire the backhand work here, and we'll keep rolling in El Salvador. Live action from the World Juniors continues after the break with Shannon and Rachel.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, you know, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know?
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's a mouthful. There's a lot of words within it, and there's a lot of surfers in this contest to fill out the, importance of an event like this. As we take a look at Levi Silva, quick in and out for Team Brazil. Benji Lowen of New Zealand, Declan Wilcoxon out of Indonesia, and Romeo Chavez for Colombia. Taking a look now at the under-16 boys division, main round 2. We're running through 9 heats of that today, and then we'll finish out that round tomorrow with the final 3 heats before we click into who knows what next, but another great day of surfing for day 4. But we've got more to finish out here in day 3 today. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley in the booth to call the action. Rachel, a little bit of wind on the conditions now?
Yeah, the conditions have changed slightly, not as drastic as we've seen them change into the afternoon as past days, where we've seen that wind really pick up and that tide really affect the scoring potential of the waves. We have seen an entire round 2 of girls under 16 take place, and lots of great surfing within that. And now we're kicking off round 2 boys under 16.
Romeo setting himself up for this first turn up into
Wow.
the section with ease. Wave was looking a little bumpy as he was taking off, had a lot of speed, kind of chattering along. What a clean finish.
Yeah, the speed that he was able to maintain in front of that chatter was everything for him to complete that maneuver. And that is a nice strong start for our surfer in white.
He'll have a big score to drop for our surfer in that white jersey representing Colombia. A 0.37 on the board for first of Levi Silva out of Brazil. Waiting now for Benji and Dylan to get their campaigns opened up. No priority will be established between those two until they stand up and catch themselves a wave. So we'll see where they position themselves in the lineup It's also about 120, 121 exactly here in El Salvador, and that means that we're right on that high tide. It's getting a little bit swampy out there. We'll start to see it change through the afternoon, and Benji ducks in for a moment and gets fully sucked over the falls. Blue jersey just going down with it.
Yeah, trying to just get his feet in the wax, get his campaign started. Not what he was looking for, but we see with the higher tide a lot more waves closing out, and so we do see a lot more of those in and out situations where the surfer is looking, maybe this opportunity will open up, but this surfer in white was able to get around the section, flying with speed, staying in front of it the entire time, and coming down with control. Ejects out after that, and the judges will like that.
Rewarded him with a 6-point ride for this single turn. So if he's able to connect a couple of those together, he'll be well on his way to a big score, but a great way for him to kick off the start of this heat. Dylan now sitting with priority and waiting for that first opportunity to get his feet in the wax. A great heat that we just ran through to finish out our girls under 16s division. A big day, excellent scores dropped, and a lot of fantastic heats to be surfed. As we take a look now at Romeo Chavez paddling into this wave. He's unable to get into it, so let's take the time to go down to the beach to catch up with that winner of that final heat for the under 16 girls.
That's right, here with Sol Borelli from Spain. Sol, muchas felicidades. A big heat win. You got your best score on a right. We haven't seen too many reds really come into play. No hemos visto muchas derechas ser consideradas como las mejores olas del heat. How were you able to manage to find that wave when the tide is still relatively high? ¿Cómo la encontraste con la marea alta?
Bueno, ha sido bastante difícil encontrar esa ola, la verdad, porque no está muy bien ubicada. Bueno, sí, pero estaba como dudando si no darle o darle, entonces le di y pues me dio un buen score, la hice bastante bien y bueno, pasé.
Well, she kind of contradicted herself there. She was like, it's hard to find, but then at the same time, no, I was in position, but she just surfed the wave as good as she could. Ahora, now, you move into the next 3 rounds. You're in the last year of the U16s. Really competitive field. Un heat muy competitivo, obviamente, ese, pero el resto de las rondas muy competitivos también. ¿Cómo te pones tú en una mentalidad? How do you put yourself in a mentality to just go out there and win? Una mentalidad de querer vencer cada hit que surfeas.
Bueno, siempre tratando de hacer lo mejor posible en las mangas y reventar siempre. Y bueno, siempre focus con mucha confianza y a dar con todo, a todas las mangas.
Just trying to surf as best as I can, especially confidence is a big thing for me. That's really how I get going in my major heats. La Gran Canaria te está viendo la gente en Lanzarote. ¿Algo que le quiera decir?
Bueno, familia, amigos, mandarles un saludo a todos los que me están viendo. Y nada, que los quiero mucho y bueno, nos vemos pronto y a ganar.
Felicidades, Sol.
Impressive surfing from our Spanish competitor, Sol, into the next round, the main round. And she'll be feeling stoked to be able to get a few more heats out here in some good conditions as we take a look at live action now with Benji. Oh, bogs the rail on takeoff for the Kiwi. That's an unfortunate error. And nothing really kind of happening within that interview as far as waves written, except for the fact that Romeo has put himself in position to take off on this one. First turn, sets it up well for the second. Oh, takes a big fall. He's dropped a 5.67 on the board. And I did just find out, Rachel, that he's one of those surfers who's surfing between both age divisions, now in the under 16s, but 40 minutes ago in his under 18 heat at El Sunzal, he dropped an 8.23, which is the second highest single wave score of the round. Now he's made his way up to this end of the beach, and he's competing once again.
Oh my gosh, 40 minutes in between. I cannot imagine that. In the middle of the day too, it is so hot out there. He would have had to chug a bottle of water, some electrolytes, and just keep in that energy. But paddling back out in a heat after you've just had such a successful one, it's actually kind of the time you want to surf a heat most is right after you've just had a strong heat, because you're feeling like confident, all those nerves are settled down because you know you can paddle out and do it. So he's surfing exactly like that.
It's kind of like the way that we saw Steph Gilmore win her 8th world title at the WSL finals, where she had to surf her way from that bottom position and surf through, 5 heats in the day to win the world title. Once she got on a roll, there was no stopping her. And although it seemed kind of insane to consider having a 30-minute break, paddling straight back out that many times in a row that day, getting into that roll and that rhythm helped her find that success.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about just feeling the rhythm of the ocean and feeling relaxed in your ability to be able to go out there and put a heat together.
Currently in the lineup, Romeo leading his 2nd heat of the day with a 6 and a 5.67. Big sets just kind of cleaned up everyone. Hasn't allowed anyone to get a piece of the action. We're waiting for Dylan out of Indonesia to get his opening ride on the board. He is sitting with first priority next to his name. Just 14 years old. Has lived at the Kandui Resort Kandui Resort in the Mentawais since birth. So he has grown up right there at some of the best waves in the world on the water's edge. And he says now he really looks forward to being able to travel more and to make new friends, but an incredible upbringing. He said he's basically been surfing since birth.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much the main thing to do. That and fishing, which he says he also loves to do. So those are the best 2 things to do when you live over in the Mentawais. And what a beautiful place to live, and so many waves around that region to surf, especially really critical, steep waves that you learn how to put everything on the line and get comfortable in a hard to surf ocean.
Yeah, maybe more challenging in those very basic and beginning steps of learning how to surf, where, a lot of surfers growing up, say in California, Southern California, have nice slopey beach breaks to kind of learn how to pop up, how to find that trim line and start turning their board in the white water and graduate to riding face waves. We're growing up in the Mentawais. There's a lot on the line from the opening day of learning how to surf. As we take a look at Benji, now into this ride. So he took that spill on the last one. He's found his balance, and he's got a really frothy section here to finish off with.
Oh.
Just tried to drive off the bottom, but couldn't quite grab that rail and put himself in position.
Yeah, it looked like he was really trying to engage that rail to go a bit higher, then changed his mind and didn't get that. He wasn't able to engage that and went mid whitewash, mid face. And there's just way too much power in that whitewash for him to float over it.
Originally from Sumner in the Christchurch area of New Zealand on the South Island, his family moved to Emerald Beach in northern New South Wales, Australia, near Coffs Harbour when he was about 11, so about 3 years ago. And he's had the privilege of going back to New Zealand to find himself with the qualification for this event. As Dylan is up and riding, looks like he's towed into this wave, hasn't even really broken, but he's got so much speed, and he'll just take the kick out.
That was a great example. It did look like he was just at the top of the wave waiting for it to stand up exactly like a tow wave. The conditions are big out here, and these surfers, these boys, are under 16 years old, all in this heat between 14 and 15 years old, and the surfing that we're seeing them do is so impressive in waves that you have to be really confident to surf.
You really do need some big confidence. That's, solid in size. There's a lot of power to the ocean here in El Salvador. And we'll see Levi put himself in position for this one. Now up and riding, using his first priority on it, drives through that first section, has a look down the line, and just drives back into that second turn. Really kind of, you could see his focus was to figure out what that wave was going to offer him out in front. Big paddle ahead now to get himself back into position as he'll have his first real score dropping on the board.
This is kind of the last bit of timing in terms of heat strategy. Like, that's as far as you can push it in order to then give yourself time to go back out and get a second wave. So you want that wave to be a decent score, and it was a 4.33 for him. That can sit in a score line and now makes him sit a little bit more comfortably in the heat.
Puts him straight up into second. Benji now with some work in front of him. He'll pull out of that wave. Looking a bit eager in each of the waves that he's taken off on so far, a 2.27 being his highest score.
I think Benji's just looking nervous. You know, you can see he is such a great surfer. He has so much talent, And I think those first two waves he got out of sync. He's trying to stay busy. And then when other surfers, especially like Romeo, who opened with that 6 and then got a 5, 6, 7 right after, you start then getting nervous, like, why am I not finding those out here? And he's trying to stay busy, but the waves aren't opening up for him. And we've talked about that earlier today. It then kind of becomes that self-fulfilling prophecy. And he has every ability to turn that around. He just has to take a deep breath, be calm, and find that one wave that will allow him to do that.
Time to kind of, feel like he's out there just surfing with his mates, Tom and George, get a couple good waves, and set himself up for success in the back half of this heat. As we take a look at Romeo, up and riding on his forehand. Nice snap to start. Big section, and he launches straight into that lip line. Perfect execution.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
That was amazing. The speed and confidence our surfer from Colombia has is incredible. That was such a big section for him to go and attack, and he never second-guessed it. He went up, flew around that whitewash with speed, engaged that rail, and launched up to that lip and came down in front of it. Such technical surfing. Let's take a look at it again. Drives off the bottom. Nice turn. Kind of checks his speed, and that's where he comes back around with so much speed. Was able to stay in front of that lip and come down. Beautiful.
That's one of those sections where the timing was absolutely perfect on the end.
Yeah, he managed that so well. I mean, it was actually already coming down. He could have gotten it to it even sooner. Well, he couldn't have, but normally you get around it a little bit sooner, and you want to hit it at the top and then come down, where he was driving with so much speed. Many other surfers wouldn't have even made it to that section in time.
Right.
But he actually came up as it was already coming down, hit it, and came back down with it. Like I said, extremely technical surfing, and the judges will reward that high.
An 8-point ride, simple surfing, straight to the point. He's already up and riding again on the paddle back out. Goes for a big turn. He'll fall down. Smaller sized wave, as we can see surfers paddling out just behind him for the next heat. And that's okay for that fall, because he is sitting on a 14-point heat total. Paddle now for Dylan. He's taken Dylan a little bit to get things going in this heat, and it kind of feels like him and Benji are sitting in that same sort of mindset, in that same hole at the moment.
Yeah, you need a small score too, and sometimes that actually just feels really hard to put together when you just can't get on the right wave. You start getting frustrated with yourself. But that 8-point ride of Romeo, wow, that was not just because he was on an amazing wave. El Sunzal and La Bocana have these waves that sometimes come through, these sets that are just such beautiful waves. If you do really nice, simple surfing, it's easy to get an excellent score. That was a really difficult wave that he surfed, what was around a 6 or 7 scoring potential, and surfed it up into an 8 because of how technical his surfing was. He can be so proud with that wave and that surfing.
So impressive, in back-to-back heats, like we were already saying. He had that heat about an hour ago now at El Sunzal, had that 8.23 in his under-18s division. Now he's dropped a second excellent score in back-to-back heats this afternoon.
Yeah, and both on opposite types of waves. So El Sunzal being a right-hand point, getting an excellent score on his backhand, and then going straight to these lefts and unleashing on his forehand.
Benji up and riding now. Channeling a free surf with Tom and George. He goes in for a big re-entry on the top and unfortunately can't make it out. Chasing down just a 2.44. Now this is where the backup score is so important. Levi doesn't have a backup score yet. He's left that door wide open, as Romeo's just going to drive down the line and he'll kick out of that one. The question will be, can Benji get another opportunity and hold it together? Can Dylan get himself a 3.38, or is Levi, with that priority, going to get the backup score?
And I think Romeo's showing every bit of his age in having 2 heats back to back, but he is just staying busy. He's showing his age as in he is feeling so energetic. All this surfing, all this heat surfing, this heat at temperature is not getting to him at all. He just looks like he's frothing out there, having his own deal outside of this battle that we're seeing between red, blue, and green.
Yeah, he's sort of surfing in a world of his own.
Yeah.
And then the real battle going down in this heat, the actual context to it, is that battle for second.
And it's a tight battle with only 2 minutes remaining. Will we see an opportunity here on this wave?
Big paddle for Levi. Takes off deep behind the section. Little stumble on the takeoff from the young Brazilian. And now starts to get to work. Just that single turn. Not going to be a big score. It will improve the requirements a little bit. Or not improve in their eyes. In his eyes, it'll improve the requirements on the bottom half of the field. In their eyes, it's going to be a bit of a bummer because it's going to grow slightly. A 3.64 now required for Benji. And even that's quite a big difference, you know, to get into near 4s and 5-point rides as those requirements. It's going to take either one really good turn or a couple smaller turns connected together.
Yeah, I'd say the scoring kind of gets broken up into sections. You have a 1 to 3.9 ride, a 4 to 6.9, 7.9 ride, and then you have your excellent scores at the top. So especially for our surfer in green here, he just went from needing basically a 3.5 to now needing a 4.57. That's actually going to be a wave that offers a bit more than just that single turn or opportunity. So even just getting a 1.57 does become crucial when you have two other surfers that have low requirements.
It's been a big day of surfing so far. And we've got more to go. This is the opening heat for round number 2 on our boys under 16s division. We'll be running through the first 9 heats of this, finishing out those final 3 tomorrow. And we've got about 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Levi's having a paddle here. He wants to try and increase that backup score to put something in the 2 to 3 point range at least. Paddles into this one, but he's just stuck behind the section. It would have been a lot smaller, way on the inside. And it's not going to give him any opportunity to really increase on that 1.5. As we take a look now at Romeo, already on an absolute roll in his heats today. Great surfer for Colombia to have on the team as he goes for a huge air on the inside section. Unable to ride out of it, but he's got a smile on his face. And he's able to just play around with it now.
As he should. Now he can go and rest and enjoy 2 heat wins for his day today.
Great surfing from Romeo. Well done to Levi, getting that 4.33 on the board, secures the second place position. And for Benji and Dylan now the opportunity to reset and recharge, knowing they're going to be battling it through the rapid charge rounds to make it back and to continue gaining valuable points for their team throughout this week. We're going to go to a quick break. And when we return, more surfing with Canada, Germany, Spain, and Costa Rica in the lineup.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Big heats underway here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in one of the most beautiful locations here in Central America, with the tropics behind us, with the tropics ahead of us as well, with some great surfing and some really warm water temperatures, really warm air temperatures. Lots of greenery and scenery.
El Salvador is so beautiful. Surf City, El Salvador is where we are, which is a land of so many waves, so many different styles of wave, rights, reef breaks, peaks. It's incredible. This is my 4th time here now in about a year. Competing
In 1 year.
In
Yeah,
1 year.
Not even just like 4th time in my life.
Yeah, 4th time in my life, but also in this past year. And it is a pleasure to come back here every single time. I absolutely love it.
It's a great location to be running contests at, as well as the surf is so consistent. It provides plenty of free surfing opportunities for each competitor in the warm-ups, as well as opportunities for well-oversized waves to start out heats. Tanner Sandvig, representing Canada, now up and riding, locking into a couple great scores to start things off with. Speeding down the line, he'll hit that in section well and put that first score on the board. He's in the lineup up against Kai Schmitz, representing Germany, Alejo Valido from Spain, and Tomas Pathane out of Costa Rica. As we see Kai up and riding, representing Germany. Frothy section in front of him. Bright orange surfboard really standing out amongst that white water, and a great 2-turn combo to start.
Wow, he did well to navigate that foam on the face of that wave. That was not easy, and he surfed that seamlessly. So 2 great starts for our surfers in red and blue. And as we saw in that last heat, those waves with scoring potential are so crucial. We saw our surfers in the last heat really struggle to find those backup waves with really low scoring waves in their score line still as the heat finished.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, just to find the backup score for Levi, who walked away in second for Brazil, he didn't really have a backup score. It was the 1.57 that really just helped inch him through in that second place position, and it kept kind of small requirements on the boards for 3rd and 4th, but they just couldn't find a wave that they could really connect with.
Those are the types of things, too, when that's happening in the heat before you. These surfers are watching that and observing that and trying to basically rewrite the prophecy for them going into their heat. They're going to see how crucial starting out quick is and getting a decent score quick is, so that way they have all 15 minutes remaining once they get back out in the lineup to look for a second score and continue to improve upon their situation.
Surfers having a paddle now. No priority established between Alejo or Thomas. Thomas getting in just ahead of Alejo. Alejo throwing the arms up for a moment, and Thomas is just going to go, all right, let me just put this first turn on the board, and he'll have a decent score to drop through.
That was like there was all this drama happening behind him, but he was in front of it the entire time, took off, and then just did not let any of that faze him. No looking back. Alejo was not happy with that, but not having any priority established, I wouldn't look at that being an interference or anything. That is just what the aggression of the beginning of a heat can sometimes look like.
Right, a little bit of that paddle battle, and for Thomas to be just kind of ahead within it, he was able to get into that wave quite easily. As we look at Alejo now, just caught with the lip on his head, but he'll be able to put himself likely in position for that wave out the back. As we're waiting for scores to drop in now for the first 3 exchanges, Tanner, Kai, and Thomas. Scores in for Kai, it's a 4.50, so that's a great way for him to kick things off for that 2-turn combination. We got a 4.17 on the board for Tanner out of Canada for that single maneuver, and now waiting for first of Thomas. Cleaner conditions, it looks like, from that angle. From here you can still see a little bit of bump, but what we can notice, and is a huge positive today, is we don't really see any white caps out there, Rachel.
Yeah, for sure. As we see a paddle from our surfer.
Just a quick in and out from Kai on the inside section, recognizing that he's low in priority.
Yeah, and just staying busy and seeing what you can make of an inside wave. Sometimes we've been seeing some really high, great scores come from those waves that your surfers in higher priority don't decide to capitalize on.
Really evenly matched for that first exchange. Kai, the 4.5, a 4.17 for Tanner, and now a 4.77 for Tomas. Drops through on the board, and it's the surfer in green that has first priority, so he's able to take off on this wave ahead of white. Great opening turn, sets himself up for the second for Alejo. Kind of under the lip as it breaks over him, and it doesn't even faze him at all as he sets up for that finishing maneuver.
What a claim. That was a great start. I'm sure he was just reeling off that frustration from that paddle battle that he did not win at the beginning. And now it's finally like, you know what? Fine, I didn't want that wave anyways. I maximized that left that I just got and was happy with that to send that back to his team. So we'll see what that comes in as we have live action.
Tanner now up and riding. Open on a 417, into a great looking turn for the start, just burying that rail, sets it up for the second, and I don't think he's going to make a reappearance from the foam.
At that point, by the time you said that, that would have been amazing.
It would have been amazing.
If he had
I was wanting to give him the benefit of the doubt, you know, that hope was there.
to make it.
We've seen stranger things. Oh, he is holding his head. Uh-oh. And he's going to make the paddle in. We'll see if he is okay. We've got a great safety team that's going to be on the beach watching the situation unfold.
It's his arm, maybe.
Maybe his arm.
We've been talking about this. There's a lot of rocks there. You fall in that scenario. No, it's his head.
It's definitely his head. So he's going to have, oh no, you can see him there with a bit of a shout. So he's going to be heading back into the beach for Tanner. The opening score, 417. His turn looked so nice on that, but it could have been that board. It could have definitely been those rocks that are just kind of below the surface. He was still in a bit of a deeper section, but there was so much energy in there, and he disappeared for a long time from our sight.
Yeah, like you said, it could have been the board or the rocks. Hopefully he's okay. Like you were saying, we have a solid safety team here that will be able to check him out. Beautiful first turn. He's looking so confident and comfortable out here. And even on this turn, he was looking great. Just bogged the rail there, which had he not, he probably would have had enough speed to get out in front of that. But bogging that rail got him stuck a little bit behind the section, and the whitewashes just converged together. And I have a feeling that just sent him deep, and maybe he hit the bottom.
Well, let's track with live action for now. A quick in and out for Alejo. Tanner, by this stage, would be in on the shoreline. There's going to be a great crew there to meet him. Safety team from, the event here with the ISA. His team from Canada also just has such a great support system behind. His, so he's going to be well taken care of for the Canadian coming out of Southern California. His parents both competed at a high level in university sports. His mom, an ice hockey player, and his dad, a Division I swimmer. So really high-level athletes coming out of the Sandvik family. Unfortunate to see Tanner heading in. At the moment, he's in the lead, and we have not, we've, seeing the kind of scores that have been dropped, we could see him maintaining that top 2 position throughout this, but there's still 10 minutes remaining on the clock. Rachel, and the 4.57 for Tanner off the strength of that first turn. If he had been able to ride out of that second, it would have been an exceptional score.
Yeah, absolutely. The judges are really rewarding his surfing, liking his smooth, powerful, confident style. Fortunately, this is a non-elimination heat, and so if he gets knocked down into 3rd or 4th, he will have the ability to surf again.
Thomas now up and riding. 4.77 was his opener. He's only looking for a 2.98 to take away second. That was an incredible re-entry on his backhand, looking for this ending section now. Just tags it really well. He'll throw the claim. And I love the energy coming through from these surfers in our second heat of the round as Kai just kind of jumps out the back of that wave. So at the moment, 4 4-point rides on the board and a 7.17 from the from the opening wave of Alejo. Let's take a moment now to check in with Mitchell Salazar down on the beach.
Yeah, with Romeo Chavez here from Team Colombia. Romeo, muchas felicidades. Congratulations. Within a span of an hour, maybe an hour and a half, you surfed 2 heats. One at El Sunsal, one here at La Bocana. Dentro de hora y media, cuando mucho, surfeaste 2 heats de manera consecutiva, uno en El Sunsal, uno en La Bocana. You got an 8 in each heat, by the way. Congratulations. ¿Cómo te sientes? How do you feel after the victory?
La verdad, súper agradecido, bastante cansado. Fue bastante difícil hacer ese cambio y más que todo hubo un inconveniente en el Sunsal, se me partió el leash, pero se pudo hacer el trabajo y regresar acá a La Bocana gracias al equipo siempre estar presente, a mi papá y a todos, y poder lograr un buenos scores acá también y venir a hacer el trabajo.
Yeah, really grateful for the rest of the team. If it weren't for my dad and the entire Colombian team, I probably wouldn't be in my position, especially because I did break my leash over at my heat at El Sunsal. He did get an 8.23 though and an 8 here.
all the surfing did the talking. Una última cosa para dejarte ir, la hidratación, el estar fuera del sol también muy importante. Hydration, being out of the sun, super important. Having to compete in both divisions, teniendo que competir en ambas divisiones, ¿cómo te relajas y cómo te pones en esa posición cómoda? How do you relax and how do you get comfortable?
Bueno, sobre todo siempre relajar la mente, la hidratación siempre con Aquafit, trayendo aguas desde Ecuador y que me mantienen súper hidratados, y el descanso y sobre todo, bueno, saber que le hiciste bien, eso te relaja y te cambia toda la mente.
Yeah, staying as hydrated as possible, staying out of the sun, but most importantly, one big thing too is knowing that I have the ability that really centers myself and it calms me down. Muchas felicidades, Romeo. Nos vemos en la siguiente ronda.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Well spoken from Romeo. Incredible surfing between those two heats. Locking in a couple of 8-point rides. And, I mean, man, to break your leash out at El Sunzal, it's a long swim to get into the shore.
That is such a shame, but to look at what he was able to achieve there, swim to the shore, and then run over 40 minutes later for a heat down at La Bocana. Now, they're not that far away, but they're far enough away that you'd have to scurry down. And
you would definitely have to scurry.
Yeah, and in that timeline, you would have no opportunity to sit, watch how the waves are. You have to just go out there and trust your instincts, trust that you're going to be able to identify the good waves and make the decisions in the heat as you go. Right,
it would just be turning in that jersey at Sunzal, maybe getting a lift in the car instead of actually having to scurry and run. I mean, that's such a great word. I thought about the word scurry in a while. So probably jumped in a car instead, enjoyed the air conditioning for the maybe 5-minute drive that it would take to get from Sunzal over to Bocana, and then just straight into that beach marshal again. So well done to him. Now out in the lineup, we have had a situation change. Thomas, out of Costa Rica, dropped a 7-point ride. That now puts Kai Schmitz down in 4th, chasing a 4.25 to take away that second place position from Tanner. Driving down the line and goes in for a great looking re-entry. He'll be getting close to that 4.25 as we see Thomas with a crazy backhand attack on that wave. Everyone going big. His board also tombstoning for a moment. He's popped up, looks fine. And there you can see Kai as well on the inside section.
Attack was the right word to use for our surfer in white's end maneuver. Attempt, unfortunately, not coming through.
So looking for now the opportunity for Alejo as he is up and riding with first priority, pumping down the line, setting himself up for this opening turn. He's looking only to improve. Oh no, on a 0.5. As I say it, he goes down. That'll be incomplete on that turn, unfortunately. He does only need the 1.57 to take himself into that position above Tanner, so we'll see where the judges go with something like that as we're down to 5 minutes on the clock.
And it looks like he does get at least just enough to go into second position with the 2.23. Obviously only having 3 surfers out the back now as Tanner looks to have hit his head and had to go in.
Yeah, we did just receive the update from our contest director that unfortunately he did connect with the bottom and he's going to require a few stitches. He's doing okay, but he's not going to be able to paddle out in this heat. Hopefully things are going to be okay and we'll be able to see him paddle out in his coming heats as he'll now be heading into that repechage round as the last score of Alejo has dropped in with that 2.23 and it bumps Tanner down into third. Still 4 minutes on the clock and we could see wilder things happening with, a few different changes to the board, but at this stage it's looking unlikely for Tanner to be in that top 2 position, but he will have the repechage rounds, and we definitely hope that he is going to be feeling okay. He's going to have a great team around him down on the ground from Team Canada to, just support him in this moment. And now out in the lineup, we've got 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Thomas dropped in that 7-point ride to improve on the 4.77. And nearly just rode out of that last one, too, that he really attacked in a huge way. So he's going for those big maneuvers. Alejo as well, growing big, having the 7.17 on the board. He only needs a 4.6 to take himself into the leading position. And for Kai, his last wave was a 3.6. But now that we've seen a situation change, he'll be chasing a 4.91 as the speed bumps take the just take the speed away, I guess, from Thomas. I don't know where I was going with that one.
Yeah,
so much going on in this heat.
He did go over the handlebars a bit on that one. You can just see the chatter on the face of the wave with all those little bumps, and on these takeoffs, with the power and size of these waves, you do get so much speed off the takeoff. And if you pay attention to, a lot of times the surfers, right when they stand up, they'll do kind of a little speed check halfway through as they're dropping in before they do their bottom turn, so that way they can manage their speed as they go to engage that rail into the bottom turn. That's one tactic we've been seeing a lot of these surfers utilize out here, because if they don't, it's really easy for a situation exactly like we just saw happen.
2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Situations unfolding, couple big scores on the board, and the heat leaders are holding on to priority. So it's going to be a pretty tough position, I think, for Kai to even get himself into another wave after this, being that Alejo would like to take away the lead, but he'd also just really like to keep himself in that second place position and avoid the repecharge round. So he'll likely be sticking to Kai like glue and become his new best friend in the last 2 minutes of this heat.
It's a really smart way from the surfer in green to utilize his priority.
Can see White waving his arms. That's a signal to the beach announcers that he wants to know the situation, scores, and likely priority as well. As Alejo uses his priority on that wave, huge claim after a huge backhand reentry.
Yeah, wow. Him grabbing that rail, managing that speed, and directing his nose to go straight up towards the lip, and then basically ejecting like that bow and arrow that he just did. He basically grabbed his rail like it was a bow and then released and shot himself up towards the lip, came down. He's only looking to replace a 2-2-3, and that, I will say, will 100% do that.
His favorite surfer is Ethan Ewing, who's on his run to competing in his first ever Olympic Games. Has some of the best rail surfing in the books, and that's what Alejo aims with every wave he takes off on. Thomas up and riding. He goes for one big re-entry as well, and just kind of is maybe frustrated that that wave only offers him the one section, but well surfed for those two. At this stage, it's going to be a huge ask for Kai as we wait for the score for last of Alejo to drop in and for Kai to get himself into that top two position. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And it does look like we're going to have one more opportunity for our surfer representing Germany as we come down to the finish of this heat. Doesn't quite get into that one. Maybe another one of these waves, Rachel, but at this stage it's been well surfed from Thomas and Alejo.
Yeah, it has, and we're still waiting for the score of green to drop. So at the moment, Kai needs a 4.91, but we expect that to increase as well, and it doesn't look like he'll make it into this one, so his campaign is finished in the main round, but we'll go into the repecharge round and have an opportunity to surf through that back to the grand final.
That's right. We'll certainly see the surfer out of the Canary Islands representing Germany once again. But a big congratulations to Thomas and to Alejo. We're still waiting for their last two scores to be dropped in, which will determine our heat winner. Now, first score is in a 5.83 for Alejo. Valido out of Spain takes him into the lead. Now Tomas will need a 6.01 off of that last exchange, both with just a single turn, Rachel.
Yeah, and I think the wave that we saw from Thomas, it looked like he had a bit of frustration. He didn't get another opportunity. I don't know if it will go into that 6 range, but we'll let the judges make that decision.
Off memory as well, the wave from Alejo had a little bit more size to it, a little bit more challenging and critical section to a slightly smaller and cleaner wave that Thomas had. Both very well executed on those final waves, and it is just a 3.33 for Tomas. So he'll stay in second, and the Spaniard, Alejo Valido, will end up walking away with a win. After that frustrating paddle battle at the start of the heat, he's walked away victorious at the finish of this one. Some great surfing, and we've got more to come when we return. USA, Switzerland, Hawaii, and Chile in the lineup.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. a right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
We're back with more surfing underway for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's a big week with under 16 divisions and under 18 divisions for the boys and the girls. Max amount of surfers that we can see on a team is 12, and there's a lot of teams that have filled out full teams coming into this event, which is exciting to see the inclusion of more and more surfers from around the globe. Out in the lineup right now, USA, Hawaii, Switzerland, and Chile. Each countries that have started to really put themselves on the map. Switzerland being slightly less likely, but a lot of Swiss competitors living and residing somewhere outside of Switzerland, able to really hone in their skills, whether they're living in other parts of Europe or something like that. And the development of wave parks has now put Switzerland on the map as a little surfing destination to attend as well. So plenty of opportunity for the Swiss surfer Massimo Benz to be out in the lineup. And he's up against three powerful surfing nations: Tiger Abubo out of Hawaii, Brody Price out of the USA, and Lucas Manga out of Chile. Shannon Hughes alongside WSL World Longboard Champion and ISA two-time silver medalist Rachel Tilley in the booth.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I have been enjoying our day of competition, watching these surfers surf at La Bocana. We've been seeing the girls under 18 and the girls under 16 take place earlier today. Now we are in the boys under 16. The level of surfing from these juniors continues to blow my mind heat on heat.
It certainly does. As we take a look at a paddle for first of Tiger Abubo, would be his second wave. He's already got that 0.67 on the board. Taking off in a great looking position, driving hard off the rail, and sets it up for that first turn. Into the second one here, a little bit softer and slopey on the face of the wave. Just gonna kind of get the work done through this flatter section to hope for a powerful end section like we've seen through many waves in the last few heats. That one unfortunately doesn't line up.
Yeah, you see the waves kind of take two different lines. They either mush out towards the bottom or they really stand up tall, and the surfers have that opportunity to attack, where we see a lot of that high scoring potential.
Big personalities taking out the win in that last heat. Alejo Valido from Spain on the beach with Mitch.
And he might have the best smile out of everybody in the event too, Shannon. Alejo, muchas felicidades, congratulations. A couple waves you got it done out there, seemed tricky.
Yeah, at the start it seemed pretty tricky, but then I got a 7.17, I think. And then the last wave was a good turn, so I could advance to the next round.
Spain, not necessarily the largest country, a lot of territories though, coming from the Canary Islands. Sol Borelli also on the team from the Canaries. How cool is it to have that kind of comfort of somebody from home?
Oh yeah, we have a group of friends that we usually go surfing to all these kind of spots, and they are pretty near, so we can always go to surf together and then evolve everybody.
Only 14, you were champion within Spain in the U14s, but now in the U16s, seeing the talent worldwide, how eye-opening is it competing against the world's best juniors?
Well, yeah, the level is pretty hard, but I think I feel pretty confident on doing pretty well on the contest. But yeah, I need to work really hard because the level is really high.
Anything you would like to say back home to La Gran Canaria?
Bueno, de la suerte. Pues a toda mi familia, a todos mis amigos que me están viendo, un abrazo muy grande y muchísimas gracias por estar apoyándome.
Felicidades, gracias.
Well done, Alejo. Big scores in that last heat, some big claims to go along with it as well.
Yeah, big personality. We actually saw from a majority, or not majority, a lot of the surfers that they were going for these claims at the end. They were really just had a lot of body language at the end of their waves and signaling back to the beach, really pumping it up and going towards those claims, which I think is interesting to compare. These are the boys U16. We had the girls U16 take place right before, and we're not seeing that same sort of confident body language taking place after they finish their waves or anything like that. And I don't know, I think at this age, a lot of these boys have, you know, their idols on the world tour, and I think that's something, those big claims we see take place a lot on the world tour from the men. And I think that's probably a lot of that influence we're seeing happen now to the young boys.
Yeah, the trickle effect is in full effect here as the Groms are looking up to their heroes. As we take a look now at Massimo, representing Switzerland, lives in Cape Town, South Africa, and has the opportunity to surf some great lefts in Kolmaki on the daily. He'll just go incomplete on that finishing turn, shake it off for a moment, but he's going to get that first score on the board. And that's a really interesting point you bring up, Rachel, because we do see a lot of that kind of explosive body language, that confidence really oozing from the men's side. And occasionally it happens in the women's side, but typically only when there's really an excellent score that's dropped. And there's a lot of, maybe even in a heat where you can really feel that their emotions are heavily invested in something. And it seems that the women just keep it a little bit more tapered, and that's the example being set for the girls field that's competing in here. It's one of those things where, you know, we see ourselves represented in what we're watching, right? Seeing women as part of the broadcast, seeing women surfing in different locations or different types of waves, it gives us the opportunity to envision ourselves in those potentials as well. And for those young girls, they're seeing a slightly kind of quieter expression of those emotions than what the boys are seeing represented.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see some live action, let's see what Green takes on this.
Big looking wave for the surfer out of Hawaii. Carves through that first section. Big and slopey on one of the bigger sets of this heat so far. See how it starts to stand up through here and give him a slightly more critical wave to work with. He does well to just keep himself in that trim point, but when it comes to scoring potential, Rachel, what are your thoughts on a wave with that kind of shape?
I think it didn't really hit any of the part of the reef that really allowed that wave to stand up. It kind of stayed wider of that section where we see the waves offering those critical sections, and a lot of bump on the face of that wave too. And last week when I was competing here at El Sunzal, that was something that as a team, our strategy, we would always say never take the first wave of the set, because there is, in the afternoons especially, there is so much chatter on the face of the wave on the first sets. And that was a good example of that. You kind of can get lost in the chatter, where the second, third sets have a little bit cleaner of a face like this because that first set cleaned it up.
Massimo on a great looking wave here into those first two turns, setting himself up down the line. Unfortunately, it closes out before he's able to drive around and put himself into it. A 2.83 came through for his first wave, and we have got scores for the rest of the field as well. As we take a look now at our third place surfer out of Chile, Lucas Manga throws it up into a big section. He only needs that 0.85 to take himself into a top 2 spot. Open with a 3.33, and this wave will do well to add to his equation.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. Very critical section. He put it out on the line, and it came through. He rode out of that clean. The judges will reward that accordingly. And no one's really running away with this heat yet. We're halfway through, and there's not one clear standout yet taking the heat. So lots of action still to happen in the back 10 minutes of this heat.
Right, the best scores, the second best going to Brody Price, representing the USA out of Santa Cruz. And then Tiger out of Hawaii from Hawaii, sitting with that 5.17 as his high score. So he's kind of sitting there in the best position at the moment, looking to build on his backup, and he's in that leading spot as we're down to 10 minutes on the clock. Couple lines starting to come through. It's interesting today to see how split apart they are in comparison to those straighter lines that we had approaching yesterday.
Yeah, well, the conditions, because the tides are so large here, the low tides are really low, the high tides are really high. the conditions change so fast from heat to heat. And we've been really seeing that high tide affect these heats and make it slower. We see surfers really struggling to find that backup score, or not even have a backup score written in the back half of the heat.
Especially finding those waves that have good shape, because there we can see, a lot of waves are breaking. There's a lot of those kind of triangles of whitewater, or the triangles of happiness, as Wingnut was referring to them last week in the broadcast here during the longboarding event, wanting to kind of find the top of that triangle, because that's where that wave's going to continue breaking every time. But not a lot of these waves have been really standing up and offering some solid potential on the outside sections. We'll see if anyone has a look at this one. It looks like Lucas is just going to duck dive underneath it. A little bit of time management now to be in check. Great thing about these venues is that, the local organizing committee that has built these incredible structures on the shoreline that house the broadcast, they house the judges, and so many other, kind of offices behind the scenes right on these breaks for El Sunzal and for La Bocana, is that at the top of that tower, there is a massive, brightly colored priority sign and a massive clock as well. So these surfers are able, at any stage, to be able to just check back to that. It's so big that it would be hard to miss when you're out in the lineup. And alongside of that, they can always wave their arms and get some information from the beach announcers.
Interesting strategy here for our surfer in green, who has second priority, but he is sitting so much farther out than the other surfers. And it looks like Red is waving his hands, trying to hear the situation, wants to know that he has a 3.44 requirement, and he wants to use his first priority really strategically in order to get much higher than a 344. He doesn't want to just squeak into that second position. He right now would envision himself getting a score into the 5s or higher to jump straight into the lead.
Massimo's doing well to just keep himself busy. Under priority here, that's going to be a great turn. If he can finish off on the second, that's the sort of wave he's been looking for throughout this heat.
Under priority, we've been talking about that all day, Shannon, about those waves under priority, how it's a great strategy to stay busy when you're in that third, fourth priority, because sometimes the surfers are either too far out or they're just not looking at these little gems that can sneak under, and that was the prime example of that. I think that'll be our highest score of the heat.
And that, in comparison to those really big set waves that we've seen that haven't had that steeper face to them, that smaller wave, a little bit on the inside, maybe that mid-size in comparison to what we've been seeing, with so much scoring potential due to the critical nature of it.
Let's take a look, another look here. Hitting that lip perfectly timed, and just draws that rail right out in front of the whitewash to just release back into the top of the wave. I love the use of that hand drag to whip himself all the way around. That was so critical, that final maneuver. Nice, clean, simple, to the point, and the judges will really like that one.
Very impressive surfing. We'll see where it comes through. He needed a 4.77. He ends up with an excellent score. Under priority, drops an 8.67 on a wave that was not one of the set waves, Rachel.
That is something all surfers should be studying right now. If you're a surfer that is watching from home at the broadcast and you're competing in this, watch that. There's that potential out there, and it's important to just keep your eyes open.
Well, Brody has heard that information. He's now digested it, and he's up and riding. Unfortunately, that wave shuts down, so it's not going to have the shape that we saw for that last one of Massimo, but it's a little bit more on the inside. Lucas now getting a piece of the action as well. He was in that top 2 position. Now he finds himself in third, and he slips off the wax on that second bottom turn, needing a 4.18. Will be hard to get with that wave so far. He's going to be looking to get himself back into the lineup with another opportunity. Surfer in green still sitting there holding on to first priority. You made that mention that he was sitting so far out to sea in comparison to the rest of the pack. He is still sitting out there for the young Tiger Abuba.
Yeah, and it is interesting. We see those sets where he's sitting, the waves he's waiting for are those sets. Obviously, that's his strategy. He's gone in waiting for that. But the sets don't always deliver. Sometimes they're too big and close out, Or once you get on the corner, they kind of mush out and they don't really allow that wall to offer that really critical surfing like we just saw from that 867 on a medium-sized wave.
4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Each of these surfers looking to put themselves on the winners list, the gold medals list for the under 16 boys. Last year we saw Hans Odriozola for Spain take out the win in a wild final up against Lucas Skinner. They were both pushing each other, and Lucas was kind of commanding that heat throughout, and it was Hans on his last wave that was able to put down a solid score to take away the lead. But throughout that entire heat, there was this really incredible battle of each surfer knowing, all right, the last one got a great score. I need to now surf even more out of my skin than I did before to get a better score, and it kept going back and forth. And now we're seeing some of those dynamics evolving early on in this event, but with so much time ahead of us, it'll be exciting to see which of these surfers, maybe we see a surfer out of Switzerland, Massimo with that 867 on the board, looking to put himself on that gold medal list.
Well, he has every chance and possibility. It is a heat by heat. It's a long event, 9 days in total. We're on day 3, and it really is about just attacking the heat at hand, and that's exactly what he's done in this situation.
Brody Price now with a deep takeoff for the Santa Cruz local, throws it up into the lip for that first turn. Looking for a second. This is going to be, had the scoring potential within it. A 4.28 is his requirement.
That was a beautiful first turn. I could see the judges maybe even going close to that.
Lucas now with an opportunity. He also had a slip after his first turn on his last wave and goes big on his forehand.
Oh,
wow. He stuck with it for quite a while on that one, but unfortunately can't make it out. Now Tiger having an important moment here to build on the 3.27. He's going to get hooked up in the lip and somehow held on to that finish. That was unreal.
That was exactly what we just saw. The other two surfers kind of get unstuck in the situation, and he was able to hold on to that one on the biggest of them all. He was sitting so far out, waiting for that set to come, and he got a little bit hung up, which I thought at first was a little bit of a mistake, but he was able to ride out of that. When you get hung up and lose your speed at the top there, it makes it harder to ride through that whitewash. There's a lot more. So, yeah, you have to really it's like catching an egg in your hands. You know, you have to really compress those knees and ride it out through all of those bumps. And he was able to do that.
Great training option. A little egg toss before the heats. Make sure you're really catching it soft.
Yeah, exactly.
Thinking of how you might land out some of those turns.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that.
Just a tip. I've never done it, but you can try it.
No. Secret's out. Rachel Tilley, pre-heat warm-up, throwing a raw egg back and forth with her dad, Glenn Tilley. That's been the success all the way to those world titles, to those runner-up finishes at the ISA. Cat's out the bag. Massimo's holding on to that leading position, that 8.67, just still so stoked that he was able to find that under priority. Brody's been looking under priority a couple of times. He's got a 4.17 that's just dropped in for his last wave. It's not enough, though, to meet the requirement to take away second. Also, Tiger Abubo with his last huge re-entry and a soft egg drop at the end of it is looking for a big score to try and take away that leading position. Lucas now up and riding, 2-turn combo on the inside. He only right now needs a 4.18 to take second, but we know that Tiger's going to be improving on his scoreline, so we would expect the requirement to be quite large on Lucas at the end of that.
And that 4.13 coming in for red, he needs a 4.28. So had he completed that second turn, it would have been the score, as you were saying, during that. So it was really close because that first turn was so beautiful. That'll be something that I'm sure he's going to go back with the team and review. He has a really great team, Team USA behind him, as we see our heat leader up and riding.
Massimo just going from strength to strength, representing Switzerland, living in Cape Town, having surfers like Luke Thompson, like the Schleipen brothers that he's competing and surfing with on the daily, who are really the front runners of that South African contingency. Tiger now up and riding. Incredible looking first turn. Sets it up for the second, late to the section. That was a dangerous fall. His last score drops in as a 4.97, so he doesn't take away the lead, but he does improve the requirements on the back half of the field, which is exactly what we were expecting. A 5.97 and a 5.87 as the final requirements for Brody and for Lucas. Scores have already dropped for last of Brody, that's 0.67, and we've got a 0.5 on the board for last of Lucas. So it seems official that it will be Massimo and Tiger advancing through into the next round. We are waiting for a score now to drop in for last of Tiger, chasing down that 6.34, but that was a pretty heavy fall on the end. Massimo's last score as well to drop as we take a look at some replays here for the last of blue.
What an exciting heat.
Well, we'll go to a quick break. When we return, Paul Evans, Barton Lynch in to call the action. Massimo takes away the heat win. We'll be back right after this.
Comes into the second, slides down, feel like down the face, beautiful.
One right here into the lip.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
We're back live from Surf City, El Salvador. Under 16 boys duking out in the water, vying for 2 spots to advance from this heat and remain in the draw. 3rd and 4th will send them to rapid charge. We're looking at Bastian Pierce from Peru, Jeremy Cedeno, Ecuador, Maverick Wilson from Australia, and Victor Camarena, Panama. We're watching live action here of Camarena, draws out the bottom turn, nice whip to that, and liberates the tail too. That looked cool again, stings one off the top, zah, into the lip. Beautiful surfing from Victor, very nicely done. Barton Lynch, it's almost a squeal, a little hoot of excitement there for you. That was delightful surfing.
Well, just to see the energy and the power and the speed in the surfing, it was like, you know, I had to look at the screen and go, is this under 16s or under 18s? Under 16 boys flaring out here in great waves.
So good to see a heat start off with a really, really good ride. And surfers just ripping in from the get-go, setting the tone. That lets everyone else in the water know, you know what, game's on here. You need to bring your best stuff. You need to find ways, peaks filling in. And our consistent swell, we know that won't let us down. A little reposition from the pack right now. We're still waiting for the panel. They'll take some time with that number. Just under. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with Mitchell Salazar.
A dominant performance, Massimo Biens from Switzerland. Massimo, you got an excellent score, but your story is an interesting one. Born in Dubai, raised in South Africa, but a Swiss father. How did it all come to be?
Yeah, I don't know. I know that the Swiss passport comes from more of my dad's side and German from my mom's side, but yeah, it's quite an interesting, story to tell.
A pretty interesting team, too. I mean, Jake Anderson, he's a second-time competitor here. First time competing here for you. Obviously a big performance. How you been able to compete in such drastic conditions, especially coming from Cape Town, where it's way colder than here?
Yeah, I almost get hot in the water here, but the team's so cool. Everyone here is super cool. And for my first 2 heats now, I've been super nervous, first time competing here. First time in a new place, but yeah, I guess I handled it well and got the scores.
And what about the development of new surfing nations within Europe too? Seen Germany do super well. They've had Olympians in the past. What about Switzerland? What can we expect from them in the next few years?
Well, right now we have a pretty good team. We have a few young surfers, so I think throughout the years we'll just be getting stronger and stronger.
Congratulations, Massimo. See you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff from Massimo. He's absolutely delighted to get through in style too. Plenty of quality out in the water. We watched vision there of Maverick Wilson going to town on a running left-hander. And this heat fired up to life, and it's fired from the panel. Have given a 7.33, and that's a well-deserved score for Victor.
It really was. It wasn't an easy wave to surf. It was bumpy and whitewatery on the face, but he just looked so authoritative, clean on the rails, even given the mess on the wave face, and just looked so mature and powerful. Great ride for Panama, 7.33. Maverick Wilson, small score, but he's a great young goofy footer, got a good air game. Comes from Western Australia, so he's used to all sorts of, open ocean swells, powerful waves.
All right, here goes our from Ecuador, Cedeno. Big wave as well for him off the bottom. He's patient and then just stalls that snap to put himself back in the pocket to get another section, which he'll take a full run up at. A little bit of wobble on the face, deals with it pretty well. Snaps one off the heels, and again, very quick set turn, and then onto a lip. And just projects it up, puts a little extra in it, a little spring in his step to finish, and a well put together wave.
It wasn't an easy wave to ride, was it? It was fast at moments where it just raced off, and you could tell he wanted things to slow down so he could go off the bottom, off the top, and start to get his turns. The first bottom turn was delayed a little bit, and then he didn't really get very far up that face, kind of halfway up, and decided to snap, so kind of missed the opportunity on the first turn to make something really rewarding out of that first section. Then he had to race for a while and then got the work done at the end. So fair starter, give you some confidence, It was a long ride, but it was one of those fast, long ones where you don't get a lot of stuff done.
All action so far. We'll get scoring for him soon. Then everybody will have scored a ride. A couple of rides in for Maverick Wilson. He got that 2.33 early on. The wave we saw in vision during the cross. Good number, 7.23. We're game on here already. 2 big scores locked in.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes. Advantage to Maverick and Victor there. Bastian and Jeremy. Jeremy gets 3.77 for that one. So exactly what we were saying. The wave itself, it went for so long, and he was riding for there was a lot of face and a lot of opportunity, and he rode for so long. But again, the scores would suggest to him he'll kind of figure that out and go, okay, I've got to find a wave that's a little slower paced and it enables me just to do turns rather than just racing all the time.
And I guess already, aside from those numbers coming in of the 3s from 3rd and 4th, when you hear 2 of your opponents getting 7s, does that change things a bit as well? And you've really got to identify something pretty quality now. Yeah,
you've got to get a 7+ ride to be in contention. Well, they've only had one. It's not too bad, there's still, like it says, 13.40, a lot of time left. A lot of waves coming through. You've really got to get that priority and make it count. If you don't have that priority, then get on the hunt and try and get 2 quickly, because the ideal scenario would be that you get a 7 as well and you've got the backup of the 3.77 if you're Jeremy Cedeno, and that puts pressure on your opponents. Otherwise, if they get a backup score to go with their 7s, then you're going to find it difficult because they've already got their 2 rides. They'll be patient, the pressure will be off them, and it'll be on you.
Maverick Wilson leads this one at the moment. And he's a picture of calm and poise out there as he takes it on board, just reflects on particularly his 7. I think will sit quite nicely in the short-term memory for him, and he'll think, yep, another thing like that, please. Exactly. Just try and lock that in. And the judges showing that they are favouring the stuff that he's been able to do already in this one. Also, Victor just came out blistering with his wave, which he'll now want to get another one on the board. That's a little while since he rode that. That was the first wave. Still waiting for that backup. Nothing to start nagging on your mind too much, but there will be a certain point where we'll start to think, all right, I need to get myself a backup here.
Yeah, he's in the first priority, so you're obliged to a degree to wait. You don't always have that first priority, and when you've got it, you want to turn it into a score of consequence. If you rush it, you take waves that aren't appropriate, it can really, it starts to wear on you, and you think, oh, I had the priority and I blew it, and then your opponents have the priority, they get a good one, you go, oh no, the pressure starts to mount that way. So it's a really important priority. It's early days, you've got the 7 in the first 5 minutes, so you'd be quite happy to wait through this period and just wait for the right wave, the right set, bank a second score, and then put the pressure on everyone else.
Yeah, it is just early days still in this heat. Also relatively early days in a long competition here, and we hear that taking it heat by heat. It's become a bit of a cliche, and
Yes.
In some events, you're only ever really a couple of heats away, actually, from coming back for finals day. Right here, it genuinely is true, and I guess it really is a case of sticking very much in the present. Our medal matches, they're well off in the distance, over a week away from today, so surfers can really just hone in on the present. Present looks pretty good from here.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. You've got a bunch of sprints that all culminate in it being a marathon, 10 days of competition. And, you know, just with the heat, the pressure of the situation, with your coaching staff and your team members all on the beach, hoping and wishing that you perform well, that comes, you know, that's a heavy burden to wear in some cases. Some people are able to use it as a motivator and something extremely positive, which you've got to do, you're obliged to do. But a lot of the time it's, for me, it felt like a lot of responsibility. You know, they're on the beach, and if you're doing well, they're all positive. If you're not, they're starting to worry, and you feel that worry from your team coming across the ocean into you. And so it's, you know, there's a lot of elements to success in these events that's very different. You know, there's a 10-day window for the event, but it's going to be on every day. It's not like a WCT event or whatever where you've got a 10-day window and you're going to run 4. And you've got a lot of time where you sit around and you've got to, you know, find things to occupy yourself while you wait for the right conditions. In these events, you know you're on, you know you're surfing regardless of what it's like. And in the perfect world, you'll surf on 10 days straight and hopefully by finals day be in the best shape you've been over those 10 days and peak at the right time. No easy feat.
You know you're surfing whatever it's like, and a lot of places around the world that might be dealing with some sub-optimal stuff. When you're in this part of the world, El Salvador, you know basic's going to be pumping every day.
And we've barely sat through a lull. The lulls, you know, it's almost like we need to breathe. The competitors need to breathe. You need a lull at some point. Really great consistency to the ocean here.
Maverick Wilson still with the lead in this one. We haven't added to the scoreboard for a few minutes now. Under that 10-minute mark, 9:40. Looks like Cedeno. Just having a little look here. This is a slopey one, though. If he does get on it, I'm not sure, which he won't anyway. He never really was going to offer much. Always just fizzling out of energy. That one, he's in 4th priority, though. Why not have a little scratch around, see if he can find something?
Perfect positioning, really. When you look at that positioning, think of it as a chessboard. First priority with Victor, sitting on the outside of everybody, focused in his own space, trying to position and wait for the waves and pay no attention to what his opponents are doing. Good idea when you've had the best wave of the heat so far. Having a look at this, tempted, but on the inside, positioning themselves well with the 3rd priority, Maverick Wilson.
Yeah, here he goes, bang, nice and vert from that really deep bottom turn. Straight back into the lip, and then the big figure 8 wrap around, holds the speed throughout. That's really nice as well. And another wrap, so good rhythm to this, mixing up the turns as well. Each turn unique and different, mixing up the line and a little bit of flamboyance and exuberance on the kick out too.
Yeah, I've known Maverick since he most probably came over to my blast-off event in Sydney when he was like 8 years old, and I've been watching him for a long time, but I haven't seen him physically for a while. And when he got up on that wave, I went, wow, he's grown. You know, you could see he's really getting that power. He's growing into himself, and here it is on the replay. Oh, no, it's another wave, is it? Snaps out of the top there. Here's the replay. Graphic came up, and he's beautiful turn there, getting rid of that 2-point ride for sure. Finishes it nicely on the inside. Speed, power and flow throughout. And that'll be a good score again to match with his 7-2-3, and it'll put a lot of pressure on all of the other 3 surfers. From 3rd priority too. Great play.
Yeah, interesting to see 1st and 2nd priority didn't want this wave. And Maverick says, okay, why not? So we're just watching that last ride in replay now. And seeing the work that he was able to do. Ticking a lot of boxes there.
Yeah, and I think Victor Camarena, you know, with the 1st priority at that point of time, if he was a little bit further in, he would have went that wave and had a 2nd good score and got it before Maverick and overtaken Maverick and taken the lead, and that would have been a powerful moment with 7 minutes 20 on the clock. That distance he had from his opponents. When I've got the priority, I'm not giving you any distance, because you imagine, and your job without priority is to create the distance. The surfer with priority can control what happens to you only if he's close enough to do so. And in that situation, Maverick had enough distance between he and 1st priority that he was able to turn it into a good score that's going to, you know, solidify his 1st place.
Yeah, Bastien Pierce actually had a look at it too and kind of made a point not to paddle too hard and give away prio. Meanwhile, on the inside, here goes Jeremy Cedeno. And pushing hard, He liked the fact they had a wall stretched out in front of him. He dug into it.
Again, that was the type of wave you go from fourth priority. With first priority, you're not catching that type of a wave. So while it's good to surf and good to catch something, it's kind of desperate and it's not going to be what he needs. He needs a better wave, and I suppose he needs the other opponents to catch waves, use their priority, get to the top of the priority, and then dominate that peak and look for the type of score he needs.
Waiting for numbers to come in here. Let's have another look.
Pumping, driving, quick, short ride. Nice out of the top of the closeout re-entry. Again, you know, it's going to be a 2 or a 3 or something like that. So it's not a keeper score for him. Again, that really is a score of no consequence in the context of the heat and wanting to advance through it.
Maverick numbers real good. 737 gets an improvement. So on a wave that Victor either couldn't get or decided not to. And then Bastien Pierce also let go. Third priority. Maverick Wilson was already in the lead. He said, thank you very much indeed. Got his high score on that. And a crucial moment to really just turn the screw there. Big pressure, 14.6 points. That's a big total with still 5.5 to go. We'll be feeling super confident. Camarena still looking for a backup, and that'll start to play on his mind a little bit now with 5 on the clock.
Yeah, most importantly, you got it from third priority. And that's like striking a good blow to your opponent. It's like, we can't let him get anything and get a score. It's a free hit, exactly. And I just want to send out a quick shout out to my young boy over there in Hawaii. I know Lion's watching. Love you, mate, and see you soon.
He's enjoying watching the comps, Lion? Are you into it?
Yeah, he does.
Or just when Dad's broadcasting?
Nah, well, maybe, but you know, he's been watching. One of his best mates loves to watch the surfing too, so they've been enjoying the webcast.
What time is it? What time is it in Hawaii?
They're 4 hours behind.
Okay.
So
okay.
They're in the morning, waking up, turning on the television. What's going on here?
Love it. All right, where are we? 4.5 on the clock. A little gap, then some lines swinging in. A little distance for Maverick, who stays to the right of your shot. He's in third priority. He's got a solid lead right now. The Australian crew will be pretty happy with his efforts. Hasn't really put a foot wrong at all. Got that 2 in early on, then a couple of 7s.
Yeah.
And looking very, very strong and confident. Who's going, if he stays in first, who's going with him at the moment? It's Victor Camarena, Panamanian, who's got a good score of his own, 7.33, but also on a 0. And another swing for Maverick, so that wide position pays off for him. Little cruisy, styly entry into the wave. Big hook back, banks it off the white water, and then gets down to Biz. That was really, really nice. Just a cruisy blow above the lip, just kind of drifted it, covered some ground, and then took it all in the legs, really. Wasn't a lot of arm or upper body. Very quiet and polished.
Yeah, very polished. And he's got a great air game, as I said earlier in the heat. I thought there he might, you know, that would be the opportunity to increase your score, wouldn't it? You know, we haven't seen many of them, and to take to the air would be something that the judges would really appreciate, I'm sure. But if you don't need to use them, you may as well keep them in the back pocket and use them when you need them at a point. If you just overuse them and keep throwing them, it's hard for them to continue to maintain the same value and the same reward if they're being seen a lot of times. I mean, I felt like we saw that with Lucas Skinner in Rio de Janeiro in last year's World Juniors. He was going to the air here, important ride.
Yeah, really important one for Camarena. What's he got here? Off the bottom, it's a little slopey, so he has to go a little bit lateral for his first turn. Bang, that's much more into the lip, almost over rotates the upper body. Does well to control it, and it won't be anything like the number that he needs to get a first, but it's a crucial number for just putting a bit of distance between these guys. Here's Bastien Pierce in with a nice looking wall to deal with for the opening section. Drives that board from just above mid-face all the way back to the juice, and he'll slice again. That one a little bit more tail release, does well to kind of get the rail back in. And then a projection move, just kind of spiking that one above the lip line. Meanwhile, Cedeno on the backhand this time, banking off the top and flicking spray off the heel. Committed butt turn and pings one again up in that right-hander, up through the lip line. Nice steep section here. What's he got to finish? He'll go the lip line float to incomplete.
Critical fall there at the end, but what a great wave to select. The wall on those rights is appealing to me. You know, I look at those rights and go, I think they're actually better than the lefts. And as a pro, you know, you go out there and really you're focused in one way or the other. if it was me, and you can see that perfect triangle of whitewater right there, if it's me, I would, as a goofy putter especially, I'd be looking to the backhand as my primary thing, and the lefts would be the place that I would go when I didn't have priority and if there was space and it was opportunistic to do so.
All right, so we are owed a score for all 4 of our surfers from the panel. They got their work cut out. It'll be a crucial one for White. Victor Camarena off Panama, 7-3-3 is what he's got locked in. And his next score will really set up the context in this final minute in terms of surfers chasing, who also got numbers of their own coming through. And there'll be improvements from them for sure. Let's see where this one goes. Final minute.
Red and blue are going to need another wave. We know that, regardless of where those scores come in. I feel like, you know, Jeremy Cedeno's wave could be up there. The fall at the end was unfortunate because so much good work was
Maybe
done.
just tired legs. That was maybe turn number 5.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was a beautiful ride. Look at the score for Maverick Wilson. His best ride so far for 2 turns.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. No one's been able to get close to him in this. 7-5 in for Maverick, and he just gets better and better. So smooth, and the variety as well. Just that last turn was really nicely done as he went above the lip. Just kind of drifted that air. It wasn't a massive one, but it just looked really stylish and cool. And the way he landed it as well was super clean. He finished that last turn, and he's got a massive total right now. His confidence will be absolutely sky high. We're going to count out here.
First and second with first and second priority, and moving closer to third and fourth to make sure that they seal the deal. Surfers from the next heat making their way into the lineup, and that is done. What a great heat from Victor and Maverick.
Really entertaining. Numbers in for Victor, 427, just consolidates. But well done to Maverick Wilson, who looked really, really good out there. In terms of what he was able to do on the waves, super impressive, obviously. That's what it scores for, but he just managed to be in the right place. He managed to put himself wide and get scores, but he didn't have priority. He snaffled them. Very impressive. Well done to Team Australia. They'll go from strength to strength here. More surfing from the under-16 boys from Surf City, El Salvador, right after the break.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the ISA World Juniors. It all looks pretty from above. A blue sea, the Pacific Ocean filled with swell once again. That's pretty much a given in this part of the world. In this season, we've been drenched in swell. We've been enjoying the surfers going at it. Hammer and tongs under 16 boys have fired up in this round.
Sure.
Great performances going down. How entertaining is seeing this and just seeing these performances, and you wonder how they're going to do. They're going to feel pressure. It's going to affect performance. Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it at all. Powerful young men just going at these lips, throwing caution to the wind. Noah Seme, Ocean Lancaster. He's another kid. He's won my blast off when he was 10 years old. He is an amazing performer. I haven't seen him surf for 4 or 5 years maybe, so I'm excited to see where he's at this point in his career, because he was a super talent as a super grom.
Also out in the water representing Peru, Adrian de Osma. Also got Douglas Suarez from Ecuador in the water too. And down to Biz here. It looks like Douglas. What's he got? Couple of pumps off the bottom. And he was pretty deep on that one. That one will run away, so unable to get out on the face, get into the lip there. It'll be a little bit of a misfire. He'll take that information on board. Maybe it'll change his approach a touch.
Yeah, that's just the perfect word for it. It was a misfire. It was one of those ones that if you looked at carefully, you would have understood what it was going to do if you read that ball more carefully. It was almost like the surfer wider of he who paddling for it almost sucked him into it. He's like, I can't let him get it. Oh, I didn't need to do that. So always the impact that you can have on your opponent can never be underestimated in terms of, you know, your energy and the impact you have on their energy, your wave selection, your positioning, the impact it has on theirs. And that is such a part of that chess game that is competitive surfing, that when you get to the pro levels and, you know, four-person heats are complicated. Man on man, 30 minutes priority, best two waves. You've got a lot of time. We see a lot of sitting, a lot of waiting. This style of competition is action-packed, and where we just see so much to commentate and for the viewers at home.
Make a decision to go here. Adrian de Osma, the Peruvian, whip off the tail. And then that one will just cup out and run. And he'll decide to get out. But he got a complete turn done. You're watching Ocean Lancaster right now, the Australian, deal with some sets as he makes his way back out. Just a real small number in for him. Another son, the Englishman out in the water. Got heritage from England and Italy. I think he's based in Portugal as well. So another one of those stories. How many times have we said that about surfers with different parents living in different parts of the world and putting all that together into performances and enjoying his participation in the England team. Let's go and hear from a happy Australian who's standing by for a chat. Winner of the last heat with Mitch Salazar.
Top gun in the house, Maverick Wilson, congratulations. We're throwing away a 7, my dude. You had more than 14 points on the board. Another great heat. But talk to me about how good the waves are. I mean, coming from WA, you must be very fascinated with the amount of power that's in the ocean.
Yeah, it feels pretty familiar out there, and all my boards are going good, so it was really fun to dig into a couple of big sections.
You know, WA lately has been very well represented on the Championship Tour. Jack Robinson, Jacob Wilcox too. You also have a couple of teammates from the same area. How nice is that having them on the team?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Yeah, everyone from Australia is ripping, and we're all good friends, so it's, a good trip.
Equipment-wise, driver 3.0, why the selection for the board out here at La Bocana?
I don't know, they just all work really well in all conditions, so I was pretty confident going out there, and just came together.
Anything you'd like to say back home to WA?
Yeah, hey mum and dad, dad's here, but hey mum and sister and family and all that. Keep it going.
Congrats, Mav, thank you.
Maverick Wilson, all smiles there, he's stoked. He ripped that heat and he made it look relatively easy as well. Didn't have to give too much of himself in terms of energy and output, and getting really good numbers. That bodes really well.
And we talked about the importance of the positioning and that chess game in the lineup in relation to your opponents. He played that part of the heat perfectly. He was getting 7-point plus scores out of third priority. Anytime you do that, you know you're doing something right.
Just on West Oz.
Yes.
Thinking of how good the waves are there, we all know that. Are you surprised you feel it's been historically a little bit underrepresented, or is that just a reflection of population and just how competitive that Aussie scene is?
Well, I think in part as well, and I think the progression of the tour from a city-based small wave type tour where the focus was on the crowds and creating a sport and building credibility in the sport by being in city locations and getting bums on seats, so to speak. Now it's a different scenario. The multimedia age has enabled us to do webcasts, enabled them to go to different places, more remote, not need the crowds to create a good show, and that's enabled a different type of surfer to be able to come to the fore a little more. So I think there's a bunch of influencing factors, but WA is big, it's windy, there's a lot of weather, and so for that small wave tour, which the QS and the Challenger can be as well still, qualification can be hard if you're used to good ones.
It felt Sydney used to be the place that was Sydney surfers dominating, right? I mean,
yes.
that's changed too, a bit of a migration north to more up the north coast towards the Gold Coast.
Well, exactly, and you would see there's been this migration and times of Australian surfing state to state. Here we go.
Here's Ocean Lancaster, another Australian driving off the bottom, and the whipping hook from him. And then a nice bottom turn, which drives him towards the lip. And then this section's really steep. That's a great hit with speed. Goes vert, 12 o'clock the Nuna, and gets out of it too. And he'll be delighted to get that finish there. And every time you're feeling those setups coming, we know what's coming on the end. And we've seen a lot of people get that slightly wrong. He got it right.
Those bottom turn, top turn combinations, the first two were money. The bottom turns were money. The style, the way he just looked, it was so composed. There wasn't any nervousness or rushing in his body. He just sat in himself, drove off that bottom, carved out of the top. The first two were so pretty, so perfectly done. Into the last, that's going excellent in my mind. Oh yeah, I'm thinking back to the 7.5s and stuff in the previous heat. That's a point better in my mind, whatever it is better.
Just using the full amplitude of the wave, going all the way from the flats right up through the lip.
And one of those lefts that stayed tall from start to finish. It never tapered down into something smaller that the judges may lose their excitement about. Stayed tall, 3 big ones. I can't wait to see this score. I feel like that's going to set him up for a heat win, really. Early stages, 8 minutes gone. That's exactly the sort of wave you want to have.
Aussie squad already fired up from Maverick's performance in the last heat. We reckon they'll stay in full voice when this number comes in for Ocean Lancaster. Let's see where it goes, but we're anticipating a big number. He'll make his way back to the lineup, and he wants to know what's going on.
The judges got it right too, mate.
The judges, they loved it. 9.5 for him. And really a reflection of the quality of the surfing, that big banger finish. He loves it, splashing a bit of water, but happy splashing from him. He'll be delighted.
Yeah, there were points in the bottom turns. And it's not often that there's points in the bottom turns of a young surfer in under 16s division. That was as classy of opening ride as I've maybe ever seen. Congratulations on the score, well deserved. It was just beautiful surfing. And again, the recipe of the big face, big turns. Here he goes, sits in that first one. Carves, the way he held the rail and carved it down into the second. A little whip here out of the top. Wanted to have time to get and time that last section. Beautiful surfing and stylish. Look at the technique, how low he gets. I love how the arms are. They're poised. Your arms are your opportunity to decorate things. They're like the Christmas tree and pulling the arms out of the Christmas tree. And he just has his arms in a unique place. The way he just holds himself in his traditional moment where he just sits into his style, that has points in it because it's unique, it's beautiful, and what a start for Australia.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about those bottom turns and how good they look, but also there's like a practical element, just the geometry, that when you draw out that bottom turn, it gives you that crucial angle back up to the lip, and he tightens it up there as he goes in. It looks so good when he put it together with the speed, that really cool body position you talk about. It's a thing of beauty, and the judges reflect that, close to perfection.
Yeah, isn't it? Like, you look at sports, and there's sports that are just pure aggression and power, shot put, or javelin, or even the 100-meter dash. And then there's sports that reflect the dance, and if I always use that comparison of gymnastics. And if you look at, hold on, we might have a ride here. No, if you look at gymnastics, you've got these extremes of the floor routine, which is all of this rhythmic movement coming together into a performance. Then you've got the vault, which is just one dynamic thing that you land and you stand there. Here we go.
Is Adrián Diosma, smaller right from him, but there's a nice carve, held the rail for ages, and a smaller wave, a lot of spray from him. That was impressive. This is a little bit soupy in here. A quick redirect from him. Let's not forget the interpretive dance, where you got that wave, that
swirling the ribbon.
Love that. Yeah. There's a little bit of that in surfing too.
Do you? Do you love that? Oh, come on. No, and you're juggling a ball and swirling the ribbon, but
if it's on, I'll watch it. Surfing. Let's put it that way.
You watch anything, will you? Here we go.
Here goes the Englishman, Noah Cern. What's he got driving off the bottom? A clean, glassy face.
Wow.
There's a hook with speed in the pocket, and another one. Jams it back. And then over a section with a tricky finish. There's the bounce, and he won't make that last turn.
I'm so impressed by the style and technique of all 4 surfers in the water. You put any of them on the right wave and they're capable of getting through this heat. Obviously, we've seen the difference in wave selection. between that big wave of Ocean Lancaster and then some of the smaller waves that were just picked off them because the pressure was on, the time was running out, and Noah and Douglas just want to surf. So they kind of forced themselves onto some lesser quality waves. But the style and the performance, as well as Adrian, they're classy surfers for the under-16s right here. Look at this one.
There goes Douglas Suarez from Ecuador, and he'll square off the bottom here. And then just snaps one slightly underneath the section. Didn't get loads of it. He clips back towards the pocket. And then this wave will just kind of half, maybe quarter in size. All of a sudden it goes from overhead to kind of waist high. Exactly like your point you were making, BL. Meanwhile, going upside down and absolutely cracking it. Ocean Lancaster, the man of the moment. 9-5 already locked in, remember, for him. And that'll be a backup score as well. And he likes going upside down, this kid.
He goes upside down like a world tour surfer. That was a beautiful, even if that's the only turn on the wave, I'm not sure we don't know what happened before it. If that's the only turn on the wave, it's got points in it as well as a single turn. And wow, he's really stamping his authority really in this moment. Here it goes, drives off the bottom, hand down towards the rail, throws that arm and just whips it tight and vertical in the pocket. It's going to be a good score as well to go with that 9.5 and most probably bookies advancement, you'd have to say, into the next round. 7 minutes to go, still time for the other surfers. But given the quality of the first score and then what we just saw in that one turn, you could be watching a Challenger Series, you could be watching a World Tour event, and a turn of that quality will score at that level of competition. To see it here in the under-16s speaks volumes for this young man's future.
Yeah, you talk about critical sections. He couldn't have put that any more tighter in the pocket. That turn looked really cool. Watching him again here in live action. So swinging one more time on that backhand and working this thing over and managing to fit in multiple maneuvers of just about, well, got close to hanging on to that last turn, got the little twofer in. Previous to that last score has come in. You see it on his screen, 7.93, close to excellent. A massive total, 17.43. Ocean Lancaster is tearing this place apart.
He's on fire. And, you know, there's an element to it. And where I was going with that gymnastic comparison, while there's a bit of a lull in the action here, is that surfing somewhere between the vault and the floor routine, and your surfing needs both elements in it to be complete, and there's elements of beauty and style that come into things that are not comparable in a simple sporting endeavor like the shot put or whatever. And so there's all these elements of physical performance, mental capability and strength, coupled with the technique, and then the ocean itself, and having to put it together in this completely random environment. It's why it's such a difficult sport, and to you never master it, but to become good at it. And Ocean Lancaster, he's going to throw away a 6.27, which is what he got on that last wave. It could have been, I don't know what, grabbed the rail off the bottom there. Look at the power back into the pocket, and they see that power off the bottom in the top. This to me could have been another one to score higher. I suppose the incompletion gave them a reason to come down. It's very close to a completion. Look at that. But there is a style and a personal interpretation of moments in his surfing that I don't see very often. There's some real magic in what he does and the way he does it. This kid's going to be someone to watch in this division. He can go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of breaking down the sort of athletic side in terms of where his board's going and all that good stuff. The other point as well is just rhythm with the ocean. Like, compared to everyone else and the waves they've caught, it feels like every time he gets to the lineup, he gets one of those beautiful steep runners. He's really in tune, and I mean, you can't buy that. That's just something that's there with some people, and sometimes it comes and goes. But right now, in the context of this heat, he's really found that flow.
And as I was saying, I saw him surf as an 8-year-old kid. He'd come to my event and participate in the event as an 8-year-old kid and won it. And I knew then that I was like, oh, he's got something special. To see it now after not having watched him for 4 or 5 years, and to see where he has taken himself, very proud of him, mate. It's a wonderful performance we've got to witness. And I can't wait to watch him on the forehand, because we've just seen a lot of the backhand. It's going to be interesting to see how that looks. But there's there's a poise, and the way the hands sit and the way the legs are, the way the whole act comes together is, as you said earlier, a thing of beauty.
Here goes Douglas Suarez. What's he got? Bouncy stuff from him.
Yeah.
A similar sort of snap. We've seen that a couple of times. Just that shorter turn, and just the contrast right there in terms of the waves. And he's that wave, always a bit sluggish, always a bit of a step in it. It's kind of stopping him from getting into full flow. And you just contrast that with the replays we've seen from Ocean, where everything's just drawing beautifully. Feels like the power and the steepness of the wave is picking up down the line. Everything just kind of adding that visual momentum. It's all about finding the waves. Once you find them, you've also got to perform. Looking to go out of this heat in second position at the moment, it's the Ozma, but it really is a battle. I mean, there are numbers required with a couple of minutes, but Douglas is there, 6.66 the requirement. Noah looking for a 5.67. It's pretty open for second.
And both of those guys we've seen, signs of their potential. Wave selection, obviously, and the rhythm hasn't been there for Douglas. He's been sort of struggling with it, and Noah, they've kind of haven't been finding that rhythm like you talked about that Ocean has. Much easier to continue that rhythm off the back of a 9.5. Because all of a sudden, you're like, well, I can get a 3 and I've got an average of 6. It really is it takes the pressure off. So I'm not surprised to see how good he surfed after that, but to be able to deliver that on more or less your opening ride, he had a 0.77 first off.
Yeah, it's a great point. In terms of just the obvious numerical advantage, I mean, it is a game of numbers. It's about getting as many points as you can out of 20, but getting a big score in, well, a huge score, a near perfect early on, just in terms of vibes that you're sending out to the universe. You're just like, I love the universe. It loves me back. He's paddling around. He feels great. He's in that flow state, and that just allows you to relax and bring amazing surfing again. And like we said, he's throwing away 6s.
And there's a point where you go, okay, enough's enough. Stop. Do not catch another wave. Let's just save some of this.
Bottle this.
Yeah, let's bottle it, put the cap back on, and let's get back to that beach and call this one a day, because, you have those heats. And my superstition was always, I just wanted to maintain it, not let the fizz out too early.
Yeah, put the lid back on the mojo, get it in the back of the fridge,
exactly.
And bring it back tomorrow.
Exactly, mate.
Just over the final minute, minute and change to go here. Ocean Lancaster, the Australian, and that happy squad of Aussies will be delighted with this performance. Back-to-back wins, but
yes,
what a way to do it as well in the last couple of heats.
As a team, their understanding of the break, which speaks to the coaching staff. Look at that perfect triangle of Whitewater as well, Great location, but their understanding of this location and where Maverick and Ocean have positioned themselves and the way they have surfed their heats, to me, speaks to a great understanding of what's on offer out there, and the coaching staff and the surfers have come together with great plans, great ideas, and executed on them perfectly.
All right, final 30 here. It's still a Peruvian, the Ozma, at the moment, occupying second. He's comboed for first. He won't be too worried about that. It's all about advancing. Here he is in action, going right with some meat on this right-hander and a swoop in the pocket. And then the wave goes real flat and real small really quickly. Just disappeared, went full hologram on him as he came towards that inside section. Can't really join up the dots in there. Meanwhile, potentially a crucial wave. Final couple of seconds. Here goes Noah Cern. 5.76 the requirement. First turn's a little bit safe and lateral. That's because the wave is backing off. He'll give it a flick of spray. He'll need to hit the lip hard here.
Oh.
He does that,
yeah, he did.
But it's incomplete.
Yeah. Did you see the way that wave kind of rose up and then dropped back down? There was the opportunity. I don't know. We'll see in a replay if we get that. The heat is done. We most probably won't get a replay. Noah Cern and Douglas Suarez, both great young surfers. We can see the potential there. Just got to be on the right waves to put it all together. Here, watch the wave. See the wave flare there, and it flares again here. And by the time he gets there, the flare has ended, and the wave's on its way back down, the energy. An earlier bottom turn there, you may have been able to get a really nice hook that might have connected things for you and taken the pressure off the last turn and not had to push it so far. So maybe a little quicker off the bottom.
An outstanding performance from Ocean Lancaster. Brilliant surfing from him. Excellent, almost perfect, as he goes with a massive number on his very first ride. Looking forward to seeing this guy surf again. We're enjoying performances here at Surf City, El Salvador. We'll keep rolling too. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, more live action from the under-16 boys.
In a world full of violence and hate, we answer with love and peace and surf. You gotta have a dream, you gotta work hard, and then the dream becomes your reality. That's just the way it is. We are ambassadors and protectors of the ocean. Let's have fun this week. Muchas gracias, El Salvador. It's my highest honor and my deep pleasure to declare officially open the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Best in the world are in town here in Surf City, El Salvador. And some absolutely world-class conditions to match too. We're watching Mike Prada right now, the Venezuelan. He'll work over a soft wall, just kind of disappears. High tide energy at the moment. We've gone past the top of the tide, but it still looks a little wobbly out there on some of these waves. There are still some beautiful waves drawing off the bank. Also out in the water, Andres Castillero from Panama, Taro Takai from Japan, Matias Banto from Switzerland. I'm Paul Evans, Barton Lynch, BL alongside me for the call here. And have we been entertained by the last couple of heats?
We sure have. Fantastic. The under-16 boys, take your hats off. You're ripping. Taro Takai, I know of that young man from Japan, natural footer. He is a great surfer. Matias Banto representing Switzerland. He is from Maui, lives on Maui. Big, strong, confident kid. And there's Matias too. He got some stitches in the head, is what we hear, and he is paddling. Looking at this, here's Taro.
All right, here goes live action. Taro Takai from Japan. Great opening bottom turn, just rakes that tail. And then again, really winds into that one. Nice and rubbery with the body position as well. Super lithe and loose and fluid. And it'll keep swinging here. Just kind of tighten things up down for a finish on the inside. It's really tricky to do that and does it well.
Beautiful surfing as well, wasn't it? Start to finish. A little warble at the end there, but if that really impacts the score, you're concentrating on the wrong elements of the ride, right? And you're looking for the negatives, not the positives, because that little fall at the or little warble at the end was preceded by some incredible turns. Beautiful surfing.
Yeah, see where he is on the inside. That just talks to our high tide, right? You talked about that backwash in the previous heat on the wave and how we saw that backwash hit the wave. It's high tide right now, and just a slightly different sort of set of questions for our surfers in picking the waves. You want to avoid the backwash. It's not too much you can do in terms of picking a wave. You don't know what's going to happen when you get on the inside, but throwing it all the way real close to the rocks there. Big commitment from Taro. Speaking of commitment, Matias stitches earlier. He's a warrior. He's had it taken care of by the medical team. He's wearing a cap. He's back out there. Live action Prada. What's he got? He's got some style, but he won't get around that section.
And while it's a shame that he's had that accident, here's Andres.
Castillero tagging one that will run away and almost hanging on to that. The whiteboard's just kind of was wearing it on the back, wasn't he? And just still trying to hang on. He actually got quite close to Mike Prada. I tell you what, there's someone we really need to speak to. Ocean Lancaster has surfed amazing, and he's standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
He did surf amazing. A 9.5 and a high 7. More than 17 points, Ocean. Congratulations. Waves were pumping, obviously, but you were selecting the lefts, not really even looking at the right-handers.
Yeah, well, I kind of had a right in the back of my mind, and didn't end up coming to me. So I managed to find a few good lefts and put a couple good scores on the board, and that's all I needed to do. So happy with it.
Repping the Irukandjis, but also coming from Newcastle, the Steel City. What's the pride of being like Newcastle from?
Yeah, I got such a supportive background. Everyone back at home, I know they're all watching. So yeah, it's just awesome to have everyone behind me.
Outside of Merriweather, what kind of other breaks do you usually surf, especially to prepare for a wave like this?
Well, I'm always travelling up and down the coast, but nothing compares to the power of this wave, that's for sure. I'm buggered after that heat, so yeah, just cruising.
Solid performance, you're going to keep it going, but I want to talk outside of surfing. I know you're a gamer. What have you been playing lately at home?
No, I actually got my PlayStation taken off me a while ago, so yeah, in preparation for this, I guess it worked out well, so see how it goes.
Maybe if you win the gold medal, your pops will give it back.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, Mom, Dad, give him back the PS5 afterwards. Congrats.
Oh, can we have a gold medal for parenting? I love that.
I love that.
Best call of the week so far. Take the games off them.
Except I'm going to send him Barton Lynch Pro Surfing. Incredible interview. Great young man. and the Newcastle bloodline. Think of that, mate. Incredible. He's really flying the flag. The great Mark Richards, 4 times world champ.
I absolutely love that.
You do, eh?
Take the consoles off them.
Yeah.
We don't need it. Apart from your game, mate.
Thank you.
Obviously, if
But-
you're going to play one,
Well, if you're going to play a game, you may as well surf, right?
you might as well play the right one.
That was a great interview as well, and showed the character and the personality. The fact that the game, the PlayStation got taken off him was fantastic. Good work, parents, because he was on fire out there right now. And he was thinking about some rights, but it's good he kept that in his back pocket as well. I think.
Usually you get them confiscated because he'd been naughty, but for him, he just had the small matter of the ISA World Juniors. So taken away for a good reason.
Yep. And another young champion coming out of the Newcastle area.
Names like Ryan Callanan, of course, the championship tour recently of that parish as well. Jacko Baker, I'd like to see him back on the CT. Brilliant surfers from that region.
Luke Egan, Matt Hoy, and as we said, back to the one of the greatest of all time, with the exception of Kelly Slater. We would be calling Mark Richards the GOAT. No one else has won 4 world titles on the men's side of things. And I remember when he won the 4 world titles, that was the thing. No one's ever going to win more than that. We all thought that, because it was such an extraordinary achievement and the sort of random vulnerabilities of surf competition. But 11 for the GOAT is just outrageous, Kelly Slater.
And in contrast to sort of electrolytes and ice baths and that stuff of today, MR did it while he's eating chocolate bars between his heats.
Yeah, that's
Drinking
right.
Coke.
And and retired at 26 years of age, which is, at that point
Shaped his own boards?
Yeah, shaped his own boards. That was a powerful thing. The twin fin was his sort of main contribution and became his point of difference to the rest of the field. Everyone's on single fins, and then all of a sudden that squirty twin fin comes into play.
And yet, if you just happen to meet him now, you bumped into him, the most humble, least amount of swag of anyone. I mean, he's a 4-time world champion, just an absolute legend in the sport, and yet the most kind of normal person you'll ever meet in terms of...
Yeah, you bumped into him on the street, you would have no idea. You maybe have no idea he even surfed. He doesn't look like a surfer so much either, So, there, swell, 5 to 8 feet. Southwest winds at 8 miles per hour. Light. We've been so lucky with the wind today. It stayed light. And there's the low tide. We came after a 107 was the high, so the tide's on its way out. And it's been a great day of competition for day 3.
Yeah, it just doesn't stop, does it? Taro Takai, his very first wave in this one, it was quality 667. Really decent for him. A great way to start things off. And yeah, it's exciting to see big 9s go down in the previous heat. Don't want to think too much about that if you're in this one. It's all about getting 2 numbers that will get you through. And Taro's gone a long way, significant way towards getting himself out of this one. 667's decent. Needs a backup score, though. He's in 4th place priority.
Yeah, and what about Matthias Banto? Stitches in the head, got the cap on, didn't let, that speaks volumes to that young man's determination and will to be here and to do what he loves to do. He, got stitches, got stitched up, put the cap on, and he's like, I'm surfing, don't worry about that. Here he goes.
Right on cue, here he is, uses priority on a right-hander from up the beach here. And he'll blow out the tail through a lip line. And then he'll just use that speed that he exits the turn with to poke under the whitewater. So a little bit of a bash on the head, and he's had it all seen to and figured out. The cap on, I imagine that's just to keep things dry.
Yes, for sure. And, 10 minutes to go. He wanted to get a ride. It was a one-turner. It wasn't a very good wave. It was a good turn, and it may very well be the second best ride of the heat. And if it does come in around that point, it'll be worth the wait for him. 273, not quite.
All right, here goes Taro Takai, looking for the backup. Look at this thing, covers so much ground on the bottom turn. Good use of that bottom turn to make the angle. And again, that's really nice. That's so fluid, and he comes down with the lip line, almost kind of disappears, and it makes him weightless, and it just looks super cool.
Yeah, great style, great technique. Inspired by the Olympics being in his home country. Got a brother, great surfer as well. Sure we'll be seeing him in this event at some point. A little bit younger than Taro.
Ooh, first priority is with Mike Prada, and Castellero almost got in his way there. Prada's on this bomb. Great first turn. Really calm and casual, but with a ton of speed. Whips one off the heels and then just deals with the power as he gathers himself to an inside section, looking for a little more. The wave kind of splits in two and bounces. He becomes detached from the surfboard. Meanwhile, here goes Banto, so not wasting any time. Straight back at it, knows there's over half the heat gone. Up towards the lip, not really into it, and certainly not out of it.
One of the most important things, I think, in your preparation for a heat and while you're surfing it is understand as much what you don't want to catch as what you do want to catch. You know, the focus is all on what you want to catch, but understanding what you don't want to catch and which waves you're not going to catch is as important and gives you clarity when you're looking and trying to understand the lineup. That, for Matthias, was a wave he didn't need to catch at this point in time. It's another smaller ride. It was a 193. It's burning more time off the clock and really, in my mind, was never going to be. And so that's where some discipline, some understanding of what you don't want to catch, what you aren't going to catch, and what you do want to get, and being clear around that is so important. Here we go.
Heat leader once again on the backhand. His number in 4.8 for his previous effort, his last effort. Here he goes. Whips one. And then again, that trademark bottom turn to vertical top turn that time. It goes a little bit wrong for him now, it being incompletion. He won't add to his turtle. He's already got good numbers on, 11.47. Doesn't need to panic, doesn't need to force it. And he only really needs to go away if he thinks he's got a 5 or better. Have to make his way back out, still bombing sets.
And if you're one of the other three surfers, his scores at 11, couple of sixes, is not going to scare you either. It's not something you look, it's not like the last heat we go, he got a 9.5 and a 7, oh, I'm done, there's only one place left. In this heat, first place is still achievable with 7 minutes for any of these surfers. We've seen the performance they're all capable of. They just need to get some composure, slow things down and make sure that they're on it. Slowing it down too much, though, with 7 minutes on the clock might be a problem. So, you know, the earlier you can get it done, you know, you look at the scores, 273s, 193s, you could have that in the first, you know what I mean, 5 minutes of the heat if it was something of relevance, but they're the sort of scores that now with, you know, 6.5 minutes to go, they're still throwaways. So you really haven't, there's only two scores that are worth even thinking about at this point in time, and they're both with the Japanese surfer.
Numbers in for the Venezuelan Prada. It's not bad, it helps him for 7-3. And that second place position just feels a little better now.
Yep, that's exactly what he needed to do, something in that range that's competitive. Looking for a 6.74, so you'd be thinking round it off at a 7, that's what I need.
I've got a question. Where's today gone? It's like 3:20 in the afternoon here. Today's absolutely flown by.
It's because it's so exciting, mate. The waves are pumping, the kids are ripping, and we get to call the action and call it work.
It's a balmy afternoon in the tropics. We're watching the best juniors from around the world. Under 16 boys at the moment. Surfer from Japan, strong surfing nation, and he's representing his country well in this. 11.47, his numbers. The chasing pack at the moment. In second spot, Mike Prada of Venezuela. They're not huge scores that he's got on the board. He needs a decent-ish one to threaten first. 6.74. And chasing down his spot, which is where surfers in third and fourth. Again, I want to try and get to. It's achievable. 5.67 for Banto, with the cap on 5.9 for Castillero. That's what they need to do. Good news for the Panamanian in red. He's got priority.
And now the positioning at this point in time, see Matthias Banto sort of the furthest in, makes sense in fourth priority, either furthest in or get over to the side, one side or the other of your opponents and create the space. No use having all three surfers with priority kind of lurking around you. That means you're fourth in line. You can, the only time that that's worth being there is if you're trying to sell them something and you want to expedite the process of getting to the top of that roster and try to act and fake out like you're interested in some, and hopefully they fall for it and paddle and lose their priority and you go to the top. Otherwise, if you're in fourth priority, move away.
Just focusing on that score 5.9, how does that sort of play in your mind? Obviously, if you need a 2 or a 3, I mean, it doesn't really, you just need to get away. Then you're starting to get into that mid-range where maybe you need to start thinking we're getting close to what's going to be 4 minutes or less than that when he does get away. How do you surf towards that high 5.6? Is that significant?
In my mind, yeah. In my mind, it's one turn. It's a potential one turn on a big wave. Doesn't need, you know, so there's a few different ways to get a 6, isn't there? There could be a smaller, wallier one that runs and gives you a few turns and you get your momentum and rhythm going on it and hit it 3 or 4 times. It could be one big set that's spectacular and you drop in and just do one massive turn. You get an excellent score that way. So when it's a 6, there's a few different ways to go about it. And so you've got more options in terms of wave selection. The primary thing is where you are with priority. And then when you're in that priority position, say for Andres, he's in first priority, but he's in 4th place. He doesn't need to think about anyone but himself. He's got to be focused on the waves, on the ocean, and putting himself wherever he needs to be to get that wave that he needs. Because it's not much of a score, he only needs a 6. The same for Matthias, but he's at the opposite end of the priority situation. So sitting where he sits now is a little bit unproductive, because really a good one comes, they're getting it. You're not. So moving away when you're down that priority is always a good move for me.
Taro Takai on a right-hander now. We're getting to appreciate his forehand work. Look at this smooth face for him. Maybe just hurries that one a touch as he goes up on that section, not displacing loads of water. There's a nice finish, though. That kind of tail tap turn that we've seen come to the fore, particularly as a sort of in-between turn in recent years. It throws loads of spray the way they do that. Unweighted front foot to back foot. It was nice and polished. Will he threaten his 4-8 with that and improve?
I don't know. I don't feel like it. It wasn't quite as spectacular as the backhand surfing was. Kind of smaller wave, most probably, didn't really need it. Andres Castillero is down in 3rd priority now, so he made a paddling mistake at some point in that moment and dropped down. 2nd priority, this is where the opportunity is. Mike Pryor, 1st priority. 3rd place, right behind Mike, needing a 5, 6, 7. Matthias, 2nd priority. If you're in blue, you should not let white away from you and allow luck to influence it. You're in control of your own destiny with 2 minutes to go. A lull plays to your advantage. You're stoked when it stops breaking and you're in an advancing position, or a big set comes, you've got to duck dive them. Either way, there's no opportunity for your opponent. You're not forced to waste your priority to block them. And so as the longer this time ticks by, this lull continues. If I was Matthias, I would be kind of skulking. You don't want to move too quickly and alert them that you're moving away. You've got to kind of skulk away like you're not going. There's this element of acting in that role, in that line-up position where your energy, he's got enough space now. He could almost move a little, and Blue's concentrated on himself. He's moving away, creating more space for white. If it's me, and I don't really need to ride a wave, I'm not leaving white. I'm staying right there, and I'm letting that. I'm just making sure he doesn't get anything I don't want him to get. He's coming back with that in mind right now.
Almost as if he heard you, but Mike Pryor suddenly realises, you know what? Don't know if this is the smartest thing to do. I think he was maybe tempted by a wave over there as well. Then he realised maybe that's not up to much. But
yeah, because he was thinking offensively, but he's at a point where he's in the advancing position. He should be. He needs to think defensively at that point in time.
Might get a shot here though. He'll spin around. Here goes Mike Pryor looking to defend his 2nd place position.
He lost his priority.
Get on that wave. He'll paddle for it. He'll just slip under him. All right, opportunity now. Banto needs 5, 6, 7. Doesn't have loads of time though. 35 seconds on the clock.
There's some lumps out the back.
Let's see what happens here in terms of a little pulse for the final throws of this heat. And it is Banto and Castillero that need a wave. They need to get to their feet.
Set approaching.
All right, what do we got? Banto here. Is this going to get to him in time? It will. It might be a bit straight there if he wants to go left. He's trying to desperately get in position. Final 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Prada will go late. Takeoff on the right will stick with him. And he'll get that drop done. Steep section. And he throws it up and just skids out. Here's Castillero. He found himself a wave. As we pick him up, we see him losing control of the rail and sitting down in the trough of the wave on the insides. Comes up with a bit of a grimace.
Oh, there it is. Clock's done. Priority number 1 sitting next to Matthias Banto still, so he didn't get an opportunity. Taro Takai, Mike Prada, good heat.
Really entertaining one. Different sort of heat, obviously, to that last one with those massive numbers, but couldn't really afford to take your eyes off it. You were talking a lot about those priority situations. It proved absolutely crucial. And surfers feeling the nerves and surrendering priority. In the end, it looks like it's not going to cost this guy Prada the end of the heat. He should still remain in second place position, and he'll be relieved. A few learnings to do as well. Well done to our surfer out of Japan, Taro Takai. That's us in the studio just enjoying what we're seeing going down in front of us here at Surf City. And this guy out of Japan, he's ripping his way. That'll take us to break. When we come back, more live action from the under-16 boys. We'll bring in Shannon Hughes and Rachel Tilley for the call as well. More live action from El Salvador, from the juniors, right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the final 3 heats of the day here at the ISA World Surfing Junior Championships. Out in the lineup, we're into heat number 7 for our boys under 16 main round 2, with 4 nations represented: Colombia, Indonesia, Argentina, and Italy, with Khalil Piñeres, Mare Balón, Thiago Passeri, and Francisco Algalani. And the last couple heats have been unbelievable, Rachel, for Paul and BL on the call. They were just so excited when they jumped out of the booth as well that they were like, can't wait to see more from these under 16 boys, really surfing to such a high standard out here in this round 2.
It's been incredible. We've been blown away all day by the level of surfing we've seen from both the girls under 16 earlier today and the boys under 16 in this round. As we see a replay of Green's first wave, and he completes that. A nice stall at the top, throwing those fins. Replay of Red, driving it off the bottom, lots of speed, controlling it well. Beautiful end maneuver, ejects out of that. What a great way to start the heat.
Putting himself in position, we've got scores to drop. There's a 4.5 on the board for the opener, Francisco. Thiago opens with a 3.83, and now waiting for the first of Khalil. Balón looking now for his opening wave as well for Indonesia. Sitting in first priority, and we've got a big peak starting to roll through, breaking pretty deep out the back as they look to just duck dive and get themselves still with great positioning out in the lineup. I know on yesterday morning, early in the morning, there was some chatter down on the beach at La Bocana that it was breaking like third reef at Pipe. How far out it was breaking, and kind of seeing those indicators, and the boys were frothing, hitting the lineup yesterday morning. And again, this afternoon, it's looking really good.
Yeah, the size has really built. The swell filling in, it's going to continue to fill in. And on these surfers, being only under 16, these surfers 14, 13, 15 years old in this heat at the moment, they're not full size yet, and so it's like triple, quadruple overhead.
It's so true. Some of them still pocket sized as we take a look at Balón on his backhand, and finds that first turn, does really well to navigate a very soft, flat section of this wave, hoping for it to open up on the inside section, throws it up, tags it very easily, and he'll kick out after his opening ride. We got a 7.17 on the board for the first of the Colombian, Khalil, and that's going to be a great way for him to just take a little breather out of backline now.
Yeah, that is the best feeling, to open up with such a large score. It's the best feeling paddling out, hearing that as you are going back out towards the lineup. As we see the next heat starting to get prepared.
Pablo Gabriel paddling out next in the green jersey. He'll be up against a Costa Rican, a Spaniard, and a Canadian. And each of those teams has pretty substantial support system behind the scenes, which has been exciting to see. It really, you know, those support systems helping every single surfer reach their potential, especially here in the juniors with a world championship on the line. And we've been seeing that success pay off heat after heat. Mitchell Salazar is the winner with that last heat who found success.
Yeah, Taro Takai here, excuse me, with another good heat. Team Japan looking strong. How did you feel out there? Did you like the waves?
Team Japan? Yes, Team Japan is a very good team, and I can support, and so I'm very happy.
What size board are you riding, by the way, Taro?
This is 510. 510, yes. It's longer for me, but this wave is very good.
So a step up this one. Your normal short board, what is a 5'8"?
Yes, 5'8".
Okay, anything you want to say back home to Japan?
Japan, yes. 朝早くから応援ありがとうございます。次のラウンドも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Well served for Taro. Team Japan's going to be one of those front runners when it comes to medalists at the end of the week, I'm sure.
And I am so impressed by these young surfers who are coming from other countries. English is their second language, and they are putting themselves out in these post-heat interviews, practicing their English, practicing their interviews. We've been seeing that really from Team Japan and Team Brazil, as well as Xixi Yang from China, practicing her English in the interviews. I love it.
Up and riding, putting together a second score for Piñeres out of Colombia. He'll fall on that last re-entry, but a smaller size wave, he's going to put a nice backup score in behind the scenes. And there we can see surfer getting ready for the next heat in the white jersey. That will be Clay Chioviti out of Canada. As we take a look now at Balone for Indonesia. Just tags the lip on that first section and kind of soft and playful on the second turn. Links it up together for the third. Adds a little bit of that twist to the tail as well for something more dynamic.
Yeah, nice zest and flair adding to that surfing, adding that variety. The judges will like that. He's just trying to improve upon a 2.5, add to his scoreline. That was his second ride. And we still have 12 minutes to go. It's not too long of a paddle back out. So we'll see plenty more from these surfers.
I still just get so surprised that it's 20-minute heats. I mean, it's fully understandable. We've got so many heats to run through at the ISA Juniors. You know, we couldn't put any more time on the clock. But that is so little as we only have 12 minutes remaining. Tiago up and riding. On a solid size wave, he finds the end section, and he's going to hold on to it. That was an unbelievable finish for the Argentinian.
Wow, I'm speechless. All I can say is wow. His ability to keep that speed and stay strong as that whitewash converged around him was so impressive. That will be a high, high score.
That certainly will be. He only needs the 2.2 to move himself up into second. He is chasing a big score to put himself into that leading position, but if he gets anything over a 7, he'll be right there in first.
Now we see sometimes that wave horseshoe a bit and that right come at the left at a bit of an angle that really makes it kind of converge together really strong. And all day we see surfers get stuck out in between that. That's the first time I've seen someone really keep that speed and ride through very technical surfing, very strong, confident surfing in order to do that.
Yeah, really, really impressive. And a challenging section we haven't seen, like you said, really any surfers successful in that particular peak, that type of wave. We've seen some that have had big end sections, but it's more on that running wall as we take another look at this one.
A nice clean face for him to dig into. I love that opening turn, but it sets him up here. He comes down underneath the lip and comes out, rides out of it. You can see the elation on his face that he completed that.
Surfing since he was 2 years old, now competing for a World Junior title, drops an 8-point ride on his second wave of the heat, sets himself up into the lead. Now that battle for first between Tiago and Khalil is really, really strong.
Yeah, for our surfers in blue and white, they're hearing in order to get an advancing position, you need a score more towards the excellent range. So they have definitely, our surfers in green and red have put the task on hand for our surfers in third and fourth position at the moment.
Down to 10 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Task is in front of third and fourth. A 6.75 requirement for third, a 5.78 for fourth. And, you know, not really a strong backup score behind either Tiago or Khalil at this stage. The moment they get a backup score, those requirements are going to jump through the roof.
Yeah, and I know we were saying just before that these heats go by so quick, only 20 minutes, but in the same breath, 10 minutes is a long time in a heat to go for these surfers to continue to improve upon their campaign. We're still going to see a lot of surfing happening, plenty of waves out there, and lots of action. So I'm excited to see what more all 4 of these surfers will bring in the back half of this heat and how that might look different to the first half.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting as we start to count down past that 10-minute mark. Still a lot of time. First priority sitting with our surfer in the blue jersey. I really liked his style and approach to the waves so far for our surfer out of Indonesia. Just waiting for him to get into something bigger to really be able to throw down those turns of consequence that we've seen from both the Colombian and the Argentinian so far. And for the Italian as well, he opened with that 4.5. He's now looking for just a 5.78. He's also sitting farther away from the pack, freed up under priority. He's that surfer right on the right-hand side of your screen, having a little look at that wave. He's not going to go into it, which is, I think, a good call for the way that that is shaping up. But he's keeping himself far away from the crew to be able to get any waves that come through without having to battle in that priority situation. There we can see Tiago putting his hands up, just wanting to know the situation from the beach announcers, specifically likely what those requirements are on the rest of the field. He's now sitting with that 8 on the board, which is a really solid way to kick off this heat.
Excellent, excellent surfing. It's really interesting how spread out all of them are. Basically surfing their own heats on their own. You know, they're not getting stuck into any priority battles or egging each other on. It really, this vision here shows you how dynamic Bocana is as a wave. It's offering in the rights and the lefts, and kind of there's a couple of peaks within the one peak as well that you can use, and lots of different strategies being played out here made by their respective teams. You see the surfers working with their teams, the coaches of the teams prior to paddling out, and all of them paddled out with something different in mind based off of what I'm seeing here and where they're sitting.
Yeah, that's a great breakdown of, you know, the space between each of the surfers and thinking about that strategy, that conversation with a coach ahead of time, knowing that each of these surfers, either themselves or, you know, also alongside of a coach potentially, would have been watching the, you know, the 2 heats in the lead up to theirs to be able to find out where they wanted to be sitting and what their strategy would be, because it is so split apart today that you can really be out there and kind of stay away from the pack. And we tend to see that here at La Bocana, especially when it's a little bit bigger. Surfers really able to kind of go, okay, I favor a right-hander. I'm going to sit over there and it's going to be just as good as those lefts. I'm not even going to think about the fact that there's lefts because there's a nice split peak between the two, and really being able to kind of spread out throughout those heats. And sometimes, you know, we've seen those surfers taking out a leading position by sitting so far away from the rest of the 3 that they didn't even maybe consider that surfer was still in the equation, and suddenly they're dropping excellent scores.
Yeah, that's actually the scariest thing as a competitor, when the other color is sitting way down the beach and you're thinking, oh, that's not my strategy, I'm going to stay on my peak, and then all of a sudden they get an 8 or a 9 from down there, and it makes you question everything of your strategy. It's really hard to stay on your own game. Blue getting unstuck there, but he will have the opportunity to paddle straight back out, be back in the lineup really quickly. He's going to shake that one off.
He'll have plenty of time to reset after that little stumble. And with 6 minutes on the clock, now a set starting to approach. Surfer in red has first priority. Surfer in green has second priority. Red's kind of eyeing it off. You can see everyone really thinking about this wave. All right, is it going to be worth it? Red's going to pull the trigger on this one. He's looking to improve on a 3.17. A 4.74 will put him up into first position. Bumpy off the bottom turn for that second, but really links it up nice for that top turn. Sets himself up down the line. A wave with a lot of kind of wobble to it, challenging to keep that smooth control.
Yeah, I think he did well to do what was on offer on that wave, navigating those bumps and those speed wobbles. It stayed nice and clean on the top half of the wave for when he would go and release the fins and dig into that carve. So the judges, I do expect that to go higher than the 317, and the judges will like that, but that 7.1 will continue to be his high score.
He's 14 years old, representing Colombia, but from Maui in Hawaii. And he, in 2023, just last year, before we saw him competing for the first time at the World Junior Championships in Brazil, he took out the NSSA title and was the NSSA national champion last year, which is a big run of events running out of the U.S. Having a paddle now, Thiago, he's fallen into second as a 5.33 comes through for last of Khalil. And now the Argentinian from Mar del Plata putting together seamless surfing, textbook finish, and he loves the way that wave is just bending back in.
Textbook surfing, as you just said. He's doing so well at reading those lines, and the way he's drawing out his lines and his first turns are timing so well to put him in the very perfect timed position for that finishing maneuver, and it all just looks very seamless, very natural and easy. And when surfing is looking easy out there, that means it is excellent surfing.
That's right. Looking for another solid score to drop in for Thiago Passeri. His dad taught him how to surf at age 2 and still coaches him today, so they've got a great working relationship together.
Taking a look, stalling off the bottom, wrapping it all the way around, nice and deep, digging in again, and that was nice reading of that bottom section. You saw he didn't go back to the bottom of the wave. He stayed in that top half and just launched himself back up towards that right coming at him. Nice and strong. As we see, the 3 surfers have come back together a lot closer. They're no longer spread way out. When you hear someone like Callie, who got the 5.33 on his previous wave, all of a sudden the other surfers start going, oh, well, where did he take off there? And they're starting to get closer together.
Yeah, everyone's kind of bunched together in that second, third, and fourth position as Thiago regains the lead. A 6.67 drops in for his last wave. Now, priority, as we see a set approaching, lands with our surfer in white. No one's going to have a look at that wave. It's just going to be a little bit small and break underneath them. And for Thiago, you know, having that great working relationship with his dad as his coach, it's what you have as well with your dad, and it's worked out very well and successful for your career.
Yeah, absolutely. My dad's been my coach my entire life, and it's a real pleasure to have that. It's really lucky when you do get to have that, and it's turned him into a beautiful surfer, a strong surfer, to have that connection out there.
2 minutes remaining. I was hoping that the Indonesian was going to have a look at that last wave, but he is chasing a big requirement now. With that last score of Thiago taking him into the leading position, we got an 8.9 on the board and a 7.93 requirement on first and second. At this stage, they're going to have to go for broke in order to take that advancing position.
Yeah,
or at least in the main round, because this is not elimination.
Exactly. First and second, sitting in those strong positions. It's not impossible to get in that excellent scoring range, as we have seen from our surfers in this heat right now. But it does take having the right wave and the right opportunity. Whereas if the requirement is below a 5, I think you can take a lot of waves and surf that into it. But getting an 8.9, a 7.93 also takes the ocean giving you the opportunity to do so, and you coming to the taking on the opportunity by surfing it well.
It's the thing that makes surfing so unique in comparison to most other sports in the world, is that we're relying on an ocean that's going to do whatever it wants to do, and we have to put ourselves in the right position at the right time, and also be able to actually step up and perform. Down to the final minute on the clock. Big set hasn't had any shape to it. Each of the waves, you've seen someone in position having a look, and there just hasn't been anything that's really lined up with that opportunity that they have liked the look of. These kids, these Groms in the under 16 boys division, spend so many hours in the lineup, more likely wanting to spend more hours in the water than doing anything else in life. and they know what is happening out in the lineup in situations like these.
Very one-track minded, I'd say, that you see out of these under 16 boys, but it is paying off with just so much talent as we see Green up and riding way down the beach. He took off on this.
Oh, so impressive. Putting himself in a great position. He's already in the lead. He's sitting under 4th priority. He's stayed well away from the pack on a giant takeoff. Left is just rolling away for him. It's not going to give him, well, maybe it will stand up here on a little kind of side double up reform, and he's going to get one more tag to the section. And a great heat surfed for Thiago Passeri out of Argentina. We're going to be hearing from him shortly, I'm sure, unless Khalil was able to get a wave that could take him to that 7.58. But it seems like the timer is out there. We've got eyes on the lineup. We can see that Khalil is in position. He's just going to ride his way in here on this one, and our other 2 surfers will then be working their way through. I think Khalil's just jumped into a switch stance as he comes through to the inside to finish off this heat.
Well, what a way to have fun and finish off the heat and go into enjoying the rest of your day.
Well, a great heat of surfing, more excellent scores being delivered from the surfers in today's draw. We're going to be right back, 2 heats remaining until we call it quits for day 3 of competition.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Well, I feel like the standard has been set out in the lineup right now for the under 16 boys. To win a heat, you need to drop an excellent score, so that's going to be the target on the back of every single one of these surfers, wanting to paddle out to match what we've just seen from Thiago Passeri out of Argentina, walking away with a solid victory. The Colombian Khalil Piñeres with a great surfed heat, walking in with that 7-point score, which would be incredible in most other heats of the day. But in this round right now, it seems like it needs to go excellent in order to take away those wins. These 4 surfers are going to be trying to do just that. From Costa Rica, Spain, Brazil, and Canada. Out in the water, we have Fabian Rosales, Oxel Oregi, Pablo Gabriel, and Clay Chioviti. Quiet moments at the start of this heat. No waves ridden yet. Rachel, we can see swell approaching, surfers getting themselves in position, and a lot of distance between the 2 packs of 2 surfers.
That was beautiful the way you just framed that out. Swell's approaching.
Thank you.
Surfers getting into position. Very idyllic.
It's an idyllic location to be sitting in.
It absolutely is, and we have seen so much amazing action, excellent scores in nearly every single heat today. I'm so excited by watching heat on heat.
It has really been just driving the energy levels throughout day 3 of performance. We've got many more days to go ahead of us before we'll crown those champions, which will be next Sunday on the calendar. And, some heats to work our way through up until that point. And these Groms, these kids, these coaches and managers as well, the moms and dads that are traveling with their teams, they've got to kind of manage those energy levels throughout, but also know when to kind of spring into action, when to hit that sprint mode within their marathon this week, and know, all right, this heat is taking place, all energy needs to be invested right now.
Even more so the surfers that are surfing 2 divisions. We have 2 divisions here at this event, under 16 and under 18. So obviously, these surfers who are young enough to be in under 16 can also compete in that surf in that older division of the under 18, which means even more heats for those surfers as they continue to advance through in both of the rounds. And we're seeing a lot of success from surfers that are choosing to do both of the divisions and splitting their time between El Sunzal and La Bocana. Earlier today, we saw one surfer have a heat here at El Sunzal. 40 minutes later, had his heat at La Bocana.
That's right, and he dropped excellent scores in both of those heats across 2 divisions and in double podiums as well. That is absolute dominance. Romeo Chavez will be a name to keep an eye on. But also another surfer with a name to keep an eye on, Tiago, out of Argentina, dropped the hammer in that last heat. He's with Mitch Salazar.
And he did, Shannon. An 8 and a 6.67. Tiago Paseri Pesati. I'm calling you my nephew, my young man. An incredible display of surfing, and you finally showcased what you're capable of. How did it feel to get an excellent score and then immediately back it up with a 6.67?
Oh, Mitch, thanks. I feel great out there. La Bocana is such a special point break. I'm super confident on my backside. Yesterday on Sunsal was difficult, but today at La Bocana, I feel like relaxed, surfing here, competing. Salvador is one of my favorite places to come surfing, travel, and most to compete. But super happy to advance my heat in first.
I remember a few years ago, we were here during the Championship Tour event. You actually stayed with your dad and the rest of your family just to be able to surf with the world's elite surfers. How much do you think a lot of those trips have really mattered when it comes to competing in waves like this?
Well, come to watch the city, I think is one of the best experience I had. And also I came with Franco, the boyfriend of my sister. Such a great surfer and such a great person. So it was awesome to be here with Franco and all the pro surfers. Also with my dad that always is helping me, trying to improve everything. I think we are improving both. He as a coach and as a father, and me as an athlete.
And as a son, too. I brought you a couple fins a few days ago from Futures. I see that you're still riding something that you thought was better for these occasions. What are you riding right now in terms of the fins?
I'm riding the Arakawa fins, the medium size, because it was the fins that I was using all these days. But when I have like 1 or 2 late days, I'm going to test the new fins that I'm sure that they're going to fly.
Un mensaje para la gente de Argentina, Tiago.
Muchas gracias a toda mi familia, a todos mis amigos que me están apoyando. La verdad que el mar estuvo buenísimo y súper contento. Mañana con todo al main event round 3.
Felicidades. Shannon, we got a star in the making here.
Oh, we certainly do. Well spoken from Tiago. Great to hear about those experiences as well, just building into him as a surfer. Having that opportunity to put a jersey on, but also to be able to attend a world tour event for the WSL Championship Tour. Those are life-changing moments for young kids, especially for him to be able to do it alongside of, you know, one of his big role models as well.
Yeah, it is so instrumental to the development of your surfing when you get to see your idols competing.
We've got an 8-point ride that's dropped in on the board for our surfer out of Spain, OXL. That was an incredible performance that we got to witness during the interview. A couple of small scores on the board for Clay and for Pablo. And up and riding now, Fabian on his forehand with a great opening wrap. Sets that rail and digs it in for the second turn. As he drives back into the section, he's got a good-looking finish in front of him. And the energy is alive in the water. It's alive in the booth as well, Rachel.
Yeah, man, it's been a long day. We're just kind of losing it. We're having so much fun in here, and it was so great to hear from Tiago and to see these surfers out here surfing so well, keeping it exciting for us. We've called so many heats today. It's been a long day. Stop.
Rachel and I are no longer allowed to look at each other in the booth because we're just having so much fun.
We're making eye contact and laughing.
Calling the action. And it's been great to see these surfers really pushing the limits. I mean, to put another excellent score on the board. Rach, we've been talking about that throughout the last couple of heats, throughout this round entirely. It's going to take excellent scores at this stage and excellent surfing in order to win. That's a big statement as we start to inch our way towards finals day.
And we're seeing excellent scores dropped in every single heat. And during that post-heat interview, we saw Blue take off on a wave. We didn't get to call it.
That 8-point ride was super impressive. Great to see surfers warming up for the next heat. It's been a long day as well for them, just sitting on the sidelines and trying to keep themselves in that moment, especially hearing that there are big scores available. Rory Dace will be paddling out for Team South Africa. For Costa Rica, Nicholas, as we take a look now at live action. Big foam climb for Pablo, and wow! Holds on to the finish.
That was really impressive. On such a large whitewash like that, being able to manage, contain himself and maintain his balance, come through with that. I don't think that'll be the high score, as impressive as that was, because he wasn't able to really get to the lip early enough to do a full complete maneuver. But that will improve. He's just trying to get something on his scoreline, and he only has 10 minutes remaining, so at least that'll get the ball rolling, and hopefully he can get into rhythm. Let's look at this replay of Blue that took place during that interview. This is his 8-point ride. You can see how seamless he's riding it, and that end turn well-timed. He looks so confident, and we can see why that went excellent. It was so smooth. And let's have this look at Green's big foam climb. Again, had he been able to get into it maybe a little bit sooner, he would have been able to come off the bottom quicker and hit the lip. So that will just come through as a 2.5, but does improve his situation as he only needs a 1.84 in order to get into second.
Yeah, it's still small requirements dividing that third and fourth place position. For Fabian, he needs a bigger score, that 3.68, to get himself into the lead, as Axel has really just kind of put that hammer down again with that 8-point ride on the board. We've now got a couple small scores that have trickled through just to throw away that 0.73 to back up the 0.43 for the Canadian in clay. And this has been a slow start for him. He's now sitting there with second priority. You can see him with the paddle. He's in that left-hand side of the screen away from the pack, but having been unsuccessful from his first 2 attempts, Rachel, and right now he's going to need to reset to really kick things off because he's only got 8 minutes remaining.
I actually really like this strategy that he's choosing to be away from the other surfers. Like you say, he kind of needs to reset, and there are plenty of waves out there, plenty of peaks. I mean, look at this peak coming. We'll see if he turns around to take it. Looks like he's going to have a look, and no one else could have caught that.
Has a stroke, just doesn't quite get into it, and or he would have seen that wave was closing out in front of him, which is challenging for us to decipher from this drone angle. Though it does look beautiful, it's just nice to kind of take a look at the ocean to see, again, and be reminded of how quiet that wind has stayed today in comparison to our first 2 days of competition, Rach.
Absolutely. It is completely different to the other days that these afternoon heats look like. Yesterday, the afternoon heats, especially those midday heats, were really, really difficult for the surfers to find any corners out there and any decent scoring potential. And so once one surfer found one wave that allowed them to get basically above a 5, it really gave them grounds to run away with the heat, where today has been completely different. As we have said multiple times, every single heat nearly has had an excellent score. This heat is no different. Blue running away with this so far, looking for that backup score, and he's sitting in the lead with no second wave ridden.
Fabian now up and riding, taking off deep behind the section, setting himself up perfectly for this bit of rail work to start. Now has a steeper section and pocket developing in front of him and lays into it with so much power. Holds on for a while as well. Barton's been making that statement throughout the week of how important it is to just make sure to get a very obvious ride out. The opportunity to kind of, be mistaken as a fall or those early kickouts, it's not worth risking it. If you can stay on your feet even longer, ride out straight for that moment, it puts that final exclamation point together.
And that's exactly what he did. He made that clear for the judges, and the judges were quick to drop that score.
Wow, a 6.17, and it jumps him into that leading position. Now Axel will need to get some work done, put himself back into the lead as we take another look and appreciate some great surfing.
This wave stayed nice and open for him. He's able to come around with speed, and I love that flair he adds into it, adds that little layback, throws that backhand into the wave, and just showing his own style, you know. And to do something like that, you have to be feeling relaxed and looking, feeling good on your equipment in order to have the confidence to not just hit the whitewash, but add your own flair. And it was really just because of that one turn that he got the 617.
Rachel, you're someone that's so close to your equipment. You've spent such a long time working with the Martin family on the boards that you're riding. How often do you change up and ride a new board in competition, especially when it's something that's really important? Do you tend to stick to the boards that maybe you've been riding for? In the longboard world, boards last for a long time, so it could even be, you know, a year, 2 years, 3 years on the same board.
Yeah, actually the shape that I ride at the moment is a shape that I pretty much, we've created a really universal shape that I feel really confident on at so many of the waves that our tour follows, including El Sunzal here that we competed at last week. Sometimes we go to other waves that I have maybe 2 or 3 others, but the one that I ride at every event always comes with me around because I feel so confident on it, comfortable, and it is so, that is so key. I have friends or even just watching other competitors sometimes get lost and caught up in, I don't know which board to ride, I don't know which board to ride, and they feel so torn, they're so distracted by that. And something that my shaper Josh has always been, the thing he says is it's his job to minimize distractions for me. And the board that we have done, I never even have to think about it. Usually I say this is the board I'm riding, and that has completely minimized that distraction of what equipment to ride out there.
I love that thought, especially coming from a shaper, because it seems like a distraction when you see surfers that, you know, have a giant quiver of boards that are delivered to them. Maybe at the start of tour, so obviously certain boards are going to be made for very certain specific locations. But when a surfer posts a photo and they've got 20 boards around them, that beautiful kind of fan out, it looks like a flower around them or something.
Yeah.
That seems so complicated because also to sort of a, maybe to an untrained eye, so much of that equipment looks nearly identical in itself. So to be able to just kind of take away some of that pressure, keep it simple for surfers in these kind of events as well, these younger surfers up and coming, like Clay out of Canada, putting on some power into that first turn, he's going to decide to get right out of that one rather than forcing the issue down the line, recognizing he needs a big score at the moment. But for surfers like him to kind of go, okay, have maybe 2, 3, 4 boards that are those go-tos in case something snaps, especially in an event. We've already seen a broken board today, but rather keep it simple. Know the equipment, trust, and then trust in your ability to be connected with that in order to find success.
And that's where you start finding that those extra little bits of zest, I think, in your surfing, and the parts that really personalize your surfing to you, your own style, is when you are so confident and connected to your equipment that you know the exact limits that you can push your board to on these waves.
Up and riding now, Pablo, who's had some great success at the Rip Curl Grom comps in the past. He's now looking to put his name into the equation out of one of the powerhouse surfing nations of Brazil. He's got some work to do. That wave doesn't look like it's going to facilitate the 5.51 that he needs. Fabian, however, sitting in that leading position for Costa Rica, he's just been on a bit of a roll, able to find 2 scores that have allotted him over that 10-point heat total. And for Axel, he has been really quiet since his opening ride that happened during that interview with Thiago. We haven't seen him catch a second wave. It was an 8-point ride, so he's had high expectations on his backup score, I'm sure. But now with 2.5 minutes on the clock, scratching to get over this one, it'll be interesting to see his position once this set rolls through.
I think this is actually a good example of how it is still possible to not win or even make it through a heat, even with an excellent score on the board. It still does take 2 rides, and at the moment he's advancing, but if Pablo gets a 4.98 on this, he will go into the advancing position.
That's right, and Pablo's chipped away at his requirement. A 303 for his last wave made it just that much smaller, and this wave has a little bit more to offer, kind of growing and pitching in different sections down the line. He's putting in every last bit of effort down to the final minute. Maybe unlikely that he's going to make it back out and have another opportunity, so now is the chance for the surfer out of Spain to drop himself the backup score and really put it out of question for that second place position. He also only needs that 2.5 to take away the lead. Kind of wild and out of control as he goes through that wave. Checks his watch as well to note the time. He's going to put a backup score down, but really miss some scoring potential to put down that rail.
Yeah, that was an interesting wave. He just knew, I think at that point, he took off on it because he knew he needed to get a backup score. He knew he needed to stand up on a second wave, and he stuck with it. Maybe if there was more time left in the heat and it was a different position, he would have ejected out sooner, but he tried to make the most of it. Really speedy, really bumpy, and so he didn't get to lay it on rail as we got to see him do on that 8. But it will still up the requirement for 3rd and 4th, and that is key when you're trying to protect your advancing position.
Well, maintaining the lead, Fabian is now up and riding. Whoa. He also has so much speed in those top turns. I think what we're seeing from this wave of Fabian and from that last of Axel is really the power and the speed of the wave here at La Bocana. Fabian doing an excellent job to hold on to nearly the finish on the in section, but that wild opening section for both of those last two waves really just speaks to how challenging and kind of explosive this wave is in nature. A 183 on the board for last of Axel, and he wasn't able to get that 2.5 that needed. It did increase the requirement pretty solidly though to a 681 and an 8.90 on the board for 3rd and 4th. We're still waiting for that last score of Pablo to come through, but now his requirement is outside of the 4-point range it was sitting in previously, up into the high 6s, and that's going to be a big ask.
Yeah, I think he did some good work on it and did what he could, but now that, like you said, the requirement has gone even higher, I don't expect it to get close to that, unfortunately. But fortunately, in the same breath, for our surfers, this is a non-elimination heat, and there are surfers that will get 3rd and 4th will go into that repecharge round and still have a chance to continue to fight.
Yeah, very impressive surfing, and for those that have fallen to the repecharge round, for Clay, for Pablo, they're going to have another chance, which is always an exciting thing. Team Costa Rica meeting Fabian down at the beach, congratulating him. There's also the chance, Rachel, with how big it is and that slight onshore breeze, that those surfers are struggling to hear the beach announcers, even with the audio pumped up as loud as it can possibly be. He may have just found out that he was leading that heat the entire time.
Yeah, sometimes that really does happen. Maybe you hear little bits. You knew Blue had an 8, but you don't know where you're sitting. You know, you feel confident with your surfing. Fortunately, we've talked about before, there's that screen with the priority and the time, and those are the main things you need to know. And if you can't hear because of the wind, you just try and go off feel and try and be really smart with your decision making.
Well, scores are in. Last of Pablo Gabriel, a 4.33 doesn't meet the requirement, would need a 5.51 now to take himself into second. Officially, Fabian with the win and Axel in that second place position after some solid rail surfing. We've got more action when we return. We will be in our final heat of the day. South Africa, Costa Rica, Argentina, and Italy sending surfers in the lineup.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the final heat of the day here for day 3 of competition at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We opened the day with our under 18 girls, then into under 16 girls, now finishing it out with the first 9 heats for the under 16 boys. And heat number 9 is out in the lineup. Rory Dace of South Africa, Nicholas Booz of Costa Rica, Juan Garcia Mata of Argentina, and Alberto Barzan for Italy in the lineup. And it's been a long afternoon of them waiting to get into the water. Of course, we've also had their teammates competing at El Sunzal throughout the day. There we saw the finish of main round 1 in the under 16 boys division, but it was the back half of those heats, so it's unlikely that any of those surfers that graduated through into main round 2 are actually going to be surfing out in the lineup now. Maybe in these last couple of heats they already had a surf this morning. We also saw the under 18 boys and girls get some heats through in their main round 2.
Yeah, lots of surfing and lots of excellent surfing, an excellent score in nearly every single heat. Let's see what Red has to offer for us.
Rory hooks it up into the lip for his opening maneuver. Gets a little caught on that bottom turn, I will say, but links together a 2-turn combination to kick off his campaign.
You could see that sideways lump. It was almost like a boat wake type of lump, really big, and he did well to navigate that and not let it knock him off. Still a really well surfed wave, and will be a good opening account for him to continue to improve upon.
Well, another great heat rounded out in that last one with Costa Rica taking away the leading position. They've got another surfer in the water now, so they've got back-to-back heats to be that support system. Fabian Rosales out of Costa Rica with a solid performance just before. Let's go down to the beach to hear from him and Mitch.
That's right, Fabian with a great performance. Fabian, muchas felicidades from Santa Teresa, Costa Rica. So you come into the event, 0 expectations so far, doing well in the main round. Hasta el momento haciéndole muy bien en la ronda principal. How do you feel with your performance? ¿Cómo te sientes con la participación?
Nada, muy contento, la verdad, muy feliz de poder participar en este evento, que es súper bueno, la verdad. Y nada, súper feliz de representar a Costa Rica y a mi pueblo, que es Santa Teresa. Y nada, súper emocionado de poder pasar de primero y nada, muy feliz, nada más.
Just really content, excited, happy. It's difficult to contain really his smile as you're looking at de Santa Teresa. Obviamente un lugar con muchos grandes surfistas. Santa Teresa, a place with a lot of great surfers. What do you think you bring that we haven't seen before from ISA competition from that place? ¿Qué traes tú a la competencia de Santa Teresa que no hemos visto en la isla anteriormente?
Nada, traigo mucha emoción, mucho surf, que es lo que me representa, la verdad, que es lo que me gusta desde muy pequeño. Y nada, representarlo es lo que me hace orgulloso y lo que me hace más feliz y nada, muy feliz, la verdad, sí.
Just representing where I'm from is really what makes me so proud and happy, but more than anything, a lot of excitement. Can't really contain it right now. Algo que le quiera decir a la gente de Costa Rica, me imagino que han de estar muy orgulloso de ti.
Nada, un saludo a todos y los quiero un montón de verdad y nada, aquí representándolos a todos y ahí vamos a quedar en grande, pura vida.
Felicidades, gracias.
Thanks so much. Well done to Fabian, and well fought for that leading position because one of his competitors had the excellent score on the board, and he did well to hold on to that heat strategy throughout and walk away with the win.
Well, we were talking about that in the last heat, that just because you have an excellent score, an 8-point ride we saw for our surfer who ended up getting second because he couldn't find that backup wave. He only needed a 2.5 at the time to go into the leading position. It really does take 2 solid scores, and that's what our surfer from Costa Rica was able to put together. You cannot count yourself out just because you hear your fellow competitor if they get an excellent score. Well, it's not over till it's over, and I think it's easy for surfers to, if they don't have a strong mental game, to then count themselves out like, oh, well, they've just got an excellent score, so they're going to win. But that was a really great example of a strong served heat.
I could not agree more. As we see Alberto put himself in this position for Team Italy, everyone kind of vying in position to try and get a piece of the action here. So he's now going to drop together a big score for his opening ride, finding multiple turns on a wave with a lot of shape and opportunity on it.
And we're just seeing tons of this cross chop that these surfers are having to navigate. It's not easy, and it kind of took away that final end section for him to be able to capitalize on, and you kind of could see him cut out a little bit disappointed with it. But it will open up his account. He still has plenty of time to get back out there. Red and blue still sitting out there now, but it is red who has 2 waves already ridden. Blue has not yet stood up on a wave.
So he'll be holding on to that first priority, but also needing to get his campaign started for his first wave. A 6.83 for the opener of the South African in Rory Dace out of Cape St. Francis, which has a great right-hand point as well as a pretty solid beach break, primarily the left off the beach break that runs into the right from the point break can be really solid. It's a great opportunity to learn how to get a good barrel.
Yeah, and he is showing his experience and comfort out there in critical surf, a 6.83 as his high score at the moment. That is a really nice way to start your heat and continue to build upon that.
Scores dropping now for Juan Garcia Mata out of Argentina. He opens with a 5.23. So that's great to put in some good competition to the opener of Rory. Now waiting for that first wave of Alberto, representing Italy from Malibu, California. Loves surfing at first point, also at lowers, so a little bit of variety. And it, kind of seems like they should be pretty close together, but it's actually a pretty solid drive to be living in Malibu and driving down to surf trestles on the regular.
Yeah, definitely. Coming from San Clemente myself, and if I have to drive up to Malibu for various longboard contests and through that LA traffic, that's not easy. It's definitely a big trek. So him making that trek down is, I'd say, well worth it though for the world-class wave that lowers is. 2 good world-class waves in Malibu and lowers. Good options for him to be surfing at.
He drops in a 4.23 for that opening wave. Now just waiting for Nicholas to get his campaign underway. 12 minutes remaining in our third day of competition. We've got another big day ahead of us tomorrow. We'll be running from sunrise to sunset pretty much every day of the waiting period, with the potential that by the time we get to maybe day 8 and then finals day on day 9, we might be able to bring it back down to that single podium and put the focus in one location with slightly shorter days. But for now, we're really committed to running those double podiums, to giving every surfer the opportunity to have those 2 chances as well, as we see those rapid charge rounds begin in tomorrow's schedule.
That makes the ISA's format just so unique. And as a competitor, when I'm surfing in the ISA events, I do love that. I love when I'm in that main round and you know that you have that rapid charge round to fall back on, and that you can work your way all the way back to that medal final. There are consequences for being in that rapid charge round, which are having to surf a ton of heats. So surfing in the main round, I know in my division last week, I surfed 5 main round events to then get into the grand final. But had I fallen into that rapid charge, I would have surfed 10 heats in order to get to the grand final. So double. And in this type of heat, in this type of conditions here in El Salvador, it's not very easy to withstand that. And so there is huge benefit to being able to stay in that main round and not falling into having to surf all those extra heats.
Well, speaking of those main rounds and looking at the schedule tomorrow, you can find it at isasurf.org. When you hit the landing page, you'll be able to click straight away on the event page for the World Junior Championships, and you'll find so much great information from the live feeds across both podiums. As we take a look at Alberto now on his backhand once again.
Wow.
So loving the look of these lefts. Great opening turn, nice and critical. Sets himself up here through the inside section and really allowing himself to just unleash on that backhand.
That was beautiful. The speed that he came off of that first one, I cannot believe how he projected off the bottom with that and just floated over the whitewash on that. A really technical maneuver there. And I loved to see that. I'm excited to see where the judges will go with that one. He's trying to back up a 4.23.
Scores to drop now for Last of Alberto. And with that schedule that you can find now at isasurf.org, tomorrow we'll have a lot of main event rounds to run for all age divisions and categories between the second and the third events for main rounds and the under 18s and under 16s across boys and girls. We're also going to see some rapid charge heats hitting the water at the end of the day. Those will be our first elimination heats, and we're going to run through about 10 of them in total between the under 18 boys division and the under 18 girls division tomorrow afternoon. So we're starting to get into that bit of competition where we're going to start cleaning down the field, kind of weeding it out, finding those surfers that are really rising to the occasion to be advancing through into those, greater ends of competition. Scores are in now for Alberto, a 4.27, so a couple fours at this stage with 8 minutes on the clock. It has him sitting up in that leading position.
That's a really comfortable place to be sitting. Now all he has to do, now he has 2 scores on the board, which is more than any of our other surfers can really say. And he can now be patient and wait out there and try and improve upon, wait for that wave that will allow him to go even higher than that 4.
Rory with the foam climb for his opening maneuver. We'll see if he's able to make it around the section. Water's just cascading down around him. Goes in for a second foam climb. So stays, together on that wave, gets those 2 maneuvers together. But talk to me about, how important it is to find something that's really critical out there.
Well, the wave selection is everything, as we're seeing that allows the surfers to go into the excellent range. And even in Rory and Juan's opening waves, going into that 6 and 5, it is all about wave selection, allowing those opportunities. As we see Green now, what can he do for his backup?
Argentina up and riding. They've been on fire today. Whoa. And Juan into that first turn. Whoa. Lightning fast, finds that finishing section as well, throws in the claim that we have just seen heat after heat in the under 16 boys. And an incredible performance to put himself back in the mix. Nicholas, unfortunately, just goes sliding out of that wave. He's going to put his first score on the board, though, start to shake off some of those jitters out in the lineup. And Alberto as well comes in with a huge hook right on top of Nicholas, who just duck dives out of the way. That was such an exciting exchange.
Now, for Alberto, that was a wave that did allow a bit more consequence. Only 1 maneuver, but was a really critical one. And for Green as well, that was a nice wave. Red is going to try and race back out there because his wave didn't really get to offer much of that opportunity to improve upon that 0.5. It does a little bit as a 3.1, but as you remember, it was just kind of those foam climbs and didn't really open up like our other surfers did. And so he's going to hope. He's battling with blue. Someone will get first priority here. We'll see who gets awarded with it, but plenty of time to now sit and hope to find a wave that allows more opportunity.
Juan with a score to drop and Alberto with a score to drop. Juan's is in a 6.33, takes the Argentinian up into the lead over Rory Dace from South Africa. Now looking for a 5.67 for Alberto, take himself back into second place. All the pressure landing on our surfer with first priority in Nicholas Booz out of Costa Rica. He's chasing a near perfect score, Rachel, at this stage with just 5 minutes remaining on the clock.
That is true from just a single score, but he has opportunity to lower that requirement, break that up between 2 waves. He's just looking to get that wave score total, that heat total of a 9.43 in order to go into the advancing position. And you can cut the pie in many different ways. Right now it's a 6.83 and a 3.1. Could be a couple of mid-4s.
This is so true. A great way to look at it. A little bit of optimism there, keeping yourself even under those 5-point requirements technically, as that heat total for Rory is under the 10-point mark. Down to those final 5 minutes, and I'm sure the moment that buzzer sounds, the lineup is going to be flooded with children with surfboards looking to get some great waves on sundown, especially those that maybe had an early surf this morning and have had to wait around throughout the afternoon, watching their friends, cheering them on, whether it's the friends they're competing with or maybe friends that they've made at this week's event so far.
That's the best part about it, is coming to these international events, getting to see some of these people that you only get to see a few times a year, maybe one time a year at these events. And it's an amazing opportunity to make friends from everywhere in the world, and enjoying those end of heat days, sharing waves with friends.
Alberto now up and riding. A 5.67 is his requirement. Foam climbs the first section, draws a long line with his bottom turn, but recognizes there's a lack of scoring potential in the rest of that wave.
Yeah, it will come down to wave selection for him at this point. With 4 minutes remaining, he will have to race out, and I think just be patient and hope as well the ocean offers the right opportunity, but we'll see if red or green are able to improve upon their situations right here.
Juan with a paddle. Oh, that was a challenging looking wave. Red and green both looking at it. Green with a significant paddle. We'll see if that priority changes and hands it back to red, and there it is. So green down into third priority. Favorable for Rory as he's chasing that 4.73 now to take the leading position away, as Juan has found himself in first. And Alberto's going to have a long paddle to get himself back in position, but with 3 minutes on the clock, I feel pretty confident that he could have maybe one more shot. His last score just a 2.10 for the Italian, so it's not going to factor into his top two. And for the young surfer out of Costa Rica, Nicholas, he's just looking for his positioning out there. He's kind of struggled with that wave selection. The one wave he took off on, he had a lot of speed, but it was challenging to maintain control. Paddling into this one, now up and riding. Driving hard off the bottom, again, just getting those speed wobbles.
It's so hard to engage that rail when you're going so quick, and he looks like a small guy. He really has to use the power in his legs, that low center of gravity, in order to lean into that rail and engage when you have that much speed. And so for the surfers that you're seeing kind of do it with ease, I think that's a good example that it's really not easy out there, and that these surfers are paddling some tricky, difficult, high technical conditions.
That's right, and taking a takeoff like that for Nicholas, rather than maybe those straight legs that he's kind of charging down with on that bigger size wave, to really get compressed and to keep that kind of the weight of the head even centered over the whole body, even as he's leaning forward. Rory Dace now up and riding. He's got a nice looking wall in front of him. Finds that first turn, and even he goes down on the bigger section.
That was exactly the same thing, just having that speed and not... He used his body, he leaned his body before his board could follow with him, and he didn't engage that rail before projecting forward. So his body projected forward, but his board didn't follow him, gets unstuck.
Down to 60 seconds on the clock. That exchange, I think, will work out favorably for Juan in that leading position, and for Rory even in second, as Nicholas wasn't able to chip away at the requirement that he had. Big wall of white water rolling through La Bocana as we're counting down to that final minute of today.
And with Juan sitting with first priority, this is the best. I mean, you can never control this, whether you're going to have priority in the last minute of the heat and not need a wave or a score requirement or anything. But when this does happen to you, it is so nice. It is the perfect way to wrap up a heat, that you have that leading position, you have first priority, and you basically have total control at the moment of the heat.
Down to 15 seconds on the clock. As we can see a surfer taking a paddle now. And it's our surfer in blue. He's unable to get into it. Green now up and riding as he's setting himself up down the line into one big turn. He's already in the leading position for Argentina, pumping and driving, setting himself up with a bit of speed, looking for that in-section floater to finish.
That was just the victory lap for him as he gets the win. Juan from Argentina, congratulations. Rory from South Africa. The other two surfers are surfers from Italy and Costa Rica. Will be able to go into the repechage round, as this was our main round, non-elimination, and plenty of action still to come in days to come. But that was our last heat of the day, Shannon.
Yeah, that rounds it out. A big third day of competition. Well done to Juan for taking out the lead for Argentina, Rory for walking away with second, and we'll see both Alberto and Nicholas in the repechage rounds. We'll be catching up with Juan shortly, but after a big day of surfing, Rachel, there are plenty of highlights for us to get to watch and to celebrate. So let's take a look at those now, and we'll be right back. Well, a great day of surfing, and always enjoyable at the end of the day to just kind of sit back, Rach, and get to watch some waves without having to really think about it, to talk about it, but just to appreciate the excellent surfing that we have seen throughout the day.
Yeah, it was an exciting day of surfing. We got to see so many excellent waves surfed, so many excellent scores thrown by the judges, and I'm just so appreciative that we got to sit here and watch it all. I really enjoyed that. What a great day.
And what a great way to finish it out with Juan Garcia Mata out of Argentina taking away that final win. He's on the beach with Mitch.
And he's really happy, Shannon. Juan, muchas felicidades, big congratulations. It's never easy being the last heat of the day. You've experienced it before, but I feel that the surfing was presented to you in the moment that you needed to. How do you feel about your performance?
Oh, first, thank you. And, well, I feel very comfortable. I was watching all the day the hits of my teammates, and that motivated me to pass and keep going for Argentina. And, well, I came to a hit prepared, and I looked the waves a little bit early, and I prepared a lot. And thank you for all the coaches for helping me throughout the hit.
Hey, speaking of preparation, Juan, you've been traveling a lot lately. Peru, Chile, you've even gone to a couple different places in South America too. What about this development as only a 15-year-old surfer? What's this been like traveling the world so young?
Well, it's one of the best things to do for an athlete, to travel more for an Argentinian athlete, because in Argentina there are not that good waves, so I could, so traveling to Peru, Chile, better waves and competing with different people and with different level, it's very important for me, and I will keep doing this throughout the years.
And what's the best part about the ISA World Juniors?
Well, the best part is having a team, because surfing maybe is an individual sport, and here we are a team, and also getting to know new people from other countries that likes the same things like you.
Un mensaje para la gente de Argentina, Juan.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los que me estaban apoyando, a los que me estaban viendo, a mi mamá, a mi papá, a mi hermano, a toda mi familia, a todos mis amigos. Gracias por estar ahí y a seguir con todo.
Muchas felicidades, gracias.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Juan. Well done and well said just about learning how to travel. You know, at a young age, to be able to experience surfing in so many other countries, for him and the Latin contingency to really be able to gain in his experience prior to these World Championships.
Yeah, I love hearing from the surfers after they win and just everything that was going through their mind, and you get to really hear their personalities and just how grateful he is to be here and to perform for his country. It's a huge honor to be able to perform for your country and to be on the team. And congratulations to him.
Well, congratulations to everyone for the surfing today. It was outstanding across every single division. We saw excellent scores being dropped nearly every heat, which speaks to the quality of surfers, the quality of waves here at Surf City, El Salvador as well. We've got more action coming tomorrow, a big day of surfing for day 4. We're again going to be at those double podiums between La Bocana and El Sunzal, so be sure to stay tuned. Bright and early, 7 a.m., we will be here on the call, ready for you to tune in.
I can't wait.
See you tomorrow.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.